Ziyang Kingdom, Tongzhou Prefecture, Mountain River City. In the past few days, an earth-shattering event has occurred in Mountain River City. A disciple of the Qingxian sect who had been training near Mountain River City was inexplicably slain by a junior member of the Luo family. This was no trivial matter. The Qingxian sect stood as a colossal power throughout all of Tongzhou Prefecture. Its halls teemed with masters and warriors of the true Qi realm were as common as cattle. One should know that among the tens of thousands of warriors in all of Mountain River City, barely more than 10 had reached the true Qi realm. Most warriors remained at the blood Qi or Qi gathering stages. True Qi warriors meant little within the Qingxian sect itself, for the sect elders and its sect master had reached the terrifying condensation origin realm. Condensation origin. They could already be called land immortals. They could ride artifacts through the skies, roam freely between heaven and earth, and slay enemies from several miles away, striking terror into all who heard of them. Everyone knew the Luo family was doomed this time. The calamity might well mean the extinction of their entire clan. The various powers within Mountain River City no longer dared maintain any ties with the Luo family, severing all cooperation one after another. The Luo family residence consisted of layer upon layer of courtyards sprawling across an immense estate. In one of the side courtyards, a young man clad in a fitted blue outfit sat on a stone bench in the yard, a trace of solemnity upon his face. He was called Luo Changxing, a transmigrator. As someone who had crossed into this world, he understood its dangers well, and so he had always walked the path of caution. He had not expected this lapse in judgment. That arrogant, domineering thief who had tried to seize his spirit grass, and whom he had slain, turned out to be a disciple of the Qingxian sect. The Qingxian sect. At the mere thought of that colossal power, Luo Changxing felt a wave of helplessness rise within him. Who in Mountain River City did not know of the Qingxian sect's terror? Had he known that fellow was a Qingxian sect disciple, he would have endured it. Ding! Suddenly a sharp sound echoed within his mind. Luo Changxing was stunned. What was this sound? A system. Luo Changxing was so moved, he nearly wept. 18 years. A full 18 years, and the system had finally arrived. He had thought that the heavens had forgotten him, this transmigrator. Luo Changxing quickly asked, "What system are you?" The system replied, "Host, this system is called the 10 years of cultivation per day system. Every day the host may directly receive 10 years worth of cultivation," the system responded. Hearing this, Luo Changxing was instantly overcome with excitement. 10 years of cultivation per day? 10 days, that would be 100 years of cultivation. This was the rhythm of taking off. Given just 1 month, he would possess 300 years of cultivation. The Qingxian sect would be nothing but ants in his eyes. The system announced, "Host, please claim today's cultivation." Claim it. Luo Changxing located the panel and pressed claim. Boom. In an instant, a vast surge of spiritual energy poured into Luo Changxing's body. His cultivation began rising rapidly. What had been the 3rd layer of the Qi gathering stage instantly reached the 4th layer. 5th layer of Qi gathering. 6th layer. 7th layer. In the end, his cultivation settled at the 8th layer. Luo Changxing's innate talent was never poor to begin with, so reaching the 8th layer of Qi gathering in 10 years was hardly surprising to him. 8th layer of Qi gathering. In just 1 day, I've become a top-tier expert of Mountain River City. Give me 1 more day, and I'll become a peak-level powerhouse of the entire Mountain River City. This system, in 1 word, awesome. Haha. Luo Changxing could not help but laugh heartily. The gloom that had weighed upon him these past days was swept clean away, and a surge of heroic spirit coursed through his body. Boom. Just then the gate was violently kicked open with tremendous force. Who? Luo Changxing's expression turned cold. Who dared to kick open the gate of his courtyard? Could it be people from the Qingxian sect? But that was impossible. The Qingxian sect was far away, thousands of miles from Mountain River City. Even upon learning a sect disciple had been killed, they could not have arrived so quickly. Luo Changxing looked toward the entrance and immediately saw a fair-skinned young man in luxurious blue brocade robes. The visitor was actually the young lord of the Luo family, Luo Hai. Young Lord Luo, what is the meaning of this? Luo Changxing asked with a darkened expression. What meaning? You are brazen and arrogant, looking down on everything, not even placing the Qingxian sect in your eyes, daring enough to kill a Qingxian sect disciple. My Luo family cannot afford a reckless fool like you. Pack your things immediately and get out of the Luo family. Luo Hai declared with a furious snort. It was this very wretch who had no sense of proportion daring to slay a Qingxian sect disciple and dragging the entire Luo family into disaster with him. Luo Hai hated Luo Changxing to the bone. Luo Changxing narrowed his eyes, staring at Luo Hai. Is this your idea, or the family heads? All these years I have contributed much to the Luo family. The moment danger appears, the family casts me aside. How dare you? When I tell you to get lost, pack your things and get lost. You, a mere branch family disciple, have no right to question me so much. It seems the family head has not taught you how to conduct yourself. Then let me teach you on his behalf. Luo Hai roared with the air of one looking down on a lesser being. Luo Changxing's expression turned cold. His current cultivation within the entire Luo family could be considered top-tier, comparable to that of several Luo family elders. How could he tolerate a qi-gathering third-layer brat acting so outrageously before him? Without another word, Luo Changxing stepped forward and delivered 2 vicious kicks toward Luo Hai's legs. Boom, boom. Immediately Luo Hai dropped to both knees, as if a junior paying respects to an elder performing a full kowtow. Ah, you're seeking death. Luo Hai's face twisted grotesquely, his eyes fixed dead on Luo Changxing. He had just performed a kneeling bow to a branch family disciple. Humiliation and absolute disgrace. Even the elders of the Luo family he had never knelt to. Luo Hai's body suddenly surged upward, his fist blazing as he swung, intending to cripple Luo Changxing with a single blow. Yet a qi-gathering third-layer warrior in Luo Changxing's eyes was nothing but a joke, like a 3-year-old child throwing punches at an adult. Luo Changxing simply punched out and struck Luo Hai. Boom. Luo Hai flew backward, smashing into the courtyard stones and training weapons, sending debris flying everywhere. Stop! At that moment, a figure burst into the side courtyard. The newcomer was none other than the Luo family head, Luo Tianqing. The moment he rushed in, he went straight to check on his son Luo Hai's injuries. Father! Seeing his father, Luo Hai's face was twisted with agony, and looking at Luo Changxing sent shivers of fear through him. He could not understand it. Wasn't Luo Changxing only at the first layer of qi gathering? How could he be this terrifying? His concealment was truly profound. Fortunately, only superficial wounds, a few broken tendons and bones. Luo Tianqing exhaled in relief. Then his gaze turned cold and piercing toward Luo Changxing. Luo Changxing, I told you to stop. Did you not hear me? Family head Luo, when the young lord told me to get lost and made a move against me, I don't recall hearing you tell him to stop. Does that mean Luo Changxing was only meant to take the beating? Luo Changxing spoke with biting sarcasm. What a sharp tongue you have. Luo Tianqing's eyes grew colder by the moment. He suddenly realized he knew absolutely nothing about this branch family disciple Luo Changxing. He had always assumed Luo Changxing was merely a first-layer qi-gathering cultivator, but clearly that was no longer the case. But regardless of what was true, Luo Changxing had to leave the Luo family today. Luo Changxing had dared to kill a Qingxian sect disciple. His path led only to death. His Luo family did not dare have any entanglement with Luo Changxing. Therefore Luo Tianqing suddenly smiled. Luo Changxing, you are right. This point truly is my error. But his tone shifted sharply. You have offended the Qingxian sect and committed an utterly heinous crime. The family originally discussed taking you to the Qingxian sect to be dealt with at their discretion. But I'm mindful of your contributions to the family will spare your life. Leave on your own accord. Whether you live or die afterward has nothing to do with the Luo family, for you are no longer a member of the Luo family. Luo Changxing heard this and could not help but burst into laughter. How laughable! Expelling him from the Luo family, while wrapping it in such noble words, expecting him to feel gratitude toward the family. Luo Changxing looked at Luo Tianqing and said, Family head Luo, I have contributed much to the Luo family over these years. Is this truly how the family casts aside its people in their time of need? What more do you want, Luo Changxing? As a member of the Luo family, your contributions to the family are simply your duty and responsibility to fulfill. You killed a Qingxian sect disciple. Your crimes deserve death 1,000 times over. The fact that we did not escort you to the Qingxian sect to collect the reward is already considered extreme mercy on our part. Luo Tianqing finished with a mocking smile. Luo Changxing shook his head. He could see it clearly now. The Luo family intended to abandon him completely. He had once intended to use the system to help the Luo family become a peak-level clan. Now then, let them fend for themselves. Luo Changxing glanced at Luo Tianqing and said, Very well then, I will have nothing further to do with the Luo family from this day forth. Family head Luo, I only hope you will not regret this. Regret. Hearing this, Luo Tianqing and Luo Hai nearly burst out laughing. Luo Changxing had offended the Qingxian sect. What awaited Luo Changxing could only be a path to certain death. They wished nothing more than for Luo Changxing to leave the family as soon as possible with no connection to the Luo family whatsoever. Regret. Absolutely impossible. Watching Luo Changxing leave the Luo family, many people in Shanha City revealed cold smiles one after another. See, I knew the Luo family would abandon Luo Changxing. Of course, Luo Changxing killed a disciple of the Qingxian sect. He's already a dead man walking. No one dares to have anything to do with him. Tisk Luo Changxing might have lived a few more days within the Luo family, but once he left he'll probably die even faster. Oh, what do you mean by that? Think about it. He killed a disciple of the Qingxian sect. How many people would love to take his head to the Qingxian sect and claim the reward? So it seems he won't live much longer. The crowd shook their heads with cold smiles. They had already foreseen Luo Changxing's fate. He'll surely be fought over and killed by the people of Shanha City. Luo Changxing is a walking treasure trove. Even an entry-level martial art casually bestowed by the Qingxian sect would be worth a fortune to the martial artists of Shanha City. Sensing the burning gazes upon him, Luo Changxing sneered coldly in his heart. Most of these people are between the 2nd and 5th layers of qi gathering. If they aren't afraid of death, let them come. Fortunately, perhaps out of fear of the Luo family, not a single person dared to make a move. Young Master Luo. Suddenly a slightly familiar voice rang out. He saw a gray-robed elder standing not far away. The elder was Steward Lu of the Tianyuan Martial Hall. Luo Changsheng had once studied at the Martial Hall for 3 years. Steward Lu, what are you doing here? Luo Changsheng asked curiously. Hall Master Song learned that you've been driven out of the Luo family, and knew you had nowhere to go. He invites you to stay at the Tianyuan Martial Hall first. Steward Lu said. Hall Master Song. Luo Changsheng gave a bitter smile. It's been several years since he graduated from the Tianyuan Martial Hall. He hadn't expected Hall Master Song to still remember him. Then please lead the way, Steward Lu. Luo Changsheng said with cupped fists. For now he had nowhere to live. He needed to find a place to stay first. At this moment everyone was surprised that Hall Master Song still dared to help him. Luo Changsheng felt deeply moved. But at the same time he remained inwardly vigilant, uncertain whether Hall Master Song had ulterior motives. The two walked along the main street of Shanha City, and the crowd stepped aside to avoid them. Now that Hall Master Song of the Tianyuan Martial Hall had intervened, things were getting tricky. Hall Master Song was a top-tier expert at the first layer of true qi. After walking for the time it takes half an incense stick to burn, a martial hall appeared before them with the 4 grand characters, Tianyuan Martial Hall, written above. Please follow me, young Master Luo. I'll take you to see Hall Master Song. Steward Lu said. Luo Changsheng nodded. Entering the martial hall and passing through a training ground, more than 20 youths were practicing martial arts. The two didn't linger and headed straight for the main hall. In the center of the main hall a middle-aged man sat imposingly in a chair drinking tea. The man wore a long robe, his qi and blood abundant, and an invisible pressure radiated from his body. At this moment, seeing Steward Lu and Luo Changsheng enter, he took a sip and placed his teacup down on the table. He laughed heartily and said, My disciple, it has been quite a long time since we last met. Luo Changsheng pondered for a moment and said, Master, it's been about 3 years since I graduated. Hall Master Song narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, The Luo family just kicked you out like that, without caring whether you live or die. Luo Changsheng fell silent immediately. With a family like that, no need to keep it. Hall Master Song snorted coldly, seemingly indignant on Luo Changsheng's behalf. Then he added, From now on consider the Tianyuan Martial Hall your home. Master, aren't you afraid of the Qingxian sect? Luo Changsheng asked the question in his heart. Haha, don't worry. I know a senior who was once a disciple of the Qingxian sect. He has some connections there. He wrote to me saying he can settle this matter. He'll arrive in a day or two, so don't worry. Hall Master Song said with a light smile. It seems he truly consulted a senior expert. Otherwise, knowing full well that he'd offended the Qingxian sect, who would dare associate with him? That would simply be seeking death. Of course, there was yet another reason. Regardless of the reason, Luo Changsheng at least had a stable place for now, as long as he was given a little time. Anyone who wants to kill him must be prepared to be killed. Thank you for your concern, Master. Luo Changsheng expressed his gratitude. Steward Lu, please take Luo Changsheng to settle in first. Hall Master Song ordered. Steward Lu nodded and led Luo Changsheng to a side courtyard of the martial hall. Young Master Luo, you'll be staying here from now on. It's quieter here. Outside is where the disciples live. It's noisier. Steward Lu said. Thank you, Steward Lu. Luo Changsheng replied. Then I'll be leaving now. Just call for me if you need anything, young Master Luo. After Steward Lu left, Luo Changsheng took out his belongings. This side courtyard wasn't bad. Although it wasn't as large as his courtyard in the Luo family, it was pleasantly quiet. Luo Changsheng was now a little puzzled. He didn't know whether Hall Master Song was genuinely kind to him or had ulterior motives. Luo Changsheng had studied at the Tianyuan Martial Hall for 3 years, and Hall Master Song had always treated him well. But if one were to say they shared deep affection, that wasn't the case at all. So he couldn't see through Hall Master Song's actions. Whatever. As long as I have one more day, I can reach the true Qi realm. Even if Hall Master Song truly has ulterior motives, I have nothing to fear. Luo Changsheng said silently in his heart. Luo family. Main hall. A servant was applying medicine to Luo Hai. The medicinal liquid was applied to Luo Hai's body, making him grimace in pain. He looked toward Luo Tiancheng beside him. Father, why don't you avenge me and kill that brat? Luo Tiancheng shook his head and said, My son, I cannot make a move. First of all, if I make a move, it will surely chill the hearts of the Luo family disciples. Second, if I make a move against him, when the Qingxian sect comes to demand him, we won't be able to hand over Luo Changsheng in one piece. Then won't the Qingxian sect vent their anger on us? Now our best option is to sever ties with him. When the Qingxian sect people come, we can say that we severed ties with Luo Changsheng long ago. Luo Hai couldn't help but smile. Father is still the wisest. In Shanha City, aside from Master Song of the Tianyuan Martial Arts Hall, all the top-tier experts of the city gathered together. Gentlemen, as we all know, Luo Changsheng has offended the Qingxian sect. If we capture Luo Changsheng and deliver him to the Qingxian sect, we will surely receive a generous reward. But for now he is staying at the Tianyuan Martial Arts Hall, and Master Song is clearly shielding him. Capturing him won't be easy. Lu Huanlong spoke. He was one of the true Qi realm experts at the first layer of true Qi. Huh, shielding him. Who knows if Master Song isn't harboring ambitions of his own, wanting to seize Luo Changxing alone and claim the reward. One of them, a bald man, sneered. He was the infamous Bald Li of Shanhe City, who had risen to become a true Qi realm expert by wading through rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. Thus, the other true Qi experts present held a certain fear of him. I say we storm the martial arts hall directly and force Master Song to hand over Luo Changxing. Bald Li snorted, his words dripping with murderous intent. His suggestion made the others' expressions shift. Master Song was also a top-tier expert in Shanhe City. If they charged in like that in a full-on assault, Master Song would surely kill at least a few of them. A very unwise move. I agree too. Nevertheless, two others sided with Bald Li. They had been stuck at the first layer of true Qi for years. If the Qingxian sect bestowed a few condensing Qi pills upon them, they could reach the second layer of true Qi, becoming elite and dominating Shanhe City. After a moment, two more joined. Now among the 10 true Qi experts, 5 agreed and 5 disagreed. Bald Li sneered, fine, if you disagree, then when we capture Luo Changxing, don't come crying after the fact, or I'll kill you. With that, Bald Li and his 4 supporters held a private meeting, deciding to storm the Tianyuan Martial Arts Hall the next day. Back at the hall, Luo Changxing passed the night peacefully. A day later, Luo Changxing immediately checked the system and claimed his cultivation. Boom. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy entered his body. His cultivation level skyrocketed. From the 8th layer of Qi gathering, he instantly reached the 9th layer. First layer of true Qi. Second layer of true Qi. Third layer of true Qi. After reaching the 3rd layer of true Qi, his advancement finally stopped. 3rd layer of true Qi. Feeling the immense power within him, Luo Changxing was ecstatic. In just 2 days, he had become the top expert of Shanhe Town, undeniably the strongest there. Now he feared no one in Shanhe City. If anyone dared provoke him, he would kill them. Just then a commotion arose outside. Someone seemed to be trying to break into the Tianyuan Martial Arts Hall. Had this happened yesterday, Luo Changxing would have hidden as deep as possible. But now, having reached the 3rd layer of true Qi, he walked out of the courtyard with a curious, amused demeanor. He arrived at the small training square of the Tianyuan Martial Arts Hall. The young disciples who had been practicing halted their training. 4 or 5 uninvited guests had appeared at the hall. Seeing them, the disciples were terrified. These 5 were the top experts of Shanhe City, Bald Li, Chao Tianxiao, and the others. They were all true Qi realm experts. When Master Song learned of the intrusion, he hurried over. Spotting Bald Li, Chao Tianxiao, and the other 3, his face darkened. Bald Li, what is the meaning of this? Bald Li sneered, meaning, hand over Luo Changxing at once, so we can take him to the Qingxian sect and claim our reward. Otherwise, Hunf will have to resort to force. It would be a pity to cripple you and deprive Shanhe City of a true Qi expert. Realizing they were after Luo Changxing, many disciples couldn't help but glance at him. What a jinx. As soon as he came to our hall, he brought disaster upon us. Yeah, he offended the Qingxian sect. I don't know why Master Song let him stay here. Who knows? I hope he doesn't drag the whole Tianyuan Martial Arts Hall down with him. Some disciples muttered among themselves. Enough. How dare you speak of Master Song like that? A slightly older disciple, Fang Yun, frowned and rebuked them. He was the senior disciple of the Tianyuan Martial Arts Hall. In his view, Master Song had his reasons for taking in Luo Changxing, and the disciples had no right to question it. The disciples fell silent, not daring to utter another word. Luo Changxing couldn't help but glance at Fang Yun. 9th layer of blood Qi. No wonder he commands such authority. Luo Changxing thought to himself. He was a bit puzzled. Normally, reaching the 8th layer of blood Qi was enough to graduate. Yet Fang Yun, clearly at the 9th layer, remained here, obviously favored by Master Song and allowed to stay. Of course, Luo Changxing only glanced at Fang Yun, finding him admirable, but didn't dwell on it. Just then, Steward Lu, seeing Luo Changxing, hurried over. Young Master Luo, would you like to return to the courtyard and hide? Rest assured, the hall master can handle these people. Steward Lu said, standing beside Luo Changxing. Obviously, he wanted to ease Luo Changxing's fear and send him back. No need, I'll stay here. I might even be able to help Master Song. Luo Changxing waved his hand dismissively. Steward Lu was taken aback. He hadn't expected Luo Changxing to also boast. Once a fight broke out, it would be a terrifying battle among true Qi realm experts. What help could Luo Changxing, a mere Qi gathering martial artist, provide? Steward Lu shook his head and paid no further attention to Luo Changxing's words. Meanwhile, no matter how harshly Master Song warned them, Bald Li and his men were beyond persuasion. Bald Li snorted coldly, Master Song, since you are so ungrateful and insist on protecting Luo Changxing, don't blame us for being ruthless. Attack! With Bald Li's sharp command, Chao Tianxiao, Zhang Xiangping, and the other 4 true Qi martial artists struck immediately. Master Song's expression changed. He was formidable among first-layer true Qi experts, capable of overwhelming opponents of the same level. But that only gave him a chance against 1 or 2. Against 5 first-layer true Qi experts simultaneously, his chances were nearly 0. But there was no time to think. As the 5 attacked, he unleashed his strongest move. Ultimate Flying Sword. He swung his sword, and a net of sword chi formed around him, shooting toward the four. "Watch out!" Bald shouted. The five all used their strongest techniques to defend. Bald Li and Xiao Tianxiao blocked the strike unscathed. But Zhang Xiangping and the other two slightly weaker were struck by several sword chi, leaving bloody gashes on their bodies. The five were secretly shocked. Master Song was indeed formidable. Even facing their combined assault, he managed to wound 3 of them. They felt a deep murderous intent. If they didn't eliminate Master Song, he would certainly become a future threat. "Kill," Baldly said in a low voice. The five dared not be careless and unleashed their strongest attacks. Under their relentless assault, Master Song was clearly overwhelmed. Soon he was cornered at the edge of the training square. "Die!" Zhang Xiangtian seized the opportunity and slashed fiercely at Master Song. No. Master Song's pupils contracted, his face turning pale. He had just delivered a sword strike and couldn't block that terrifying slash in time. A full-powered slash from a true chi expert would directly shatter his true chi and cleave him in two. Bald Li and the other 3 were overjoyed. Master Song was as good as dead. Luo Changxing frowned. He picked up a pebble from the ground and flicked it. Whoosh. The pebble shot out at incredible speed, striking Zhang Xiangtian's longsword dead center. Crack. The longsword shattered on impact. Seeing his perfectly good blade shatter, Zhang Xiangtian was horrified. The one who could silently shatter his sword was undoubtedly stronger than him. The Tianyuan Martial Arts Hall was hiding a master. Bald Li and his 4 companions were also greatly alarmed. To be able to silently shatter the long blade, their strength was even above theirs. The Tianyuan Martial Arts Hall actually had such a master. "May I ask which senior expert is here?" Baldly looked around the entire Tianyuan Martial Arts Hall and asked with cupped fists. At this moment, Hall Master Song was breathing heavily. It was really a close call. He had almost been slain just now. Who exactly made that move? He himself didn't know that there was a hidden expert in his Tianyuan Martial Arts Hall. The students in the hall, all wide-eyed, were completely bewildered. Just now it seemed that Hall Master Song was about to be slain by Zhang Xiangtian's blade. But suddenly they saw the long blade shatter directly. Could it be that their martial arts hall had an even more formidable expert hidden? The students looking at each other couldn't help but feel curious, guessing if some big shot was disguised as a student. Such things they had only seen in some biographies. Some powerful experts, in order to temper their will, disguise themselves as beggars, students, fishermen, and all kinds of ordinary people. It was said to be for enlightenment. But no matter how they looked, they felt that the people around them were not like powerful figures. Only Butler Lu beside Luo Changxing had his pupils constricted with a hint of astonishment in his eyes. Because he was next to Luo Changxing, he saw Luo Changxing pick up a stone. Then immediately after, he saw Zhang Xiangtian's long blade shatter directly. It couldn't be such a coincidence. "What? Weren't you going to arrest me? Don't you recognize me?" A sarcastic voice rang out. Suddenly they saw Luo Changxing walking toward them. Butler Lu was shocked. It was indeed Luo Changxing who had made the move. But how had he done it? Zhang Xiangtian was a master at the first level of true chi. A casual strike from his blade carried a terrifying force of several thousand jin. Not to mention using a stone, even a chi-gathering martial artist would be slain in one blow if facing him head-on. Luo Changxing. Everyone was stunned, utterly unbelieving that the expert who had struck was Luo Changxing. "It was you." Baldly was startled, then sneered, "Stop playing tricks. Xiao Tianxiao, cripple him directly. As long as he's not dead, the Qingxian sect won't blame us." Xiao Tianxiao nodded. "You brat dare to play tricks in front of me. Then I'll sever your tendons and bones." Xiao Tianxiao said coldly. He quickly drew his sword, preparing to sever Luo Changxing's tendons and bones. Courting death. Luo Changxing snorted. He saw Luo Changxing clap his palm, sending a burst of true chi through the air. The true chi carried a terrifying killing intent, destroying everything in front of Luo Changxing. "What?" Xiao Tianxiao's expression changed drastically. He hadn't expected that Luo Changxing's single burst of true chi could contain such terrifying killing intent. Is this person really a chi-gathering martial artist? He could hardly believe it. He frantically circulated his true chi, hoping to use his sword technique to block this true chi filled with terrifying killing intent. But his movements were like a joke under Luo Changxing's terrifying true chi. The true chi, with an irresistible force, instantly obliterated Xiao Tianxiao. His body exploded, flesh and blood flying everywhere. Everyone was stunned, unable to believe it. Xiao Tianxiao, a top expert of Shana City and a true chi realm master, had died just like that. And he was killed by Luo Changxing. Hall Master Song was filled with shock. His own disciple actually possessed such terrifying strength. A true chi first-level master had been annihilated by him, just like that. What was Luo Changxing's true strength? Hall Master Song was filled with curiosity. Bald Li and his 4 companions were now trembling all over. Luo Changxing's strength was so terrifying. Xiao Tianxiao, a true chi first-level master, had been killed by Luo Changxing, just like that. Bald Li cupped his fists and said, "So you are also a true chi expert. This matter was reckless of us. Another day we will bring heavy gifts and come to apologize." As he said that, he signaled the other 3 with his eyes, preparing to leave. "What? When you can't win, you want to leave? Are you underestimating me, Luo Changxing, too much? Luo Changxing said sarcastically. Luo Changxing, what else do you want? If we really fight, no one knows who will die. Young man, leave some leeway so we can meet again in the future. Bald Li said with a dark expression. They were all true Qi first-level masters. If it came to a fight, Luo Changxing might not necessarily be able to defeat them. This was the funniest joke Luo Changxing had ever heard. If he didn't have strength, he would have been caught by them and taken to the Qingxian sect to claim a reward. But now, seeing his powerful strength and true Qi realm cultivation, they actually told him to leave leeway for future meetings. Makes sense. Luo Changxing clapped his hands. Just as Bald Li and the others thought that Luo Changxing was also afraid of them, they suddenly heard Luo Changxing continue. Since we can't meet well in the future, there's no need to meet again. So all of you go to hell. Not good. Bald Li and his four companions' expressions changed drastically. Luo Changxing was going to fight to the death with them. In that case, either Luo Changxing would die or they would perish. Luo Changxing condensed a nearly tangible blade aura in his hand, then directly slashed through the air. Whoosh. The blade aura shot toward Bald Li at an extremely fast speed. Is this true Qi condensed into a blade? Only a master at least at the third level of true Qi with solid and abundant true Qi can achieve this. He is actually a true Qi third-level master. How could that be? Isn't he a Qi-gathering martial artist? Why is he so terrifying? Bald Li was filled with fear, his eyes full of despair. If Luo Changxing were a true Qi second-level martial artist, they could still put up a fight. But unexpectedly, Luo Changxing actually possessed the terrifying cultivation of true Qi third level. Even 50 or 60 of them would not be a match for Luo Changxing. Facing the blade condensed from true Qi, he was powerless to resist. Qi. The blade aura directly split Bald Li in two, his body falling to the ground. Hiss. Zhang Xiangtian and the other two gasped, their faces also full of despair. True Qi condensed into a blade. Luo Changxing was actually a true Qi third-level master. They didn't even have a chance to escape. Qi. 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 With 3 consecutive blades of true Qi condensed and shot out. Zhang Xiangtian and the other two fell to the ground with a thud, their bodies directly severed, their eyes still filled with fear and despair. At that moment, the entire Tianyuan martial hall fell into an unprecedented silence. Everyone stared blankly at Luo Changxing, their hearts filled with immense shock. Luo Changxing, the very person everyone in Shanha City yearned to capture and deliver to Qingxian sect for a reward, was actually at the third layer of Qi refining. If those outside knew how terrifying Luo Changxing truly was, they would be scared out of their wits. Master Song took a deep breath, looked at Luo Changxing, and said, "My disciple, you have reached the third layer of Qi refining, even surpassing me in strength." Luo Changxing smiled and replied, "Master, I encountered a fortuitous opportunity and broke through to the third layer of Qi refining." Seeing that Luo Changxing was unwilling to elaborate, Master Song did not press further, for everyone has their own destiny. Master Song let out a hearty laugh and said, "These people still want to capture you and deliver you to Qingxian sect for a reward. If they knew you possessed such formidable strength, they would be scared to death." "Master, I would prefer not to have my cultivation level known to outsiders for now," Luo Changxing said. His strength was still not high enough, and he wished to avoid unnecessary trouble. There was already the formidable enemy of Qingxian's sect to contend with. Fortunately, the sect was some distance away from Shanha City, granting him time to breathe. If it were nearby, not to mention condensing Yuan realm experts, even a Qi refining realm cultivator could easily slay him. Not let outsiders know. Master Song frowned and said, "Guangtou Li and his men all died in our Tianyuan martial hall. This news cannot be hidden." Luo Changxing smiled and said, "Master, we can simply throw their bodies out and claim that you killed them. Claim I killed them. That could work. Then the outside world will believe I have broken through to the second layer of Qi refining. Haha, they will treat me with utmost respect, and no one will dare to trespass into my Tianyuan martial hall. Since you are unwilling to claim such a glorious reputation, I, your master, will accept it on your behalf." Master Song laughed heartily, his heart brimming with excitement. Previously, the top experts of Shanha City had treated him as an equal. But once they learned that he had killed Guangtou Li and the other four, his status would instantly change, and they would no longer address him as a peer. These experts of Shanha City would directly address him as senior. To prevent the news from spreading, Master Song instructed the disciples of the martial hall to keep today's events confidential. Otherwise, they would be expelled from Tianyuan martial hall and have their cultivation abolished. The disciples, having witnessed Luo Changxing's prowess, dared not speak of it and pledged their silence. Master Song nodded and then ordered the bodies of Guangtou Li and the other four to be thrown out. When Guangtou Li and the other four Qi refining realm experts entered Tianyuan martial hall, many martial artists in Shanha City had been closely monitoring the situation. However, they had no idea what transpired inside. Now the main gate of Tianyuan martial hall opened. The nearby martial artists halted and turned their gaze toward the hall. Guangtou Li, Chao Tianxiao, and the other three top experts surely overwhelmed Master Song. They have probably captured Luo Changxing by now, someone speculated. No need to guess. That's definitely the case. 5 Qi refining experts acting together. Who could stop them? If Master Song was wise, he'd be unharmed. If not, he might even have been killed. Right now, Luo Changsheng is a hot commodity. I wonder what Master Song was thinking by protecting him. Luo Changsheng trained at Tianyuan Martial Hall in the past. There must be some bond between them. As the crowd buzzed with discussion, several guards from the Martial Hall emerged carrying the bodies of Guantou Li and the other 4. Hearing the chatter, they sneered inwardly. Master Song killed. Wait until we throw out the bodies. You'll all be stunned. The guards simply dumped the bodies on the street, knowing the authorities would handle it. When the martial artists of Shanha City saw the corpses of Guantou Li and the 4 others, all of them were stunned. Guantou Li and the other 4 Qi refining experts have been killed. Shockwaves surged through everyone's hearts. What happened? They were the top experts of Shanha City, all Qi refining masters. How could they have been killed? Could it be Master Song? Has his strength grown so formidable that he can slay 5 Qi refining experts? That's truly terrifying. With 5 Qi refining experts dead in one blow, Shanha City is bound to be in turmoil. The martial artists sighed in shock. The death of 5 Qi refining masters meant 5 major forces had lost their pillars. Their family assets would undoubtedly be carved up by other factions. Martial artists from top families, horrified at the sight of the corpses, immediately rushed back to report this monumental event. At the Lu residence, Lu Huanlong and 4 other Qi refining experts were discussing the matter of Luo Changsheng in the hall. They had learned early in the morning that Guantou Li, Chao Tianxiao, and the other 3 had gone to Tianyuan Martial Hall to capture Luo Changsheng. By now they surely had him in custody. One of the Qi refining experts named Zheng Feishue spoke up. Patriarch Lu, are we simply going to give up on Luo Changsheng? You know, once we capture him and hand him over to Qingxian sect, the reward will be substantial. Guantou Li, Chao Tianxiao, and the others are no pushovers. If we force a conflict with them, we might suffer casualties. I don't think it's worth it, Lu Huanlong said with a frown. The others nodded in agreement. If it meant losing some of their own, it was truly not worth clashing with Guantou Li. Zheng Feishue fell silent, realizing Lu Huanlong had a point. Just then a Lu family martial artist rushed in urgently. Patriarch, something huge has happened. Lu Huanlong narrowed his eyes and asked the martial artist, Lu Han, have Guantou Li and the other 4 already taken Luo Changsheng to Qingxian sect? No, Patriarch. Lu Han waved his hand. No. The 5 Qi refining experts' expressions shifted. Could there have been a turn of events? Then Lu Han continued, Guantou Li and the other 4 were slain outright. Their bodies have been carried out of Tianyuan Martial Hall. Everyone suspects it was Master Song who killed them. What? Guantou Li and the others were all Qi refining experts, and they were killed just like that. With their bodies being brought out, it must be true. Could Master Song have reached the second layer of Qi refining? Lu Huanlong and the other 4 Qi refining experts were utterly shocked. They realized that Master Song must have reached the second layer of Qi refining, otherwise how could he have killed Guantou Li and his men? At this moment the 5 of them were trembling slightly. They had almost gone to Tianyuan Martial Hall along with Guantou Li. The outcome would have been obvious. They would have shared the same fate. Brother Xing, earlier you were clamoring about whether to go to Tianyuan Martial Hall to capture Luo Changsheng. Do you still want to go now? Lu Huanlong looked at Zheng Feishue and said gravely. At this moment Zheng Feishue was still trembling all over. He smiled bitterly and said, Brother Lu, stop mocking me. Guantou Li and his men were killed outright. Do you think I'd dare to go? Is my life any tougher than theirs? Shanha City is about to see a change of power. Lu Huanlong sighed, then said to Lu Han, go have the steward prepare a generous gift. I wish to pay a visit to Master Song, Senior Song. Brother Lu, wait for us. We'll go back and prepare generous gifts as well. Yes, let's visit Senior Song together. It's no longer appropriate to address him simply as Master Song. The others hurried back to prepare gifts, intending to visit Tianyuan Martial Hall together to pay respects to Master Song. With his strength now on a different level, they all had to tread carefully and keep their heads low. In Shanha City, the Luo family had just learned the news that Bald Li and 5 other true Qi realm experts were killed by Hall Master Song. Luo Tiansheng's face turned ashen. He had originally thought that without the Luo family's protection, Luo Changsheng would die quickly. Now all the martial artists in Shanha City were eyeing Luo Changsheng, eager to capture him and claim the reward from Qingxian sect. But unexpectedly, Hall Master Song of the Tianyuan Martial Arts Hall had taken Luo Changsheng in. And by coincidence, Hall Master Song had just broken through to the second layer of true Qi, slaughtering Bald Li and the other 5 first-layer true Qi experts. This Luo Changsheng really has a tough fate. Luo Hai snorted beside him, his eyes blazing with hatred. As the young master of the Luo family, being beaten by a mere disciple was a disgrace. If not for his father's worry about public opinion, he would have brought a few martial artists to cripple Luo Changsheng. His fate is indeed tough, but how long can it last? Once the experts from Qingxian sect arrive, even Hall Master Song won't be able to protect Luo Changsheng. In fact, Hall Master Song will be implicated as well. Luo Tianqing sneered. Then let the bastard live a few more days. When the time comes, I'll watch him being slaughtered by Qingxian sect's men. Ha, just thinking about that scene brings me great pleasure. Luo Hai chuckled coldly, as if envisioning Luo Chongqing's death, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Alright, save the joy for later. Now that Hall Master Song has broken through to the second layer of true Qi, he is the strongest in Shanha City. I imagine everyone in Shanha City is already bringing gifts to visit him. We should go pay our respects as well to avoid giving the impression that we look down on a second layer true Qi expert. Luo Tianqing said. Luo Hai nodded. Now that Hall Master Song was undeniably the strongest in Shanha City, even though they wished Luo Chongqing dead, they had to show respect to Hall Master Song. If everyone else visited, and the Luo family didn't, and he felt slighted, he could find an excuse to destroy them. At a time like this, don't expect the authorities to intervene. They would simply turn a blind eye. At the entrance of Tianyuan Martial Arts Hall, Lu Huanlong Xingfei and several other true Qi experts arrived. They spoke very politely to the guard. Guard brother, we are Lu Huanlong of the Lu family. Please inform your Hall Master that the 5 of us have brought generous gifts to congratulate him on his breakthrough to the second layer of true Qi. True Qi expert Lu family patriarch Lu Huanlong. The guards widened their eyes. They hadn't expected such courteous visitors. They never imagined it would be the top experts of Shanha City, Lu Huanlong, and his group. But soon they understood why. Now that outsiders speculated Hall Master Song had reached the second layer of true Qi, making him the strongest in Shanha City, who would dare to be disrespectful to Tianyuan Martial Arts Hall. Yet they would never know that Hall Master Song hadn't actually reached the second layer. The truly formidable one was Luo Chongqing, young Master Luo. Of course they couldn't tell outsiders. One guard said, please wait a moment. I'll inform the Hall Master. Lu Huanlong Xingfei and the others nodded gently, not daring to speak, and waited patiently at the entrance. Times had changed. In the past they would have raged if a guard made them true Qi experts wait. But now with Hall Master Song at the second layer they had to humble themselves. Before long the guard returned, and said to Lu Huanlong, please follow me. Hall Master Song is waiting for you in the reception hall. They nodded and followed the guard into a hall. There they found not only Hall Master Song and a steward, but also a young man seated. The group was secretly shocked. Who was this young man that Hall Master Song valued so highly? He even let him sit in on their meeting. Normally a junior wouldn't be entitled to a seat. Curious, they didn't dare ask, and instead presented their congratulatory gifts. Congratulations, Senior Song, on your breakthrough to the second layer of true Qi. Hall Master Song noted their respectful tone and changed address, sneering inwardly. Indeed, once the rumor of his promotion to second layer spread, even true Qi experts like Lu Huanlong changed their attitude. Hall Master Song said indifferently, please take a seat. Thank you for the honor, Senior Song. Lu Huanlong and the others expressed their gratitude and cautiously sat down. Lu Huanlong asked curiously, Senior Song, may I ask who this is? Pointing at Luo Chongqing. This is my beloved disciple Luo Chongqing, Hall Master Song replied calmly. He owed his newfound fear and respect from these true Qi experts entirely to Luo Chongqing. So he naturally wanted Lu Huanlong and the others to understand that his bond with Luo Chongqing was extraordinary, and if they didn't want to die, they'd better not target Luo Chongqing. Hearing this, the group's hearts tightened. They understood that the master-disciple relationship was deep and they absolutely could not scheme against Luo Chongqing anymore. After chatting for a while, realizing they were no longer equals to Hall Master Song, they didn't dare to overstay their welcome. They took their leave and departed. That afternoon, several waves of experts came to visit, even the city lord of Shanha City himself. Master, it seems being the strongest in Shanha City is quite glorious. Even the city lord of Big Shot treats you so politely, Luo Chongqing said with a smile. Hall Master Song smiled bitterly, disciple, don't tease me. I'm exhausted. And the real powerhouse behind it all is you, isn't it? Without you, these people wouldn't be so polite to me. Luo Chongqing chuckled and said nothing. By now he was basically certain that Hall Master Song had taken him in with no ill intent. However, he remained cautious about the senior expert Hall Master Song mentioned, who was said to be a former disciple of Qingxian sect. Anyway, there were only 2 days left. He didn't need to worry too much. In 2 days his cultivation would improve significantly again. Just then a guard ran in. Hall Master Song, the Luo family patriarch, has arrived with generous gifts and requests an audience. Luo family patriarch. Hall Master Song frowned and looked at Luo Chongqing, asking, disciple, should we see him? Master, since he brought gifts for an audience, why not accept them? Luo Chongqing said with a smile. Hall Master Song couldn't help but chuckle. Soon the guard led in Luo Tianqing and his son Luo Hai. As soon as they entered the hall, both widened their eyes. Hall Master Song values Luo Chongqing so much that he lets him sit in the main seat. The two exchanged glances, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. They couldn't understand what Luo Chongqing had done to earn such importance from a strong expert like Hall Master Song. Facing the father and son, Hall Master Song had little patience. After they presented their gifts, he dismissed them. Outside the Tianyuan Martial Arts Hall, Luo Tianqing and Luo Hai felt frustrated and resentful. They had barely set down their gifts when Hall Master Song rushed them out, showing no patience. His arrogance won't last long. Once the Qingxian sect experts arrive, his fate won't be any better. Luo Tianqing snorted. Exactly. Thinks he's all that just because he has some strength. By sheltering Luo Changxing, he's provoked the Qingxian sect. That surname Song will go to hell with him. Luo Hai also snorted angrily. Hearing this, Luo Tianqing glared at Luo Hai. Shut up. How dare you call him by his surname? If the Tianyuan Martial Arts Hall hears our entire Luo family, we'll be finished. Luo Hai's expression changed slightly. Was it that serious? Alright, I understand, father. Luo Hai nodded obediently. Shanka City had enjoyed 2 rare days of peace. Ever since Bald Li was slain by the Tianyuan Martial Hall, no one dared to make a move against Luo Changxing. After all, Director Song was no ordinary opponent. He stood at the second layer of true qi. Yet everyone understood that a far greater storm was on the horizon. Luo Changxing had killed a disciple of the Qingxian sect. That sect would never let it go. Within 2 days, Luo Changxing had already auto-collected 20 years of cultivation through the system. 20 years of cultivation. It had propelled Luo Changxing directly from the 3rd layer to the 7th layer of true qi. Sensing the surging energy within his body, the terrifying power coursing through every vein, Luo Changxing felt an unshakable confidence. At that moment, Steward Lu's voice carried through the hall. Young Master Luo, the Senior Master Director Song mentioned to you has arrived. He has asked me to summon you to the reception room to meet him. Steward Lu spoke. Has he come? I only hope he can truly settle this matter. If not, Luo Changxing muttered within himself, killing intent flickering in his eyes. He rose and followed Steward Lu to the reception room. No sooner had they entered than Director Song seized him and pulled him before an elderly man in his 50s. Disciple, Director Song began introducing the man. This is the senior master I told you of, Elder Ho Shuesong. In his youth he too was a member of the Qingxian sect. However, the Qingxian sect has a strict rule. Within 10 years of entry, a disciple must reach the 4th layer of true qi to become an inner sect member. Unfortunately, Elder Ho spent a full decade, yet only attained the 3rd layer, and had to leave in regret. Though he has left the Qingxian sect, his old connections remain. Come, disciple, go and pay your respects to Elder Ho. Luo Changxing regarded the elder with a somber expression. Ho Shuesong had reached the 3rd layer of qi gathering over 20 years ago. His cultivation over the past 2 decades was likely no weaker than his own. While mulling this over, Luo Changxing bowed respectfully to the elder and said, I greet you, Elder Ho. Elder Ho merely lifted his head slightly, casting a single glance at Luo Changxing. His face was utterly expressionless. Nothing could be read from it. Then his gaze turned to Director Song. Director Song, the disciple you have raised did not kill some ordinary low-ranking disciple. This matter may prove rather troublesome. Director Song's brows furrowed. Elder Ho's meaning is that we need to add to the original 50,000 taels of silver. These past days, the gifts and bribes he had collected amounted to several 100,000, and combined with his own savings, he could still scrape together 1,000,000 taels. But we had already agreed on 50,000. Yes, Elder Ho replied without hesitation. 1,000,000 taels of silver, and I can settle this. Of course, your disciple must also accompany me to the Qingxian sect. He nodded. To the Qingxian sect. For what? Director Song's expression tightened, and the words spilled out before he could stop them. Your disciple will come with me, and I will tell the Qingxian sect that he is my apprentice. I still have some influence there. They will grant me this favor, and the Qingxian sect will naturally not pursue him. Elder Ho said this with utter indifference. Director Song breathed a sigh of relief, thinking perhaps. But Luo Changxing let out a cold sneer. He had seen right through it. This Ho Shuesong not only wanted to hand him over to the Qingxian sect, but also to squeeze 1,000,000 taels from Director Song. What are you laughing at? Seeing Luo Changxing suddenly smile, Elder Ho's face darkened instantly. He was the one speaking here, and a junior dared to laugh so disrespectfully. I'm laughing because your words contradict themselves. Everything you say is utter nonsense, Luo Changxing said coldly with a smirk. Director Song was terrified and immediately shouted, Disciple, stop it at once. Elder Ho is a powerhouse at the 5th layer of true qi. He could not understand how Luo Changxing could be so impolite in front of Elder Ho. Steward Lu, standing nearby, also showed a flicker of alarm. He had never expected Luo Changxing to speak such words. Smack! Elder Ho slammed his palm onto the table in one violent motion. The entire table shattered with a thunderous crack and collapsed into dust. He glared coldly at Director Song. Song Luming, is this the disciple you have raised? If you cannot give me a satisfactory explanation today, then forget about saving your disciple. Your own neck is at stake. Director Song trembled all over. He quickly turned to Luo Changxing. Disciple, hurry and apologize to Elder Ho. He had deliberately mentioned earlier that Elder Ho was at the 5th layer of true qi, hoping Luo Changxing would watch his words. Yet his disciple had gone so far as to call Elder Ho's speech complete nonsense. Director Song felt cold sweat pouring down his back. Master, let it go? Do not count on him to save me. Did he negotiate a price with you beforehand? Luo Changxing turned his gaze toward his master Director Song. Director Song nodded. Yes, we had agreed on 50,000 taels. Since the price was set, he now claims my crime is more serious. that I killed someone other than an ordinary disciple, making this harder to handle. If it were truly difficult, do you think adding another 50,000 taels would solve it? Even 1,000,000 taels wouldn't be enough. Clearly he is deceiving you, master. He likely plans to swindle 1,000,000 taels from you first, then hand me over to the Qingxian sect to collect the reward. Luo Changxing laid out his analysis calmly and logically. Director Song's expression grew increasingly grim. He looked at Elder Ho with rising anger. Elder Ho, is what my disciple says true? Are you trying to extort 1,000,000 taels from me and hand my disciple over to the Qingxian sect? Ha ha ha. Elder Ho burst into hearty laughter, clapping his hands. I must say your disciple is far sharper than you are. Song Luming, I genuinely intended to help you from the start. I still have connections in the Qingxian sect. But I had no idea your disciple killed Lung Hong, the younger brother of Lung Yi, a direct transmission disciple. You have no idea. Lung Yi has already issued a bounty order. Whoever captures the murderer will be rewarded with 5 dragon blood pills. TSK Tisk, these are dragon blood pills, far more precious than condensation origin pills. A single pill is worth 1,000,000 taels of silver. Who could resist the temptation of 1, let alone 5? As Elder Ho spoke, he surveyed Luo Changxing with new interest. Truly impressive. Who would have guessed you boy are worth so much? Director Song's face grew progressively darker. He had placed his hopes on Elder Ho to save Luo Changxing. Instead, he had invited a wolf into his home and delivered his disciple to ruin. Disciple, it is your master who has brought this upon you. Director Song said, his face etched with guilt. Master, you only acted with good intentions. You simply misjudged the situation. The more Luo Changxing spoke gently, the more deeply guilty Director Song felt. Clenching his teeth, he declared, Disciple, flee now. I will hold off this Ho Shuesong. He was the one who had brought calamity upon Luo Changxing, so he would do everything in his power to delay Elder Ho and give his disciple a chance to escape. Master, it is of no consequence. A man like him cannot make waves. Luo Changxing said this calmly. He calls Elder Ho a small fry. Director Song and Steward Lu both widened their eyes in astonishment. Elder Ho was a powerhouse at the 5th layer of true qi, yet in Luo Changxing's mouth he was nothing more than a minor figure. Was Luo Changxing's tone not far too arrogant? Good, very good. It has been many years since anyone has managed to infuriate me. Ho Shuesong laughed in a fit of rage. Suddenly his eyes narrowed and he said coldly, Since you are so eager to die, I shall grant your wish. With those words he moved his hand and picked up the sickle at his waist. Whoosh! A sound of air being rent arose as Ho Shuesong, wielding the sickle, swung it straight toward Luo Changxing's head. Upon witnessing this scene, Master Song and Steward Lu were both struck with horror. Ho Shuesong had shamelessly taken their silver and now sought to kill Luo Changxing to claim the bounty. It was his fault for bringing such calamity upon Luo Changxing. As the sickle came slashing down, Luo Changxing's expression remained unchanged. He circulated the energy of the 7th layer of true qi, shielding his body entirely. Thud! The sickle struck Luo Changxing's neck, producing a harsh grating sound, yet it could not advance a single inch further. What is happening? Ho Shuesong's pupils contracted sharply as he stared at Luo Changxing in utter disbelief. A cultivator at the 5th layer of true qi attempting to slay an ant could not even touch his opponent's body with the sickle. Unwilling to accept this, Ho Shuesong slashed several more times, only to discover in terror that he could not even make contact with Luo Changxing's body. Had enough fun. Now it is my turn to strike. Luo Changxing's voice rang out at that moment, his eyes fixed on Ho Shuesong with an icy gaze. Only then did Ho Shuesong finally realize that Master Song's disciple was far from the simple man he appeared to be. If he dared to kill a Qingxian sect martial artist, he must possess considerable skill. Had he been weak, the earlier strikes would have been more than enough to end Luo Changxing several times over. With this thought, Ho Shuesong turned and bolted toward the exit. Meanwhile, Master Song and Steward Lu stood completely dumbfounded. This revered senior Ho Shuesong had failed to kill Luo Changxing and was now fleeing outright. It utterly shattered their understanding. They suddenly realized they had underestimated Luo Changxing's cultivation. He was not merely at the 3rd layer of true qi, but likely at least the 6th layer. At that moment, Luo Changxing finally made his move. He formed his palm into a blade and struck fiercely. Whoosh! A nearly tangible blade of energy shot from his hand, flying toward Ho Shuesong with terrifying speed. As he fled, Ho Shuesong glanced back. The sight of that almost corporeal blade sent his soul nearly flying to the heavens. No. I was once a lofty disciple of the Qingxian sect. How could I possibly die in such a backwater place as Shana City? Ho Shuesong, filled with utmost reluctance, ran for his life with frenzied desperation. Whoosh! A flash of cold light crossed, and the blade of energy sliced cleanly through both of Ho Shuesong's legs. Blood gushed out like a fountain. The pain nearly drove Ho Shuesong to unconsciousness. Spare me, senior. Spare me. With his last vestiges of strength, he cried out for mercy. He had initially believed that this trip to Shanha City would yield great gains, 5 dragon blood pills within his grasp. Now with a sigh he realized he had been overly optimistic, he might not even survive the day. The disciples who had been training in the courtyard all stopped their movements, wearing strange expressions on their faces. They had seen this man earlier whom Master Song had personally welcomed, calling him Senior Ho. How had he ended up in such a miserable state not long after entering the reception hall? At that moment, Luo Changxing emerged from the house, followed by a visibly stunned Master Song. Seeing the disciples standing there with wide eyes, clearly unable to focus on their training, Master Song shook his head without saying a word. Even if he scolded them, they would be too distracted to practice. He himself was deeply shaken by Luo Changxing's overwhelming strength. Even Ho Xuesong was no match for him. Mercy! Weren't you just boasting a moment ago? Weren't you going to capture me and claim the reward from the Qingxian sect? Why are you begging for mercy now, Senior Ho? Luo Changxing sneered. Ho Xuesong froze, realizing that Luo Changxing had no intention of letting him go. He then let out a vicious laugh. Humph, go ahead, kill me. In a few days you'll end up just like me. Killing Lung Ye's younger brother. Haha, even 10 lives won't be enough to save you. Lung Yi is the foremost true disciple at the 9th layer of true Qi. How do you think you have any way out? Chirp. The scene fell silent. A blade of condensed true Qi swept across Ho Xuesong's body, cleaving him in two. A powerful cultivator at the 5th layer of true Qi had died right here in the Tianyuan Martial Hall. Master Song stood stunned for a long while before ordering the guards to clean up. As if struck by a thought, Master Song searched Ho Xuesong's body and found a bottle of pills. Are these coagulation pills? And there are 6 of them. Master Song exclaimed in surprise. He quickly handed them to Luo Changxing and said, Disciple, in this time of crisis, take these pills to boost your strength. Luo Changxing initially wanted to refuse. Coagulation pills might be somewhat useful for someone at the 1st layer of true Qi, but for him, at the 7th layer, the effect was minimal. After a moment's thought, he decided that even a slight improvement would not hurt, and he accepted the pills. As for Master Song, he would repay him later once he obtained more pills. At this point, he could also see that Master Song truly wished to help him. As for Ho Xuesong, his intentions had been malicious. He had wanted to use Luo Changxing to claim the Qingxian sect's reward. I will return to my courtyard and take these coagulation pills, Luo Changxing said. Go ahead, Master Song nodded. Luo Changxing said no more and walked straight toward his own compound. Master Song saw the disciples still standing there dazed and initially did not want to explain further. But then a thought struck him. Perhaps telling them would serve as an inspiration. He said, This Senior Ho tried to capture Luo Changxing and take him to the Qingxian sect for a reward, so Luo Changxing killed him. Do you know what cultivation level this Senior Ho had? The disciples all shook their heads. They had no idea, but the fact that Master Song had treated him with such deference suggested his cultivation was no lower than the 2nd layer of true Qi. Senior Ho was a cultivator at the 5th layer of true Qi. Master Song said softly. Those few words light as they were landed like a thunderbolt among the disciples, stirring up 1,000 waves. What? A supreme expert at the 5th layer of true Qi killed just like that? Heavens, Luo Changxing is incredible. I thought he was at most at the 2nd layer of true Qi, but he was actually at the 5th layer. And he was killed so easily by Luo Changxing. Just how terrifying is Luo Changxing's real strength? I mocked Luo Changxing at the beginning. I am truly despicable. With Luo Changxing here, the status of our Tianyuan Martial Hall will only rise higher. That is certain. But Luo Changxing still has to face the Qingxian sect's retaliation. If he can overcome this crisis, our Tianyuan Martial Hall will soar to new heights. Listening to the disciples chatter, Master Song sighed inwardly. If Luo Changxing truly managed to survive the ordeal with the Qingxian sect, then the Tianyuan Martial Hall status would become extremely elevated. How high he could not say, for it would depend entirely on Luo Changxing's achievements. After absorbing the 6 Ning Yuan pills, Luo Changxing felt his internal qi had indeed increased substantially, though it had not yet allowed him to break through to the 8th layer of qi. Luo Changxing was not anxious for tomorrow. He would be able to reach the 8th layer of qi, perhaps even the 9th layer. At that very moment, several figures were heading toward Shana City. The leader was a young man dressed in blue-black robes, his entire cultivation clearly at the 8th layer of qi. His name was Chun Tang, a true disciple of the Qingxian sect. At this moment, he glanced at one of the figures behind him and asked in a low, stern voice, Wang Guan, are you certain that the murderer who killed Lung Ye's younger brother is in Shana City? The young man called Wang Guan nodded and said, Senior Brother Chen, this intelligence is absolutely reliable. I learned it from Ho Xuesong, who originally intended to do the murderer a favor. But the moment he discovered the victim was Senior Brother Long Ye's younger brother, he didn't dare breathe a word. That wretched old fool Ho Xuesong. Chun Tang sneered coldly. He was certainly familiar with Ho Xuesong, who had entered the Qingxian sect more than a decade before them, yet couldn't even become an inner disciple. What a useless waste of space. Chun Tang then continued, so it seems the information is true. To prevent this fellow from spirited away the murderer, we must accelerate our pace and try to reach Shanha City within a single day. The others all nodded in agreement. For the sake of 5 dragon blood pills, they had to move faster. They abandoned their horses entirely and ran with all their might for circulating qi while running was several times faster than any horse. One day later, the group of 7 finally arrived at Shana City. Let's go. We'll first visit the city lord's mansion to inquire about the murderer's circumstances. Chen Tang spoke with cold indifference. The others naturally raised no objections. The city lord's mansion would certainly possess first-hand intelligence about Shana City. When City Lord Fu learned that true disciples from the Qingxian sect had arrived, he immediately rushed out to greet them. Arriving at the mansion's entrance, City Lord Fu said respectfully, "Welcome, esteemed true disciples of Qingshuan, to my humble city lord's mansion." With that, he hastily ushered Chen Tang and his companions into the drawing room, commanding servants to bring the finest tea and choicest fruits. After everyone was seated, Chen Tang gazed at City Lord Fu and asked, "You are City Lord Fu, I presume? Surely you must know why we have come to your mansion." City Lord Fu nodded lightly and said, "I presume the esteemed true disciples have come to capture the murderer who killed the Qingxian sect disciple." "Precisely. If you tell me who the murderer is and where they can be found, this jade bottle contains 3 Ning Yuan pills. They shall be yours." With these words, Chen Tang directly produced a jade bottle. Upon hearing this, City Lord Fu's heart burned with desire. 3 Ning Yuan pills were more than sufficient to enhance his cultivation by a significant margin. However, very quickly he suppressed his inner ardor with reason. If he led the Qingxian sect disciples to the murderer, he would indeed obtain the 3 Ning Yuan pills as promised. But when the Qingxian sect martial artists captured the murderer and departed, it would leave him in grave peril. Luo Changxing's master instructor Song had already reached the 2nd layer of qi. Should Instructor Song seek vengeance, even with the city lord's mansion heavily guarded, it would be insufficient to withstand Instructor Song's retribution. Yet if he refused to inform the Qingxian sect disciples, he would likely suffer dire consequences. For a moment, he felt utterly torn between 2 equally perilous choices. "I've got it." Suddenly an idea struck City Lord Fu. He would tell them the truth, for the Qingxian sect disciples could easily investigate and discover that the murderer Luo Changxing was at the Tianyuan Martial Hall anyway. However, before the Qingxian sect disciples even departed, he would have a servant swiftly deliver a message to Instructor Song at the Tianyuan Martial Hall. In this manner, he would offend neither party. City Lord Fu excused himself to attend to nature's call, while in truth he commanded a servant to immediately notify the Tianyuan Martial Hall. Upon his return, he slowly began discussing the matter of the murderer with Chen Tang and his companions. Tianyuan Martial Hall. A guard from the City Lord's mansion arrived at the Tianyuan Martial Hall with great haste. "Quick, let me see your instructor. Our City Lord has urgent news for Instructor Song," the guard said to the Martial Hall's guards. Upon hearing this, the guards' expressions changed dramatically. Not daring to delay, they immediately brought the guard to see Instructor Song. Instructor Song received the guard and inquired, "Might I ask what urgent matter brings you? Why would the City Lord send you in such haste?" "The City Lord says to tell your disciple Luo Changxing to depart immediately. True disciples from the Qingxian sect have arrived." The guard blurted out. "What?" Instructor Song's face underwent a dramatic transformation. Qingxian sect true disciples. At the very minimum, they were at the 7th layer of qi, while the most formidable true disciples had even reached the 9th layer of qi. "Please convey my heartfelt gratitude to the City Lord. This kindness Song shall forever remember." Instructor Song expressed his thanks to the guard. The guard nodded. He knew he could not linger here. Should the Qingxian sect true disciples discover him, the entire City Lord's mansion would suffer dire consequences, so he departed immediately. Witnessing the guard's departure, Instructor Song and Steward Lu rushed directly toward Luo Changxing's courtyard. "Disciple, it is grave, it is most grave." Instructor Song, still at the courtyard's entrance, spoke with urgent alarm. "Master Steward Lu, what has happened that puts you in such a state?" Luo Changxing came to the courtyard, and seeing the two in such agitation, he asked with puzzlement. Instructor Song then recounted everything that had transpired. Luo Changxing suddenly understood. The Qingxian sect true disciples were at this very moment in the City Lord's mansion. That City Lord Fu clearly wished to offend neither party, so while receiving the Qingxian sect disciples, he had simultaneously dispatched someone to warn him. Rather clever indeed. Luo Changxing smiled, faintly harboring no resentment towards City Lord Fu in his heart. Even if the Qingxian sect disciples had not sought the City Lord's mansion, they would soon uncover his location at the Tianyuan Martial Hall through their own investigations. "Disciple, while they have not yet arrived, you must depart Shana City with all haste," Instructor Song urged. "There is no need. Since they have come, let us receive them and see what they want." Luo Changxing spoke with remarkable composure, a cold light flickering in his eyes. Now, having received another decade of cultivation, his power had directly advanced to the 9th layer of qi. Qingxian sect true disciples were at minimum at the 7th layer of qi and at maximum the 9th layer of qi. Should a Qingxian sect disciple at the 9th layer of qi arrive, even if he could not slay them, the other party would be utterly helpless against him. Should only 7th or 8th layer disciples arrive, he would ensure they never return. If they dared to come and kill him, they should be prepared to meet their end. "City Lord Fu, Chen Tang and his companions learned that the murderer Luo Changxing was currently at the Tianyuan Martial Hall in Shana City. He immediately turned to City Lord Fu. City Lord Fu, come now. Lead the way. So soon. Might you not rest a while? City Lord Fu's expression slightly shifted, for he was uncertain whether the messenger had already warned Instructor Song at such an early hour. Moi. Wang Guan's countenance turned icy, his eyes narrowing as he spoke. Are you seeking death? How dare you disobey Senior Brother Chen's command? I wouldn't dare. City Lord Fu hastily said. I shall lead the way for the esteemed guests immediately. City Lord Fu led the way with Chun Tang and the others following behind. This scene quickly drew the gazes of all the martial artists in Shana City. Who are those people? Why is City Lord Fu so courteous to them? I don't know, but judging by their attire they look like martial artists from the Qingxian sect. The crowd murmured, some even speculating that they might be disciples of the Qingxian sect. Just then a voice rang out. Indeed, you have good judgment. Those men are indeed martial artists from the Qingxian sect, and judging by their robes, they should be true disciples of the sect. A middle-aged man in a long robe appeared behind them. They turned to look and were startled to find that it was Senior Lu Huanlong. Senior, how do you know they are true disciples of the Qingxian sect? A martial artist cupped his hands and asked. The Qingxian sect has a strict hierarchy, and their attire is highly regulated. Ordinary outer disciples wear blue robes, inner disciples wear yellow, and only true disciples wear green robes. It seems that Luo Changxing didn't kill just any ordinary disciple of the Qingxian sect. Even their true disciples have been dispatched. TSK. True disciples are at least at the 7th level of Qi. If Hall Master Song still protects Luo Changxing at this point, he will walk straight to his doom. Lu Huanlong said coldly. In his view, if Hall Master Song were wise, he would sever ties with Luo Changxing immediately. Otherwise, even Hall Master Song himself would be dragged to death. 7th level of Qi. The martial artists of Shanha City couldn't help but gasp in shock. To them, such a being was practically a god. A 7th level Qi master could kill anyone in Shanha City at will. Who could possibly stop him? At the Luo residence. Father, we must go out right now. I heard that martial artists from the Qingxian sect have arrived. Haha, this time Luo Changxing is dead for sure. Luo Hai shouted to his father Luo Tiancheng. Luo Tiancheng was startled and exclaimed, the Qingxian sect is personally coming to capture Luo Changxing. It seems that the Qingxian sect disciple Luo Changxing killed was no ordinary one. Luckily our Luo family has cut ties with him, or else we would all be doomed by his actions. Luo Tiancheng secretly rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, he had been shrewd enough to sever all relations with Luo Changxing before the Qingxian sect arrived. Otherwise, the entire Luo family would have been ruined by Luo Changxing. Father is wise. Someone as reckless as Luo Changxing deserves no mercy. Luo Hai sneered. Let's go. We must not miss the spectacle of Luo Changxing being executed. Luo Tiancheng smiled, took Luo Hai, summoned a few elders, and left the Luo residence. At this moment, the main gate of the Tianyuan Martial Hall was tightly shut. City Lord Fu took a deep breath and knocked on the door. The door opened. Hall Master Song, Steward Lu, and Luo Changxing himself walked out from within. Seeing Luo Changxing, City Lord Fu's eyes widened. What's going on? Why didn't he flee? Didn't my guard inform Hall Master Song? City Lord Fu frowned deeply. A surge of anger rose in his heart. He had given such clear instructions. How could his guard have botched the matter? Boom. One of the Qingxian sect martial artists stepped forward. It was Wang Guan. He looked down at Luo Changxing and demanded, so you are the blind fool who killed Lung Hong, the younger brother of Senior Brother Lung Yi? That's right. Luo Changxing replied indifferently. Wang Guan frowned. Even with the Qingxian sect members present, Luo Changxing still wore that unyielding expression. This displeased him greatly. He barked coldly. Then, since you see a member of the Qingxian sect, why don't you kneel and accept your death? Kneel and accept death. Luo Changxing looked at Wang Guan with contempt and sneered. You lot aren't even worthy to polish my shoes, yet you want me to kneel. Are you telling jokes? What? I am a true disciple of the prestigious Qingxian sect, and you and Aunt dare to call me trash. Wang Guan flew into a rage. Chen Tang and the other true disciples also turned icy cold. The martial artists of Shanha City were utterly stunned. Luo Changxing actually dared to call Qingxian sect martial artists trash. Where did he get the audacity to be so arrogant? This would only hasten his death. Sure enough, Chen Tang said in a deep voice. Wang Guan, why waste words with him? Just cut him down and take his head back. Wang Guan nodded. Without further ado, a long sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed at Luo Changxing. Luo Changxing's eyes turned cold. He stepped forward, the power of his 9th level Qi surging, and threw a punch. Boom. A thunderous roar exploded as a stream of Qi shot out from Luo Changxing's fist. This Qi carried a terrifying aura hurtling forward. Wherever it passed, the air detonated layer by layer, crackling and snapping. What? Wang Guan was horrified at the sight. How could an ant from Shanha City unleash such a terrifying punch? To save face, he gritted his teeth and slashed desperately. Bang! The terrifying Qi directly shattered his sword, and Wang Guan himself was blown away. A few dozen meters away, Wang Guan let out a piercing, blood-curdling scream. The crowd turned to look and were struck with horror. Wang Guan's face was utterly mangled, a massive bloody hole had been blasted through his body. It was clear he would not survive. Indeed, after a few agonizing cries, Wang Guan fell silent. At that moment, every gaze turned to Luo Changsheng in disbelief. Some faces showed shock, some fear, others indignation and fury, a kaleidoscope of expressions. None had expected Luo Changsheng to possess such terrifying strength. He had killed a true disciple of the Qingxian sect with a single punch. I was wondering why my disciple didn't flee. It turns out his own cultivation is so terrifying that he even killed a true disciple. Song Guanju was astounded. Earlier he had been urging Luo Changsheng to escape, but no matter what, Luo Changsheng refused. It turned out that he had absolute confidence in his own strength, which was why he didn't flee. Earlier it had worried him to death. Lu Guanjiao's mouth fell open, and he was equally shocked. Meanwhile, Fu Changzhu was utterly stunned. He had thought that Luo Changsheng remained so carefree because of Song Guanju. Unexpectedly, Luo Changsheng himself possessed such terrifying strength. He had been inwardly blaming his guard for being so unreliable, wondering why he hadn't reminded Luo Changsheng to flee. So it turned out that he had formidable strength and simply disdained to flee. Lu Huanlong, Zheng Feixue, and several Qi-level powerhouses were all horror-stricken. They had not attacked Luo Changsheng later because they feared Song Guanju and dared not make a move. They couldn't help but think that if they had attacked, they would probably have died even faster. They had never imagined that Luo Changsheng's strength was 100 times more terrifying than Song Guanju's. The group couldn't help but look at the Luo family. They had actually driven out such a powerhouse. They must be kicking themselves. Not far away, Luo Tianqing, Luo Hai, and several elders wore very grim expressions. They could even guess without looking up that countless mocking gazes were fixed upon them. They truly had never expected Luo Changsheng's strength to be so terrifying. A true disciple, at least a Qi level 7 powerhouse, was so easily obliterated by Luo Changsheng. If they had known earlier that Luo Changsheng was this strong, they would have done everything possible to protect him. Just think, he already possesses a terrifying strength no less than Qi level 7. What will he become in the future? Patriarch Luo, wasn't it a foolish thing to expel him from the Luo family? A Luo family elder murmured softly. Before Luo Tianqing could speak, Luo Hai snorted coldly. Luo Fu, elder Luo Changsheng has now killed another disciple of Qingxian sect. The sect will be even less likely to let him off. Cutting ties with him early is beneficial and harmless to us. Right. He has killed another person now. Qingxian sect will never let him go. He is doomed, Luo Tianqing said coldly. He naturally would not admit to having done a foolish thing. Moreover, Luo Changsheng had killed 2 Qingxian sect disciples. The sect would be even less likely to spare him. Luo Fu elder sighed and said no more. Chen Tang and his men were stunned for a moment and then enraged. Damn it, you killed Wang Guan. How are we supposed to report back? One of the Qingxian sect cultivators snarled. Why waste words with him? Cripple him and take him back to the sect for punishment. Chen Tang said coldly. As he spoke, he thrust his sword directly at Luo Changsheng. Having just witnessed Luo Changsheng's attack, he knew his strength was not ordinary. Therefore, the moment he made his move, he unleashed the full power of his Qi level 8 cultivation. 8 directions return, origin sword. Chen Tang brandished his longsword, and with a single slash, hundreds of sword beams shot out densely. Whoosh! Each sword beam possessed terrifying power. With hundreds of beams unleashed simultaneously, even a Qi level 8 cultivator would be stripped of their skin if not killed. Would Luo Changsheng dodge? If he dodged, the ants behind him would be obliterated by the sword beams. Chen Tang sneered inwardly. His move was extremely vicious. If Luo Changsheng dodged, his friends would die without a doubt. If he didn't dodge, he himself would be dead or severely injured. Luo Changsheng's gaze turned icy. He hadn't expected the other to be so malicious. Condense. He bellowed, directly channeling his Qi to form a Qi barrier. Thud, thud, thud. The sharp sword beam struck the Qi barrier, producing repeated sounds, and could no longer advance an inch. How is this possible? Chen Tang's eyes were filled with shock. Just this one move was enough to prove that Luo Changsheng was not at Qi level 8. At least Qi level 9. At this thought, his whole body trembled. He couldn't imagine how a powerhouse of Qi level 9 could appear in Shana City. At this moment, he had no more heart to fight and turned to flee. Leaving? Did you ask me? Luo Changsheng said, coldly, stepping forward like a phantom, instantly appearing behind Chen Tang. You can't kill me. My master is a condensing yuan stage powerhouse. He will never let you off. Chen Tang shouted. Haha, are you joking? Whether I kill you or not, it's already a life and death struggle with Qingxian sect. Luo Changsheng said coldly. Then he struck out with a palm. Bang! The terrifying Qi directly blasted Chen Tang away. While still in midair, his entire body turned into a mist of blood. Evidently, his physical body was shattered into pieces by the powerful Qi. For a moment, the scene fell silent again. Everyone stared blankly at Luo Changsheng, unable to believe that he had killed yet another true disciple. Moreover, he seemed to have not even unleashed his full strength, easily killing a Qingxian sect true disciple. Slap, slap, slap. The remaining 5 trembled all over, dropped their weapons, and with a thud directly knelt on the ground. The once lofty Qingxian sect true disciples now had no trace of arrogance, only endless fear. Senior brother Chen Tang at Qi level 8 was so easily killed by Luo Changsheng, they would be instantly slaughtered. Spare us, senior, spare us. As long as you spare us, we will offer all our wealth when we return. Yes, senior, we will never tell anyone that you killed senior brother Chen Tang. The several people knelt on the ground, repeatedly begging for mercy. Since you dared to come, you must have prepared to be killed. Begging for mercy. You've completely lost the dignity of Qingxian sect, Luo Changsheng said with a cold laugh. He naturally wouldn't believe their nonsense about offering their wealth, let alone that they wouldn't mention him killing Chen Tang. He estimated that these people would report back faster than anyone. Not good, he never intended to let us go. Run. Their faces changed drastically, and they rose to flee. Boom, boom, boom. However, the 3 in front of Luo Changsheng were blasted to death before they could even move. As for the other 2, Luo Changsheng took a step forward. Bang! With a single punch, that Qingxian sect true disciple instantly turned into a mist of blood. The other one turned back to see this, scared out of his wits. How can this be? We are true disciples of Qingxian sect, yet we fell in Shana City. This Qingxian sect disciple was filled with fear and even more with regret. If he had known the killer was this strong, he would never have come, even if it killed him. Bang! As he ran, a tremendous force suddenly struck him. In an instant, his vision went dark and he collapsed to the ground. Silence. At the entrance of Tianyuan Martial Hall, an unparalleled stillness reigned. 7 powerhouses, each at least at the true Qi 7th layer, were thus slain by Luo Changsheng. Luo Changsheng's terror struck fear into everyone's hearts. When Master Song was only at the true Qi 2nd layer, they still considered visiting and flattering him. But facing a powerhouse like Luo Changsheng, they didn't even have the courage to speak. In other words, from now on in Shana City, as long as Luo Changsheng remained, they would have to act according to the whims of Tianyuan Martial Hall in everything they did. Whether in business or martial arts, they would have to seek the approval of Tianyuan Martial Hall. Luo Changsheng was a member of Tianyuan Martial Hall. The slightest displeasure from the hall would instantly bring about their annihilation. Gentlemen, shouldn't we return and discuss our next moves? Lu Huanlong said, looking at his friends. Now Luo Changsheng was undoubtedly the foremost figure in Shana City, and Tianyuan Martial Hall was the top power. At this moment, it was time for them to choose sides. If they didn't pick now, later, any decision they made would be futile. Tianyuan Martial Hall no longer needed them. A single word could drive them out of Shana City. It's time to plan for the future. Zheng Feishue and the others nodded in agreement. Without lingering, they hurried to the Lu residence. Meanwhile, Luo Tianqing, Luo Hai, and several elders of the Luo family left with gloomy expressions, slinking away. As soon as they returned to the Luo residence, Luo Tianqing started smashing things in a rage. Obviously, he was seething with rage inside. How could Luo Changsheng be so formidable? Even a true Qi 7th layer martial artist was effortlessly killed by him. Wasn't he just an insignificant ant at the Qi gathering stage? Luo Tianqing's face darkened. He couldn't help but recall that when Luo Changsheng left, he had told him not to regret. At that time, he found those words utterly ridiculous. He had been eager for Luo Changsheng to sever ties with the Luo family as soon as possible. But now the Luo family had likely become the laughingstock of the entire Shana City. Who else was as foolish as the Luo family, driving away such a talented genius? If they hadn't expelled Luo Changsheng, the Luo family would have already become the premier clan of Shana City. Father, don't regret it. Luo Changsheng killed the core disciple of the Azure Mystic sect. The sect will never let him go. Luo Hai sneered. Can they really kill Luo Changsheng? Luo Tianqing was now somewhat confused. Although the Azure Mystic sect was indeed powerful, he was now skeptical. Just like before, when the core disciple of the Azure Mystic sect came, he had thought Luo Changsheng would surely die, but in the end it was the core disciple who was killed. Luo Hai was taken aback, thinking that his father must have been intimidated by Luo Changsheng to actually doubt that such a vast sect as the Azure Mystic sect could kill him. Inside the living room of Tianyuan Martial Hall, Luo Changsheng, Master Song, and City Lord Fu sat facing each other, with Butler Lu standing at the door. After dealing with the Azure Mystic sect martial artists, Master Song invited City Lord Fu in for a cup of tea. Luo Changsheng clasped his fists at City Lord Fu and said, I must thank you today, City Lord Fu, for sending someone to tip us off. City Lord Fu quickly waved his hand and said, Young Master Luo is so formidable, my gesture was entirely unnecessary. He inwardly rejoiced that he had sent someone to inform them. If he had simply brought the Azure Mystic sect disciples over, his fate would probably have been similar to Chen Tang and the others. Luo Changsheng smiled and said, Regardless, I owe you a favor. If you ever need help, City Lord Fu, just let me know. Upon hearing this, City Lord Fu was overjoyed. Luo Changsheng's cultivation was at least at the true Qi 7th layer. The promise of a true Qi 7th layer martial artist could save his life at a critical moment. Thank you, young Master Luo, City Lord Fu said with great excitement. After chatting for a while, City Lord Fu finally left. He felt that this trip to Tianyuan Martial Hall was extremely worthwhile, as he had actually obtained a promise from a true Chi 7th layer martial artist. As for the guard who had delivered the message, he would also reward him well. After City Lord Fu left, a guard entered the living room, carrying some items. He said with some surprise, Young Master Luo, we found 3 million silver notes and 42 condensing yuan pills on the Azure Mystic Sect disciples. So much. Master Song's eyes widened. In over 20 years of painstakingly managing Tianyuan Martial Hall, he had only accumulated a few 100,000 silver notes. From a few Azure Mystic Sect martial artists, they had casually found 3 million silver notes. And that wasn't all. There were also 42 condensing yuan pills which were more valuable than 10 million silver notes. Master Song took them, glanced at them, and directly handed them to Luo Changsheng. Now that Luo Changsheng was facing the great enemy of the Azure Mystic Sect, he urgently needed elixirs to enhance his strength. Luo Changsheng directly refused, saying, Master, the condensing yuan pills have little effect on me. You should keep them for yourself. Now at the true Chi 9th layer, although the condensing yuan pills could increase his cultivation somewhat, the effect was minimal. It would be better to leave them for Master Song, because more and more people were eyeing Tianyuan Martial Hall. If Master Song remained at the true Chi 1st layer, anyone could easily kill him. Very well. These condensing yuan pills are enough to allow me to break through to the true Chi 3rd layer. Once I reach the true Chi 3rd layer, I can at least help you a little. This time Master Song did not refuse. He also felt that his own strength was still too weak to help Luo Changsheng in any significant way. And the 42 condensing yuan pills were enough to elevate him to the true Chi 3rd layer. At the Lu residence in the living room, Lu Huanlong, Zheng Feishue, and 5 other true Chi-level experts gathered. My old friends, the time has come for us to choose sides. Lu Huanlong swept his gaze over the 4 men and said solemnly, Brother Lu, is it really that serious? Do we have to choose sides? Zheng Feishue asked with a frown. Yes, we must. Lu Huanlong sneered. He looked at the 4 and said, now Luo Changsheng and the Azure Mystic Sect are locked in a life-or-death struggle. No matter who wins, we will suffer. If the Azure Mystic Sect wins, they have lost several core disciples in Shana City. They will certainly go on a killing spree, and we will be doomed. And if Luo Changsheng wins, then he will turn to deal with us, the top families of Shana City. Unless we abandon our assets here and take our families far away. Upon hearing this, the 4 men's faces changed instantly. A true Chi-level expert named Huang Ping said wryly, our family has been established here for nearly 100 years. How can we bear to abandon our assets? So we must make a choice. Either we become the lapdogs of the Azure Mystic Sect, tell them that the killer of their disciples is in Tianyuan Martial Hall, and perhaps they will spare us, or we capture Luo Changsheng and hand him over to the sect. Lu Huanlong said coldly. The others looked bitter. Zheng Feishue immediately said, Patriarch Lu, stop joking. Luo Changsheng is so strong, we don't want to die. Capture him. And as you said, even if we become lapdogs, the Azure Mystic Sect won't even look at us. The others nodded repeatedly and said, yes, Brother Lu, just tell us what we should do. It's simple. In my opinion, we should directly pledge allegiance to Tianyuan Martial Hall and pool our resources to help Luo Changsheng improve his strength. Then perhaps our families will have a chance of survival. Lu Huanlong said, Brother Lu, will this work? I feel the risk is too great. How can Luo Changsheng alone be a match for the Azure Mystic Sect? Zheng Feishue said worriedly, I'm just saying this, so whether you do it or not is up to you. Lu Huanlong snorted, then added, haven't you noticed that Luo Changsheng's cultivation speed is incredibly fast? Before he was only a Chi gathering level martial artist, but now even a true Chi 7th layer was easily killed by him. If you say he has no background or backing, I don't believe it. Upon hearing this, the others fell into deep thought. As Lu Huanlong said, they also felt that Luo Changsheng's improvement speed was astonishing. Perhaps he really had a master guiding him. Brother Lu, I trust you. Let's go all in this time. My Huang family will also go all in. The 4 gritted their teeth and made a crazy decision. That was to pledge allegiance to Tianyuan Martial Hall and pool their resources. Song Guanju and Luo Changsheng were in the living room. Suddenly a guard reported that Lu Huanlong and 4 other true Chi experts sought an audience. What are Lu Huanlong and the others doing here? Didn't we just meet 2 days ago? Song Guanju frowned. Master, just let them in and you'll find out. Luo Changsheng said with a smile. He had a vague guess. Their visit 2 days ago was one thing, but this time it was likely far from simple. Song Guanju nodded and instructed the guard to bring the 5 in. Upon entering the living room, Lu Huanlong and the others immediately bowed respectfully. Greetings, young Master Luo. Greetings, Song Guanju. Patriarch Lu, what brings you here? Song Guanju got straight to the point. Lu Huanlong did not beat around the bush. Song Guanju, our 5 families wish to pledge allegiance to Tianyuan Martial Hall. Our properties, industries, and assets are at Tianyuan Martial Hall's disposal. Song Guanju's eyes widened in shock. These families had stood firm in Shana City for a century, occasionally clashing among themselves. Yet no force had ever managed to swallow them whole. Now these 5 top families were willingly submitting to Tianyuan Martial Hall. Song Guanju's emotions were a complex mix. What no one in Shanha City had achieved in 100 years, Luo Chongqing had accomplished in just a few days. Song Guanju promptly declared, "I will not interfere with your businesses. As for the assets, send them all to Tianyuan Martial Hall. Rest assured, once our hall grows strong, we will not forget your contributions." Hearing this, Lu Huanlong and the others beamed with joy. Such a promise from Song Guanju put their minds at ease. "Rest assured, Song Guanju, we will deliver all our assets to the hall shortly. If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave." Lu Huanlong and his companions departed from Tianyuan Martial Hall. Tisk, who would have thought the 5 great families of Shanha City would pledge allegiance to us? Their combined assets must be worth several million taels. After they left, Song Guanju could not help but exclaim. Luo Chongqing's heart stirred. "Master, you can use this money to purchase precious Ningyuan pills from Tongzhou Prefecture City to enhance your cultivation." I was just thinking the same. Song Guanju replied with a smile. Before long, the 5 families delivered all their assets to Tianyuan Martial Hall. The hall included gold, silver, jewels, qi gathering pills, rare medicinal herbs, and banknotes, totaling 7 million taels. Song Guanju initially wanted to send a guard to Tongzhou Prefecture City to purchase Ningyuan pills, but the guard was terrified at the sight of such a fortune. He dared not go, fearing the consequences if anything were lost. Helpless Song Guanju had to shelve the idea, planning to go himself once his cultivation improved. It was a pity that Shanha City, being a small place, had no Ningyuan pills for sale. Next, Song Guanju handed over the hall's affairs to Steward Lu. He then began consuming 42 Ningyuan pills. Steward Lu watched as Song Guanju's strength grew, feeling a sense of relief. Since Luo Chongqing arrived, Tianyuan Martial Hall had been changing for the better. 2 days passed in a flash. Ha ha ha. A burst of laughter rang out from within the hall as Song Guanju emerged from his room. The disciples noticed his aura had surged significantly and asked curiously, "Hall Master, your cultivation." "I am now at the 3rd layer of true qi," Song Guanju announced joyfully. "What? 3rd layer of true qi?" The disciples' eyes widened in amazement. As natives of Shanha City, they knew full well what true qi 3rd layer meant. Even without Luo Chongqing, Song Guanju was indisputably the strongest in Shanha City. "So you must train hard and surpass me one day." Song Guanju chuckled. The disciples stuck out their tongues and smiled wryly. Reaching the 1st layer of true qi would already satisfy them. The 3rd layer was beyond their wildest dreams. They also understood that Song Guanju's breakthrough to the 3rd layer was all thanks to the Ningyuan pills salvaged from the Qingxian sect disciple. Thus the credit belonged entirely to Luo Chongqing. Remembering how they had ridiculed Luo Chongqing on his first day, they wished they could slap themselves. Fortunately, they had since become respectful, addressing him as senior brother Luo whenever they met. "Congratulations, Hall Master." "Congratulations, Master." At that moment, Luo Chongqing and Steward Lu approached, offering their congratulations with smiles. "Haha, let's head to the living room and chat." Song Guanju laughed heartily. He had never felt such joy in all these years. Luo Chongqing nodded. In 2 days he had gained another 20 years of cultivation. He had now reached the 2nd layer of the condensing yuan realm. His mindset had shifted from the heavy sense of crisis upon facing Qingxian sect to a calm, unyielding composure. The 3 of them entered the living room, and Song Guanju's smile never faded. He had never imagined reaching such a lofty realm as true qi 3rd layer in his lifetime. He kept praising Luo Chongqing, calling him the finest disciple he had ever trained. This made Luo Chongqing a bit embarrassed. He never expected to be treated like a top student one day. Just then a guard rushed in and reported, "Hall Master, young Master Luo, an escort convoy passing through Shanha City, seeks an audience." Escort convoy. Song Guanju frowned deeply. He was naturally reluctant to deal with such people. He turned to Luo Chongqing and asked, "Disciple, what do you think?" Nowadays he often sought Luo Chongqing's opinion, and unknowingly Luo Chongqing had become the de facto leader of Tianyuan Martial Hall. "Master, let them in and see what they want," Luo Chongqing said. Having reached the 2nd layer of condensing yuan, he was even less afraid of trouble. If he didn't provoke others, they should count themselves lucky. Anyone who provoked him would be seeking death. Song Guanju nodded and told the guard, "Fine, let them in." "Yes, Hall Master." The guard nodded. Outside Tianyuan Martial Hall, a dozen members of the escort convoy waited impatiently. This wasn't Tongzhou Prefecture City. If they were in Tongzhou, a small martial hall that kept them waiting would face severe consequences. A middle-aged man in warrior attire, Chen Mu, was the escort leader for this trip. He approached a stern young man and said, "Young Master Yuan, the people of Shanha City claim that Luo Chongqing of Tianyuan Martial Hall is the most formidable figure in the entire city. I wonder if he's willing to help us escort this shipment to Tongzhou Prefecture City. If not, our Yuan family will suffer a great loss. Someone must have leaked the news that we're transporting." A dragon beast inner core. Lowering his voice on the last few words, he was genuinely terrified. They had already been ambushed by 3 groups of black-clad assassins along the way. Fortunately this time, they had 3 True Chi 7th layer escorts, plus young Master Yuan, who though only at True Chi 6th layer was no weaker than them. Thus they had narrowly escaped danger. But now there were still several hundred li to go before reaching Tongzhou Prefecture City. They had no idea if even deadlier killers awaited them, so they decided to seek the strongest person in Shana City for help. The stern young man sneered, "Don't worry, he won't refuse the conditions I'm offering." "What conditions?" Shenmu asked curiously. 30 dragon blood pills. Young Master Yuan said. "What? 30 dragon blood pills?" Young Master Yuan, absolutely not. Shenmu was shocked. The payment for this escort was only 2 million silver taels, less than half the value of a single dragon blood pill. And young Master Yuan was offering 30. It wasn't that he felt uncomfortable, but would the family head agree? Haha, Shenmu, look at you getting all worked up. Let him agree to escort the shipment first. As for the 30 dragon blood pills, once we're at the Yuan residence, I'll be the one calling the shots. Even if I give them to him, he won't dare to take them. Young Master Yuan laughed coldly. Glancing over, he saw the guard approaching and said, "All right, the guard is here. Keep quiet." Shenmu and the other 2 escorts also saw the guard and stopped talking. The guard came up to them and asked who was in charge. "Only 1 or 2 of you may enter, not the whole group." Young Master Yuan stepped forward and said in a low voice, "I and Shenmu will go in. The rest of you wait at the gate and keep a close watch on the goods. Any loss will cost you your heads." The 2 escorts and the others nodded repeatedly, assuring young Master Yuan. Only then did Yuan and Shenmu step into Tianyuan Martial Hall. Arriving at the living room, young Master Yuan's gaze lingered on Sect Master Song and Luo Changxing for a moment before immediately concluding that the younger one was Luo Changxing. Because he could tell at a glance that Sect Master Song only had the cultivation of the 3rd layer of True Qi. According to what people in Shana City said, Luo Changxing had slain a true disciple of the Qingxian sect, so his cultivation must certainly exceed the 3rd layer of True Qi. "Are you Luo Changxing?" Young Master Yuan immediately clasped his fists and asked. "Indeed. What business do you have with me, friend?" Luo Changxing nodded lightly, and then inquired. "Truly accomplished at a young age. So young, yet you had the courage to slay a true disciple of the Qingxian sect." Young Master Yuan clapped his hands in praise. Luo Changxing frowned and did not respond. Seeing that Luo Changxing ignored him, a somber flash flickered in young Master Yuan's eyes. But quickly he smiled and said, "I am Yuan Jin, the eldest young master of the Yuan family in Tongzhou Prefecture. I came to ask Brother Luo for help in escorting this shipment together." "Not interested and no time." Luo Changxing replied coldly. "Brother Luo, don't refuse so quickly. It's not for free. If the goods are safely delivered to Tongzhou Prefecture, I will offer 30 dragon blood pills as a reward." Yuan Jin said, "What? Dragon blood pills, even more precious than condensing Yuan pills? And 30 of them?" Sect Master Song was instantly shocked. Fearing that Luo Changxing might not understand the value of dragon blood pills, he whispered in his ear, "Disciple, these dragon blood pills are far more precious than condensing Yuan pills. 1 pill is equivalent to over half a year of arduous cultivation. 30 pills can offset 20 years of bitter training. 20 years of bitter training. To me it's merely 2 days. Luo Changxing was inwardly disdainful. However, even a mosquito's leg is meat. Tongzhou Prefecture was not far. A round trip would take just over 2 days. An extra 20 years of cultivation in just over 2 days was a decent deal. I can agree. You all go outside and wait for me." Luo Changxing said. "All right, I'll wait outside. Don't take too long. It's dangerous when it gets dark," Yuan Jin reminded him. He sneered, inwardly thinking that the temptation of 30 dragon blood pills was impossible to refuse. Then he and Chunmu walked out of Tianyuan Martial Arts Hall. Only Luo Changxing's Sect Master Song and Butler Lu remained in the living room. Luo Changxing had asked Yuan Jin to wait outside because he knew that his master Sect Master Song had intended to go to Tongzhou Prefecture himself to buy condensing Yuan pills. Since he was going to Tongzhou Prefecture anyway, he could buy the condensing Yuan pills, saving his master the trouble of another trip. "Master, since I'm going to Tongzhou Prefecture this time, I'll buy the condensing Yuan pills for you, so you don't have to go yourself," Luo Changxing said. Sect Master Song nodded and handed a 10 million yuan note to Luo Changxing. He couldn't help but worry, "Disciple, be careful. Tongzhou Prefecture is not like Shana City. There are many powerful experts, including quite a few in the condensing Yuan realm." "Master, rest assured." Luo Changxing smiled. He himself had already reached the condensing Yuan realm, and as long as he didn't encounter an extremely formidable condensing Yuan expert, he had nothing to fear. Then Luo Changxing went back, grabbed a few clothes, and arrived at the entrance of Tianyuan Martial Arts Hall. "Let's set off," he said to Yuan Jin. Yuan Jin glanced at Luo Changxing, and then said to an escort, "Luhan, you ride in the carriage, and give one of the horses to this brother Luo." Luhan was startled for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Luo Changxing said nothing more, leaped onto the horse, and followed the group. They left Shana City and traveled along a main road. Throughout the journey, Luo Changxing said little. Yuan Jin mostly chatted with the 2 escorts about interesting topics. Yuan Jin glanced at Luo Changxing, who remained silent. He couldn't help but smile and ask, Brother Luo, word in Shanha City is that you killed a true disciple of the Qingxian sect. Tell us, how formidable were those true disciples of the Qingxian sect? Or were they just like flowers in a greenhouse, utterly fragile? Chun Mu and the other escort also looked at Luo Changxing curiously. Indeed, they were utterly fragile, Luo Changxing replied indifferently. Yuan Jin sneered inwardly, just as he suspected. The Qingxian sect's disciples were always sheltered by the sect, lacking combat experience, and were easily killed. He was also curious how someone as young as Luo Changxing could be so formidable. They passed a mountain road flanked by towering peaks. Such roads were the most dangerous. If anyone truly coveted the dragon beast inner core, this was the perfect place for an ambush. Yuan Jin said gravely, everyone stay alert. Check the surroundings for bandits. Everyone immediately heightened their vigilance, scanning in all directions. Huh? Yuan Jin, what use is being alert? Do you think you can stand against me? A sudden roar of laughter rang out. Several figures channeling true qi descended from the mountain peak. From a height of over 100 meters, they landed in front of Yuan Jin in an instant. The foremost figure was a man in a black robe with long hair, tall and imposing, a full 8 feet in stature. He looked down at Yuan Jin and the others with contempt, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Yaozhen. Yuan Jin gritted his teeth at the black-robed man and said angrily, so it's your Yao family that's after my family's goods. Does your Yao family intend to sever ties with us completely? Sever ties? Huh. I'll kill you ants like cutting melons, and no one will ever know. Once I get the dragon beast inner core, and have someone refine a dragon form pill, our Yao family's strength will surge. Your Yuan family is nothing but ants in our eyes. What right do you have to talk about severing ties? Yaozhen mocked coldly. The several martial artists accompanying Yaozhen, upon hearing his words, had their eyes light up with excitement. A dragon form pill was a truly supreme elixir. For someone at the 7th layer of true qi, consuming one would be enough to break through to the condensing Yuan realm. An extraordinary effect. Yuan Jin's expression changed drastically. He had intended to intimidate Yaozhen, but Yaozhen was clearly planning to kill them all, leaving no one to tell the tale. Yuan Jin snarled. Chun Mu, you and the others must hold him back with all your might, even if it costs you your lives. And you Luo Changxing, I'll put up a desperate fight. Those 30 dragon blood pills aren't so easy to earn. You have to risk your life. With that, he slapped his horse hard and shouted, go. He immediately fled along a small path. Chun Mu and the other 2 escorts' faces changed. Yuan Jin intended for them to fight to the death, giving him enough time to escape. It was the height of selfishness. But they had no choice. Yaozhen would never let them go. Seeing Yuan Jin flee in panic, Luo Changxing frowned, but said nothing. He only needed to ensure the goods were safe. Afterward, he would go directly to the Yuan family to claim his 30 dragon blood pills. Yaozhen sneered as he watched Yuan Jin run, then said to the Yao family martial artists, I'll go after Yuan Jin. You deal with these people quickly. This time they had dispatched 6 people. Yaozhen was at the 9th layer of true qi and the others were at the 8th layer. Dealing with Yuan Jin's 3 escorts would be easy. The several Yao family martial artists responded in unison, yes, Supervisor Yao. Yaozhen nodded and was about to pursue Yuan Jin. I agreed to escort this shipment for the Yuan family. If you don't want to die, get lost. Suddenly a figure blocked Yaozhen's path. Whether it was the Yao family martial artists or the Yuan family escorts, everyone gasped when they saw someone blocking Yaozhen. Was someone really that bold, daring to stand in front of Yaozhen and telling the Yao family to get lost? But when they recognized that the person was Luo Changxing, they were stunned. What? It's Luo Changxing. Damn, he's so fierce. He's not even afraid of Yaozhen. I bet he doesn't know Yaozhen's strength. If he knew Yaozhen was at the 9th layer of true qi, he might not be so bold. Well, regardless, this man is quite reliable. He promised to escort our shipment and is willing to fight, even in danger. Chun Mu, Lu Han, and the other escort couldn't help but admire Luo Changxing. They themselves were bound to the Yuan family and had to fight, but if they were in Luo Changxing's place, they wouldn't risk their lives when danger arose. Blocked. Yaozhen stared at Luo Changxing, sneering. Boy, should I say you have guts, or are just stupid? Luo Changxing looked at him indifferently. I gave you a chance to leave, but you didn't cherish it. Now don't blame anyone. You're courting death, ignorant brat. Yaozhen was furious. He couldn't stand Luo Changxing's look. A mere ant dared to look at him like that. Zhongtian true qi art. Without another word, Yaozhen condensed a terrifying stream of true qi in his palm and shot it out. Boom. The true qi, carrying a chilling aura of killing intent, slammed straight toward Luo Changxing's face. A mere trick. Luo Changxing merely flicked his finger. An invisible stream of true qi instantly shattered the incoming attack. What? Yaozhen was shocked, then sneered. Looks like I underestimated you. You're more capable than the others. Chun Mu and the others were dumbfounded. Yaozhen, a powerhouse at the 9th layer of true qi, had unleashed his renowned technique, yet it was easily crushed by Luo Changxing. They exchanged glances, suddenly realizing they had underestimated Luo Changxing's strength. Perhaps with him here, they might still turn the tide. 3 lives sword art. Die. Suddenly Yaozhen gripped his long sword, leaped up and spun at an incredible speed. It was as if Yao Zhan had vanished entirely, leaving only a spinning sword hurtling toward Luo Chongqing. Manager Yao is too kind. He's even using the deadly 3 lives sword art. Right, even if he dies it's worth it. Of course, below the condensing Yuan realm no one can block Manager Yao's 3 lives sword art. The Yao family warriors saw this and snorted coldly. Since Manager Yao had used the 3 lives sword art, this kid was as good as dead. Before the sword even arrived, Luo Chongqing felt a sword aura that made his skin sting slightly. He couldn't help but admit that the 3 lives sword art was not bad. But it was only passable. To Luo Chongqing, it was a mere trifle. He stood there and unleashed a terrifying burst of Yuan power befitting a condensing Yuan realm expert. Crack! The Yuan power struck the air, and it seemed even the air could barely withstand it, emitting a piercing sound. Then a stream of white Yuan power shot directly toward Yao Zhan. What? This is the Yuan power of a condensing Yuan expert. You're actually a condensing Yuan expert. The spinning Yao Zhan saw the white Yuan power, and his expression turned horrified. He hadn't expected Luo Chongqing to be a condensing Yuan realm expert. After all, only those at the condensing Yuan realm could unleash white Yuan power. At that moment his body along with the long sword had already spun right in front of the Yuan power, leaving him no time to retreat. Bang! With a thunderous crash, Yao Zhan was blasted 100 meters away by the terrifying force. With just that single strike of Yuan power, Luo Chongqing blew off Yao Zhan's arm. His skin cracked all over and blood gushed endlessly. Manager Yao. All the Yao family warriors were horrified. They hadn't expected Yuan Jin to hire a condensing Yuan expert to escort the cargo. Even Manager Yao, a 9th layer True Qi master, was severely wounded with ease. They were even less of a match. Senior Luo, you're actually a condensing Yuan expert. Chun Mu and the others stared at Luo Chongqing in a daze, their faces filled with disbelief. At this moment, they truly believed that Luo Chongqing had killed a true disciple of the Qingxian sect. Previously, they had been skeptical, even thinking that the Qingxian sect's true disciples were too weak. Now they understood it wasn't that the Qingxian sect's true disciples were weak, but that Luo Chongqing was too strong. Chun Mu couldn't help but glance in the direction Yuan Jin had fled, smiling bitterly to himself. Young Master Yuan was too timid, he hadn't needed to run at all. I was blind. I never expected you to be a condensing Yuan expert. Yao Zhan said with a dark face. You may leave now. Leave? Do you think this matter is over? Luo Chongqing sneered. Yao Zhan's face twisted. Clearly Luo Chongqing had no intention of letting them go. A Yao family warrior shouted angrily. You've already severely injured Manager Yao. What else do you want? Do you intend to kill us? Are you not afraid of the Yao family? Exactly. Leave no one alive. They all deserve to die. Luo Chongqing said coldly. Yao Zhan and the Yao family warriors' faces changed dramatically. Without another word, Luo Chongqing shot a stream of Yuan power at one of the Yao family warriors. The warrior's face changed, and gritting his teeth, he circulated all his true qi in an attempt to block the Yuan power. Bang! But it was all in vain. The terrifying Yuan power instantly blasted him into pieces. Oh, you're dead. You dare kill a member of the Yao family. Another Yao family warrior roared. Hearing this, Luo Chongqing sneered inwardly and flicked out a stream of Yuan power. It instantly pierced through that warrior. The remaining few were quickly slaughtered by Luo Chongqing. Watching all the Yao family warriors killed, Chun Mu, Lu Han, and the others gasped in shock. They had thought they were doomed today, never expecting such a dramatic reversal. Luo Chongqing was actually a condensing Yuan realm expert. Thank you for saving our lives, young Master Luo. Chun Mu and the other 2 escort masters stepped forward to express their gratitude. The other escorts also came forward. Thank you for saving our lives, young Master Luo. Luo Chongqing waved his hand. Then he walked over to the corpses and searched them. He found 63 condensation pills and 6 million silver notes. Luo Chongqing pocketed them and looked at Chun Mu and the others. Should we wait for that young Master Yuan or set off directly? Chun Mu waved his hand. No need to wait. He's probably taken a shortcut back. All right, then let's go. Luo Chongqing said. Young Master Luo, this area is usually the most dangerous. Now that the crisis is resolved, perhaps you should return. Chun Mu didn't want Luo Chongqing to continue following them, wasting time. Return? What for? I haven't even gotten my 30 dragon blood pills yet. Luo Chongqing chuckled. Chun Mu, Lu Han, and the other 2 escorts exchanged glances, their faces suddenly showing guilt. The 30 dragon blood pills were merely something Yuan Jin had said in passing. Naturally, he wouldn't actually give Luo Chongqing 30 dragon blood pills. Finally, Chun Mu's conscience got the better of him. He sighed and said, Young Master Luo, the 30 dragon blood pills were just something young Master Yuan said casually. He only wanted you to agree to escort this shipment together. So in truth, he never intended to actually give you 30 dragon blood pills. Luo Chongqing was taken aback, a chill flashing in his eyes. He smiled and said, Don't worry. When we reach the Yuan family, he will naturally give them. Seeing that they couldn't persuade Luo Chongqing, the few sighed and had no choice but to travel with him to Tongzhou Prefecture City. Along the way, Chun Mu and the other 2 escort masters tried to dissuade Luo Chongqing several times. They also told Luo Changsheng that the Yuan family had several Condensation Realm masters, with the strongest having reached the second layer of Condensation Realm. Yet even so, they found that Luo Changsheng was still determined to go and demand the Dragon Blood pills. Chun Mu and the others understood that as a Condensation Realm master, Luo Changsheng would certainly not swallow this insult. They said no more and let Luo Changsheng accompany them. Several Condensation Realm masters, the strongest, even reached the second layer of Condensation Realm. Luo Changsheng sneered inwardly. No matter. By tomorrow my cultivation should reach the third layer of Condensation Realm. If the Yuan family dares not to give them, I won't be so easy to deal with. As he thought this, flashes of cold light flickered in his eyes. Dare to deceive him. They would have to pay a price. After a day's journey, by the morning of the next day, the group finally arrived at Tongzhou Prefecture City. Looking at the bustling Tongzhou Prefecture City, Chun Mu and the others sighed with emotion. If not for Luo Changsheng, they probably would never have returned to Tongzhou Prefecture City. They were deeply grateful to Luo Changsheng. Chun Mu asked, "Young Master Luo, would you like to wait in the city first or come with us to the Yuan family?" "I'll go with you," Luo Changsheng said. Indeed, by now he had absorbed 10 years of cultivation and broken through to the third layer of Condensation Realm. He had no fear of the Yuan family. The Yuan family had better keep their word and give him 30 Dragon Blood pills. Otherwise, don't blame him for being ruthless. Chun Mu nodded and led Luo Changsheng to the Yuan family. Yuan Jin had only just arrived at the Yuan family not long ago. A man in a white robe with a dignified expression walked out. The man was the Yuan family head, Yuan Gudong. Seeing his son in such a sorry state, his face darkened. He asked, "Jiner, what happened? How did you end up like this? Where are the other escorts?" Yuan Jin sat down on the ground, truly exhausted. Afraid that Yao Zhen would catch up, he hadn't rested for a single moment. Panting heavily, he said angrily, "Father, it was the Yao family. Yao Zhen brought several masters and ambushed us. If Chun Mu and the others hadn't fought desperately to hold them off from me, I wouldn't have escaped. I'm afraid Chun Mu and the other escorts were all killed by Yao Zhen." Yuan Gutong's expression turned icy cold. "You Yao family daring to set your sights on my Yuan family. Do you really think we are easy to bully?" Yuan Gutong growled. In terms of foundation, the Yuan family was no worse than the Yao family. The Yuan family had 7 Condensation Realm masters, and the Grand Elder had even reached the second layer of Condensation Realm. The Yao family, on the other hand, had only 5 Condensation Realm masters, though they also had 1 at the second layer. But if it came to a fight, the Yao family might not necessarily be able to defeat the Yuan family. By the way, what about the Dragon Beast Inner Core? Yuan Gudong suddenly thought of the most important thing. Father, the Dragon Beast Inner Core was with Chun Mu and the others. They're all dead, so it must have been taken by the Yao family. Yuan Jin said, "Yao family, you're asking for death." Yuan Gudong could no longer contain himself. That Dragon Beast Inner Core was something he had bought cheaply from a villager, but it had still cost a considerable amount of money. Most importantly, the Dragon Beast Inner Core was extremely precious. Refining it into a dragon form pill would greatly enhance the strength of the entire Yuan family. Then the Yuan family would no longer be just a merchant association. They could stand on equal footing with the martial arts aristocratic families of Tongzhou Prefecture City. But now it had been stolen, and he flew into a rage. Just then a servant came to report, "Master Escort, Chun Mu Escort Lu Han, and the others have returned." "What? Not dead?" Yuan Gudong was stunned. Yuan Jin's eyes widened in disbelief. Facing a true Qi 9th layer master like Yao Zhen, Chun Mu and the others had actually survived. This was truly a miracle. "Let them in immediately," Yuan Gudong said. The servant nodded, and soon Chun Mu and the escort party entered the residence. "Greetings, family head Yuan, young master Yuan." Chun Mu and the others addressed Yuan Gudong and Yuan Jin respectfully. Though Yuan Jin had abandoned them to flee alone, they couldn't help feeling some discomfort. But they were after all working for the Yuan family for money, so they could only suppress their discomfort and dare not complain. "Jiner said you encountered an ambush by Yao Zhen of the Yao family. How did you escape?" "Yao Zhen is no ordinary opponent. He's a true Qi 9th layer master," Yuan Gudong asked. "Family head, you're right. We did encounter Yao Zhen's ambush." Chun Mu nodded, still feeling a lingering fear. He then continued, "Fortunately, young Master Luo intervened and killed Yao Zhen, allowing us to escape." "Young Master Luo? Who is that?" Yuan Gudong asked curiously. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, as the Dragon Beast Inner Core was obviously safe. At this moment, Yuan Jin also noticed that Luo Changsheng was among the crowd. Yuan Jin was stunned. This fellow had actually followed them. Could he really be after 30 Dragon Blood pills? "This is young Master Luo." Chun Mu pulled Luo Changsheng out and introduced him. "Thank you for your help, young Master Luo." Yuan Gudong cupped his hands, then ordered, "Someone give young Master Luo 10 condensation pills as a token of gratitude for his kindness." In his view, 10 condensation pills worth nearly 5 million silver notes were enough to repay Luo Changsheng's kindness. Luo Changsheng waved his hand dismissively. "I'll decline the condensation Yuan pills. Yuan young master promised me 30 Dragon Blood pills for escorting this shipment. I only need those 30 Dragon Blood pills." Yuan Gudong heard this and wore an expression of absolute astonishment. A single dragon blood pill was worth nearly 10 million taels of silver. 30 dragon blood pills were almost equivalent to over a decade of the Yuan family's total fiscal revenue. Jiner, what's going on? Yuan Gudong asked, his face darkening as he turned to Yuan Jin. Yuan Jin hastily explained, Father, I never agreed to anything. Don't believe a word he says. Yuan Gudong turned his cold gaze to Luo Changsheng. My son has already denied making any such agreement. Boy, making a scene in the Yuan family won't end well for you. I suggest you take these 10 condensation Yuan pills and leave quickly. If you hesitate any longer, even these 10 pills might be gone. His words were ice cold, carrying a hint of threat. Though he suspected his son was lying since the boy refused to admit it, Yuan Gudong could hardly acknowledge the truth himself. 30 dragon blood pills were no small sum. If he admitted to the deal, the losses would be catastrophic. Why is it so difficult to reclaim what's rightfully mine? Luo Changsheng shook his head as he spoke. Witnessing Luo Changsheng's composure, Chen Mu felt a pang of sympathy for him. The young master had clearly made a promise, yet now was denying everything. Yet as servants they dared not speak a word. Seeing Luo Changsheng still refusing to leave, Yuan Gudong frowned. Boy, don't test my patience. Get out. He couldn't bear the sight of Luo Changsheng for another moment, let alone hand over 30 dragon blood pills. But the moment his words faded, his cheek was viciously slapped. A searing, burning pain. Who? Yuan Gudong roared, his eyes scanning the surroundings to find who had struck him. To have struck him without anyone noticing, such skill. No need to look, Luo Changsheng said calmly. It was me. Yuan Gudong glared at Luo Changsheng, his expression gloomy. Don't push your luck, boy. Do you think you can run wild just because you have some strength? Let me tell you, you've picked the wrong place to make a scene. The Yuan family isn't somewhere you can run amok. Father, destroy him. He's courting death, daring to act so arrogantly in our Yuan family. Beside him, Yuan Jin's face twisted almost beyond recognition as he shouted. Luo Changsheng was truly ungrateful. Offering him 20 condensation Yuan pills had already been more than generous. Yet he actually dared to demand 30 dragon blood pills. What arrogance! Yuan Gudong's expression was ice cold as he stared at Luo Changsheng. Whoosh! His body moved with lightning speed, lunging toward Luo Changsheng. His 5 fingers formed into claws, grasping violently toward Luo Changsheng's neck, intending to snatch him up like an eagle capturing a chick. Luo Changsheng's expression turned frigid as he threw out a punch directly. Seeing Luo Changsheng's fist coming at him, Yuan Gudong felt contempt. He stretched out his claws to seize the incoming fist. Qinshan Claw. This was an extremely formidable grappling technique. When mastered to its fullest extent, it could shatter mountains thousands of zhang high. Though he had only reached the minor completion stage, it was more than enough to crush iron blocks and steel. This single strike should have shattered Luo Changsheng's fist, leaving him bleeding. Hiss! Yet just as it was about to crush Luo Changsheng's fist, it was blocked by a surge of powerful elemental energy. Even with all his strength, he only managed to tear apart a fragment of the energy surrounding the fist. This is bad. This boy's strength is extraordinary. Yuan Gudong's expression changed drastically. He understood clearly that given this situation, Luo Changsheng's power far surpassed his own, likely having reached the second level of the condensation Yuan realm. Yet he was unaware that Luo Changsheng was also secretly surprised. Though his cultivation was 2 levels higher than Yuan Gudong's, his opponent had still managed to tear through the energy on his fist. It seemed this Qinshan Claw was no ordinary technique. Though surprised, Luo Changsheng's cultivation was overwhelmingly superior. He hurled out another fierce punch. Bang! Yuan Gudong flew backward like a broken kite, soaring hundreds of meters before crashing heavily onto the blue stone pavement, shattering it into pieces. At this moment, Yuan Jin, Chen Mu, and all the Yuan family guards stood frozen in shock. The Yuan family patriarch at the condensation Yuan first level had been sent flying in a single exchange against Luo Changsheng. Was Luo Changsheng this powerful? How is this possible? How is this guy so terrifying? Yuan Jin stared with wide eyes, his face painted with shock. Luo Changsheng was so young. In his estimation, he probably only had 9th level true Qi cultivation. After all, being able to kill Yao Zhenmid, he was formidable among those at the true Qi 9th level. Yet never had he imagined that not even his father was Luo Changsheng's opponent. At this moment, he felt an ominous premonition creeping over him. This, young Master Luo, is this powerful? Even the family head isn't his match. The Yuan family has stirred up major trouble this time. Chen Mu and the others were also stunned, speechless. They had already witnessed Luo Changsheng's strength before and knew he was no ordinary person. But they had never expected him to be even stronger than they imagined. Yuan Gudong had broken through to the condensation Yuan first level over a decade ago, yet he still wasn't Luo Changsheng's opponent. The Yuan family guard stood frozen for a moment before shouting loudly, "Intruder! Intruder!" Immediately a guard blew the war horn. Woo woo. The horn's call echoed throughout the entire Yuan family compound. Within the estate, every Yuan family martial artist wore a grim expression. Someone was assaulting the Yuan family. After all these years, no one had dared cause trouble in the Yuan family, courting death. From deep within the Yuan family, cold, fierce voices rang out. Swish, swish, swish. Silhouettes appeared in the front courtyard with incredible speed. All the condensation Yuan realm experts of the Yuan family had mobilized. When Yuan Jin saw these figures, it was as if he had grasped a lifeline. Elder Uncle Yu, this man is causing trouble in our Yuan family. Quick, kill him. As Yuan Jin pointed at Luo Chongqing, the family eldest elder fixed his gaze upon Luo Chongqing. Young man, you are far too arrogant. The Yuan family is not to be trifled with. Luo Chongqing let out a cold laugh. I don't know whether you're easy to deal with or not. What I do know is that I'm not so easily provoked. Whoever dares play tricks on me will pay the price. What exactly happened? The eldest elder realized this matter wasn't so simple. He didn't ask Yuan Jin, knowing full well what the boy was like. There would be no truth in his words. Instead, he turned to Chen Mu. Facing the eldest elder's inquiry, Chen Mu dared not conceal anything. He faithfully recounted how Yuan Jin had promised Luo Chongqing 30 dragon blood pills. The eldest elder frowned, casting an annoyed glance at Yuan Jin. Truly asking for trouble. Casually promising someone 30 dragon blood pills. Each dragon blood pill was worth nearly 10 million taels of silver. Truly, the words that leave one's mouth can bring disaster. Very well, 30 dragon blood pills is truly excessive. I'll offer you 5 dragon blood pills, and we'll consider the matter settled. How about that? The eldest elder proposed. Elder, no. He injured my father. This villain should be executed on the spot. Yuan Jin shouted loudly. Silence. The eldest elder glared at Yuan Jin. Ha ha ha. The 30 dragon blood pills was the original price. Luo Chongqing burst into laughter. Now that you've played games with me, 30 dragon blood pills won't suffice. What do you want? The eldest elder's expression darkened. I want all of the Yuan family's property, including this dragon beast inner pill. Luo Chongqing declared. Originally, he had truly intended to take the 30 dragon blood pills and leave. But the Yuan family had tried to bully him, attempting to send him off with 10 condensation Yuan pills. Therefore, he would show them no mercy. Young man, act not so arrogantly lest you bring disaster upon yourself. Elder Yuan narrowed his eyes and said coldly. Teach me how to conduct myself. Who do you think you are? You are hardly worthy. Luo Chongqing cast a dismissive glance at Elder Yuan, his face filled with mockery. Boy, you'll soon learn whether you're worthy or not. Just don't come begging me later. Elder Yuan shook his head and spoke coldly. He had seen enough. Luo Chongqing's arrogance matched his own. If this had been outside, he would have ignored it, but this was the Yuan residence, and he would not tolerate such blatant insolence. Without another word, he struck out with all 5 fingers. Swish, swish, swish. 5 devastating streaks of light shot forth. Not mere illusions, but condensed force formed from Yuan energy. Each strand of force was powerful enough to pierce and shatter even a small mountain. Countless warriors of the condensation Yuan realm had perished by his hand. Impressive. That's Elder Yuan's condensed force. Its power is said to be terrifying. This guy is as good as dead. Does he really think the Yuan family can be bullied? How dare he come storming into our home? The Yuan family guards, witnessing their elder attack, were filled with fervent excitement. Only Chen Mu and the others wore expressions of deep worry. A paltry trick. Luo Chongqing sneered, his palms surging forward as a wave of Yuan energy erupted from his hand. Slap, slap, slap. Those streaks of light-like force were casually scattered apart with a single palm strike from Luo Chongqing. Elder Yuan's prize technique was nothing more than ants colliding with an elephant, incredibly fragile before him. What a... Elder Yuan stumbled backward several steps, his face contorted in shock. His technique held astonishing power. Even a warrior at the second layer of condensation Yuan, who let his guard down, could be slain effortlessly. Yet before Luo Chongqing it crumbled so easily. The Luo family warriors were equally stunned. They could scarcely believe that even Elder Yuan was powerless to subdue Luo Chongqing. Have we truly provoked someone we shouldn't have today? Elder Yuan took a deep breath and called out, Elder Yu, Elder Third Elder. This man is no ordinary foe. Together let us slay him. These were the other 5 condensation Yuan realm warriors of the Yuan family. Elder Yu was a guardian elder hired by the family, receiving an annual salary of tens of millions in silver notes. The second elder, third elder, fifth elder, and sixth elder were all native Yuan family warriors. Elder Yu's expression grew grave. Elder, the 5 of us will restrain him. You finish him off. From that earlier exchange, he had already perceived the terrifying strength of Luo Chongqing. He dared not risk his life. The fate of the Yuan family held no meaning to him. His role was merely to hold back Luo Chongqing, nothing more. Elder Yuan frowned. He too could see that Elder Yu refused to fight to the death. In his heart, he sneered, old dog, collecting so much silver from the Yuan family each year, yet when it truly matters you refuse to give your life. Heh, once this brat is dealt with, I'll deal with you next. Though displeased inwardly toward Elder Yu, he nodded outwardly. Very well. Elder Yu breathed a sigh of relief, fearing Elder Yuan might turn on him immediately. Fortunately, he did not. As for what came after, Elder Yu did not care. He would leave the Yuan family once this crisis passed. In his eyes, the Yuan family juniors were utterly ignorant of their own mortality, provoking anyone and everyone would eventually drag them all to their deaths. Attack! Elder Yu shouted to the other elders. The 4 Yuan family elders, their faces icy, moved in from multiple directions, surrounding and pressing upon Luo Changxing. It was the most sound tactic for siege. One man, no matter how strong, could only fight in one direction at a time. With 4 or 5 attackers converging from different angles, how could he possibly defend against them all? The second elder of the Yuan family thrust his spear forward with all his might. The third elder wielded a sword, channeling his full strength into a devastating slash, as terrifying sword chi erupted and raced toward Luo Changxing. The fifth and sixth elders also unleashed their most lethal techniques. Elder Yu drew his sword, preparing to strike. Yet before he could even execute a single move, he witnessed something that would haunt his dreams for the rest of his life. Luo Changxing's palm sliced through the air 4 times, sending 4 blades of condensed Yuan energy flying in 4 separate directions. Thwack, 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 thwack. With sounds like slicing through vegetables, the 4 blades of Yuan energy slaughtered the second elder and the other 3, cleanly, mercilessly. 4 condensation, Yuan Layer 1 warriors reduced to the status of ants in the eyes of Luo Changxing. Elder Yu was utterly petrified, his long sword clattering to the ground, without his even noticing. Terror consumed his every thought. He wanted nothing more than to die right then and there. What had the Yuan family done to provoke such a terrifying powerhouse? Just that single move alone was beyond the capability of even a second-layer condensation Yuan warrior. Luo Changxing was undoubtedly at the 3rd layer of condensation Yuan. The 3rd layer of condensation Yuan. Elder Yu's teeth chattered involuntarily. A first-layer warrior like him attempting to restrain a 3rd-layer expert was no different from thrusting his own neck beneath a blade for another to chop. Thud! His legs gave way, and he collapsed to his knees. Senior, show mercy. I'm not of the Yuan family. I never intended to harm you, he pleaded desperately. Elder Yu was a man of decades of survival. He knew when to yield. Were it not for kneeling, he would have bowed in dust. If it meant living, nothing was too much to endure. 4 elders of the condensation Yuan realm, killed like this. The Yuan family warriors within the estate stared in wide-eyed horror. Their hearts felt as though they would shatter. How had they provoked such a formidable warrior? It was the end of the Yuan family indeed. How could this happen? Why is he so strong? Yuan Jin shook his head, unable to believe what he was seeing. He had never imagined Luo Changxing possessed such terrifying power. When they had been in Shanha City, he had promised 30 dragon blood pills as thanks. He had merely said it to deceive Luo Changxing, assuming that once they reached the Yuan residence, Luo Changxing would dare not act recklessly. Instead, Luo Changxing's strength was so utterly fearsome that the second elder and the others were nothing more than insects before him. Yuan Jin regretted it deeply. Had he known Luo Changxing was this formidable, he would never have promised 30 dragon blood pills as reward. But now it was too late. The elders had already fallen, and he had dragged the entire Yuan family to ruin. Val son, it is all you're doing. Though severely injured, Yuan Gudong was not yet dead. Seeing Luo Changxing's overwhelming power, he erupted in fury, unleashing a torrent of curses upon Yuan Jin. Not to mention Yuan Gudong at this moment, Grand Elder Yuan, was also glaring with fury, trembling with rage. The vast Yuan family was facing the calamity of extermination, all because Yuan Jin had toyed with someone. Glared at by his father and the Grand Elder, Yuan Jin trembled all over. He said, "Father Grand Elder, I had no idea that this person was so strong. I thought he was just a pushover I could easily bully." "Shut up," Grand Elder Yuan said coldly. "We'll deal with Yuan Jin later. For now, we must first resolve the most critical crisis." Grand Elder Yuan looked at Luo Changxing and said, "My friend, what must be done for you to spare our Yuan family? I gave you a chance earlier, but you didn't take it. Instead, you tried to kill me. If I spare you again, wouldn't I be giving you another chance to kill me?" Luo Changxing said coldly. Grand Elder Yuan took a deep breath. Since there was no room for negotiation, he would have to fight to the death. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. 10,000 Zhang flying heaven sword. Grand Elder Yuan suddenly struck out with a fierce sword slash. This was his most powerful killing move, one that would even inflict damage on his own body. But there was no other choice. As long as he could kill Luo Changxing, it would be worth it. Whoosh. The courtyard was suddenly illuminated by the sword light. A massive sword beam with unmatched power cleaved straight toward Luo Changxing. This sword strike possessed earth-shattering power, and Luo Changxing had no way to dodge. If he tried to evade, the full force of the sword beam would fall upon him anyway. Even if Luo Changxing survived, he would be crippled. Seeing that Grand Elder Yuan could unleash such tremendous power with a single sword stroke, the Yuan family warriors immediately felt a spark of hope. "Die? We must kill this bastard." Yuan Jin stared fixedly at the sword light, snarling. Luo Changxing stood there watching the sword beam coming toward him. His expression unchanged, he simply threw a fierce punch. Boom. The punch caused the air to explode with a thunderous roar. Crack. The terrifying sword beam was shattered into pieces by Luo Changxing. "Die." Luo Changxing shattered the sword beam with his punch and did not stop. He continued with another punch aimed at Grand Elder Yuan. Boom. Seeing the terrifying Yuan force coming at him, Grand Elder Yuan's face changed drastically. With no time to dodge, he could only roar and throw a punch to meet it. Bang. Clearly Grand Elder Yuan was far inferior to Luo Changxing in strength. The terrifying Yuan force directly sent Grand Elder Yuan flying, crashing through who knows how many houses. Crack, crack, crack. He finally came to a stop in a corner hundreds of meters away, falling silent. No, how could this be? Yuan Jin, witnessing this scene, fell into complete despair. Even the Grand Elder, a powerhouse at the second layer of condensing Yuan, had been so easily killed by Luo Changxing. In the entire Yuan family, who could still stand against him? Remorse. His heart was now filled with remorse. Spare me, senior, please spare me. How many dragon blood pills do you want? The Yuan family is willing to give you any amount. Please let me go. Yuan Jin knelt on the ground, kowtowing and begging for mercy. Not only him, but all the Yuan family warriors were now wearing expressions of despair. They looked at Yuan Jin with eyes full of resentment. It was all Yuan Jin's fault. Not only had he destroyed the Yuan family, but he had also ruined them. He truly deserved to die 1,000 deaths. At this moment, they wished they could flay Yuan Jin alive. Chen Mu and the other escorts were also struck speechless by Luo Changxing's methods. To be honest, they had initially tried to dissuade Luo Changxing because they knew how terrifying the Yuan family was and didn't want him to court death. But they never expected Luo Changxing's strength to be so terrifying. He casually killed 4 Yuan family elders at the first layer of condensing Yuan, and the Grand Elder, a second layer expert, was slain in just 2 exchanges. Seeing the ruined Yuan estate and the panicked Yuan family members, they understood that the Yuan family was completely finished. They were only escorting goods for the Yuan family, so they merely sighed with emotion. They had no deep attachment. They were just doing a job for money. At most, with the Yuan family's destruction, they would need to find another escort job. Now you bring up the dragon blood pills. How clever of you. Luo Changxing looked at Yuan Jin with a cold smirk. Yes, how many dragon blood pills do you want? We can give you any amount. Yuan Jin did not catch the sarcasm in Luo Changxing's words and continued speaking. But Luo Changxing was not patient enough to waste words with him. Swoosh. A flash of blade light streaked by. A long blade condensed from Yuan force, slashed toward Yuan Jin. No. Yuan Jin, frightened out of his wits, shouted loudly. In his lifetime, he had committed many evil deeds. To him, this deception of Luo Changxing was not even a major sin. Yet he never expected that such a small matter would destroy the entire Yuan family and even cost him his own life. The long blade passed through Yuan Jin's body. In his eyes lingered regret and unwillingness, and then his body fell to the ground. Jiner. Yuan Gudong cried out in pain. Luo Changxing shook his head. If Yuan Gudong as a father had been willing to produce 30 dragon blood pills, perhaps the Yuan family would not have come to this end. But Yuan Gudong refused, even trying to fob him off with 10 condensing Yuan pills. Birds of a feather. Luo Changxing waved his hand, and instantly a long blade of condensed Yuan force flew out, slaying Yuan Gudong on the spot. All the Yuan family warriors stood dumbfounded, even more panicked and uneasy. At this moment, they hated Yuan Jin bitterly. It was one thing to be arrogant in normal times, but now he had provoked such a terrifying strongman. Unfortunately, Yuan Jin was already dead, otherwise they would have loved to stab him a few times. Luo Changxing's gaze swept over all the Yuan family warriors. He noticed that except for a few with eyes full of hatred, the others were all extremely fearful. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Luo Changxing showed no mercy. He directly blasted those with hatred to death. Some Yuan family warriors, seeing Luo Changxing act, trembled all over with fear. In the end, they realized that Luo Changxing had only killed the descendants of those elders. They suddenly understood that Luo Changxing was not exterminating them all. He had only slain the elders' immediate family. Thank you, senior, for your grace in sparing our lives. One by one, the Yuan family warriors knelt on the ground, expressing their gratitude. Leave your wealth behind, and you may scram. From now on, all of the Yuan family's assets will be taken over by me. If anyone dares to interfere, one word, death. Luo Changxing said coldly. Upon hearing this, the Yuan family warriors quickly nodded and replied, Senior, rest assured we wouldn't dare. Then they left their wealth behind and fled the Yuan estate in droves. Compared to their lives, wealth was merely an external possession. Old Yu, however, remained kneeling on the ground, not fleeing at all. Luo Changxing glanced at him and said, Old Yu, is it? Go to the gate and be a guard dog. Why didn't Luo Changxing kill Old Yu? First, Old Yu was not a Yuan family warrior. Second, he now needed someone with some strength to keep petty troublemakers in check. Hearing this, Old Yu felt as if he had been granted a pardon and said gratefully, Thank you, senior, for sparing my life. I'll go guard the gate right now. Isn't it just guarding the gate? A small matter. As long as I can stay alive, that's enough. Master Luo, we shall take our leave. Chen Mu, seeing there was nothing further for them, prepared to depart. Wait a moment. Luo Changxing stopped them. Chen Mu and the others halted, looking at Luo Changxing in confusion. You just heard it. All the Yuan family's assets are now mine. As for me, I don't even know what businesses the Yuan family owned. So I'll need your help from here on, Luo Chongqing said. Master Luo, the Yuan family's ventures are numerous herbal medicine escort agencies, restaurants, and 2 gambling houses. We alone cannot possibly manage them all. Chen Mu frowned. He had spent over a decade with the Yuan family and knew their businesses like the back of his hand. You'll have to work hard for now to take over. In a few days I'll send some people to assist. Luo Chongqing said. The 5 families including Lu Huanlong had already pledged allegiance, and together they had enough manpower to take over the Yuan family's assets. Rest assured, Master Luo, we can handle it for a few days. Chen Mu patted his chest in assurance. As for salaries, whatever the Yuan family paid, I'll double it. Luo Chongqing added another statement. Hearing this, Chen Mu and the others were overjoyed. Not only did they not have to find new jobs, but they also had the fortune to follow such a formidable senior. Truly a double blessing. Thank you, Master Luo. Chen Mu, Lu Han, and Xiao Xuanzhong, the 3 escort masters, expressed their deep gratitude. By the way, where is the Yuan family's treasury? Take me there. Luo Chongqing said. Follow me, senior. Chen Mu and the others led Luo Chongqing to a living room where a secret passage led directly to the underground chamber. As they walked, Chen Mu explained, all the Yuan family's martial artists knew the treasury was in the basement of the living room, but a condensing Yuan stage elder guarded it, so no one dared to covet it. Luo Chongqing nodded. He understood the implication of Chen Mu's words. It wasn't that Chen Mu had his eyes on the treasury, but that everyone knew about it. It was no secret. Soon they entered the underground chamber. Flicking on the light, the entire room became bright. Several chests of gold, silver, and jewels were stacked inside, along with valuable weapons and some banknotes. Chen Mu took inventory and then reported, Master Luo, after counting, these gold and jewels are worth about 300 million silver notes. Adding the original 600 million, that's a total of 900 million silver notes. Besides that, there are 600 Qi gathering pills, 300 condensing Yuan pills, and 8 dragon blood pills. The combined value of these pills is over 200 million. TSK. No wonder it's a century-old family. They're truly wealthy. Chen Mu couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Luo Chongqing nodded, also inwardly impressed by the Yuan family's riches. Since they were unwilling to spend this money, it was fine. He would help them spend it. Immediately, Luo Chongqing pocketed all the banknotes. By the way, Chen Mu, I heard from that Yao Zhan that a dragon beast inner core can be refined into a dragon form pill. Is that true? Tell me, what are the effects of the dragon form pill, eh? Luo Chongqing suddenly remembered the dragon beast inner core. Alright, the inner core is still with me. Chen Mu said, producing the dragon beast inner core. He looked at Luo Chongqing and said, Master Luo, the dragon beast inner core can indeed be used to refine a dragon form pill, but it's best to have a skilled alchemist you trust. After all, the dragon beast inner core is extremely precious. It can easily attract the greed of some alchemists. Because the dragon form pill has astonishing effects. 1 pill can directly elevate a cultivator below the 7th layer of condensing Yuan stage by a whole realm. 2 pills can elevate a cultivator at the 7th layer by 1 realm. Luo Chongqing was inwardly shocked. The dragon form pill's effects were so remarkable that 1 pill could equal 10 years of arduous cultivation. Alright, give me the dragon beast inner core. You go take over the Yuan family's businesses. Luo Chongqing said. Yes. Rest assured, Master Luo, leave the businesses to us. Chen Mu and the others nodded, handed the dragon beast inner core to Luo Chongqing, and then left the chamber. Luo Chongqing stood alone in the secret chamber, his mind beginning to weave plans for the future. With his system, his cultivation speed was extraordinary, but the Xiang kingdom was teeming with talents. Take this dragon form pill, for instance. 1 pill possessed such remarkable power. If he could consume 1 every day, his cultivation speed would surpass even his own current pace. He needed to establish a firm foothold and secure some cultivation resources. That way his cultivation speed could remain far ahead of others. The connections in Shana City would serve as the core of his nascent power base. Having made up his mind, Luo Chongqing decided not to linger. He would return to Shana City first and bring out the Tianyuan Martial Hall and the 5 families' people. As for the pills, he could buy them later. Little did Luo Chongqing know how precious the dragon form pill was. Consuming 1 every day was simply impossible. Meanwhile, in Tongzhou Prefecture City, the fall of the Yuan family had alarmed all the major powers within the city. The Yuan family had stood for over 100 years in Tongzhou Prefecture City, with several condensing Yuan stage experts, yet they were annihilated just like that. It seems the person they provoked was no ordinary foe. It said that even the Yuan family's grand elder, a 2nd-layer condensing Yuan cultivator, was killed without much trouble. If even a 2nd-layer condensing Yuan cultivator could be killed, our family should keep a low profile for a while. We don't want to offend someone we shouldn't. I just saw Chen Mu and his men take over the Yuan family's original businesses. It seems this person has great ambitions. He wants a piece of the pie in Tongzhou Prefecture City. Wanting a piece of the pie? Let's see if he has the ability. There are countless experts in Tongzhou Prefecture City, and the power dynamics are intricate. Even the Yuan family after 100 years was just a minor family. Exactly. There are nearly 100 such insignificant families. The real power lies with the 12 great martial arts families, each of which has existed for centuries. You're overestimating him. If he can even hold on to the Yuan family's assets, that would be an achievement. Competing for power with the 12 great families. Is he qualified? True. He's alone now, and countless eyes are coveting the Yuan family's properties, relying on Shun Mu and those insignificant ants to guard the businesses. Dream on. Various factions were discussing the fall of the Yuan family. Of course, when the news reached the 12 great martial arts families, it didn't even stir a ripple. After all, to them a few families were destroyed every year in Tongzhou Prefecture City. Whether one family fell or another, it had no impact on the 12 great families. The 12 great martial arts families were already considered second-tier powers. If any of them had a 7th-layer condensing yuan cultivator, they could even become a first-tier force in the city, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Qingxian sect, the Fuju Hall, and the Yaowang Pavilion. Inside a luxurious mansion. This was the Yao family estate in Tongzhou Prefecture City. Even Shen Mu and his companions had returned to the city, yet Yao Zhen and the others had still not come back. Clearly Yao Zhen's ambush had failed, and it was highly likely that they had been killed. The dragon beast's inner core had probably also fallen into the hands of the Yuan family's new master. Slap. Yaobin, the patriarch of the Yao family, slammed his palm on the table, shattering it instantly. He said coldly, "What exactly is going on? Which link in the plan went wrong?" Yao Zhen was at the 9th layer of true qi, yet he couldn't even kill a few escorts like Chen Mu. Patriarch, according to the information we've received, Chen Mu and his crew returned together with a young man. The young man was called Young Master Luo by others, and he was the one who destroyed the Yuan family. It is highly probable that Yao Zhen and his men were killed by that young Master Luo. An elder of the Yao family stepped forward and said, "Young Master Luo, if it was indeed him, since he could annihilate the Yuan family, killing Yao Zhen and the others would be a piece of cake." The Yao patriarch said with a gloomy expression. "Patriarch, should we avenge Yao Zhen and the others?" an elder asked. "Avenge?" The patriarch shot a terrifying glare at the elder. "You go ahead then. That man even killed the Yuan family's grand elder, who was at the 2nd layer of condensing yuan. Revenge? You'd just be delivering your head to him." The elder immediately fell silent. He had only been speaking casually. If it came to actually seeking revenge, he wouldn't dare. The opponent was far too terrifying. He had destroyed the entire Yuan family single-handedly. After all, the Yao family was only on par with the Yuan family. If they truly sought revenge, they would likely meet the same fate of annihilation. Even though we can't take revenge, he won't have it easy either," the Yao patriarch said coldly. "Oh, patriarch, do you have a plan?" The Yao family members turned their gazes to Yao Bin. That man has the dragon beast's inner core, and he certainly hasn't refined the dragon-shaped pill yet. If I spread the news, do you think he'll have any good outcome? Yao Bin sneered. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Need they say more? That young Master Luo would surely die without a place to be buried. At Qingxian's sect, within a cave dwelling. Rumble. Suddenly the door to the cave dwelling swung open, and a cold-faced young man dressed in dark robes strode out. "Senior Brother Long." The two disciples at the entrance immediately shouted respectfully when they saw him. The cold-faced young man was none other than Lung Yi, the top inner disciple of Qingxian sect. His cultivation had already reached the 9th layer of true qi. This seclusion had further refined his skills, and he was on the verge of breaking through to the condensing yuan realm. Lung Yi glanced at the two disciples and said in a deep voice, "Has the bounty order I issued been effective? Has anyone apprehended the true culprit who killed my younger brother?" The two fell silent, not daring to answer. Finally, one of them sighed and said, "Senior Brother Lung, even Senior Brother Chen Tang accepted the mission, but it seems to have come to nothing. We haven't even heard any news from Senior Brother Chen Tang since then. He's got some skill." A murderous glint flashed in Lung Ye's eyes. He then asked, "Have you found any specific information about the culprit?" The disciple's heart stirred, and he quickly asked, "Senior Brother Lung, are you planning to go in person? Won't you continue your seclusion?" "No, I've already reached the peak of the 9th layer of true qi. Seclusion alone won't help. I'll naturally break through to the condensing yuan realm in due time," Lung Yi said indifferently. "Then we wish Senior Brother Lung a swift breakthrough to the condensing yuan realm." The two junior brothers clasped their fists in congratulations. One of them continued, "Senior Brother Lung, we have gathered some information about the murderer. It is currently known that he is a man from within Tongzhou Prefecture named Luo Changxing, and he is very likely from Shana City, because your younger brother died there. With Senior Brother Lung's formidable cultivation, if you personally take action, you will surely capture and kill the murderer soon." Upon hearing this, Lung Ye's face twisted with rage. He said coldly, "Not only will I personally take action, but I will also issue a bounty at the Tianlong Tower in Tongzhou Prefecture City. I want him to live in terror every moment, unable to sleep peacefully even at night." Hiss. Hearing this, the two junior brothers gasped. The Tianlong Tower was a place that issued missions for all martial artists in Tongzhou Prefecture. Any martial artist in Tongzhou Prefecture could accept the mission. It was unlike the Qingxian sect's bounty, which only sect disciples could take. Then thousands of people would probably hunt down Luo Changsheng. They could already imagine how terrifying that scene would be. Escape. You might flee today, but you couldn't escape tomorrow. Just thinking about it made their scalps tingle. Senior brother Lung was ruthless enough. Once the bounty was issued at Tianlong Tower, Luo Changxing would live in constant fear even if he wasn't dead yet. You two come with me to Tongzhou Prefecture City. Lung Yi looked at the two junior brothers. Yes. They were both pleasantly surprised. Senior brother Lung appreciated them, which was why he was taking them along. Moreover, they would get to see senior brother Lung in action, which filled them with excitement. A day later, Luo Changxing returned to the Tianyuan Martial Arts Hall. At the same time, his cultivation had already advanced to the 4th layer of condensing yuan. Seeing Luo Changxing return, Hall Master Song immediately welcomed him. He asked first, "Disciple, did that family give you the 30 dragon blood pills?" Because he knew very well that dragon blood pills were not a small matter, and the big families in Tongzhou Prefecture City might even bully the weak. They would cheat you because you were weak and you wouldn't dare to do anything. They didn't give them, so I directly destroyed their family. Luo Changxing said calmly, as if it were a trivial matter. When Hall Master Song heard that Luo Changxing hadn't received the pills, he snorted coldly. These families are truly hateful. They rely on their deep foundations to bully the weak. But as he spoke, he suddenly felt something was wrong. He stared at Luo Changxing in shock and asked, "Disciple, what did you just say? You destroyed their family." Yes, their family's foundation was mediocre. 1 martial artist at the 2nd layer of condensing yuan and 6 at the 1st layer. They were utterly pathetic, and I killed them all. Luo Changxing said. Hiss. Whether it was Hall Master Song, Butler Lu, or the students training in the hall, everyone gasped and stared blankly at Luo Changxing. They found it utterly absurd, as if they were in a dream. A family with a terrifying powerhouse at the 2nd layer of condensing yuan and 6 at the 1st layer. In Luo Changxing's words, it was just mediocre, and he had wiped them out. Disciple, are you sure you're not joking with your master? Hall Master Song asked incredulously. Master, I'm certainly not lying to you. I came back this time because I've taken over this family's business and need more hands. So I want to ask you and the 5 families of Lu Huanlong and the others to send people to Tongzhou Prefecture City to help take over those businesses and properties. Luo Changxing said with a light laugh. Seeing that Luo Changxing didn't seem to be joking, Hall Master Song immediately arranged to have Lu Huanlong and the other 4 summoned. Young Master Luo Director Song, Lu Huanlong, and Zheng Feixue along with the other 3 bowed respectfully. Curiosity burned within them, for they could not fathom why Luo Changxing and Director Song had summoned them with such urgency. Luo Changxing wasted no words and laid out his plan plainly. Upon hearing this, Lu Huanlong and the other 5 widened their eyes in astonishment. The mighty Yuan family of Tongzhou Prefecture has been wiped out by young Master Luo so easily. They frequently traveled to Tongzhou Prefecture and had certainly heard rumors of the Yuan family's formidable strength. The Yuan family boasted at least 1 powerhouse at the 2nd layer of essence condensation, along with several others at the 1st layer. Any one of those powerhouses alone could have obliterated the entire Shana city, and yet they had all been destroyed by young Master Luo with apparent ease. It was not difficult to imagine how terrifying his strength must be. A suppressed excitement surged within their hearts. This meant their choice had been right all along. With Luo Changxing's formidable prowess at their side, their clans would surely rise to prominence. It was precisely because of this that they were now making their way toward Tongzhou Prefecture. Lu Huanlong and the other 5 clasped their hands in a martial bow and declared, "Young Master Luo, we are at your service." Seeing Lu Huanlong and the others display such discernment, Luo Changxing nodded in approval. He then produced several vials of pills and said to Lu Huanlong, "Here are over 300 essence condensation pills. Divide them among yourselves and use them to temper your cultivation. Your current levels are far too low." Lu Huanlong and the others managed bitter smiles. Within Shanha City, their cultivation was considered top tier. But in Luo Changxing's presence, and within the grand scope of Tongzhou Prefecture, their strength amounted to nothing more than ants. Luo Changxing had shown them extraordinary generosity, directly handing over so many essence condensation pills for their cultivation. These 300+ pills were worth nearly 100 million silver notes. They felt even more fortunate that they had placed their loyalty in the right hands. The treasure Luo Changxing had casually bestowed far exceeded the combined wealth of their several great families by many times over. "We are deeply grateful, young Master Luo." Lu Huanlong and the others expressed their sincere gratitude. In their hearts they vowed that since young Master Luo had treated them so well, they would serve him faithfully and not let him down. Luo Changxing instructed his master to arrange rooms for them at Tianyuan Martial Hall so they could cultivate and break through. After the 5 absorbed the essence condensation pills and departed, Luo Changxing produced another jade vial. He said, "Master, here are 9 dragon blood pills. Once you absorb them, they should be sufficient to help you break through to the 7th layer of true qi." Upon hearing this, Director Song was momentarily stunned. 9 dragon blood pills. The 7th layer of true qi. This had once been beyond his wildest dreams. His previous ambition had been to merely reach the 2nd layer of true qi within his lifetime. Yet now he had not only reached the 2nd layer, but had already advanced to the third layer of true qi. Therefore he repeatedly waved his hand and refused, saying, "My disciple, keep these for yourself. They are far too precious. Master, please take them quickly. Otherwise, with your current cultivation level, you will be of no help to me in the future," Luo Changxing said with a smile. When the Luo family had cast him out, everyone had sought to claim the reward by bringing him in dead or alive. Only Director Song had taken him in. For that alone, Luo Changxing would gladly give him countless pills. "In that case, I shall not decline," Director Song said with a nod. He understood well that only by becoming stronger could he assist Luo Changxing and repay his kindness. Thus he no longer offered polite refusals. Accepting the dragon blood pills, he found a room to begin his cultivation. As for the 9 dragon blood pills, Luo Changxing truly did not value them highly. His current thoughts were focused on refining the inner cores of the dragon beasts once he returned to Tongzhou Prefecture, finding an alchemist to process them. The remaining 600+ qi gathering pills were given by Luo Changxing to Steward Lu. Steward Lu, take these 600+ qi gathering pills and distribute them among the disciples of Tianyuan Martial Hall to temper their cultivation, Luo Changxing said. Upon hearing over 600, Steward Lu inhaled sharply through his teeth. Without any hesitation or polite refusal, he said, "Then I thank you, young Master Luo." He immediately went to the martial practice ground and said to Fang Yun, "Fang Yun, young Master Luo has provided over 600 qi gathering pills. I shall keep 50 for myself. Distribute the rest equally among everyone." Fang Yun and the assembled disciples stood frozen in shock. They were merely disciples of Director Song. Moreover, most of them had paid fees to study there. Yet now Luo Changxing was willing to spare 600 qi gathering pills for their cultivation. What did this mean? One qi gathering pill was worth 30,000 taels of silver. 600 pills amounted to over 10 million, nearly 20 million taels of silver. Such extravagant generosity left everyone overwhelmed with excitement. "Oh my, we can each receive at least a dozen qi gathering pills. Indeed, with this I will be able to advance to the qi gathering realm. Haha, I can reach the qi gathering realm too. My neighbor cultivates at another martial hall, at least a full tier below me now." How often had these young ones ever seen so many qi gathering pills? They were utterly thrilled. Fang Yun swept his gaze over the crowd and spoke in a cold tone, "Enough noise. Look at how excited you've become. At the start, who was it that called young Master Luo a harbinger of disaster and complained about him coming to our Tianyuan martial hall?" Instantly some of the youths lowered their heads, daring not to speak. Regret flooded their hearts at the memory of their earlier words. "Very well, I shall let bygones be bygones." Fang Yun snorted coldly and continued, "But punishment is still due. Each of you shall receive 5 fewer qi gathering pills than the others. However, I say this plainly. Since young Master Luo holds us in such high regard, we must never give him reason to despair. From now on we shall cultivate diligently and repay young Master Luo's kindness. Do you understand?" The assembled youths nodded and responded in unison, "We understand." Only then did Fang Yun begin distributing the qi gathering pills to the youths. Luo Changxing, watching from the doorway of the main hall, could not help but smile. Though young, this Fang Yun was clearly a talented individual. While Luo Changxing cared little for the youths' earlier mockery, Fang Yun ensured they understood what behavior was acceptable and what was not. If these youths knew nothing of gratitude and fled at the first sign of danger, then nurturing them would be nothing but a waste of resources. Tongzhou Prefecture. Leng Yi arrived in Tongzhou Prefecture accompanied by his 2 junior brothers. Without delay, they headed straight for the Tianlong Pavilion. The Tianlong Pavilion existed in every prefecture city and boasted tremendous influence. With sufficient wealth, one could post any task. Leng Yi and the other 2 stepped inside. A supervisor of the Tianlong Pavilion noticed their Qingxian sect attire and sensed their considerable cultivation, immediately recognizing a substantial business opportunity. Overcome with delight, he hurriedly rose to welcome them. "Honored masters of the Qingxian sect, I am Supervisor Chun of the Tongzhou Prefecture Tianlong Pavilion branch. How may I assist you?" Supervisor Chun asked with a smile. Leng Yi glanced at him and was secretly astonished. The Tianlong Pavilion truly was remarkable. He could not penetrate the cultivation base of even a branch supervisor. Leng Yi clasped his hands and replied, "Supervisor Chun, I am here to post a bounty. I wish to issue a pursuit order. Please tell me the cost, in silver notes or spirit stones, whichever you prefer. By the current market rate, 1 spirit stone should exchange for 10 million silver notes, correct?" Supervisor Chen nodded and said, "Indeed, that is the current exchange rate. May I ask whom young master wishes to eliminate? I shall assess the target and provide a quotation." "I want the head of Luo Changxing from Shana City," Leng Yi said with a sinister voice. Manager Chen frowned and asked, "Could you provide more details? It would help us assess the situation better." "This person is named Luo Changxing from Hashan City. He killed my younger brother Leng Hong. This is all the information I can provide." "Very well. Please wait for an hour, and our Tianlong Tower will present you with a quotation. However, I must make one thing clear. Regardless of whether Lord Long decides to publish the bounty, you will still need to pay our Tianlong Tower a fee of 1 spirit stone." Manager Chen stated. Even if I don't publish it, I still need to pay such an exorbitant fee. Lung Yi and his two junior disciples widened their eyes, secretly astonished. Correct, because investigating someone requires considerable manpower and resources, which comes at great cost. Manager Chen nodded and asked Lung Yi, Lord Lung, do you wish to proceed with the investigation? Lung Yi felt somewhat belittled and clenched his teeth, saying, Of course. This person killed my younger brother. I will issue a bounty throughout Tongzhou Prefecture City to hunt him down. No matter the cost, I will tear him to pieces. Manager Chen smiled and said, Very well. Please wait a moment. Within just an hour we can complete our investigation and provide our quotation. With that, Manager Chen began instructing all Tianlong Tower agents to collect information. Meanwhile, Lung Yi and the other two were seated in a room, quietly awaiting the outcome. An hour passed quickly. Manager Chen entered the room where Lung Yi and the others waited, documents in hand. Lung Yi suddenly rose and asked, Manager Chen, has the investigation concluded? How much do I need to pay to issue the bounty? Manager Chen nodded. First he poured himself a cup of tea and then said, Lord Lung, are you certain you wish to issue the bounty? Lung Yi snorted and retorted, Of course. This person killed my younger brother. How could I possibly let him go? I must issue the bounty and ensure he finds no peace. Very well then, as long as you are certain about issuing the bounty. Our Tianlong Tower has completed the assessment. Lord Lung, you will need to pay a total of 10 billion silver notes, which is equivalent to 1,000 spirit stones. Once you pay, we can issue the bounty today, and the powerful cultivators throughout Tongzhou Prefecture City will be able to take on this task. Manager Chen said. What? 10 billion silver notes? Upon hearing this, Lung Yi was completely stunned. His two junior disciples' mouths hung wide open, equally dumbfounded. 10 billion silver notes. Converted into spirit stones, that would be 1,000 pieces. They had lived for most of their lives and couldn't possibly produce even 100 spirit stones. Could Tianlong Tower have made a mistake? Is the price for issuing a single bounty really this ruthless? As if sensing the doubt in Lung Yi and the others' eyes, Manager Chen spoke sternly. Lord Lung, the Luo Changxing you wish to kill is at least a cultivator at the third stage of yuan condensation, isn't he? You don't honestly think that offering a few hundred spirit stones would attract someone to take this task, do you? Manager Chen said, looking at Lung Yi and his two junior disciples as though they were fools. He had no idea that Lung Yi and the others combined couldn't even produce 100 spirit stones, let alone 200 or 300 or 1,000. What? A third-stage yuan condensation cultivator? Lung Yi and his two junior disciples were completely dumbfounded, frozen in shock. The person who killed their younger brother was actually a third-stage yuan condensation powerhouse. No wonder Tianlong Tower demanded 1,000 spirit stones. Anyone who dared to accept this task would have to be at least at the fourth stage of yuan condensation. Without 1,000 spirit stones, no fourth-stage yuan condensation cultivator would give this task a second glance. Any other powerful cultivator attempting this task would be walking straight to their death. Hiss! Lung Yi couldn't help but take a deep breath, feeling a chill run down his spine. He never expected that the true killer who murdered his younger brother possessed such terrifying strength. A third-stage yuan condensation cultivator. Such a powerhouse could kill him as easily as squashing an ant. He was truly fortunate now that he had come to Tianlong Tower. If he had acted so foolishly and rushed to Heshan City alone to hunt down the murderer, he suddenly remembered what his two junior disciples had told him, that the true disciple Chen Tang and the others had also gone looking for the murderer, but subsequently lost contact. There was no doubt that Chen Tang and the others had been counter-killed. A fourth-stage yuan condensation powerhouse could dispatch Chen Tang and the others as easily as chopping cabbage. So, Lord Lung, are you going to issue the bounty or not? Seeing Lung Yi standing there in a daze, Manager Chen grew impatient. Lung Yi hurriedly waved his hands and said, No, never mind, Manager Chen. I won't be issuing the bounty. What? Weren't you so resolute just moments ago about avenging your younger brother? Why the sudden change of heart? Do you not care about revenge anymore? Manager Chen said with sarcasm. He had seen many people like this, coming in full of confidence, vowing to hunt down this person or that. But the moment a price was quoted, they lost all courage and abandoned the task immediately. Manager Chen, never mind. After thinking it over, my younger brother deserved what happened to him. I won't be issuing the bounty. This one spirit stone is payment for your investigation fees. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. Lung Yi produced a spirit stone, and with his two junior disciples slipped away in disgrace. Oomph. Manager Chen watched them go, his expression filled with disdain. Outside Tianlong Tower, Lung Yi and his two junior disciples were still shaken. Senior brother Lung, this Luo Changxing is truly terrifying, with power at the third stage of yuan condensation. One of the disciples said in disbelief. He suddenly remembered something. When senior brother Lung had issued a bounty on the murderer at Qingxian sect back then. At that time, he himself had wanted to grab the killer immediately. Now thinking about it, cold sweat dripped down his back. Fortunately, he hadn't gone, otherwise he would have ended up dead. Yes, I never expected that either. I still don't understand how my younger brother provoked such a terrifying powerhouse. Lung Yi said somewhat resentfully. His mindset had completely changed from when he first arrived in Tongzhou Prefecture City. When he came, he had been filled with murderous intent, desperate to tear the murderer to pieces. But now he harbored resentment toward his younger brother for provoking such a powerful enemy. He really wouldn't even give Lung Yi peace, not even in death. Senior brother Lung, if that's the case, then Chun Tang and the others likely perished at the hands of this Luo Changsheng since they accepted the task and never returned, the second disciple said. Dead is dead. Let their master handle it. I'm done with this. Lung Yi waved his hand and said. Then he seemed to remember something, his expression suddenly changing drastically. Bad. I also issued a bounty at Qingxian sect. I must revoke it immediately. Otherwise someone might accept the task, and I could get dragged into this mess. Without a moment's delay, he and his 2 junior disciples sped toward Qingxian sect. They did not stop for a single moment, racing back to Qingxian sect at full speed. 2 days later, everyone awakened from their seclusion. Sect Master Song absorbed the dragon blood pill, elevating his cultivation to the 7th layer of true qi. Lu Huanlong, Zheng Feixue, and the other 3 directly advanced to the 3rd layer of true qi. The disciples of Tianyuan Martial Hall also stepped into the 1st and 2nd layers of qi gathering. Fang Yun even reached the 5th layer of qi gathering. Everyone was immensely excited. Under normal cultivation, it would take them at least a decade, or perhaps even longer, to reach such a realm. But now with the aid of Luo Changsheng's pills, they achieved in just 2 days a height they had never dared to imagine. Thank you, young Master Luo. Everyone bowed deeply to Luo Changsheng, expressing their gratitude. Luo Changsheng swept his gaze across the crowd, pausing momentarily on Lu Huanlong and the others. Lu Huanlong and his 4 companions were only at the 3rd layer of true qi, not particularly strong, but they were sufficient for managing the industries in Tongzhou Prefecture City. Luo Changsheng did not expect them to confront powerful foes. Merely keeping petty troublemakers in check would suffice. If any cultivator of the 8th or 9th layer of true qi, or even the Ningyuan realm, dared to cause trouble on his territory, Luo Changsheng himself would step in to annihilate them. In just 2 days, Luo Changsheng had gained another 20 years of cultivation, reaching the 6th layer of the Ningyuan realm. Originally, he believed that given a month's time, he would be able to completely disregard the Qingxian sect. Clearly, he had overestimated them. In just over 10 days, he could trample the Qingxian sect underfoot. Lu Huanlong, the 5 of you, select some people from your clans and follow me to Tongzhou Prefecture City immediately. Luo Changsheng said. The Yuan family had vast properties, and Chun Mu and his team of only a dozen or so could manage for a few days, but over time they would certainly be unable to oversee everything. Good. Lu Huanlong and the others nodded and immediately went back to select capable personnel. Disciple, I am now at the 7th layer of true qi and should be able to help. Shall I accompany you to Tongzhou Prefecture City? Sect Master Song asked. No need, Master, Luo Changsheng replied with a smile. You should stay in Shanha City. With your strength, no one would dare to cause chaos there. If no one was present in Shanha City, chaos would surely ensue. Since the annihilation of Bald Li and his 4 accomplices, their families' industries had largely been taken over by the 5 major clans, including the Lu family. The 5 clans, including the Lu family, had now pledged allegiance to Tianyuan Martial Hall. If both his master and Lu Huanlong and the others were to leave for Tongzhou Prefecture City, some might take the opportunity to seize their wealth. With Sect Master Song at the 7th layer of true qi stationed in Shanha City, he believed no one would dare to act recklessly. Alright, I'll stay in Shanha City then. Sect Master Song nodded. He understood that without someone to guard Shanha City, not only the Lu family, but even Tianyuan Martial Hall itself, would be vulnerable to attack. Before long, Lu Huanlong and the other 4 each selected over 30 experts at the 8th and 9th layers of qi gathering from their respective clans. In total, there were more than 160 people. You will accompany me to Tongzhou Prefecture City to manage the industries, Luo Changsheng declared. Rest assured I will treat you well. Everyone's salary will be doubled from the original amount. Luo Changsheng swept his gaze over the crowd as he spoke. Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. Initially, when their clan heads had ordered them to go to Tongzhou Prefecture City, they had been somewhat reluctant. They were well aware that their own strength was insignificant in Tongzhou Prefecture City, but they had not expected Luo Changsheng to be so generous as to double their salaries outright. Indeed, risk and opportunity coexisted. In Shanha City, while it was safe, the pay was low. In Tongzhou Prefecture City, though fraught with hidden dangers, they could receive high compensation. We are willing to follow young Master Luo's arrangements, the crowd chorused. Without further ado, Luo Changsheng led the group and departed immediately. In the Gu family's living room in Tongzhou Prefecture City, Yao Bin took a sip of tea and said to Gu Tianxiang, the family head, Elder Gu, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. The Gu family was the 3rd clan Yao Bin had visited. With each visit to a clan or power, he would leak the information about the dragon beast's inner core. Yao Bin sneered inwardly. How dare you kill members of my Yao family? I'll destroy you. Don't think that just because you have some power you're invincible. There are plenty of ways to deal with you. Then clan head Yao, take care. Gu Tianxiang said with a smile. Only after Yao Bin had completely disappeared from his sight did he speak. Toward the screen, elders come out. From behind the screen, several elders of the Gu family emerged. There were 3 in total, all experts at the 4th layer of the Ningyuan realm. Elder Gu Fei, what do you think? Should we seize this dragon beast's inner core or not? Gu Tianxiang asked, looking at one of the elders, a thin old man. This was Elder Gu Fei, the foremost expert of the Gu family, whose strength was on the verge of reaching the 5th layer of the Ningyuan realm. Seize what? Gu Fei snorted, his face filled with anger. It's obvious that Yao Bin has a grudge against Luo Changxing, and he's using our Gu family as a pawn. I know he's using us, Gu Tianxiang said regretfully, but it's a dragon beast's inner core. If we could obtain it, all our strengths could advance by 1 level. Since Elder Gu Fei had spoken thus, it was clear they should not pursue the dragon beast's inner core. Gu Tianxiang, I think your time as family head has clouded your judgment. Do you think this dragon beast's inner core is so easy to snatch? Have you truly ascertained Luo Changxing's strength? Gu Fei continued. He told us Luo Changxing is at the 3rd layer of Ningyuan. Does that mean it's really the 3rd layer? You're far too naive. From start to finish, no one has truly grasped Luo Changxing's exact cultivation. Yao Bin only guessed that he's at the 3rd layer of Ningyuan. Who knows if that's true? He could very well be at the 5th layer. Elder Gu Fei scolded Gu Tianxiang harshly. Gu Tianxiang could only smile bitterly. Elder Gu Fei, it would indeed be reckless to act without investigating Luo Changxing's true strength. But saying he's at the 5th layer of Ningyuan is a bit exaggerated. Enough, we need not discuss this further. Let's just guard the Gu family's industries and avoid stirring up trouble, Gu Fei said coldly. Gu Tianxiang gave a wry smile. Since Elder Gu Fei had said so, he naturally dared not to set his sights on Luo Changxing. One day later, Luo Changxing and his party arrived at Tongzhou Prefecture City. At this moment, Luo Changxing's cultivation had reached the late stage of the 6th level of the condensation yuan realm, just short of breaking through to the 7th level. Luo Changxing understood why there were so few powerful cultivators in Tongzhou Prefecture City. The higher one progressed, the longer it took to break through each level. Of course, this excluded those with extraordinary talent. However, the moment they entered the city, a figure blocked Luo Changxing's path. The man had a cold expression, appeared to be in his 40s, held a long blade in his hand, and stared at Luo Changxing with icy eyes. He said in a deep voice, "Hand over the dragon beast's core, and I'll spare your life." When this man appeared, the martial cultivators in the city were all shocked. Isn't this Lin Yu from the Lin family? He's a 4th level condensation yuan expert, yet he suddenly appeared here. No need to say more. The young man must have provoked Lin Yu. Tsk tisk, I wonder where this young man came from, being so reckless as to provoke Lin Yu, this powerful figure. The young man isn't simple either. Apparently he's the one who annihilated the Yuan family a few days ago. What? Hard to tell, but he does have some ability. No wonder he dared to provoke Lin Yu, but unfortunately he'll probably die under Lin Yu's blade. The crowd discussed animatedly, some gazing at Luo Changxing with pity. Offending Lin Yu would certainly lead to a miserable end. When Lu Wanling and his 5 companions, along with their family martial cultivators, heard this, their expressions changed dramatically. Tongzhou Prefecture City was truly dangerous. They had just arrived in Tongzhou Prefecture City and already encountered a 4th level condensation yuan expert blocking their way. Could it be that they were about to die here the moment they arrived? Each face reflected bitter resignation. Looking at Lin Yu before him, Luo Changxing shook his head and said, "Before ambushing me, didn't you think to investigate my actual strength?" Lin Yu sneered, "Your strength? Merely 3rd level condensation yuan." 3rd level condensation yuan. Luo Changxing shook his head and said, "Then you'd better take a good look at my true strength." With that, Luo Changxing directly drew a sword from Lu Wanling's waist. Swish! He slashed directly at Lin Yu. Lin Yu's expression showed no concern at all. A mere 3rd level condensation yuan youth, what tricks could he possibly pull? However, he quickly realized something was wrong. This sword strike actually condensed sword light with the force of tearing through space, accompanied by bursts of sonic booms. Wrong. You're definitely not at 3rd level condensation yuan. This strike has at least the power of 5th level condensation yuan. No, even 6th level condensation yuan. Lin Yu's expression changed dramatically. He suddenly understood that Luo Changxing absolutely could not have 3rd level condensation yuan cultivation. Just this single strike was enough to prove that Luo Changxing possessed the strength of 5th level, even 6th level condensation yuan. At this moment, how could he still have any thought of seizing the dragon beast's core? He turned and fled. But how could his speed possibly outpace sword light? The sword light flashed. Hiss! Lin Yu fell to the ground. His body was directly sliced into 2 halves by the sword light. The bustling street fell into absolute silence at this moment. Lin Yu of 4th level condensation yuan was killed by Luo Changxing with a single sword strike. This would definitely become the most explosive news in Tongzhou Prefecture City. Luo Changxing took Lin Yu's wealth and said to the stunned Lu Wanling and the others, "Shall we go?" Lu Wanling snapped back to his senses and followed behind Luo Changxing. However, their hearts were still filled with shock. A terrifying 4th level condensation yuan expert had been slain by Luo Changxing with a single sword strike. They had even thought they were going to die the moment they arrived in Tongzhou Prefecture City. Each person could only force a bitter smile. It seemed they had still underestimated Luo Changsheng's strength. Originally, they had assumed Luo Changsheng was at best second or third level. But that single strike just now was more than enough to prove that Luo Changsheng possessed at least 5th level condensation yuan cultivation. Then an unexpected joy welled up in their hearts. With a powerful expert like Luo Changsheng as their backing, rising to prominence in Tongzhou Prefecture City was merely a matter of time. The excited group followed behind Luo Changsheng, slightly raising their chins, their confidence visibly boosted. However, the moment Luo Changsheng and his party departed, the place erupted into chaos. Lin Yue, a 4th level condensation yuan expert, was killed with a single sword strike. Indeed, I hear this person is called Luo Changsheng. His strength is truly formidable. The Lin family provoked this Luo Changsheng. Looks like the Lin family is finished. All I can say is the Lin family brought this upon themselves. They thought Luo Changsheng was easy prey, never expecting him to be so powerful. On the street, everyone engaged in heated discussion. Many martial cultivators quickly reported this major news to their family elders. In an instant, various major families and merchant guilds immediately summoned their martial cultivators for emergency meetings. At the Gu family estate, whoosh whoosh whoosh, a young martial cultivator rushed toward the Gu family main hall, panting desperately despite struggling to breathe. Finally, he arrived at the hall after catching his breath. Family head Gu Tianxiang and 3 elders were all present. What happened? Gu Tianxiang frowned upon seeing this family martial cultivator gasping for air. Family head, all elders, something major just happened. This Gu family martial cultivator said between gasps. Don't rush, speak slowly. Gu Tianxiang's expression turned slightly grim. This disciple was called Gu Jun, whom he had previously appreciated and thought could be assigned important duties. Never did he expect such unstable composure, unable to even clearly explain a single piece of news. Gu Jun nodded and said in one breath, just now Lin Yu from the Lin family was killed by Luo Changsheng, and he was slain with just a single sword strike. What? Lin Yu was killed by Luo Changsheng with a single sword strike. Hearing this, Gu Tianxiang and the 3 elders abruptly stood up, asking in disbelief. Yes, it happened within the city, and many people witnessed it. Gu Jun nodded. Hiss. Upon confirming Gu Jun's words, Gu Tianxiang and the 3 elders, including Gu Fei, all gasped. Gu Tianxiang snorted angrily. This Yao Bin is truly detestable. He nearly brought disaster upon our Gu family. Indeed, the Yao family deserves to die. Elder Gu Fei also spoke coldly. To think they wanted them to confront a terrifying powerhouse, at least at the condensation yuan 5th layer. How utterly despicable. Patriarch, I have a plan that will kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Elder Gu Han suddenly spoke. Oh, what plan? The others immediately turned to look at Elder Gu Han. Let's directly capture Yao Bin and the other high-ranking members of the Yao family and hand them over to Luo Changsheng for punishment. This way we can both take revenge on the Yao family and befriend Luo Changsheng. Gu Han said. Gu Tianxiang and the other 2 immediately brightened up. This was indeed a good plan. It would allow them to vent their anger and also forge a bond with Luo Changsheng. There's no time to lose, let's act now. The group exchanged glances and vanished from the hall like a blur. Gu Jun watched the strongest members of the Gu family leave and shook his head. It seemed the Yao family was doomed. The Patriarch and the elders were all condensation yuan 4th layer powerhouses. The Yao family only had 2 condensation yuan 2nd layer experts and a few 1st layer martial artists. They were no match at all. The Yao residence. When news of Lin Yu being slain by Luo Changsheng with a single sword strike reached the Yao family, thud. Yao Bin and the high-ranking members of the Yao family instantly went weak in the legs, collapsing to the ground in fear. It's over, it's all over. This Luo Changsheng is so terrifying. Lin Yu was a condensation yuan 4th layer powerhouse, yet he was killed just like that. Yao Bin, the patriarch of the Yao family, shook his head and spoke in terror. Regret. At this moment his heart was filled with regret. If only he had known Luo Changsheng was so powerful, he would never have provoked him. In his view, Luo Changsheng was at most at the condensation yuan 3rd layer. Clearly he had underestimated him. To kill Lin Yu with a single sword strike, Luo Changsheng must be at the condensation yuan 5th layer. Patriarch, what should we do now? A Yao family elder asked in fear. Yao Bin gritted his teeth and said, now we can only abandon our assets in Tongzhou City. Before Luo Changsheng reacts, we must flee as far as we can. We've built our business in Tongzhou City for over 100 years with such vast assets. Are we just going to give it all up? An elder said unwillingly. Let's lie low for now. All right, no more words. Elder Yao Pin quickly lead everyone to evacuate. Yao Bin said solemnly. Elder Yao Pin nodded, gathered all the Yao family disciples, and immediately set out to leave Tongzhou City. Yao Bin took all the silver notes and elixirs of the Yao family, glanced reluctantly at the Yao family mansion, and then departed. Phew. After exiting the city gate, the Yao family members let out a heavy sigh. They were so clever, leaving as soon as they decided without giving Luo Changsheng any time to react. Suddenly, a mocking voice rang out. Yao Bin, you move quite fast. If I had been a step later, I might have missed your shadow entirely. Upon hearing this, the Yao family members all changed expression. They turned around and saw 4 martial artists with terrifying auras standing there staring coldly at them. Yao Bin took a deep breath and said, "Patriarch Gu, what are you doing? It seems I haven't offended your Gu family. I even willingly shared the news of the dragon beast inner core with your family. Yao Bin, you still have the nerve to mention the dragon beast inner core. You nearly brought disaster upon our Gu family." Gu Tianxiang said coldly. Yao Bin had nearly brought disaster upon the Gu family, yet he still had the audacity to talk about the dragon beast inner core. "Patriarch Gu, this is not my fault. I had no idea Luo Changxing was so powerful." Yao Bin continued to argue. "Enough, I'm tired of your nonsense. I'll cripple you and hand you over to Luo Changxing for punishment." Gu Tianxiang said coldly. "What? You're going to hand me over to Luo Changxing? Once he gets his hands on me, I'm as good as dead." Yao Bin's face turned pale. He gritted his teeth and said, "I can give you 500 million silver notes. Can you spare me, Patriarch Gu?" On hearing this, Gu Tianxiang's movement paused for a moment, but then his hand continued reaching for Yao Bin's limbs. Crack! With just a few strikes, Yao Bin's limbs were crippled by Gu Tianxiang. At that moment, Yao Bin's miserable screams rang out. Seeing Gu Tianxiang attack Patriarch Yao Bin, the Yao family martial artists immediately fled in all directions. The 3 elders Gu Fei and the others did not chase after them individually, but instead targeted the dozen or so high-ranking members of the Yao family. Bam! 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 Similarly, the dozen high-ranking Yao clan members were directly crippled by Gu Fei and the other 2. As for the other Yao martial artists, they ignored them. With the death of these high-ranking Yao family members, the entire Yao clan became scattered and was finished. The former Yuan residence. The plaque was changed, and it was now the Luo Mansion. The houses that had been damaged in the previous battle had already been repaired by workers. Chunmu Luhan and others seemed to have received news of Luo Changxing's return, so they were waiting early at the entrance of the Luo Mansion. "Welcome back, young Master Luo." Seeing Luo Changxing and the others, Chunmu and the rest stepped forward to greet him. "Haha, you're quite well informed." Luo Changxing let out a hearty laugh. At that moment, his gaze also fell upon the plaque at the mansion's entrance. It had changed from the former Yuan residence to the current Luo Mansion. He felt quite satisfied with Chunmu and the others. If Chunmu and his men couldn't even manage this, Luo Changxing would have given them a month's salary and told them to leave. At this moment, Chunmu and the others were also carefully watching Luo Changxing's expression. Seeing the satisfaction on his face, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As subordinates, they understood that they must always satisfy their master. Therefore, while Luo Changxing was returning to Shanhe City, they had arranged for the plaque to be changed and the houses to be repaired. "Young Master Luo, the news of you killing Lin Yu with a single sword strike has likely spread throughout Tongzhou City. Naturally, we have heard of it as well," Chunmu said with a smile. They were all extremely shocked. Initially, they had thought Luo Changxing was at most at the condensation Yuan 3rd layer. Taking over the Yuan family's assets would certainly face obstacles, as many forces would be eyeing the Yuan family's properties after its fall. It seemed they had underestimated Luo Changxing. Able to kill even Lin Yue, a condensation Yuan 4th layer expert, he surely possessed the strength of the condensation Yuan 5th layer. Condensation Yuan 5th layer. In all of Tongzhou City, that was already extremely formidable. Apart from the 12 great martial families, it could be said that no one would dare to provoke the Luo Mansion. They felt immensely fortunate, never expecting to have followed such a powerful figure. "Let's go inside first and talk," Luo Changxing said with a smile. As he passed by the gatekeeper Old Yu, he patted Old Yu on the shoulder. "Guard the gate of the Luo family well, and you will not be treated poorly." Old Yu was overjoyed upon hearing this. It seemed that if he did his duty well, he too had a chance to turn his life around. He immediately patted his chest and assured, "Rest assured, young Master Luo, I will guard the gate well." Lu Huanlong and the others looked at Old Yu and couldn't help but feel secretly alarmed. How could even a gatekeeper feel so unfathomable to them? Where did young Master Luo find such a formidable expert and one willing to serve as a mere gatekeeper? Upon entering the hall, Luo Changxing introduced Lu Huanlong and the 4 others to Chun Mu and his companions. "Greetings, Senior Chun." Lu Huanlong and the rest, upon learning that Chun Mu and the others were all experts at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, immediately called out respectfully. "I don't call us seniors. We're all working for young Master Luo. Just call me Brother Chun." Chun Mu waved his hand dismissively. "Indeed, calling us seniors would be too distant." Lu Han also chimed in. These were all people who had followed Luo Changxing since the city of Shanha. In their eyes, anyone summoned by Luo Changxing must be a trusted confidant. They dared not put on airs before Lu Huanlong and the others. They were all thinking about how to build a good relationship lest these people speak ill of them to Luo Changxing. Hearing this, Lu Huanlong and the rest felt flattered. They had finally come up in the world able to call experts at the 7th layer of Qi refinement their brothers. Indeed, choosing the right person to follow was crucial. Previously, they had never had the chance to meet such powerful cultivators, but now they could stand on equal footing. They silently vowed to devote themselves wholeheartedly to Luo Changxing. Just then, Elder Yu's voice came from outside the door. Young Master Luo Gu Tianxiang, the head of the Gu family, along with several family elders, have brought the Yao family members here to seek an audience. Elder Yu stood outside the hall and announced, "The Yao family." Luo Changsheng immediately recalled the ambush he had faced from the Yao family when he first arrived in Tongzhou Prefecture. Clearly Lin Yu's attack on him as soon as he entered the city this time must be connected to the Yao family. At the thought of Lin Yu, a cold gleam flashed in Luo Changsheng's eyes. The Lin family still wants to kill me. I'll deal with them later. Let them in, Luo Changsheng said. Very well. Elder Yu responded. Soon Gu Tianxiang and the three Gu family elders escorted Yao Bin and the others into the hall. Gu Tianxiang swept his gaze around, and his eyes quickly settled on the extraordinary-looking Luo Changsheng. I am Gu Tianxiang, head of the Gu family. Greetings, Senior Luo, Gu Tianxiang said with utmost respect. Gu Fei, Gu Han, and Gu Feng of the Gu family greet Senior Luo. The three elders, including Gu Fei, also called out respectfully. Chunmu, Lu Han, and the others who had originally worked for the Yuan family were secretly astonished. Lu Huanlong and his group might not know the weight of the Gu family, but they were well aware. Gu Tianxiang was a powerhouse at the fourth layer of condensed Yuan. In the past, he was haughty and wouldn't even glance at the Yuan family. Yet now before young Master Luo, he was as humble as a lapdog. Truly, some people aren't inherently arrogant. You just lack the ability to make them bow. Their hearts surged with excitement. Following young Master Luo, they were indeed gaining extraordinary experiences. Oh, what is it? Luo Changsheng asked. Young Master Luo, this is Yao Bin, the head of the Yao family, and these are the Yao family's high-ranking members. The ambush by Lin Yu of the Lin family as soon as you entered the city was because they leaked the news about your dragon beast inner core. Gu Tianxiang pointed at Yao Bin and the others who were thrown on the ground and said to Luo Changsheng, "So that's why someone tried to kill me the moment I entered the city. It was your doing." Luo Changsheng said, coldly staring at the Yao family members. Under Luo Changsheng's gaze, Yao Bin and the others shuddered. This was the terrifying powerhouse who had slain Lin Yu with a single sword strike. If they had known Luo Changsheng was so formidable, they would have passed the information to the 12 great martial families. Those families all had cultivators at the 6th layer of condensed Yuan who could have killed Luo Changsheng in one blow. Spare us, Senior Luo. We are willing to offer all the Yao family's assets to atone for our crimes. Yao Bin pleaded. How ridiculous. If I kill you, won't the Yao family's property become mine anyway? Luo Changsheng sneered. Luo Changsheng showed no mercy toward the Yao family. They had wanted him dead. Why waste words? With a few casual strokes, Luo Changsheng sent out streaks of Yuan-infused blades that sliced through the air. With wet thuds, more than a dozen people, including Yao Bin, were instantly slain, blood pooling on the floor. Gu Tianxiang and the three Gu family elders were secretly alarmed. The casually unleashed Yuan blades made their hearts tremble. They calculated in their minds if those blades struck them, what chance of survival would they have? In the end, they found not even a sliver of hope. It seemed the rumors that Luo Changsheng was at the 5th layer of condensed Yuan had completely underestimated him. In their eyes, he was at least at the 6th layer. Young Master Luo, if there is nothing else, we shall take our leave, Gu Tianxiang said with a cupped fist salute. Their purpose this time was to settle the score with the Yao family who had nearly brought disaster upon them. This vengeance had to be exacted. Another goal was to leave a good impression on Luo Changsheng. Now that both objectives were achieved and Luo Changsheng bore them no ill will, it was time to depart. You are Patriarch Gu, correct? Now that the Yao family is finished, can you assist my subordinates in taking over the Yao family's businesses? Luo Changsheng asked. He understood that taking over the Yao family's assets would likely keep Chen Mu and the others busy. Hearing this, Gu Tianxiang was not offended, but rather delighted. This meant Luo Changsheng was willing to interact with the Gu family, an opportunity. I am at your command, young Master Luo, Gu Tianxiang said. Chen Mu, go handle it. If there's anything you need Patriarch Gu's help with, just tell him directly, Luo Changsheng said to Chen Mu. Understood. Chen Mu was also inwardly thrilled. After settling these trivial matters, Luo Changsheng's eyes turned cold. It was time to deal with the Lin family. In Tongzhou Prefecture at the Lin family estate, when they learned that Lin Yu had been slain by Luo Changsheng with a single sword strike, the Lin family was thrown into complete panic. Lin Yue, an elder of the Lin family, was at the 4th layer of condensed Yuan, among the top combatants of the family. Yet even he was no match for Luo Changsheng, who had killed him with just one blow. It's all the Yao family's fault. Damn them, they've brought disaster upon us. Lin Yuan, the family head, gnashed his teeth in resentment. Blame the Yao family now. What use is that? We need to think of a way to weather this crisis, one elder sighed. By the way, Elder Lin Ning, you went to consult the 12 great martial families earlier. What did they say? Lin Yuan asked the elder named Lin Ning. Would they be willing to help us through this? Most of those martial families don't want to get involved in other people's affairs. Only one, the Hu family, is willing to help. But their price is steep. They demand half of the Lin family's assets. Lin Ning shook his head helplessly. What? Half of our assets? That's too harsh. The Lin family warriors stared wide-eyed upon hearing this. This was indeed brutal. Handing over half their assets would set the Lin family back decades. The ancestral enterprises would be ruined in their hands. At this moment, everyone was filled with fury. Why had they ever listened to the Yao family and tried to seize the dragon beast inner core? Greed truly was fatal. Patriarch, we have no choice now. We must accept the Hu family's exorbitant demand, another elder said with a sigh. Fine, half it is as long as we survive this crisis. Lin Ning, go to the Hu family immediately and tell them we agree to their terms. Lin Yuan urged. After speaking, he felt a wave of weakness wash over him. The Lin family's losses this time were catastrophic. Soon the Hu family dispatched a powerful expert to station at the Lin residence. Lin Yuan hurried out to greet him and was overjoyed at the sight of the visitor. He never expected the Hu family to send Elder Hu Zhan. Elder Hu Zhan was a powerhouse at the 6th layer of the Condensing Yuan realm. The 6th layer of Condensing Yuan was already the most terrifying existence apart from the Qingxian sect, the Fuzhou Hall, and the Yaoang Pavilion. It seemed the Lin family would be safe this time. Lin Yuan clasped his fists and said, I trouble Elder Hu Zhan this time. The Hu family is after all an ancient martial arts clan. Since we took the money, we must deliver. Your Lin family can carry on as usual. Rest assured with me here that Luo Changxing wouldn't dare to come. If he does, I'll crush him with a single punch. Hu Zhan spoke as if it were a trivial matter. Then many thanks to Elder Hu Zhan. Lin Yuan said gratefully. At this moment he was eager for Luo Changxing to come and be killed by Elder Hu Zhan's punch. This would completely eliminate the Lin family's worries. Luo Changxing arrived at the Lin residence ready to strike and annihilate the Lin family. Had he not been powerful, he would have been killed by Lin Yue, so naturally, he could not let the Lin family off. A Condensing Yuan 6th layer martial artist is stationed at the Lin family. Luo Changxing halted his steps, his eyes flickering as he murmured. He had not expected the Lin family to have invited a Condensing Yuan 6th layer expert to guard them. Now he too was a Condensing Yuan 6th layer powerhouse. If he were to act rashly, he would gain nothing. In that case, I'll let your Lin family live for another day or two. Luo Changxing thought to himself. The Lin family members had already noticed Luo Changxing's arrival. Seeing him about to enter the Lin residence, they secretly rejoiced. As long as Luo Changxing stepped into the Lin residence, he would be slain by Senior Hu Zhan. But to their great annoyance, Luo Changxing seemed to have sensed Senior Hu Zhan's presence and stopped at the door, refusing to enter. Senior Hu Zhan, why don't you chase after him and kill him? Lin Yuan said to Hu Zhan. Although they were not afraid with Senior Hu Zhan guarding the Lin family, he would rather have Luo Changxing killed directly to eliminate future trouble. No need. I am stationed at your Lin family. No one dares to touch a single hair of your members. Hu Zhan waved his hand dismissively. Though he spoke lightly, inside he was greatly alarmed. The profound Yuan power emanating from Luo Changxing was no less than his own. That was also why he did not give chase. He suspected that even if he did, he might not come out on top. He truly had not expected that this young man Luo Changxing, who had suddenly appeared, possessed such terrifying strength, actually having the same cultivation level as his own. Indeed, the world is full of talents. Alright. Seeing that Hu Zhan was unwilling to pursue, Lin Yuan knew there was no use in arguing, so he could only helplessly leave Hu Zhan's room. Luo Changxing did not return immediately. He wandered the streets of the prefectural city. Soon he arrived at the entrance of a huge pavilion towering over 10 meters tall. Above it were written several large characters, Yaoang Pavilion. How magnificent! Luo Changxing couldn't help exclaiming. Just then an impatient voice suddenly rang out behind Luo Changxing. A young master with an arrogant expression accompanied by several followers walked quickly over. Luo Changxing did not move, merely staring straight at these people. He wanted to see who exactly had such audacity as to demand he make way. Moi. The young master's expression turned cold. He hadn't expected anyone to dare block his path. Do you know who I am? How dare you block my way? The young master said coldly. I don't care who you are. Get lost if you don't want to die. Luo Changxing said impatiently. In the entire Tongzhou prefecture city, even Condensing Yuan realm experts would address him as senior upon meeting him. A mere brat at the 4th layer of true qi dared to act arrogant before him. This was simply courting death. The young master and his followers were somewhat intimidated by Luo Changxing's aura. Moreover, he had not brought any guards this time. Thus he could only suppress his anger and say, fine, act tough with me. Just you wait. With that, remembering he had business to attend to, he hurriedly stepped into the Yaoang Pavilion. Luo Changxing found it amusing. In this day and age, someone still dared to threaten him. Fine, he would wait and see what background this fellow had. Then Luo Changxing also stepped into the Yaoang Pavilion. Inside the hall, the young master was clearly of high status, as a supervisor personally received him shortly after he entered. I want to refine some Condensing Yuan pills. Could you ask your Yaoang Medicine King to personally refine them for me? The young master inquired. Supervisor Fu frowned upon hearing this and said, Young Master Chu, are you joking? How could our Yaoang possibly refine Condensing Yuan pills? Nowadays he hardly even refines dragon blood pills. He mostly leaves them to other alchemists of the Yaoang Pavilion. Well then, can you arrange for a more skilled alchemist to refine them for me? The young Master Chu Xiao said regretfully. But he noticed that Supervisor Fu was looking outside, seemingly not hearing him at all. Supervisor Fu. Chu Xiao called twice, growing somewhat angry inside. Is the Yaowang Pavilion so great? Is this how you treat clients? Young Master Chu, you may have to wait a bit. I need to receive an important person, Supervisor Fu said. Oh, an important person. Who is it? Chu Xiao became curious. Senior Luo Changxing, have you heard of him? Supervisor Fu asked. I just returned from a training trip outside and heard some things. They say this Luo Changxing is extremely terrifying. He single-handedly annihilated the Yuan family and then killed Lin Yue, who was at the 4th layer of condensing Yuan, with a single sword strike. Chu Xiao said. He had never expected that such huge events would have taken place in the entire Tongzhou Prefecture city while he was out training. Being able to kill a 4th layer condensing Yuan cultivator with one sword, outsiders estimated that Luo Changxing was at least at the 5th layer of condensing Yuan. TSK. The 5th layer of condensing Yuan. He could easily destroy their Chu family. The Chu family had stood in Tongzhou Prefecture city for 200 years, and currently the strongest was his grandfather at the 4th layer of condensing Yuan. Supervisor Fu nodded and said, it seems young Master Chu is well informed. That young man in blue robes ahead is precisely Senior Luo Changxing. If you don't mind, young Master Chu, I'll go receive him first. What? This person is Luo Changxing. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiao's pupils contracted, and his whole body began to tremble. Young Master Chu, what's wrong with you? Manager Fu's eyelids twitched upon seeing Chu Xiao trembling uncontrollably. Could it be that this fellow had offended Luo Changxing? If that were the case, he would need to distance himself from Chu Xiao. It was one thing to be arrogant and domineering on ordinary days, but to go and provoke a powerhouse at the 5th layer of condensing Yuan. That was sheer suicide. Even as the manager of the Medicine King Pavilion, he would not casually provoke others outside. The Medicine King Pavilion held an extraordinary status in Tongzhou Prefecture city precisely because of the Medicine King's unique identity. He was merely a hall manager. He couldn't afford to offend everyone he met, or else even the Medicine King would expel him. I just had a conflict with Luo Changxing outside the door. Chu Xiao sighed, his face filled with regret. What? You really provoked him? Manager Fu was greatly alarmed upon hearing this. He looked at Chu Xiao, shook his head, and said, it's over. You're completely finished. Manager Fu, what should I do? Chu Xiao, now devoid of all arrogance, was on the verge of tears. What to do? Hurry over there, kneel down, and apologize. See if Senior Luo will forgive you. If you're too late, just wait for the Chu family to collect your corpse. Manager Fu said coldly. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiao gritted his teeth and walked straight toward Luo Changxing. Moi. Luo Changxing's expression turned cold as he watched Chu Xiao approach. It seemed time to teach this young master a harsh lesson. How dare he provoke someone like Luo Changxing? Did he have a death wish? Thump. However, to Luo Changxing's surprise, the young master was not coming to pick a fight. The moment he reached Luo Changxing, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed heavily several times. I have eyes but fail to see. I didn't know you were Senior Luo. Please, Senior Luo, be magnanimous and spare my life. Chu Xiao said while kneeling. Seeing their young master kneeling, Chu Xiao's servants were horrified. How could a precious scion like Chu Xiao kneel? They moved to help him up. But when they heard Chu Xiao address the young man as Senior Luo, they were startled. Senior Luo. Could it be Luo Changxing, the one whose fame had risen recently? Luo Changxing was a terrifying existence whom even the Chu family patriarch dared not provoke. For a moment, no one dared to step forward and help him up. It was no joke. If Senior Luo didn't forgive you, the entire Chu family would be doomed. What was kneeling compared to that? Luo Changxing sneered. Oh, weren't you quite arrogant just now? Didn't you tell me to wait? Chu Xiao immediately slapped himself several times and said, Senior Luo, I have a foul mouth. Everything I said was nothing but hot air. Seeing Chu Xiao behaving like a clown, Luo Changxing waved his hand and said, enough, get lost. He had no interest in dealing with such a buffoon. Chu Xiao, feeling as if he had been granted amnesty, kowtowed several times before hastily fleeing the Medicine King Pavilion with his subordinates. Manager Fu watched this scene and shook his head. Young Master Chu was lucky today. Senior Luo hadn't lost his temper, or the entire Chu family would have been doomed. Although Chu Xiao had escaped with his life after provoking Senior Luo, his days in the Chu family would surely be difficult. Putting aside those thoughts, Manager Fu approached Luo Changxing and said with extreme courtesy, Senior Luo, is there anything I can help you with? Manager Fu, being quite astute, noticed Luo Changxing scanning the hall and understood that this place was not suitable. He then led Luo Changxing to the reception hall of the Medicine King Pavilion. I have a dragon beast inner core here. Can the people of your Medicine King Pavilion refine a dragon form pill? Luo Changxing asked. A sharp intake of breath. A dragon beast inner core. Manager Fu was greatly astonished. Truly worthy of Senior Luo to produce such a treasure at the first move. Yes, please wait a moment, Senior Luo. I'll go summon the Medicine King. Manager Fu said. The Medicine King. He was the ruler of the Medicine King Pavilion, a top-tier expert in Tongzhou Prefecture City, and also an alchemist. Luo Changxing nodded. He also wished to meet this legendary figure. Before long, a handsome middle-aged man in a purple robe walked over together with Manager Fu. As soon as the man saw Luo Changxing, he laughed heartily and asked, So you are Luo Changxing. In the past few days you've become a sensation in Tongzhou Prefecture City. I was wondering how old you were, but I never expected you to be so young. Tisk tisk, such a promising young man. Luo Changsheng was slightly moved and somewhat surprised. The Medicine King, despite his noble status, was quite approachable. You flatter me, Medicine King. What sensation? They are but empty titles. How could they compare to you, the Medicine King? Luo Changsheng clasped his hands and said, Don't bother with Medicine King this and that. My name is Chunin. If Brother Luo doesn't mind, just call me Brother Chun or simply by my name. The Medicine King said with a smile. Manager Fu stood there completely dumbfounded. Heavens! The Medicine King was being so polite to Luo Changsheng, even telling him to call him by his name. In his decades at the Medicine King Pavilion, he had never seen the Medicine King treat anyone with such courtesy. Luo Changsheng's eyes flickered, and he immediately understood that the Medicine King intended to build a friendship. For Luo Changsheng, this was also a good thing. Being able to befriend an alchemist would be advantageous to him. Then I'll call you Brother Chun. Brother Chun, I have a dragon beast inner core here, and would like to ask you to refine it. Just tell me the fee. Luo Changsheng said. With the dragon beast inner core and some supplementary materials, I can refine 12 dragon form pills. I don't want any other payment. Just hope Brother Luo can give me 2 of the pills. The Medicine King Chunin said. 2. And no other fees. That was an extremely low price. Alright, when can it be refined? Luo Changsheng asked. He wanted a definite time. The Medicine King appeared courteous on the surface, but who knew whether he might harbor other intentions after refining the dragon form pills. It will take only 2 days. Brother Luo can come pick them up in 2 days, or I can have someone deliver them to your residence, Chunin said. No need, I'll come pick them up myself. Luo Changsheng nodded. Then he rose and left. After Luo Changsheng departed, Manager Fu asked with a puzzled expression, Medicine King, why did you only ask for 2 dragon form pills? Your success rate is so high, in the past you would take 6 pills. And there was another question he wanted to ask, but dared not voice. Why was the Medicine King so extraordinarily polite to Luo Changsheng, almost excessively so? Haha, Xiaofu, what do you know? The Medicine King laughed heartily. Others are others, but this Luo Changsheng is different. Tisk tisk, so young and already at the 6th layer of condensing yuan. What will he become in the future? What? The 6th layer of condensing yuan. But the rumors outside say he's at the 5th layer. Manager Fu was filled with shock. The outside world. What can they see? If I hadn't cultivated a technique for observing people, I wouldn't have been able to discern Luo Changsheng's cultivation level, because his aura is extremely unstable. The Medicine King snorted, then continued, Just remember this, don't provoke Luo Changsheng, and if he needs anything, do your best to accommodate him. Yes, Medicine King. Manager Fu was secretly alarmed. This wasn't just building a friendship, it felt more like the Medicine King was trying to curry favor with him. At the Luo residence, a day passed in the blink of an eye. Luo Changsheng checked his cultivation and immediately smiled. Indeed, he had already advanced to the 7th level of condensing yuan. It was time to settle accounts with the Lin clan. Luo Changsheng rose and walked out of the Luo residence. Shen Mu, accompanied by Lu Huanlong and his group, was about to set out for their tasks. Because the Yao clan had been annihilated, they had to take over the Yao clan's businesses, leaving them with much to do. Seeing Luo Changsheng heading outside, as if struck by a thought, his expression changed. He asked, Young Master Luo, are you going to settle accounts with the Lin clan? Indeed, the Lin clan dared to ambush me. How could I let them off? Luo Changsheng nodded. Shen Mu immediately said anxiously, Young Master Luo, I've heard from outside that the Lin clan has allied with the Hu clan, one of the 12 great martial families. Now a powerhouse at the 6th level of condensing yuan is stationed at the Lin clan. If the Hu clan dares to involve themselves in this karma, then I'll destroy the Hu clan along with them. Luo Changsheng said coldly. What? Upon hearing this, Chun Mu and the others stared at Luo Changsheng in disbelief. The Hu clan, as one of the 12 great martial families, had deep foundations. Even powerhouses at the 6th level of condensing yuan were not uncommon. Young Master Luo actually showed no regard for the Hu clan. For a moment, Chun Mu and the others could only smile bitterly. They wondered in their hearts whether Luo Changsheng truly didn't understand the Hu clan's depth, or if he really possessed such strength. Chun Mu and the others dared not ask further, simply following behind Luo Changsheng to see if they could be of any help. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Lin estate. Then stepping forward, he entered the Lin residence. What do you think you're doing? The several guards of the Lin clan were greatly alarmed. They hadn't expected that with Hu Jin stationed at the Lin clan, Luo Changsheng would still dare to break in. To destroy your Lin clan. Luo Changsheng said coldly. What? You dare? The guards, terrified, scrambled to notify the Patriarch Lin Yuan. Patriarch, it's bad, it's bad. That Luo Changsheng has broken in and says he will destroy our Lin clan. The guards exclaimed in fear. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan was not alarmed, but delighted instead. Haha, excellent. I was worried you wouldn't dare step into my Lin residence. Now that you're here, Patriarch Hu Jun can strike and kill this Luo Changsheng. Lin Yuan said with a laugh. With that, he immediately went to invite Patriarch Hu Jun inside the room. Lin Yuan said to Hu Jun, Patriarch Hu Jun, this Luo Changsheng has no idea of his own mortality and has already broken into our Lin residence. I beg you to strike and eliminate this villain. I thought with my presence he would be afraid, but he still dares to come. Hu Zhen's expression gradually turned cold. It seemed that without teaching Luo Changsheng a harsh lesson, he would truly think the 12 great martial families were easy to provoke. Since he's so eager to die, I'll send him on his way. Hu Zhen rose and strode outside. Yesterday he had sensed Luo Changsheng's cultivation was considerable. Luo Changsheng was young and surely lacked combat experience. Lin Yuan followed behind, secretly delighted. Killing Luo Changsheng now would completely eliminate his worries. In the courtyard, all the martial artists of the Lin clan surrounded Luo Changsheng with weapons drawn, yet none dared to step forward. Luo Changsheng had easily slain Elder Lin Yu. These lesser minions would only be courting death. They were waiting for Patriarch Hu Zhen. Once Patriarch Hu Zhen acted, he could directly kill Luo Changsheng. Finally, two figures emerged from the inner courtyard. It was Patriarch Hu Zhen and Patriarch Lin Yuan. The Lin clan martial artists collectively breathed a heavy sigh of relief. With Patriarch Hu Zhen here, they had nothing to fear. Luo Changsheng, if you hadn't stepped into our Lin residence you might have lived. But now that you're here, you're doomed. Lin Yuan's face twisted with a sneer. You seem quite confident. Luo Changsheng mocked. Haha, of course. Patriarch Hu Zhen is here. Do you really think you can kill a powerhouse at the 6th level of condensing yuan? Lin Yuan said coldly. Then cupping his hands toward Hu Zhen, he said, Patriarch, please act and destroy this villain. Hu Zhen nodded. Luo Changsheng, you knew that my Hu clan protects the Lin clan, yet you still came here. That's seeking death. Since you're so eager to die, I'll send you on your way. Hu Zhen squinted, then suddenly struck. Whoosh. Holding a long sword, he stabbed at Luo Changsheng with incredible speed. Hu Zhen knew well that his cultivation was similar to Luo Changsheng's. His advantage lay in rich experience, so he struck before Luo Changsheng could react. He had to kill Luo Changsheng in one blow. Such speed. Everyone was stunned. Hu Zhen seemed to vanish, leaving only a blur. This Luo Changsheng is dead for sure. Seeing Hu Zhen's strength, Lin Yuan felt reassured. Bang! At that moment a loud sound suddenly erupted, deafening everyone's ears. Everyone looked. Gasp! In an instant they were all dumbfounded. There was Patriarch Hu Zhen like a dead dog slammed to the ground by Luo Changsheng. Luo Changsheng's expression remained unchanged as he slowly withdrew his hand. How can this be? Patriarch Hu Zhen is a powerhouse at the 6th level of condensing yuan. Lin Yuan stared in terror, unable to believe his eyes. The entire Lin clan fell into chaos. Heavens! Patriarch Hu Zhen was so strong, yet he was slapped to the ground by Luo Changsheng and couldn't even move. It's over, our Lin clan is finished. Hu Zhen is no match for Luo Changsheng, we're doomed. We should never have plotted against Luo Changsheng in the first place. All for a dragon beast inner core, and now we've brought ruin upon the entire Lin clan. The Lin clan martial artists were filled with terror. They bitterly resented why they had provoked Luo Changsheng over a dragon beast inner core. Chen Mu and his group following behind Luo Changsheng were also astounded. The young master they served was actually this powerful. He had easily crushed even a powerhouse at the 6th level of condensing yuan. Spare me, spare me. Hu Zhen was filled with fear. He had intended to ambush Luo Changsheng, but instead of his sword hitting, he was slammed to the ground by a tremendous force. That terrifying force was absolutely not something a 6th level condensing yuan martial artist could possess. Luo Changsheng was undoubtedly at the 7th level of condensing yuan. Gasp! Realizing Luo Changsheng's terror, Hu Zhen trembled all over, his heart filled with dread. The Hu clan should never have involved themselves in this karma. Spare you. A trace of mockery appeared on Luo Changsheng's face. If his cultivation were inferior, would the other side have shown mercy? Clearly not. Since that was the case, how could Luo Changsheng let him go? Chi! A long blade condensed from yuan power swept across. Hu Zhen, a powerhouse at the 6th level of condensing yuan, was cleaved in two by the blade, blood spraying out. As the Lin family watched Hu Zhen being slain by Luo Changsheng, a wave of terror swept over them. Lin Yuan, the family head in particular, had originally believed that with senior Hu Zhen intervening, Luo Changsheng's death was certain. He was mistaken, utterly mistaken. He never imagined that Luo Changsheng would dispatch Hu Zhen with such ease. This Luo Changsheng's strength is undoubtedly at the 7th layer of the condensation yuan realm. The 7th layer of condensation yuan. In all of Tongzhou Prefecture City, that is already the pinnacle of power, rivaling even the prefect himself. How could I have been so foolish, swayed by the Yao family to provoke such a fearsome individual? At this moment his heart was filled with nothing but regret. He had actually believed Yao Bin's words and provoked a powerhouse at the 7th layer of condensation yuan. The Yao family. If only I had the chance to annihilate them with my own hands. They have brought my Lin family to such ruin. Lin Yuan sneered inwardly. He knew there was no escape today, and his only regret was not being able to eradicate the Yao family himself. With Hu Zhen dead, the Lin family's martial artists were nothing but ants in Luo Changsheng's eyes. With swift strokes, he cut down the high-ranking members like Lin Yuan. Only some true Qi realm martial artists remained, and Luo Changsheng left them to Chun Mu and his men. Soon Chunmu bloodstained approached. Young Master Luo, all the Lin family martial artists have been dealt with, Chunmu reported. Somehow a thrill of excitement stirred within him. He came from humble beginnings and had always been looked down upon by these martial families. Yet now he could stand tall and contend with the great clans. From today onward, he was no longer the insignificant Chunmu, he was Chunmu, who could go toe-to-toe with martial families. Very well, take over the Lin family's assets as well, Luo Chongqing said. But young Master Luo, I heard they have given half of their properties to the Hu family of the martial clans. Chunmu said with a hint of worry. It's fine. Go and take them over. With me here there is no need to fear, Luo Chongqing assured. Yes, I will go at once. Chunmu felt immensely reassured. He sent Lu Han with a group to inventory the Lin Mansion's assets while he led another group directly to a gambling den. The 10,000 gold pavilion. It was one of the 5 major gambling dens in Tongzhou Prefecture City. It generated a fortune daily with profits reaching hundreds of thousands of silver taels per day. Originally owned by the Lin family, it had now changed hands and become Hu family property. Seeing Chunmu enter with so many people, everyone in the gambling den halted and stared at him. A Hu family martial artist guarding the den, thinking they were customers, approached and asked, "Friend here to play?" "No, you can leave now. This gambling den is ours from now on," Chunmu declared. The crowd was stunned, staring at Chunmu and his men. Were these people insane to dare cause trouble here? This was the property of the Hu family, one of the 12 great martial clans. "Boy, have you inquired whose establishment this is? Coming here to make trouble? You must be tired of living," the Hu family martial artist sneered. "Whose establishment? Isn't it the Hu family's?" Chunmu retorted with a cold laugh. "Knowing it's the Hu family's and still daring to cause trouble, you're courting death," the Hu family martial artist said coldly. As a second-layer condensation yuan cultivator, how could he tolerate a mere 7th-layer true qi cultivator like Chunmu acting insolently? He raised his hand and slashed a blade at Chunmu. The gamblers and other Hu family martial artists sneered. In this day and age, some people would risk their lives for money. Seeing the Hu family martial artist attack, a flicker of fear passed through Chunmu's eyes. He wasn't sure if Luo Chongqing was following behind. Whoosh! Just then a flash of light streaked by. The second-layer condensation yuan martial artist was instantly slain by that flash. Chunmu breathed a sigh of relief, terrified that Luo Chongqing hadn't come. What? The other Hu family martial artists and the gamblers were utterly shocked. What had happened? They had only seen a streak of light. And yet the Hu family martial artist at the second layer of condensation yuan was dead. No wonder Chunmu and his men, mere true qi 7th-layer cultivators, were so arrogant. It turned out they had a hidden expert backing them. "Who's there? Skulking around? Show yourself," another Hu family martial artist shouted. In response, a long blade of condensed yuan energy flew toward him. The blade moved with terrifying speed, reaching him in an instant. No, he barely let out a cry before the blade sliced through him. Blood sprayed, and he collapsed to the ground. This time, everyone saw clearly how he died. It was a blade formed from condensed yuan energy, and its mere presence filled them with dread. "Run!" informed the patriarch. Some Hu family martial artists yelled. But a dozen more blades flew in, and they had no chance to escape. All were slaughtered. "Ladies and gentlemen, please continue your games. This establishment now belongs to the Luo residents," Chunmu announced to the terrified customers. The Luo family. Could it be the newly risen Luo family? Lately, the Luo family has been making a name for itself, destroying the Yuan family, slaying Lin Yu of the Lin family, and now daring to contend with the Hu family for territory. A gambler asked in shock. Indeed, Luo Chongqing's fearsome reputation had spread throughout Tongzhou Prefecture City, and many had heard of it. Chunmu smiled. "That's right, the very Luo family you speak of." The crowd was stunned. The Luo family was incredibly bold, daring to clash with the Hu family, which had stood for centuries as one of the 12 great martial clans. Chunmu left Lu Huanlong to guard the place and led his men to other Lin family properties. The Hu family, having stood for centuries as one of the 12 great martial clans, possessed deep foundations. Their ambitions extended beyond Tongzhou Prefecture City. Every year, they sent numerous disciples to the Yangshan Academy in the capital for further training. It was well known that the Demon Suppression Bureau, the most powerful institution, recruited its talent from Yangshan Academy. Outstanding students were directly selected as candidates for Demon Suppression Guards. Once they had the opportunity to distinguish themselves, they could become full Demon Suppression Guards. Demon Suppression Guards were the elite of the elite. Even the prefect had to bow and submit before them. At this moment in the Hu family hall, a servant was reporting on the progress of Hu family disciples at Yangshan Academy. "Patriarch, you have no idea how fierce the battle was." Hu Chong delivered a mighty slash, severing his opponent's arms, and thus secured a top 10 spot, earning the qualification of a Demon Suppression Guard candidate. Hu Tsangxing burst into laughter upon hearing this. "Excellent. Wonderful. Our Hu family is producing talent. A Demon Suppression Guard. Even the prefect will have to address Chonger as sir. Now we can stand shoulder to shoulder with the prefect's office," Hu Tsangxing said with excitement. The other Hu family elders were also ecstatic. A demon suppression guard candidate was essentially as good as a full demon suppression guard. The Hu family could now claim to be the foremost family in Tongzhou Prefecture City without anyone daring to object. Just as the Hu family was rejoicing, a Hu clan warrior suddenly rushed in panic-stricken. Patriarch, something terrible has happened. The warrior shouted. What is it? Why such a fuss? Hu Zhangxing asked with a cold face. Didn't the Lin family give half of their assets to our Hu clan? The Hu warrior continued. Indeed. Could it be that the Lin family has gone back on their word? If they dare toy with us, I'll wipe them out in an instant. Hu Zhangxing snorted coldly. No, it's the Luo estate. They directly seized those assets and killed our Hu warriors. The Hu warrior said. What? The Luo estate? Outrageous. That Luo Changxing has gone too far. Upon hearing this, Hu Zhangxing shot to his feet, killing intent radiating from him. As if recalling something, he asked, what about Elder Hu Zhan? Wasn't he at the Lin family? Didn't he intervene? Elder Hu Zhan is dead, and the Lin family has been utterly annihilated. The Hu warrior set his face pale with fear. Gasps echoed through the hall. Not only Hu Zhangxing, but every warrior of the Hu clan leaped to their feet, disbelief written on their faces. Elder Hu Zhan was a powerhouse at Condensing Yuan Layer 6. Yet he was killed just like that. That meant Luo Changxing must also be at Condensing Yuan Layer 6, or perhaps even Layer 7. It seems we have all underestimated this Luo Changxing. His strength is no simple matter. Hu Zhangxing set his face dark. Patriarch, he killed Elder Hu Zhan. Are we just going to let him off? An elder of the Hu clan growled. Let him off. Dream on. I'll make him die a miserable death. Hu Zhangxing said, his face twisted with rage. Oh, Patriarch, what do you plan to do? A curious elder asked. Let him be arrogant for 2 days. In 2 days he'll know my power. Hu Zhangxing sneered. The elders stared at him intently. Patriarch, could it be that you are about to break through to Condensing Yuan Layer 7? An elder asked. Haha, indeed. Once I break through to Condensing Yuan Layer 7 and combine it with the instant sword art, I will be invincible among those at the same level. Hu Zhangxing laughed. Then we congratulate the Patriarch in advance on his breakthrough to Condensing Yuan Layer 7. The Hu elders said excitedly. By afternoon, all the Lin family assets had been taken over. The seized Condensing Yuan pills and Shi gathering pills numbered in the thousands, and the silver notes amounted to over 3 billion. Luo Changxing had expected the Hu family to retaliate immediately, but to his surprise the Hu clan, one of the 12 great martial families, remained as still as a turtle swallowing their anger. Since the Hu family didn't make a move, Luo Changxing stayed put as well. He had just broken through to Condensing Yuan Layer 7, and the Hu family had no shortage of Condensing Yuan Layer 6 warriors. Forcing a massacre would be taxing. Chunmu Luhan, you have rendered great service and worked hard these days. Take these Condensing Yuan pills to enhance your cultivation, Luo Changxing said, directly distributing over 1,000 pills to Chunmu and his team of escorts. Gasps of surprise escaped Chunmu and Luhan. The wealth Luo Changxing casually gave them exceeded what they could earn in a lifetime. Thank you, young Master Luo. Chunmu and the others expressed their profound gratitude. In their hearts they silently vowed to serve young Master Luo well. A master like this was worth following. The remaining Condensing Yuan pills Luo Changxing directly gave to the 5 families led by Lu Huanlong. They had brought many warriors, but their strength was somewhat lacking. The warriors of the 5 families were overjoyed to receive such generous rewards. Previously in Shanhe City they had been like frogs at the bottom of a well. They had barely even seen Condensing Yuan pills. Now, following Luo Changxing, they casually obtained dozens of Condensing Yuan pills. Watching his followers steadily improve their cultivation, Luo Changxing felt delighted. Thinking back to when he had just killed a disciple of the Qingxian sect, a feeling of helplessness had overwhelmed him. But now he was at Condensing Yuan Layer 7. Not to mention Shanhe City, even in a place as vast as Tongzhou Prefecture, he had carved out a place for himself. Recalling how he had been expelled by Luo Tianqing, the head of the Luo family, Luo Changxing sneered inwardly. If Luo Tianqing knew of his current achievements, he would surely be filled with regret. Unbeknownst to Luo Changxing, at that very moment Luo Tianqing, accompanied by his son Luo Hai and a group of Luo family experts, was preparing to head to Tongzhou Prefecture City. Having witnessed Luo Changxing's prowess, the Luo family members were deeply shaken. They decided to seek development in Tongzhou Prefecture City and surpass Luo Changxing. While they were on their way to Tongzhou Prefecture City, the entire city was in shock. This Luo Changxing was too fierce. He had directly annihilated the Lin family and killed Hu Zhan of the Hu clan. In a short time he had done one astonishing deed after another. At first the 12 great martial families paid him no heed. In their eyes he was merely a reckless fellow. Although he had killed Lin Yue, they still didn't take him seriously. Yet unexpectedly he had even slain Hu Zhan. This was no small matter. Hu Zhan was a powerhouse at Condensing Yuan Layer 6, a formidable figure even among the 12 great martial families. They could no longer afford to ignore Luo Changxing. Each family convened an emergency meeting and ordered their subordinates not to provoke him. Meanwhile, they prepared gifts and went to visit Luo Changxing. The strength of the Luo estate could now rival theirs, so they naturally had to get to know him properly. At the gate of the Luo estate, "Elder Yu, please inform Senior Luo that Xue has come bearing gifts to pay my respects," said a middle-aged man in fine clothes, speaking very courteously to old Yu. At that moment old Yu's mind was spinning with a single exclamation, damn. This was Xue Pinghua, the patriarch of one of the 12 great martial families. When he had served as the protective elder of the Yuan family, Xue Pinghua had never been this polite to him. Now as a gatekeeper, Xue Pinghua was treating him with such respect. He felt a bit dazed. Somehow being a gatekeeper for Luo Changxing seemed to carry more prestige than being a protective elder of the Yuan family. Blasted, how could I have such an illusion? Old Yu shook his head and said to Xue Pinghua, "Patriarch, Xue, please wait a moment. Let me inform young Master Luo." "Of course, thank you for your trouble, Elder Yu. This is a small token of my appreciation," Xue Pinghua said, discreetly slipping something to old Yu. Old Yu glanced at the item in his hand and his eyes widened. Damn, it was several spirit stones. In all his years as a protective elder for the Yuan family, he had only earned 3 spirit stones. Now as a gatekeeper he had earned so many spirit stones so easily. Old Yu shook his head, a strange feeling welling up inside him. He pocketed the gift without changing his expression and went to report to Luo Changxing. When he arrived at the main hall, Elder Yu immediately reported, "Young Master Luo, the family head Xue from one of the 12 great martial families requests an audience." "Very well, let me see what these martial families of Tongzhou Prefecture City are made of," Luo Changxing said coldly. The news that he had slain Hu Zhen was impossible to keep hidden. Between him and the Hu family, a great battle was inevitable. Luo Changxing wanted to observe what stance these top-ranking families of Tongzhou Prefecture City would adopt. Soon Xue Pinghua was let in by Elder Yu. "Greetings, Senior Luo," Xue Pinghua called out respectfully. Although Luo Changxing was younger than him in the world of cultivation, one's achievements determined seniority, so addressing him as senior was entirely fitting. "I have formed such a deep grudge with the Hu family, and yet as a fellow member of the 12 great martial families you dare to come see me?" Luo Changxing asked with a smile. "Perhaps Senior Luo has misunderstood. Although we are part of the 12 great martial families, we never formed an alliance. We have no connection to one another," Xue Pinghua explained with a smile. "Oh, but at this critical moment you suddenly visit me. If someone from the Hu family were to see this, they would certainly believe your Xue family and my Luo manor are in league together. Could it be? You aren't afraid the Hu family will seek revenge against your Xue family afterward?" Luo Changxing narrowed his eyes, smiling as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Xue Pinghua's expression slightly shifted. This point he truly had not considered. He had simply seen how powerful Luo Changxing was, and rushed over to pay a visit. As Luo Changxing had said, if the Hu family had truly witnessed this, they would certainly seek revenge afterward. The Hu family's foundations were, after all, still somewhat deeper than their own. Otherwise he would not have hurried here to visit Luo Changxing. Luo Changxing quietly watched Xue Pinghua without speaking. He also wished to observe the attitudes of the various major forces in Tongzhou Prefecture City. If they were sincere in seeking friendship, then Luo Changxing would still show them some courtesy in the future. But if they were merely going through the motions or had no genuine interest in friendship, then if any of their actions even slightly encroached upon the interests of his Luo manor or incurred the displeasure of even a single servant of his household, Luo Changxing would show no mercy and would directly make it so they could not survive in Tongzhou Prefecture City. After pondering for a moment, Xue Pinghua finally gritted his teeth and said, "Senior Luo, of course I am not afraid of the Hu family." "Is that so?" Luo Changxing smiled, then called toward the outside, "Someone bring Chen Mu here." Before long, Chen Mu hurried and looking bewildered. "Chen Mu, this is family head Xue Pinghua. Don't they have a medicinal herbs business? You should discuss with him and see if there are opportunities for mutual cooperation in business," Luo Changxing said to Chen Mu. "Understood, young Master Luo." Chen Mu nodded, then began conversing with Xue Pinghua. Xue Pinghua's heart was filled with bitterness. This time his Xue family was thoroughly bound to the Luo manor. Oh well, after all, among the 12 families they were merely an existence at the very bottom. Having chosen to offend the Hu family this time, at worst the Hu family would not push them to total destruction. Their Xue family would remain at the bottom of the 12 great martial families regardless. Besides the Xue family, several other families among the 12 great martial families had also come to pay their respects. However, when it came to business cooperation, these families said they would need to discuss it further before giving an answer. A cold smile formed in Luo Changxing's heart. It seemed they were still afraid of the Hu family after all. He had merely been testing these families, so he did not particularly care about these cooperation proposals. The meager wealth to be gained was truly beneath Luo Changxing's notice. The prefect's hall. "Prefect, since such a formidable figure has emerged in Tongzhou Prefecture, will you go meet him?" In a grand hall, a servant said to the middle-aged man seated in the center of the great hall. "Being able to slay Hu Zhen does indeed show some ability." The middle-aged man was precisely the prefect Duan Minghong. At this moment, he snorted coldly through his nose and said disdainfully, "But for him to make me take the initiative to visit him, he's not worthy." "You're absolutely right, Prefect. Your distinguished self is far too noble. If anyone should visit, it should be this Luo Changxing coming to pay respects to you, the Prefect." The servant nodded, not daring to mention this matter again. One day later, someone from the Medicine King Pavilion informed Luo Changsheng that he could come to collect his pills. Upon hearing this, Luo Changsheng went directly to the Medicine King Pavilion. In the backyard of the Medicine King Pavilion, when Chunin of the Medicine King Pavilion saw Luo Changsheng, he was greatly shocked. Brother Luo, your cultivation earlier I could still somewhat discern. Now I cannot see through even a trace of it, Chunin said in astonishment. Just 2 days ago he could still clearly sense Luo Changsheng's cultivation level. But after not seeing him for 2 days he could no longer see through it at all. Haha, the same as yours. Foundation condensation 7th layer. Luo Changsheng said with a smile. He had seen that Chunin had been sincere with him, so he told him the truth. Of course, foundation condensation 7th layer was only for now. In a few more days that might no longer be the case. Hiss. Chunin drew a sharp breath. Then he said admiringly, Brother Luo, the 10 dragon form pills are enough to push you to foundation condensation 9th layer. Once you reach that stage with your talent, I estimate it will only take you another decade or so to reach the core formation realm. Haha, core formation realm. When that time comes, having a friend at the core formation realm will truly be the greatest honor for someone like me, Chun. Luo Changsheng shook his head and smiled. A decade or so. Old brother, you're not wishing me well. You're cursing me. Seeing Luo Changsheng smile, Chunin assumed Luo Changsheng was simply happy. He then took out a bottle of pills and said, Brother Luo, all 10 dragon form pills are inside. You'd best take them separately a few days apart. This will yield better results. Alright, many thanks. Luo Changsheng expressed his gratitude, then departed from the Medicine King Pavilion. Inside a tavern. At this moment, the Luo family members were eating rice in the tavern. Along the journey, they had only been eating dry rations, so they were already sick of it. Elder Luo Su, go first and inquire about the various forces in Tongzhou Prefecture City. See which faction would be suitable for us to seek refuge with. Luo Tianqing said. Alright, I'll go inquire first, and then come back to eat. Elder Luo Su nodded. Half an hour later. The Luo family members were eating when Elder Luo Su finally returned. Elder Luo Su, sit down and eat while you speak. Luo Tianqing said, chewing on a large piece of meat. Alright, family head. At this moment Elder Luo Su was also extremely hungry, so he sat down directly and began eating. After taking a few bites he began, Family head, I've inquired about the situation in Tongzhou Prefecture City. Currently, there is a new power called the Luo Manor, and it would be very suitable for us to join. Oh, Luo Manor, and they share our surname. Luo Tianqing was somewhat surprised. Yes, family head. Don't let the shared surname fool you. This Luo Manor in Tongzhou Prefecture City is extraordinary. As Elder Luo Su spoke, a look of admiration appeared on his face. Tell us quickly how extraordinary. The Luo family members showed eager curiosity. Elder Luo Su nodded and said, the master of this Luo Manor is extraordinarily powerful. He has destroyed several forces in Tongzhou Prefecture City that stood for 100 years, dares to challenge the Hu family among the 12 great martial families, and it is said, he even slew a foundation condensation 6th layer expert from the Hu family. Hiss. Upon hearing this, all the Luo family members were filled with astonishment. Although they were people from Shanha City, they had still heard of the 12 great martial families of Tongzhou Prefecture. These 12 great martial families were forces that had been dominant for several hundred years. Their strength and foundations were terrifying beyond imagination. Sharing the same surname as this Luo Manor in Tongzhou Prefecture City, their own family was 1,000 times less powerful. Yet, this Luo Manor dared to challenge the Hu family that had stood for several hundred years. I heard this Luo Manor was recently established and is currently recruiting people. Why don't we seek refuge with this Luo Manor? Since we share the Luo surname with the master of the manor, perhaps he might show us special favor. Elder Luo Su proposed. Let's follow Elder Luo Su's suggestion. After we finish eating, we'll go to seek refuge with this Luo Manor in Tongzhou Prefecture City. Luo Tianqing declared. After the meal, Luo Tianqing led his family members to the gate of the Luo mansion. Gazing at the imposing and grand residence, they were all inwardly awestruck. Truly worthy of a major clan in Tongzhou Prefecture. Its mansion was dozens of times more luxurious than their own Luo family estate in Shanha City. You insignificant ants skulking around here, what are you up to? Yu Lao stared coldly at these ants who had yet to reach even the first layer of true qi. Among the Luo family, only Luo Tianqing was at the half-step true qi realm. The Luo family elders were all at the 9th layer of qi gathering, and Luo Hai was merely at the 5th layer. If not for his role as a gatekeeper, Yu Lao wouldn't have spared them a second glance. The sharp rebuke filled Luo Tianqing and his companions with admiration. A major power indeed. Even an elderly gatekeeper seemed unfathomably profound. Senior, we heard the Luo mansion is recruiting. We wish to pledge our allegiance to the Luo family. Luo Tianqing clasped his hands. Hearing this, Yu Lao's face twisted into a sneer. Pledge allegiance? You must be joking. A few ants like you wanting to join our Luo mansion. Even sweeping the floors, you'd be too weak. Yu Lao sneered. Inwardly he thought, I'm at the condensing Yuan realm and still just a gatekeeper. Yu Qi gathering ants dreaming of a position in the Luo mansion. Keep dreaming. The Luo family members, stung by Yu Lao's mockery, turned grim but dared not retort. Their cultivation was indeed low, and they still needed this gatekeeper's favor. Senior, we are martial artists from the Luo family of Shana City. Could you inform the master here? We seek a position in the Luo mansion. Luo Tianqing bowed humbly, speaking with utmost deference. Under the circumstances, he had no choice but to lower his head. The Luo family of Shana City. Yu Lao was inwardly startled, for he knew that Luo Changsheng hailed from Shana City. Perhaps there was some connection with these people. Not daring to offend them outright, he snorted, "Wait here then." Luo Tianqing's eyes lit up with joy as he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, senior." In the main hall, Luo Changsheng had just finished giving some instructions to Chen Mu and was about to begin absorbing the dragon-shaped pill for cultivation. Just then Yu Lao approached and reported, "Lord Luo, there are some martial artists from Shanha City, claiming the surname Luo, who wish to see you and seek a position in our mansion." Shanha City, the Luo family. Luo Changsheng's lips curled into a cold smile. In Shanha City, there was only one major family with the surname Luo. It could only be Luo Tianqing and his group. He hadn't expected them to come all the way to Tongzhou Prefecture, likely seeking refuge with a powerful faction. He wondered how they would feel upon discovering that the master of the Luo mansion was none other than him, Luo Changsheng. "Bring them in," Luo Changsheng said with a cold smirk. Chen Mu, who had been about to leave, noticed Luo Changsheng's chilling expression and sensed that something was amiss. He decided to stay by the side of the hall to see what would unfold. Before long, Yu Lao led the Luo family members into the hall. Luo Tianqing and his companions tried to appear humble, keeping their heads bowed and backs bent as they walked. When Yu Lao told them they had arrived at the hall and should pay respects to Lord Luo, they respectfully addressed the figure at the center, "Greetings, Lord Luo." Only then did they dare to lift their heads slightly and steal a glance at the Lord Luo. That single look left them utterly stunned. "Luo Changsheng, how can it be you? What are you doing here?" Luo Hai demanded. But before his words had even faded, Yu Lao delivered a vicious slap that sent several of his teeth flying. Yu Lao sneered, "You're courting death. How dare you address Lord Luo by his name?" "What?" Luo Changsheng was the master of the Luo mansion. Forgetting the pain in his face, Luo Hai was filled with shock. The one who had annihilated several families in Tongzhou Prefecture dared to challenge the 12 great martial clans and slain a martial artist at the 6th layer of condensing yuan. Could it really be Luo Changsheng? His heart was a turmoil of astonishment. He couldn't believe that Luo Changsheng had reached such a terrifying level. Luo Tianqing and the elders were equally shaken, their minds reeling. Had it really been so short a time? Luo Changsheng had become so powerful that he dared to oppose the 12 great martial clans of Tongzhou Prefecture and even slay a 6th layer condensing yuan expert. For a moment, Luo Tianqing was dazed. He simply couldn't reconcile the Luo Changsheng before him with the one he had driven out not long ago. The former Luo Changsheng had been mediocre in talent and cultivation, and having offended the Qingxian sect, he had seemed doomed. Even after killing a Qingxian sect disciple, Luo Tianqing had believed death was inevitable. Yet now Luo Changsheng had become a colossus in Tongzhou Prefecture, capable of standing against a force like the Qingxian sect. Patriarch Luo, surprised that the master of the Luo mansion is me, Luo Changsheng. He looked at Luo Tianqing with a cold smile. Luo Tianqing and the others remained silent. How could they not be surprised? Their hearts were turbulent, especially Luo Tianqing, who was now filled with regret. If he had known that Luo Changsheng would rise to such heights in such a short time, he would never have driven him out, even if it killed him. Looking at Luo Changsheng, Luo Tianqing said, "Even if I was wrong before, you are still a member of the Luo family carrying Luo blood. Since you have the power, why not lead the entire Luo family to prosper? One cannot be so selfish." Ha ha ha. Luo Changsheng burst into laughter. He stared coldly at Luo Tianqing. "When I offended the Qingxian sect, you didn't call me a member of the Luo family. You kicked me out without a second thought. Now that I've established myself in Tongzhou Prefecture, you suddenly remember I'm a Luo. Truly, shamelessness knows no bounds. Luo Changsheng, am I wrong? Even your parents' spirits would not want to see you abandon the Luo family. They would wish for you to lead us to strength." Elder Luo Su snorted. "Parents?" At the mention, Luo Changsheng's eyes turned icy. All he knew was that his parents had died when he was very young, but the specifics were unknown. Now that the Luo elders were present, it was the perfect time to probe. "I haven't asked you yet. How did my parents die?" "They went with you to the mountains to gather herbs, and everyone else returned except them." Luo Changsheng's eyes bored into Elder Luo Xian as he demanded. Elder Luo Su's expression flickered, and he quickly said, "Didn't I already tell you? They died at the hands of a demon beast." Luo Changsheng knew he was lying. He stepped forward and seized Elder Luo Su by the throat, growling, "Speak, or I'll crush your windpipe." Elder Luo Su, unable to breathe, turned crimson as he struggled. Terrified, he gasped, I'll talk. It was the patriarch's idea. Back then your parents found a rare supreme-grade spiritual herb. They said they wanted to bring it back for you to temper your body and smooth your future cultivation path. But the patriarch said giving such a rare herb to you would be a waste, so he ordered us to kill your parents on the spot. It had nothing to do with me. It was all the patriarch's doing. When Luo Tiansheng heard Elder Luo Su reveal the truth of that long-ago incident, his face turned ashen. It's over, it's all over. His eyes were filled with terror. If it had been the old Luo Changxing revealing the truth would have caused no great trouble. But now Luo Changxing could even slay a sixth-layer condensing yuan expert. He knew it was the end, for him and for the entire Luo family. Upon hearing this, Luo Changxing's expression grew colder and colder. He never imagined that it was Luo Tiansheng who had ordered his parents' murder. Snap! With a sudden forceful grip, Elder Luo Su was directly strangled to death by Luo Changxing. Thud! Immediately after, he was thrown to the ground like a dead dog. Then Luo Changxing's gaze fell upon Luo Tiansheng. You truly deserve death. Luo Changxing's voice turned icy cold to the extreme. Thud! Without giving Luo Tiansheng any chance to beg for mercy, he struck down from the top of his head. Like crushing a cucumber, Luo Tiansheng's entire body exploded outward. Luo Hai could not withstand Luo Changxing's terror and rushed toward the exit. Going somewhere. Shen Mu, who had been standing by the hall the entire time, gave chase the moment he saw the murderers of Lord Luo's parents attempting to flee. Swish! A sword stroke severed Luo Hai's legs in one clean motion. Young Master Luo, how should this one be dealt with? Shen Mu inquired. Just kill him, Luo Changxing said coldly. Shen Mu nodded, slaying Luo Hai on the spot with a single sword strike. As for the other Luo family elders, Luo Changxing showed no mercy, eliminating them one by one. Today, when he first encountered Luo Tiansheng and the others, he had intended to make them regret their past choices. Yet he never expected that his parents' deaths had also been orchestrated by Luo Tiansheng. Only then did Luo Changxing strike, without hesitation. If one fails to avenge one's parents, one is unworthy of being a son. Luo Changxing did not continue annihilating the Luo family. Whether it was his expulsion from the Luo family or the blood feud over his parents, these matters had nothing to do with the younger generations of the Luo family. There was no need to slaughter them all. Arrange for someone to clean this up. After giving the order, Luo Changxing returned to his room to prepare for cultivation. The dragon-shaped pills were only effective at the condensation origin realm. Once one reached the core formation realm, their effects would diminish significantly. He himself gained 10 years of cultivation each day, and he was curious to discover how many dragon-shaped pills would be required to break through to the 9th layer of condensation origin. Meanwhile, as Luo Changxing cultivated, a piece of news ignited Tongzhou Prefecture City. Hu Tsangtian clan, head of the martial family, who had actually broken through to the 7th layer of condensation origin. With the 7th layer of condensation origin and the accumulated strength of the Hu family, along with their numerous 6th layer strongmen, this positioned them almost on equal footing with the Medicine King Pavilion, the Azure Mysterious Sect, and the Prefecture Lord's Hall. Originally, Tongzhou Prefecture City had 3 supreme powers, but now it effectively had 4. The other families among the 12 martial families came one after another to offer congratulations. Yet within the Shui family alone, everyone's expressions were grim. Family head Shui, this is the fine mess you've made. Collaborating with that newly risen family, the Luo Manor. And now look, the Hu family will certainly view us as a thorn in their side. Shui Pinghua said grimly. How can you blame me for this? I did it for the good of the Shui family, hoping to befriend the Luo Manor and solidify our family's position. Solidify the Shui family's position. You've brought disaster upon us. Not only is the Hu family hostile toward us, but other families have severed all business dealings with us as well. Shui Yin sneered coldly, though secretly he was overjoyed within. He had long coveted the position of family head, but could find no justification to depose Shui Pinghua, and now the perfect reason had presented itself. He rose to his feet and addressed the assembly. Shui Pinghua has committed such a grievous error. I propose removing Shui Pinghua from the position of family head. Esteemed elders, if you agree, please raise your hands. The vote by raised hands proceeded swiftly. Among the 10 elders of the council, 6 immediately voted for Shui Pinghua's removal. Shui Pinghua shook his head, weakening, and the elders had clearly been swayed by Elder Shui Yan's influence long ago. Those who support my appointment, please raise your hands to vote. Shui Yan surveyed the assembled elders. Now witnessing Shui Pinghua's complete downfall, 8 elders raised their hands in support of Grand Elder Shui Yan assuming the family head position. Only Shui Pinghua's younger brother Shui Wenjun did not raise his hand. Gleeful triumph spread across Shui Yan's face as he regarded Shui Pinghua. Elder Shui Pinghua, now that I am the family head, it's time you vacated this position. Understanding that his cause was lost, Shui Pinghua swept his sleeves and departed with Shui Wenjun following behind him. Unmoved, Shui Yan coldly declared, now that I have become the new family head, my first act will be to sever all ties with the Luo Manor. My second act will be to prepare generous gifts. I shall visit the Hu family in person and explain to clan head Hu that the partnership with the Luo Manor was solely Shui Pinghua's unilateral decision. Whether they wish to execute him or dismember him is entirely their prerogative. Yes, the Shui family elders murmured in quiet shock, never expecting Shui Yan to be so ruthless. They could not be certain whether installing Shui Yan as family head was a mistake or the right choice. Within the Hu family manor, boisterous laughter from Hu Tsangtian echoed intermittently. Ever since news of his breakthrough to the 7th layer of condensation origin spread throughout Tongzhou Prefecture City, visitors arrived in an endless stream, and the other 11 major martial families expressed their willingness to submit. The Hu family basked in unprecedented glory. Originally, he had intended to dispatch men to utterly destroy the Shui family. Everyone knew that he and the Luo manor were locked in a blood feud, yet the Shui family dared to cooperate with them. That was an insult to the Hu family's dignity. Surprisingly, Shui Yin, the new family head of the Shui family, arrived with substantial gifts to apologize. He explained that everything previously done was solely Shui Pinghua's doing and had nothing to do with the Shui family as a whole. Given the generous gifts, Hu Tsangtian temporarily held back his fury, planning to deal with the Shui family later. Inside a tavern, which currently belonged to the Luo family, Chen Mu sat by the window gazing outside with a cold smile. Since Hu Tsangtian's breakthrough to the 7th layer of condensation origin, he could sense that various family powers seemed intentionally distancing themselves from the Luo manor. It seems they're all afraid of Hu family's retaliation, Chen Mu said coldly. At that moment, Lu Han ascended the stairs and sat down heavily. In the past, they had wandered from place to place, living each day in constant fear. But ever since following Luo Changxing, they stood at the pinnacle, surveying from on high, commanding everything, able even to alter the fate of many families. These families in the past would have been entities they could only look up to in reverence. Brother Chen, now that Hu Tsangtian has broken through to the 7th layer of condensation origin, everyone's on edge. Yet you don't seem afraid or worried at all, Lu Han said with a grin. Chen Mu glanced at him and chuckled coldly. You're one to talk. You look even more relaxed than I do. Haha. Lu Han could not help but burst out laughing. Perhaps others fear Hu Tsangtian, but I'm not afraid at all. Oh, and why is that? Chen Mu's interest was piqued. We were among the earliest to follow young Master Luo, but we both know that young Master's strength evolves daily. Just days ago, young Master Luo could effortlessly slay Hu Zhen, who was at the 6th layer of condensation origin. And now several days have passed. I can't even fathom how far young Master's strength has progressed. Lu Han said, his face filled with confidence in Luo Changxing. Haha, well said. I never expected a rough guy like you to be so perceptive. Chen Mu also laughed, then said, we only need to know one thing: following young Master Luo is absolutely the right choice. As for Hu Tsangtian, humph. If he doesn't want to die, let him come to our Luo manor and make trouble. Lu Han nodded vigorously in complete agreement. The next day, Hu Tsangtian, his face filled with murderous intent, arrived at the entrance of the Luo residence. He bellowed, Luo Changxing, come out and die. His voice thundered like a clap of thunder, instantly echoing throughout the entire Tongzhou Prefecture City. In an instant, the people of Tongzhou Prefecture City were greatly alarmed. Now that Hu Tsangtian had broken through to the spirit condensation 7th layer, he was about to annihilate the Luo residence. The Luo residence is truly unfortunate. It had just begun to rise, yet now it seems destined to fall. They can only blame Luo Changxing for being too arrogant and provoking the martial arts family, the Hu clan. Let's hurry. If we delay, we'll miss the spectacle. The martial artists of Tongzhou Prefecture City rushed swiftly toward the Luo residence. In no time, the area before the Luo residence was crowded with martial artists. Old Yu gazed at Hu Tsangtian, terror gripping his heart. A spirit condensation 7th layer cultivator could kill him with ease. Yet at this moment, Luo Changxing was in cultivation. If disturbed, he might succumb to qi deviation. Thus, despite his fear, he had to block Hu Tsangtian. Taking a deep breath, Old Yu stepped forward and said, Clan leader, Hu, this is the Luo residence. This is no place for your insolence. Please show some respect. You insolent cur. Hu Tsangtian snorted coldly, condensing yuan force in his hand and flicking it. Bang! The terrifying yuan force directly blasted Old Yu away, sending him flying dozens of meters as he spat a mouthful of blood. Old Yu at the spirit condensation 1st layer was nothing more than an ant before him. Just as he was about to step into the Luo residence, a cold voice suddenly rang out, making him pause. If you take one more step into my Luo residence, I will immediately make your feet bid you farewell. A young man in blue robes slowly emerged from the courtyard. He glanced at Old Yu, who had been sent flying dozens of meters, and his expression turned icy. That's Luo Changxing. Someone seemed to recognize the young man in blue and spoke out. Hu Tsangtian's face twisted with rage. He had been intimidated by Luo Changxing. Scaring me. Do you think I was born yesterday? Not only will I step into the Luo residence, but I will also tear you limb from limb. With that, he strode directly toward the Luo residence. At that moment, Luo Changxing moved his hand slightly. Whoosh. From Luo Changxing's hand shot a yuan force blade of extreme speed, too fast for the eyes to track. Only a flash of light could be seen. Not good. Hu Tsangtian's face changed drastically. He saw a streak of light, though he could not tell what it was. It gave him a terrifying feeling. He retreated rapidly. A slicing sound rang out, and Hu Tsangtian suddenly felt his legs go numb. Ah! Then a searing pain struck him, and Hu Tsangtian let out a blood-curdling scream. What happened? The crowd, hearing his screams, had yet to understand what had occurred. When they finally saw Hu Sangtian's condition, everyone gasped in shock. Heavens! Senior Hu Sangtian's legs. They've been severed. Impossible. Hu Sangtian is a spirit condensation 7th layer expert. How did Luo Changxing do this? The surrounding martial artists were filled with horror. They had only seen a flash of light, and then Hu Sangtian's legs were instantly cut off. Had Luo Changxing grown so powerful? Luo Changxing, his gaze icy, walked toward Hu Sangtian. He would never spare anyone who sought to kill him. Friend, let the matter rest. You've already severed clan leader Hu's legs, there's no need to go further. Suddenly a white-robed man stepped in front of Hu Sangtian and spoke to Luo Changxing. Seeing him, Hu Sangtian immediately expressed gratitude. Thank you, Prefect Duan. The white-robed man was none other than Prefect Duan Hongming. Don't worry. As the prefect, he will surely show me some face and spare you. Prefect Duan signaled Hu Sangtian not to fear. He had intervened to save Hu Sangtian because he had learned that a martial artist from the Hu clan had become a candidate for the Demon Suppressing Guard. Though it was said to be a candidacy, it was virtually a certainty that he would become a Demon Suppressing Guard. By saving Hu Sangtian now, he was indirectly forming a connection with the Hu clan. Hu Sangtian, upon hearing this, breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to Prefect Duan, he hadn't met his end today. He could hardly believe that Luo Changxing was so formidable. If an opportunity arose, he would have to kill Luo Changxing. Let the matter rest. Hearing Prefect Duan's words, Luo Changxing sneered, staring at him. When Hu Sangtian threatened to tear me limb from limb, where were you to say, let the matter rest? Prefect Duan frowned. He hadn't expected Luo Changxing to defy him. But he didn't actually tear you limb from limb, did he? Young man, there's no need to be so ruthless. Prefect Duan spoke with displeasure. Luo Changxing shook his head, unwilling to listen to more of the prefect's nonsense. He said coldly, what if I say I will definitely kill him today? Since you are so disobedient, don't blame me for bullying the weak. Prefect Duan said icily, slowly drawing the long sword from his waist. Fine. Since you like meddling so much, I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. Luo Changxing's expression turned cold. He leaped and struck out with a palm toward Prefect Duan. You're courting death. You think you can teach me a lesson? Prefect Duan snorted angrily. He swung his long sword, sending a sword aura stabbing toward Luo Changxing. Crack. The long sword shattered instantly under Luo Changxing's palm. Prefect Duan's face changed drastically, but he had no time to dodge. Luo Changxing's palm had already struck his chest. Blood sprayed from Prefect Duan's mouth as his chest caved in. He crashed onto the bluestone pavement, which shattered into pieces. Spirit Condensation 9th layer. Terror filled Prefect Duan's heart. He himself was at the Spirit Condensation 8th layer. To be severely wounded so easily by Luo Changxing meant that Luo Changxing was at least at the Spirit Condensation 9th layer. He could hardly believe that a young man as young as Luo Changxing possessed such profound cultivation. Had he known, he would never have intervened to save Hu Sangtian. Now, not only had he failed to save Hu Sangtian, but he was also severely wounded and had offended a terrifyingly powerful figure. What? Even Prefect Duan is no match for Luo Changxing. Heavens! Has Luo Changxing's strength reached such a level? The martial artists of Tongzhou Prefecture City were utterly astounded. They all knew Prefect Duan's strength. He had been a Spirit Condensation 7th layer expert long ago. It was said that he had now reached the Spirit Condensation 8th layer. Yet even with such strength, he was no match for Luo Changxing. Was it not an exaggeration to call Luo Changxing the strongest in Tongzhou Prefecture City? How is this possible? Even the prefect can't defeat him. Seeing this, Hu Sangtian, who had just felt a glimmer of hope, was once again plunged into utter despair. Luo Changxing seized Lord Duan by the neck and lifted him up, gazing coldly at him. Still want to meddle in others' affairs? Lord Duan glared at Luo Changxing with fury. Never had he imagined that as a prefect he would one day be hoisted like a helpless chick. Today he had utterly lost face. Do as you please. Kill or spare me. Lord Duan snorted coldly. Luo Changxing sneered, why would I kill you? You serve the imperial court. Then what do you want? Lord Duan demanded in a low voice. I told you. I will teach you a lesson you'll never forget. With that, Luo Changxing delivered slap after slap across Lord Duan's face until it swelled into a grotesque pig's head. Then with a casual flick he tossed him to the ground. The onlookers gasped in shock. This was the prefect of Tongzhou Prefecture City, yet he had been beaten into a pig's head. What a disgrace. Luo Changxing then slowly turned and walked toward Hu Sangtian. Go ahead, kill me. If you do, you'll pay a heavy price. Hu Sangtian sneered. Threatening me? Luo Changxing shook his head. He had heard such threats far too many times. You can take it as a threat. Do you know why the prefect intervened? Because our Hu family has produced a candidate for the Demon Suppression Guard. Demon Suppression Guard. You think even they are beyond your reach? Hu Sangtian roared with laughter, as if having a family member in the Demon Suppression Guard was an unparalleled honor. What? The Demon Suppression Guard? The surrounding martial artists all drew sharp breaths. The Demon Suppression Guard held a higher status than the prefect and answered directly to the emperor. Provoking them meant defying the imperial court. No wonder Hu Sangtian remained so confident. This was his trump card. Are you finished? Luo Changxing regarded Hu Tsangtian with a calm gaze. Do you truly intend to challenge the entire court? Hu Tsangtian was taken aback. He had not expected that even after revealing his family's connection to the demon suppression guard, Luo Changxing still dared to act. First, a mere demon suppression guard is not worth such grand talk of defying the court. Second, if you are done speaking, then I shall send you on your way. Luo Changxing unleashed a fierce punch, obliterating the bewildered Hu Tsangtian in one blow. With a splatter, Hu Tsangtian dissolved into a mist of blood, scattering into the air. Gasp! Witnessing this, the martial artists of Tongzhou Prefecture City drew in sharp breaths. Hu Tsangtian had only just broken through to the 7th layer of spirit condensation. And now he was slain by Luo Changxing. How fickle fate was. Yesterday, so many had come to congratulate him, believing the Hu family would soon stand shoulder to shoulder with the prefect's mansion. Yet today, they would likely vanish from the annals of Tongzhou Prefecture. The martial families that had allied with the Hu family were all struck with horror. They had thought hitching their wagon to the Hu family would ensure their safety, but in the blink of an eye, the Hu family was on the verge of destruction. These families would inevitably suffer the consequences. Still alive, Luo Changxing approached Elder Yu, looking down at him on the ground. He was somewhat surprised. Elder Yu had proven unexpectedly loyal, even willing to sacrifice his life to stop Hu Tsangtian. Lord Luo, I'm fine. Cough. Cough. Elder Yu claimed to be fine, but then coughed up a mouthful of blood. Inwardly, he rejoiced that he had managed to delay Hu Tsangtian. Otherwise, given Lord Luo's prowess after killing Hu Tsangtian, he would certainly not have spared him. Here, take this dragon form pill and absorb its power. Luo Changxing tossed a dragon form pill to Elder Yu. In just 2 days of cultivation, Luo Changxing had reached the peak of the 9th layer of spirit condensation after using only 2 such pills. Gasp! At the sight of the dragon form pill, many martial artists' eyes burned with desire. For those in the spirit condensation realm, this pill was immensely potent. A single pill could elevate a martial artist from the 4th layer to the 5th. Though their eyes betrayed their hunger, not one dared to snatch it. Having witnessed Luo Changxing's terror, they knew that unless they wished to die, they should not even think of trying. They would likely lose their lives before getting the pill. Luo Changxing, of course, relied on his own overwhelming strength to casually reveal the dragon form pill. Dragon form pill. Elder Yu couldn't help swallowing hard. Lord Luo had not deceived him. He had promised that if he served well, he would be rewarded. Back then, Elder Yu had thought it was empty talk. But now Luo Changxing was willing to part with a dragon form pill. Such generosity. In that moment, Elder Yu felt the palm strike from Hu Tsangtian was entirely worth it. 1 palm strike for a dragon form pill. What a bargain. Thank you, Lord Luo. Elder Yu said gratefully. Shunmu, Luhan, Lu Huanlong, gather a team and follow me to the Hu residence for confiscation. Luo Changxing instructed them. Their faces lit up with excitement. This was the task they loved most. Yes. They quickly assembled a contingent and accompanied Luo Changxing to the Hu family mansion. Inside the Hu residence, an elder named Hu Jing ordered the servants, go prepare fine wine. Once the clan leader destroys the Luo estate, we shall celebrate. Yes. The servant hurried off to prepare wine and delicacies, awaiting the return of clan leader Hu Tsangtian. At the Hu mansion's entrance, a dozen guards stood watch. Suddenly, they spotted Luo Changxing approaching, and their eyes widened in disbelief. How are you still alive? Didn't our clan leader go to kill you? A guard exclaimed in disbelief. Huh, kill me. Your clan leader isn't worthy. Luo Changxing sneered. With a wave of his hands, several blades of spiritual energy shot forth. The guards barely saw a flash before a sharp pain seized their bodies and they lost consciousness. Thud, thud, thud. In an instant, over a dozen guards collapsed, their bodies lifeless. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. A martial artist from the Hu family shouted, seeing the scene at the gate. What? Our clan leader has reached the 7th layer of spirit condensation, and we can stand as equals with major powers like the Qingxian sect. Yet someone dares to attack our Hu family. Elder Hu Jing roared in fury. With a whoosh, he unleashed his cultivation of the 6th layer of spirit condensation and instantly appeared at the entrance. You're Luo Changxing. Aren't you dead? Why are you here? Hu Jing's eyes widened in shock. Sorry to disappoint you. It's your clan leader who died, not me. Luo Changxing mocked. Hu Jing gasped in horror. If Luo Changxing had killed the clan leader, then his cultivation must be at least the 8th layer of spirit condensation. Fear flooded Hu Jing's heart. How had the Hu family ever provoked such a formidable opponent? Luo Changxing, you've killed our clan leader and vented your anger. Isn't that enough? Arrogance will bring you no good. Hu Jing said coldly. Old man, are you trying to teach me how to behave? Luo Changxing retorted with a mocking smile. Let me tell you, you're not qualified to tell me what to do. With that, Luo Changxing flicked his finger, sending a beam of spiritual energy. It pierced straight through Hu Jing's body. Hu Jing collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with resentment and rage. Upon witnessing the death of Elder Hu Jing, the Hu family plunged into chaos. After Luo Changxing eliminated the Hu family's formidable experts, he left the rest to Chun Mu and the others. As the Hu family fell, the other 11 great martial arts families trembled with dread. None of them had expected a young upstart like Luo Changxing to be so terrifying. He executed Hu Tsangtian of the 7th layer of condensation and soundly defeated the Mansion Lord at the 8th layer. To them these feats seemed nothing short of wild fantasies, yet they had undeniably occurred. At that moment, the 11 great martial arts families gathered together exchanging fearful glances. We've grown quite close to the Hu family. Do you think he might wipe us out in his rage? Don't frighten me. Suddenly Yin Chen, the patriarch of the Yin family, spoke with trembling voice. His words sent several other patriarchs to the brink of tears, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. Please someone think of a solution. When Xue Pinghua was the family head, we maintained good relations with the Luo residents. But after I assumed the position, I cut off all ties with them. Xue Yin said with a pallid face. Upon learning that Luo Changsheng had slain Hu Tsangtian, he was utterly stupefied. During Xue Pinghua's tenure as family head, the Xue family had maintained close business cooperation with the Luo residents. Yet upon assuming the role of Xue family head, he had immediately severed all cooperation with the Luo residents. Recalling how terrifying Luo Changxing was, he felt his head spinning, completely at a loss. Hearing this, the representatives of the other martial arts families looked upon Xue Yin with pity. Though they had dealings with the Hu family, they had not offended Luo Changxing directly. Perhaps offering apologies would suffice. But Xue Yan's transgression was far graver. He had outright severed all cooperation with the Luo residents. How could the Luo family not be enraged? Xue Yan would have to pray for his own survival. No, I must ask Xue Pinghua to resume the position of family head. I no longer wish to hold this role, Xue Yan said, fearfully abandoning all discussion with the others as he rushed out. He needed to find Xue Pinghua immediately and return the family head position to him. The role of family head was no easy burden, and he swore he would never take it again. Soon after, the entire Hu family was thoroughly confiscated. Lord Luo, we've seized 5,000 yuan pills, 10,000 juqi pills, along with gold and silver jewelry and silver notes, totaling 450 million taels. Additionally, we discovered another 3,800 spirit stones. Chun Mu reported the harvest. TSK Tisk, no wonder they're an aristocratic martial family. Their foundation is truly profound. Lord Luo remarked with a light laugh. Lord Luo, these are merely the visible assets. Factoring in their businesses, the total wealth would at least double. Chun Mu said with a smile. Excellent. You've all worked hard. Keep 1,000 yuan pills for myself. I will present them to my master. The rest you shall divide among yourselves. Luo Changxing declared. For him personally, these pills held limited value. His cultivation advanced by a decade each day. Such pills paled in comparison and would merely waste his time and energy. It was far better to use them to strengthen his subordinates. Thank you, Lord Luo. Chun Mu said, profoundly moved. He swore upon the heavens that Luo Changxing was undoubtedly the most generous master he had ever encountered. By the way, has anything noteworthy occurred in the past couple of days? Luo Changxing asked casually. He harbored a certain curiosity as to why the Qingxian sect had not yet sought retribution. Logically, having slain cultivators of the Qingxian sect, they should have dispatched assassins after him. Yet, curiously, the Qingxian sect remained ominously silent. What Luo Changxing did not know was that Lung Yu of the Qingxian sect had indeed visited his doorstep some time prior. However, upon discovering how terrifying Luo Changxing truly was, Lung Yu had fled back to the Qingxian sect without even daring to speak of pursuing him. Yet Lung Yu was unaware that the news of his senior disciple's death had already reached the Qingxian sect. Soon he would be summoned by the elders. Nothing significant has occurred save that the Xue family, who had been cooperating with us smoothly, abruptly severed all ties with us yesterday, Chun Mu reported. Is that so? Has Xue Pinghua changed his stance so swiftly upon learning of Hu Tsangtian's breakthrough to the 7th layer of condensation? Luo Changxing's expression grew cold. I shall leave this matter to you. I am going to the Xue family. With those words, Luo Changxing took a single step and vanished from Chun Mu's sight. Chun Mu and the others stood utterly transfixed, their hearts thundering with awe. It was evident that Lord Luo's strength had reached an extraordinarily terrifying realm. Their hearts surged with emotion. Such a formidable powerhouse was truly worthy of their sincere allegiance. What of the former family head of the Yuan family? So miserly and so weak in cultivation. The comparison is simply unbearable. The Xue residence. The meeting hall. Xue Yin addressed Xue Pinghua. After careful consideration, Xue Pinghua, I believe you should resume the position of family head. Xue Yin, you leave me a wrecked mess and expect me to take it. I refuse. Xue Pinghua retorted bitterly. Assuming the family head role now meant awaiting retribution from the Luo residents. They had been conducting smooth business with the Luo family, and now all cooperation was suddenly severed. Xue Pinghua, are you still a member of this family? With the Xue family in peril, should you not rise to shoulder the responsibility? Xue Yin said with a darkened expression. This is the trouble you brewed. Why should I clean it up? Xue Pinghua scoffed. Very well. The family faces crisis and you persist in evading duty. Then as family head, I shall strip you of your cultivation. Elders, combine your efforts to subdue him. We shall hand him over to the Luo residents and claim this was entirely Xue Pinghua's doing. absolving us of any blame. Shui Yin instructed the other elders. Hearing this, the elders who had worn expressions of utter panic now saw hope ignite in their eyes. Precisely, cripple Shui Pinghua and cast all blame upon him. That way the Luo family's fury would be directed solely at Shui Pinghua. You dare! Shui Pinghua roared, his face contorting with shock. At this juncture the question of daring or not had long passed. Whoosh! The elders launched their attacks, simultaneously striking at Shui Pinghua. Though he stood at the 6th layer of condensation, these elders were predominantly at the 5th and 6th layers. Combined, he could hardly withstand their assault. Blood sprayed as he was sent flying backward. Even joining forces with his younger brother Shui Wenjun, they could not match the combined strength of the assembly of elders. Both were struck down and sent reeling. Seizing the moment, one elder closed the distance and unleashed a devastating punch aimed at Shui Pinghua's abdomen. That single blow would surely cripple Shui Pinghua for life. Fear flashed across Shui Pinghua's eyes. How treacherous the human heart could be. Even blood relatives could strike with such merciless ferocity. Yet just as the elder's fist was about to crush into Shui Pinghua's stomach, a tremendous force slammed into him instead. He was hurled backward, blood spraying in all directions. Upon striking the ground, he instantly lost all sign of life. Then a chilling voice resonated. Shui Pinghua, how have you managed to serve as family head if you allow your own elders to bully you so? Hearing this voice, Shui Pinghua was immediately overjoyed. He said gratefully, thank you, Senior Luo, for saving me. You'd better explain to me what it means to sever cooperation with my Luo mansion. If you cannot give a reasonable explanation, then don't blame me for getting angry. Luo Chongqing snorted. Upon hearing this, the elders of the Shui family immediately changed their expressions. They immediately understood that this person was likely Luo Chongqing. Shui Yin, worried that Shui Pinghua might let something slip, immediately said, Master Luo, it's all. Slap. However, before he could finish his words, a slap mark appeared on his face. It was Luo Chongqing who struck. Luo Chongqing said coldly, I wasn't asking you. If you speak out of turn again, I won't hesitate to kill you directly. Shui Yin could only lower his head, not daring to speak. He knew that Luo Chongqing was not joking. Shui Pinghua sighed bitterly and explained, Senior, of course I wanted to cooperate with the Luo mansion, but the position of family head was directly removed by the elders. I have lost my position as family head and have no right to speak. All decision-making power is in the hands of the new family head. Luo Chongqing suddenly understood. He had been wondering why Shui Pinghua had changed his attitude so quickly. It turned out his position as family head had been removed. Who is the new family head? Luo Chongqing looked at the high-ranking members of the Shui family. Shui? Everyone's gaze immediately turned to Shui Yan. Luo Chongqing revealed a cold smile. So it's you. No wonder you dared to speak out of turn even when I didn't ask you. Senior, let me explain. Shui Yan's face changed drastically as he hurriedly spoke. How could Luo Chongqing give him a chance? He took a step forward and instantly appeared before Shui Yan. Bang! His palm descended and Shui Yan's body was shattered into pieces, turning into a mist of blood. Hiss! All the martial artists of the Shui family couldn't help but gasp in shock. Was this the strength of Luo Chongqing? Too terrifying. Shui Yin, after all, was a strong cultivator at the 6th layer of the condensing yuan stage, yet before Luo Chongqing, he had not a shred of resistance and was instantly killed. For a moment, the entire Shui family fell into a deathly silence. Considering that you once pledged allegiance to my Luo mansion, I'll give you another great gift. Luo Chongqing said softly. As soon as the words fell, Luo Chongqing's figure instantly disappeared. Bang! 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 Then the elders who had just been ganging up on Shui Pinghua were instantly annihilated. Seeing this, Shui Pinghua felt extremely grateful. If Luo Chongqing had not killed these Shui family elders after Luo Chongqing left, he would have to face a group of strong cultivators at the 5th and 6th layers of the condensing yuan stage. Luo Chongqing killing these hostile elders in one go was truly a great gift to him. Thank you, Senior. Shui Pinghua heavily kowed out several times. I hope such a thing won't happen again, otherwise I will make your entire Shui family disappear. Luo Chongqing said coldly. Rest assured, Senior, my Shui family will be the most loyal dogs and horses of the Luo mansion. Shui Pinghua directly expressed his loyalty at this moment. His life was saved by Luo Chongqing. Whatever happens to the Luo mansion, his Shui family will definitely charge to the front line. Luo Chongqing nodded and then left the Shui family. In Tongzhou Prefecture City, with the destruction of the Hu family, all martial artists were silenced in fear. They instructed their subordinates not to provoke the Luo mansion. Everyone knew that from then on Tongzhou Prefecture City belonged to the Luo mansion. Even the prefect had been beaten up. No one could shake the Luo mansion's position in Tongzhou Prefecture City. Qingxian sect. At first no one knew that Qin Tang and several other core disciples had died. As time passed, they were nowhere to be found, and the sect was able to confirm that Qin Tang and the other core disciples had been killed. Qin Tang's master Tianji Zhenren was especially furious. The disciple he had nurtured for over 20 years was actually killed just like that. Anger. Too furious. Who can tell me what exactly happened? Tianji Zhenren shouted in rage at the disciples and servants one by one. Master, it is said that senior brother Chen Tang accepted a bounty order issued by Long Yi, and then there was no news of him, a disciple said fearfully. The number 1 core disciple Long Yi. Go summon him here. Tianji Jinren snorted. The disciple nodded and immediately went to summon Long Yi. Before long, Long Yi followed and entered the hall. Long Yi sighed inwardly. He had long known that Chen Tang's death could not be hidden. It was still known by Chen Tang's master Tianji Jinren. Greetings, Tianji Jinren. Long Yi respectfully called out to the old man in the center. Tianji Jinren was definitely among the top 5 in Qingxian sect in terms of strength, with the terrifying power of the 8th layer of the condensing yuan stage. Speak, how exactly did my disciple die? Tianji Jinren asked coldly. Tianji Jinren Chen Tang was killed by a person named Luo Changxing in Tongzhou Prefecture City. Long Yi did not dare to hide anything and told the whole story. You knew long ago that my disciple Chen Tang was killed, why didn't you report it? Tianji Jinren said in a deep voice. Long Yi sighed and said bitterly, I was afraid the sect would punish me, so I didn't dare to speak. The number 1 core disciple, you are nothing but a name. Tianji Jinren said coldly. Thinking that the other party was the disciple of Elder Tianyue, he could only suppress his anger. If he had no background, he would have directly killed him with a palm. Get out. With a snort of anger, Long Yi quickly walked out of the hall. He had clearly felt the killing intent from Tianji Jinren just now. Probably out of consideration for his master Tianyue Jinren, he didn't kill him. Alas, I, the number 1 core disciple, have a good reputation, but why am I so pathetic? Long Yi shook his head and sighed. Inside the palace. Dare to kill my disciple, I will tear you into 1,000 pieces. Tianji Jinren said coldly. Master, are you going to take action personally? A disciple asked. That's right, according to Long Yi, that Luo Changsheng is at least at the 3rd layer of the condensing yuan stage. Your strength is too weak. I have to take action myself to kill this Luo Changsheng. Tianji Jinren said. Master, if you personally go, killing him would be like killing an ant. Can we follow you, Master? We haven't seen you take action for a long time, a disciple asked. Good, then this time I will bring you along to broaden your horizons and see how powerful your master's swordsmanship is. Tianji Jinren nodded, clearly agreeing to take the 5 disciples along. Upon hearing this, the 5 disciples' eyes shone with excitement. Being able to witness their master Tianji Jinren perform his swordsmanship would deepen their understanding of the sword. Prepare yourselves. I will depart in the afternoon and fly there directly by sword. Tianji Jinren said. Great. Upon hearing about flying by sword, the few became even more excited. Evening. Inside the Luo mansion, baskets of gold and silver jewelry were piled up in the courtyard. There were also bottles and jars filled with spirit pills. Chun Mu, cupping his fists, said to Luo Changxing, Young Master Luo, all the assets of the Hu family have been moved back, and their properties have all been arranged for takeover. Was it so easy to take over this time? No one caused trouble. Luo Changxing was quite curious. After all, the Hu family's properties were too vast. Once the Hu family fell, many people were probably eager to get a piece of the pie. Young Master Luo, you don't know. When they knew we were from the Luo mansion, they were scared out of their wits. How could anyone dare to cause trouble? Chen Mu said with a smug smile. Recalling the scene when they took over the Hu family's properties, he couldn't help but feel a secret sense of satisfaction. Perhaps because the Hu family had fallen, indeed many condensation realm martial artists wanted to share. However, as soon as they announced their identity as the Luo mansion, no one dared to cause trouble. As the saying goes, a man's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. The mere name of the Luo mansion scared many people out of their wits. Upon hearing this, Luo Changxing also let out a cold laugh. When they first arrived in Tongzhou Prefecture City, Chen Mu and the others had encountered many obstacles. But now the Luo mansion's reputation was soaring. Who would dare to covet the Luo mansion? Good, leave me 1,000 condensation pills. You can divide the rest among yourselves. Cultivate diligently and reach the condensation realm soon. Luo Changxing said. Thank you, young Master Luo. Chen Mu and the other martial artists expressed their deep gratitude. These 1,000 condensation pills were naturally for their master Song. Immediately, Luo Changxing ordered someone to send the 1,000 condensation pills to Shana City. When Master Song saw so many condensation pills, he was dumbfounded. These many condensation pills were enough for him to fully step into the condensation realm. Even the entire Tianyuan martial arts hall would greatly increase their strength. He never expected that when he had given a plum, Luo Changxing would return 1,000 million plums. Prefect's hall. Prefect Duan Hongming was somewhat surprised, never expecting that Elder Tianji of the Qingxian sect would come to visit. Suppressing the intense pain, Duan Hongming immediately went out to welcome Elder Tianji. Having been struck in the chest by Luo Changxing's palm last night, Duan Hongming counted and found at least 8 broken ribs. So even after a whole night, the pain was still excruciating. Yet Duan Hongming harbored no thought of revenge. Luo Changxing was too terrifying. Facing him, he felt the aura of death. He couldn't afford to provoke him. Duan Hongming limped to the entrance. He saw Tianji Jinren standing there with a few younger disciples. Duan Hongming forced a smile onto his face and said, Brother Tianji, welcome to my prefect's hall. Please come inside. Haha, Prefect Duan, we haven't seen each other for several years. Tianji Jinren laughed heartily. Indeed, it has been several years. Duan Hongming nodded. The prefect's hall and the Qingxian sect were both top powers in Tongzhou Prefecture, and they occasionally interacted. The last exchange was 3 or 4 years ago. As he spoke, Duan Hongming limped and led Tianji Jinren toward the inner hall of the prefect's hall. Seeing Duan Hongming limping, Tianji Jinren couldn't help but frown and asked curiously, "Brother Duan, what happened to you?" Tianji Jinren wondered, could Duan Hongming have been severely injured by someone? But as soon as he thought of this possibility, Tianji Jinren shook his head and dismissed it. In his view, it was utterly impossible. Prefect Duan was at the 8th layer of condensation realm. Even the sect master himself might not be able to injure Prefect Duan. "It's nothing. I got injured while practicing martial arts," Prefect Duan said. There was naturally no need to mention such an embarrassing matter of being beaten up. Upon hearing this, Tianji Jinren nodded and readily believed it, because in his view, if it wasn't from practicing martial arts, no one in Tongzhou Prefecture City could injure Prefect Duan. "Oh, by the way, I have a favor to ask of you, Prefect Duan, on this visit to the city," Tianji Jinren said, cupping his fists. "We are old friends, Brother Tianji. If you have something, just say it." Prefect Duan smiled and said, "In that case, I'll speak directly." Tianji Jinren spoke, his eyes gradually revealing a murderous intent. "In Tongzhou Prefecture City, there is a man named Luo Changsheng. He dared to kill my disciple. I want to tear him to pieces. Please, Prefect, send some men to help capture this wretch and bring him to the Prefect's hall. Arrest Luo Changsheng." Upon hearing this, Prefect Duan's body trembled. He was so frightened that he almost collapsed to the ground. Damn. He thought Tianji Jinren had some good news, but he actually asked him to arrest Luo Changsheng. Damn. Not to mention your disciple being killed. Even if you were killed by Luo Changsheng, I wouldn't care. Tianji Jinren watched Prefect Duan not speaking and directly threw out 100,000 silver note. "Brother Duan, this is for the trouble of your men. A small token of appreciation. Please don't refuse." Arresting someone, he directly offered 100,000 as a reward. Tianji Jinren considered himself quite generous. Prefect Duan took a deep breath, not even glancing at the silver note. He pointed at the door and said, "Get out, Tianji Jinren. Take your people and get out of the prefect's hall now." Tianji Jinren's face turned ugly. "Brother Duan, what do you mean? Do you think my 100,000 silver is too little? Get out. Don't make me lose my temper." Prefect Duan's face was gloomy and a murderous aura even surged from his body. "Arrest Luo Changsheng." Tianji Jinren was practically asking for death. Not only Tianji Jinren, but even the entire Qingxian sect could be destroyed because of this. Duan Hongming did not want to have any involvement with such a person. "Since Prefect Duan is so unwelcoming, I'll take my leave." Tianji Jinren snorted coldly. He didn't understand why Duan Hongming, who was fine just moments ago, suddenly went crazy. Immediately, Tianji Jinren led his several disciples out of the prefect's hall. Outside the prefect's hall, the disciples were also secretly annoyed. "Master, this Prefect Duan has such a temper," one disciple said. Tianji Jinren shook his head. "I don't know what's gotten into him today. I've dealt with him before, and he was reasonable enough. No matter, I can just ask a passerby where Luo Changsheng is. If Prefect Duan is unwilling to help with this small favor, can I find it myself?" Saying this, Tianji Jinren stopped the passerby. "Young friend, may I ask where Luo Changsheng is?" "I am an elder of the Qingxian sect. Luo Changsheng killed my disciple. If you take me to him, this 10,000 silver note is yours." Tianji Jinren asked the man before him. At the same time, he sneered inwardly. Originally, he had planned to spend 100,000 to ask Prefect Duan for help, but now, by asking a passerby himself, he saved a large sum of silver. 10,000 silver notes for leading the way. As long as the person wasn't an idiot, he would definitely be eager to guide the way. This man with a true Qi 6th layer cultivation initially thought, upon hearing that the old man was a Qingxian sect elder, that perhaps the Qingxian sect had learned of Luo Changsheng's strength and was going to visit him. He was about to lead the way, and he didn't care about the money at all. However, upon hearing Tianji Jinren's later words, he was dumbfounded. This was not a visit at all. It was clearly to seek revenge on Luo Changsheng. Now everyone in Tongzhou Prefecture City knew how terrifying Luo Changsheng was. Hu Tsangtian at the 7th layer of condensation realm was killed without a second thought. The prefect at the 8th layer of condensation realm was like an ant before Luo Changsheng. Many people were rumoring that Luo Changsheng's cultivation was at least the 9th layer of condensation realm. Such strength was undoubtedly the #1 powerhouse in Tongzhou Prefecture City. How could he dare to lead Tianji Jinren to find Luo Changsheng? If he did, he would be killed along with him. "You'd better find someone else." The man waved his hand and ran off in a flash. What? Just leading the way and you could get 10,000 taels, but he didn't want it. Tianji Jinren and his several disciples were utterly bewildered. They had never seen such a foolish person before. Tianji Jinren shook his head. Such a foolish person he had never seen before. Just guiding the way could earn 10,000 silver notes, yet he refused. If you don't want it, plenty of others will." Tianji Jinren snorted coldly. Immediately he stopped another warrior. "Young friend, I am an elder of Qingxian sect. Could you take me to find Luo Changsheng?" Tianji Jinren did not directly mention seeking revenge on Luo Changsheng this time. He guessed that perhaps mentioning revenge earlier had scared off the warrior. What do you want with Luo Chongqing? The warrior asked, looking at Tianji Jinren with great wariness. The name Luo Chongqing was a sensitive term for the people of the prefectural city. Seeking Luo Chongqing. If it was for something good, fine. If for something bad, then he would be doomed too. You don't need to concern yourself with what I want from Luo Chongqing. Just take me there, and these 10,000 silver notes are yours. Tianji Jinren said in a deep voice. He was also irritated that a passerby had so much nonsense to say. Why should he explain his purpose to a stranger? If you won't say, then I'm sorry, I can't lead the way. The warrior said and left directly. Tianji Jinren and his disciples were utterly dumbfounded. Two passersby offered 10,000 silver notes, yet neither was willing to guide them. Were the people of the prefectural city so wealthy that they looked down on 10,000 silver notes? Master, I think something is amiss. Suddenly his chief disciple, Zhou Rushui, frowned. What do you mean? Tianji Jinren also sensed something odd, but couldn't pinpoint it. Master, look, whether it's the prefect Duan or the passersby, they all change their attitude as soon as they hear the name Luo Chongqing. Zhou Rushui took a deep breath. Hearing this, Tianji Jinren's expression shifted. You mean Luo Chongqing might not be simple, eh? He wasn't foolish either, and immediately thought of that possibility. Yes, master. Why don't we first inquire about Luo Chongqing? Although Leng Yi told us about him, Leng Yi himself probably isn't clear either. It's better to investigate ourselves to have a clearer picture. Zhou Rushui said. Tianji Jinren nodded. I know a place where we can quickly get all information about Luo Chongqing. Master, you mean Tianlong Tower? Zhou Rushui and the others immediately understood. Correct. Tianlong Tower can issue assassination orders for money, and likewise for money, we can obtain all information about Luo Chongqing. Tianji Jinren said. Then the group arrived at Tianlong Tower. I am Tianji Jinren of Qingxian sect. Upon arriving, Tianji Jinren announced his identity directly. Despite being an elder of Qingxian sect, he dared not act recklessly in Tianlong Tower, for its background was formidable enough to annihilate Qingxian sect with ease. Fortunately, one thing was that Tianlong Tower never interfered in the affairs of Tongzhou prefectural city. Soon Manager Chun of Tianlong Tower walked out with a smile. Tianji Jinren of Qingxian sect, are you here to issue an assassination order? Manager Chun asked, looking at Tianji Jinren. Before Tianji Jinren could answer, he shook his head. I'm afraid you'll have to go to the headquarters in the imperial capital to issue the order. Given Luo Chongqing's current cultivation, no one in Tongzhou prefectural city dares to take on the assassination mission. Upon hearing this, Tianji Jinren and his disciples all gasped sharply. Luo Chongqing was indeed not simple. I'm not here to issue an order, I want to purchase detailed information on Luo Chongqing. Tianji Jinren said. Purchase information. Manager Chen frowned. He had thought Tianji Jinren was here to issue an assassination order. No need for money, I'll tell you directly. I know that Luo Chongqing killed your disciple Qin Tang, and you want revenge. I can tell you his cultivation level. According to our Tianlong Tower's estimation, he is at least at the 9th layer of condensing yuan. If you want to issue an assassination order in the imperial capital, it would require approximately 50,000 spirit stones. Manager Chun said to Tianji Jinren. 9th layer of condensing yuan. Tianji Jinren and his disciples widened their eyes, frozen in place. They had never expected Luo Chongqing to possess such terrifying strength. No wonder the prefect had thrown them out upon hearing they sought revenge on Luo Chongqing. And the passers-by fled as soon as they heard he was looking for Luo Chongqing. The reason was simply that Luo Chongqing's power was too terrifying. Everyone who heard the name Luo Chongqing was panic-stricken. As for Manager Chen's mention of issuing an assassination order in the imperial capital for 50,000 spirit stones, he could forget about that. 50,000 spirit stones. The entire sect couldn't come up with that many. Tianji Jinren took a deep breath. Fortunately, he had come to Tianlong Tower, or else he might have been killed by Luo Chongqing today. Thank you for the information. Tianji Jinren cupped his hands in gratitude, then said to his disciples, let's go back to Qingxian sect. They walked out of Tianlong Tower. Manager Chun sneered. This Tianji Jinren, upon hearing Luo Chongqing's strength, scurried back to Qingxian sect in a flash. 9th layer of condensing yuan. Luo Chongqing was truly formidable. No such an outstanding prodigy has appeared in Tongzhou prefectural city. Oh, I must report this. If we can recruit him for Tianlong Tower, that would be excellent. Manager Chen muttered. Immediately, he used a transmission talisman to inform the headquarters in the imperial capital about Luo Chongqing's situation. Soon the headquarters replied, saying they would send an elder to assess him in a few days. If Luo Chongqing was truly outstanding and passed the assessment, he could become a member of Tianlong Tower. It's settled. Upon receiving the news, Manager Chen smiled and ordered a gift to be prepared. He would visit Luo Chongqing. Although Luo Chongqing had become famous throughout Tongzhou prefectural city in recent days, he had never once visited him. There were two reasons. First, he didn't know under what identity to visit. Second, Tianlong Tower itself had an extremely strong background and didn't need to curry favor with anyone. Soon Manager Chun carrying gifts arrived at the Luo residence. Manager Chun of Tianlong Tower. Old Yu's eyes widened in shock. Not only him, but many nearby warriors were also astonished. Everyone knew that Tianlong Tower's background was very strong, and even Prefect Duan Hongming had not received such humble treatment from Manager Chen. Now he was carrying heavy gifts to visit Luo Changxing. It seemed Luo Changxing was indeed extraordinary, even Tianlong Tower wanted to recruit him. Old you, your job as a gatekeeper is even more interesting than your previous position as a protector elder, isn't it? Manager Chen said with a smile. He had access to first-hand information in Tongzhou Prefectural City and naturally knew that in recent days visitors to the Luo residence had been endless. And as the gatekeeper Old Yu must have collected an untold amount of tips. This gatekeeper job made him envious. Old Yu's face reddened. He knew well that Manager Chen's influence in Tongzhou Prefectural City was vast. Nothing could be hidden from Manager Chen. Old Yu laughed it off, saying, "You flatter me, Manager Chen. They are just small gifts that Lord Luo doesn't care for." Then he added, "Please wait a moment, Manager Chen. I'll inform Lord Luo." Even though Manager Chen was from Tianlong Tower, without Luo Changxing's permission, he dared not let anyone in. "Please go ahead, Old Yu." Manager Chen nodded. Before long, Elder Yu emerged. "Director Chen, follow me," he said. Director Chen nodded and followed Elder Yu into the Luo residence. Entering the main hall, Director Chen finally laid eyes on Luo Changxing. He was far too young. Luo Changxing was even younger than he had imagined. "I am Chen Jingyang, director of the Tianlong Pavilion in Tongzhou Prefecture. A pleasure to meet you, Brother Luo." Director Chen introduced himself upon arriving in the drawing room. Luo Changxing observed him with some surprise. It was said that the Tianlong Pavilion had extremely powerful backing and displayed an incredibly arrogant demeanor towards everyone. Yet what he witnessed defied the rumors. Of course, Luo Changxing himself had never feared anyone. Today he had successfully broken through to Foundation Establishment First Stage. Luo Changxing grew even more confident in his own strength. "I wonder what brings Director Chen here today," he asked with a smile. Director Chen first recounted how Jinren Tianji from the Qingxian sect had visited the Tianlong Pavilion to purchase information about Luo Changxing. He even disclosed that Leng Yi had previously come to the Tianlong Pavilion preparing to issue a kill order against Luo Changxing. After finishing, Director Chen sneered coldly. "That Leng Yi talked big about issuing a kill order against you, but the moment I mentioned 1,000 spirit stones, he was completely terrified." Upon hearing this, Luo Changxing also coldly laughed in his heart. He had been wondering why he hadn't seen anyone from the Qingxian sect come seeking revenge afterward. It turned out two groups had already come. Upon learning of his terrifying power, they had fled in terror. The Qingxian sect may be spared from the death penalty, but they cannot escape punishment. A cold gleam flickered in Luo Changxing's eyes. They had tried to harm him repeatedly. If he didn't leave the Qingxian sect with a deep impression, they would likely come looking for trouble again. "Thank you very much, Director Chen, for telling me such important information." Luo Changxing expressed sincere gratitude. The Tianlong Pavilion indeed had powerful backing. Their ability to investigate someone's information was truly effortless. "You're welcome." Director Chen waved his hand dismissively, then asked, "By the way, Brother Luo, are you interested in joining our Tianlong Pavilion?" "Don't be too hasty to refuse. I can tell you that joining our Tianlong Pavilion would be entirely beneficial for you with no drawbacks. For example, if you wiped out a family, and someone truly wanted to make things difficult for you, they could simply have you thrown into prison. But if you're a member of our Tianlong Pavilion, no one would dare provoke you." Luo Changxing was indeed tempted. Joining the Tianlong Pavilion would indeed save him considerable trouble. "Could Director Chen's visit today be specifically to invite me to join the Tianlong Pavilion?" Luo Changxing asked. "Haha, Brother Luo, I don't have that authority. I've already reported your situation to our headquarters elder. In 2 days he will come personally to assess your strength. If you pass, you'll become a member of the Tianlong Pavilion with a status no lower than mine." Director Chen said with a smile. "Thank you so much for the trouble, Director Chen." Luo Changxing expressed his gratitude once more. After Director Chen departed, Luo Changxing gazed towards the direction of Qingxian Mountain, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. At the Spirit Gathering Realm, one could ride a sword through the skies. At the Core Formation Realm, one could fly short distances directly. Of course, with a spirit artifact, the flight speed would be even faster. Now that Luo Changxing had no spirit artifact, he could only fly through the air. Several hours later, Luo Changxing had arrived at the foot of the Qingxian sect's mountain. As a supreme sect of Tongzhou Prefecture City, those coming to the Qingxian sect to seek apprenticeship were endless. One could see many young people walking towards the mountain gate. At this moment, a group of youths walked over, chatting and laughing. Suddenly, one of the young men spotted Luo Changxing ahead. "Friend, are you also going to the Qingxian sect?" Indeed. Luo Changxing looked at the young man before him and ultimately nodded. He was indeed going to the Qingxian sect, but unlike others, he was there to settle a score, while they were there to join the Qingxian sect. "Then you're in luck running into us." The young man laughed, then pointed to a tall young man in the center. "As long as you give Wu Hao 1,000 silver notes, he can guarantee your 100% entry into the Qingxian sect." The young man called Wu Hao seemed somewhat displeased, huffing. "Zhang Liang, 1,000 silver notes is your price. This fellow is a stranger to us. We should charge him at least 3,000 silver notes." The young man called Zhang Liang was left speechless, not daring to say more. Luo Changxing merely glanced coldly at Wu Hao, then walked past him towards the mountain. Wu Hao's face instantly turned ugly. He hadn't expected to be completely ignored by Luo Changxing. "Stop right there," Wu Hao shouted. "Something you need, oi." Luo Changxing's expression grew cold. "You've got quite the attitude, acting so arrogant in front of me. I can assure you can just turn around and leave. The Qingxian sect won't accept you." Wu Hao sneered coldly. He hadn't expected to encounter someone daring to act so arrogant before him. "Oh, seems like you have quite the influence. You can make the Qingxian sect reject me with just one sentence." Luo Changxing laughed as he said, "Haha, now you're scared, aren't you? I can tell you, my brother is an authentic disciple of the Qingxian sect. So with just my word, the person in charge of recruitment will directly tell you to get lost." An expression of confidence spread across Wu Hao's face. Luo Changxing shook his head. His brother was merely an authentic disciple of the Qingxian sect, yet he acted so arrogantly. There really were plenty of people in this world who didn't know when they were courting death. He paid Wu Hao no attention and continued walking toward the Qingxian sect's mountain gate. "Looks like you won't listen until you see the coffin," Wu Hao sneered coldly. Finally, they arrived at the Qingxian sect's mountain gate. At this time, Wu Hao and the others had also arrived at the mountain gate. He walked directly up to an elder responsible for recruitment, who clearly knew Wu Hao and was much friendlier in his manner of speaking. After Wu Hao whispered a few words to the elder immediately came before Luo Changxing. Looking at Luo Changxing, he sneered, "You have no qualification to test. Get down the mountain." So domineering? Luo Changxing couldn't help but show a cold smile. Fortunately, he wasn't truly joining the Qingxian sect, otherwise he would have been driven down the mountain without even having the chance to test. "Domineering?" The elder coldly snorted, "What can you do about my domination over someone like you, an ant?" Luo Changxing nodded and said, "Indeed, I cannot do anything to you, other than break your legs. Since you can't do anything to me, then get lost." The elder thought Luo Changxing was backing down, and with a cold laugh, was about to drive Luo Changxing down the mountain. But soon he realized something was wrong. Luo Changxing had actually said breaking his legs. Wu Hao and the others, along with some people preparing for sect entry testing, all stared at Luo Changxing in disbelief. This kid must be insane. How dare he say such rebellious words? Haha, seems like he's lost his mind, speaking without thinking. After a moment of stunned silence, Wu Hao internally coldly laughed, feeling that Luo Changxing was completely seeking death. As expected, Elder Huang's face immediately darkened. Staring coldly at Luo Changxing, "Boy, kneel down and apologize right now. I can spare your life, though I'll cripple you at most." How ruthless, threatening to cripple me at every turn. Luo Changxing shook his head, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Before Steward Huang could react, he took a single step and appeared right before him. "What?" Seeing Luo Changxing suddenly materialize in front of him, Steward Huang was utterly horrified. He was a martial artist at the 5th layer of true qi, yet he had not even sensed Luo Changxing's approach. Luo Changxing grabbed Steward Huang by the collar, and with 2 sharp cracks, snapped both of his legs. A piercing scream like that of a slaughtered pig echoed through the mountain gate. Glaring at Luo Changxing with fire in his eyes, Steward Huang snarled, "You dare cripple me? You're dead today. No one can save you." Wu Hao and his companions stood frozen, jaws dropped. They never expected Luo Changxing to be so powerful that even a steward of the Qingxian sect was no match for him. But so what? Causing trouble on Qingxian sect's turf and crippling a steward. Luo Changxing would never leave the sect alive. "I suggest you beg Steward Huang for forgiveness right now, or you'll die a miserable death." Wu Hao sneered. Luo Changxing initially intended to ignore him, but Wu Hao's glib tongue finally got on his nerves. With a sharp slap, his palm struck Wu Hao's face. The latter's cheeks swelled up grotesquely, and over a dozen teeth were knocked loose. "Ah, damn you, how dare you hit me? You're dead," Wu Hao roared through clenched teeth. The incident at the mountain gate had evidently reached the sect's attention. A law enforcement team of several dozen men soon arrived. The captain, a martial artist at the 3rd layer of condensing yuan, first inquired about the situation, then ordered his men to surround Luo Changxing. Wu Hao's elder brother Wu Cheng had also learned of the commotion and accompanied the team. "Brother, you have to avenge me," Wu Hao wailed. Seeing his brother's face swollen worse than a pig's head, Wu Cheng's expression darkened. "Don't worry, I'll get your revenge." Wu Cheng nodded, then walked up to Captain Xiao Chong. "Captain Xiao, I suggest we execute this man on the spot. There's no need to wait for the elders." Xiao Chong frowned. "He gravely injured Steward Huang, but that may not warrant death. We should wait for the elders to decide. Waiting for the elders only gives him more time to endanger the sect. Kill him now," Wu Cheng said coldly. He knew that once the elders arrived, Luo Changxing would likely be thrown into the dungeon at most. His crime wasn't a capital offense. Thus, he seized the chance to eliminate Luo Changxing. Sword in hand, he was about to strike, when suddenly, "Who dares to cause trouble in my Qingxian sect?" Several elders flew in on their swords. Among them was Tianji Zhenren, who had just returned from the prefecture city. He had already informed the sect leader Li Tianxuan about Luo Changxing. The leader immediately summoned all the elders to the main hall to discuss Luo Changxing. Their final conclusion: Luo Changxing must never be provoked. Seeing the elders arrive, Wu Cheng sighed inwardly. He knew he had lost his chance to kill Luo Changxing. No one who had ever bullied his brother remained alive. Captain Xiao Chong stepped forward to report the situation. Who are you? Have you grown a lion's heart to dare cause trouble in Qingxian's sect? An elder demanded coldly. Luo Changxing had remained silent all along. Now hearing the elder's question, he burst into laughter. Ask your Tianji Zhenren. He'll know who I am. He just went to investigate me in Tongzhou Prefecture City, yet he's already forgotten me. Tianji Zhenren's face changed dramatically. Are you Luo Changxing? Indeed. I thought you'd recognize me after your little investigation, Luo Changxing sneered. What? He's Luo Changxing, at the 9th layer of Condensing Yuan, the one who thrashed Prefect Duan Hongming. The other elders also turned pale. They had just discussed Luo Changxing in the hall, agreeing never to provoke him. Now they had already run afoul of him. Everyone present was stunned. What was happening? It seemed this young man had a formidable background. Even the elders appeared fearful of Luo Changxing. Captain Xiao Chong took a deep breath as he looked at Luo Changxing. Clearly this young man was no ordinary person. He was relieved he hadn't followed Wu Cheng's advice to execute Luo Changxing outright. Who was he really that even the elders cowered before him? Wu Hao and Steward Huang's faces contorted in terror. Recalling how arrogantly they had acted toward Luo Changxing, a wave of dread washed over them. Wu Cheng's face darkened with shock as well. The elders actually feared Luo Changxing. But he consoled himself he hadn't killed Luo Changxing after all, so the man couldn't be that petty. Tianji Zhenren took a deep breath and stepped forward. Forgive us for not welcoming Senior Luo to Qingxian sect. Please accept our apologies. Spare me your hypocrisy. I came here to settle scores with your sect. You've repeatedly come looking for trouble, and I intend to settle every single account. Luo Changxing snorted. Tianji Zhenren and the others wore grim expressions. After all, they were still one of the top sects in Tongzhou Prefecture. Yet Luo Changxing showed them no face, declaring his intent to settle scores in front of the young disciples who were about to join the sect. If word got out, their reputation would plummet. Elder Tianyue said with a dark face, Senior Luo, our sect was indeed in the wrong, but you're unharmed, while we lost several core disciples. In truth, our loss is greater. Why not meet halfway and let bygones be bygones? Oh, you think because I'm fine this is over? How naive. A cold smirk curled on Luo Changxing's lips. In a flash he appeared before Elder Tianyue. What are you doing? Elder Tianyue's face twisted in alarm. He was inwardly shocked by Luo Changxing's speed. He hadn't even seen him move. Doing what? I don't need you to teach me how to act. Luo Changxing sneered. With that he delivered a vicious slap. Elder Tianyue, a cultivator at the 8th layer of Condensing Yuan, had no time to resist. The blow sent him flying several kilometers away. With a thud he was embedded into a mountain peak. Whether dead or alive, he made no further sound. A collective gasp of horror swept through the crowd. Especially the elders like Tianji Zhenren, who already knew Luo Changxing was terrifying. But they hadn't imagined he was this terrifying. Elder Tianyue at the 8th layer of Condensing Yuan was nothing more than an ant before Luo Changxing. Moreover, the sheer force of his strike was beyond belief. A single slap could send a man flying several kilometers. Was he really just a martial artist at the 9th layer of Condensing Yuan? Each elder found it hard to believe. Enforcement Captain Xiao Chong drew in a sharp breath. Words could no longer convey his shock. A tempest of emotions raged within his heart. Luo Changxing was terrifying. With but a single slap, he had sent Elder Tianyue flying. He could imagine that if he had heeded Wu Cheng's advice, he would have been nothing but a corpse by now. Looking toward Wu Cheng, a killing intent gradually surfaced in his eyes. How can he be this terrifying? Wu Cheng retreated several steps, his entire being trembling with horror. Originally, he had believed that with Qingxian sect's protection, Luo Changxing would dare not lay a hand on him. Clearly he was wrong. Luo Changxing had never regarded Qingxian sect as a threat. Huang Zhisher and Wu Hao both shuddered violently, their faces draining of color. Recalling their arrogance before Luo Changxing, they instantly found themselves wishing for death. At this moment, they finally understood why Luo Changxing could be even more arrogant than they were. He possessed such terrifying strength that even a Qingxian sect elder could be crushed with ease. Regret. Both of them were overwhelmed with remorse. Had they known Luo Changxing was this formidable, they never would have provoked him. And just then Luo Changxing's gaze fell upon the two of them. Thud. They collapsed to their knees in terror. Luo Changxing turned his gaze toward Huang Zhisher. What? Were you not so arrogant and domineering a moment ago? Why do you resemble a lapdog now? What is going on? Tianji Zhenren asked one of his disciples. Without needing confirmation, he guessed correctly. Elder Huang must have offended Luo Changxing, otherwise Luo Changxing would not have been so enraged as to strike Elder Tianyue so severely that his life hung in the balance. Part of Luo Changxing's fury was indeed directed at Huang Zhisher, but more so Elder Tianyue's words had secretly irked him. The disciple immediately recounted the entire incident. How Wu Hao and Huang Zhisher had attempted to drive Luo Changxing away. Hearing this, a cold expression gradually spread across Tian Jizhenren's face. Whoosh! Before Luo Changsheng could act, Tian Jizhenren swiftly drew his sword and beheaded both Huang Zhisher and Wu Hao in 2 strikes. Then he turned his gaze to Wu Cheng and said, Wu Cheng, as a direct disciple, you should deeply understand the sect's rules. You attempted to kill before we even arrived, which has already violated our regulations. Destroy your own cultivation and get out of Qing Xian sect. This disciple understands. Wu Cheng was filled with reluctance in his heart, yet he had no choice but to strip himself of his cultivation in front of everyone. With his cultivation ruined, Wu Cheng slumped weakly onto the ground. Looking at Luo Changxing, his eyes were filled with resentment. If not for Luo Changxing, how could his cultivation have been destroyed, and how could his younger brother have been killed? He would avenge this grievance. How could Luo Changxing not understand that Qing Xian sect was reluctant to kill a direct disciple? Yet Luo Changxing would never willingly leave a threat behind. Before Wu Cheng could rise and leave, Luo Changxing flicked out a finger. Swish! A stream of yuan energy pierced straight through Wu Cheng's body. Wu Cheng's eyes widened to their limits. He had assumed Luo Changsheng was so powerful that he would look down upon striking someone like him. Given time, he would have found revenge on Luo Changsheng. But he never expected that Luo Changsheng did not care at all about seniority and struck directly at him. Bang! Wu Cheng's corpse fell lifelessly to the ground. The assembled elders sighed. They had originally thought that since Wu Cheng's cultivation was ruined, Luo Changsheng would no longer pursue accountability against him. But who would have expected Luo Changxing to be so vengeful, sparing not even the slightest chance for Wu Cheng? Enough. Now go to your sect and negotiate compensation properly, Luo Changxing said in a cold voice. A quarter hour later, Luo Changxing stepped out of Qing Xian sect with a faint smile upon his lips. His gains this time were substantial. 6 low-grade spiritual weapons. It must be noted that the entire Qing Xian sect possessed only 8 low-grade spirit stones, and in one go 6 of them had been taken. Spirit stones, 10,000 of them had been taken. It could be said that all visible spirit stones of Qing Xian sect had been carried away by Luo Changxing. In addition, over a dozen heavenly grade cultivation techniques were also taken by Luo Changxing. Cultivation techniques were divided into 5 levels: human, earth, heavenly, royal, and imperial. Heavenly grade techniques were already considered top tier in Tongzhou Prefecture, and they were worthy of display even within Ziyang Kingdom. Returning to Luo Manor, Luo Changxing summoned Chunmu, Lu Han, and the others to the main hall. He kept 2 spiritual weapons for himself: a low-grade spirit sword for personal use, and a low-grade spirit blade for his master. The remaining weapons were tossed to Chun Mu and his companions. Chun Mu, these 4 spirit weapons, you shall carry them with you at all times, Luo Changxing said with a smile. Spirit weapons. Upon hearing this, Chun Mu and Lu Han's eyes widened instantly as they gazed at the 4 spiritual weapons on the ground. Their breathing grew rapid. These were spirit weapons. In all of Tongzhou Prefecture, fewer than 20 people possessed even one. The value of a single spirit weapon was countless times greater than their lives, worth at least several thousand spirit stones. To think they would one day be able to possess such treasure. This feeling was like an unreal dream. Thank you, young Master Luo, they said with profound gratitude. With spirit weapons in their possession, their combat strength would rise to a new level. Yes, the affairs of Luo Manor require your greater attention. Also keep a close watch on any news regarding the demon suppressing guard, Luo Changxing said. He remembered that Hu Tsangtian had once mentioned someone from the Hu family had become a candidate for the demon suppressing guard. The demon suppressing guard was indeed formidable within Ziyang Kingdom. However formidable they were, their reach would not extend to Tongzhou Prefecture City. As long as he did not leave Tongzhou Prefecture City, surely no one could threaten him. Once his strength reached the 9th layer of core formation, not only would he disregard the demon suppressing guard, even the emperor himself would not intimidate him. For the strongest among Ziyang Kingdom's imperial family had only reached the 8th layer of core formation. 3 days passed in a flash. Luo Changxing's cultivation increased by another 30 years, and he had reached the 3rd layer of core formation. That day, Director Chun from Tianlong Tower arrived at Luo Manor accompanied by an elderly man in gray robes. Director Chen introduced him. Brother Luo, this is Senior Su Jiangyan from headquarters. As a guardian elder of Tianlong Tower, he is responsible for your assessment. Greetings, Elder Su, Luo Changxing said courteously. He then added, Elder Su must have just arrived. Let me have the servants prepare a meal so you can rest and eat first. Elder Su waved his hand and said, there is no need for such empty formalities. This time I have come by headquarters orders to conduct your assessment. If you pass, you may join our Tianlong Tower. If you fail, no amount of flattery will help. I am not moved by such tricks. Very well, let us begin the assessment. Luo Changxing nodded. Elder Su reached into his storage pouch and produced a 1 cubic foot stone. This is cold gold stone, extraordinarily durable. If you can shatter it with a single punch, it proves you possess the 9th layer of yuan condensation, and you shall pass. As long as he could pass the assessment, Luo Changxing suppressed his cultivation to the 9th layer of yuan condensation without exaggeration. He then delivered a single punch. Crack. The cold gold stone shattered instantly. Elder Su nodded approvingly. Not bad. You do possess some strength. Once I return and report to headquarters within 3 to 5 days, you shall officially become a member of our Tianlong Tower. Congratulations, Brother Luo. Director Chun beside him smiled and offered his congratulations. Haha, I should thank you this time. Luo Changsheng replied with a smile. But at that moment a ferocious roar suddenly echoed from outside Luo Manor. Luo Changsheng, how dare you exterminate my Hu family? Come out and face death. Bang. At the same time an old man was struck flying into the Luo Manor, crashing heavily into a corner. The old man spat out a mouthful of blood and immediately passed out. Luo Changsheng merely stood there, yet a profound killing intent had already surfaced on his face. For so long he had never shown such a murderous expression as he did today. In the past, anyone who dared to provoke him was simply killed. But now these people clearly held the Luo Manor in no regard, daring to come and cause trouble, even beating his gatekeeper. Just then several people walked in from outside the Luo Manor. There were 5 in total, all clad in black garments with a strikingly conspicuous character embroidered on their clothes. A Zhan character. The young man at the front was none other than Hu Chong of the Hu family. At this moment he scanned the courtyard and snarled, "Who is Luo Changsheng? Step forward and die." Elder Su Jiangyan of the Tianlong Tower, upon seeing the Zhan character, felt his eyelids twitch violently. He stepped forward and asked, "May I ask if you gentlemen are from the Jinyao division?" "That's right, we are from the Jinyao division," one of them said with extreme arrogance. Hearing this, Su Jiangyan took a deep breath and then asked, "This old man is from the Tianlong Tower. May I know how Luo Changsheng has offended you young masters?" "Luo Changsheng destroyed junior brother Hu Chong's family. We have come today to avenge junior brother Hu Chong," the tallest and thinnest man among the 5 who had the highest cultivation said with a cold snort. Su Jiangyan's face darkened. He looked at Luo Changsheng and said, "Luo Changsheng, did you destroy this young master, whose family?" "That's right." Luo Changsheng nodded, then kneeled down and apologized, begged for young master, whose forgiveness. Su Jiangyan said coldly. He hadn't expected Luo Changsheng to have provoked the Jinyao guard. He would have to report this matter. Kneel and apologize? Upon hearing this, Luo Changsheng's face twisted into a cold smirk. Originally he had held some respect for this elder Su, but upon hearing those words, Su Jiangyan became utterly worthless in Luo Changsheng's eyes. "That's right. Do you still want to become a member of the Tianlong Tower? If you do, then kneel down and apologize to young master Hu immediately." Su Jiangyan snorted. "Scram, or I'll kill you too." Luo Changsheng glared at Su Jiangyan, his eyes brimming with killing intent. This directly startled Su Jiangyan. "Damn it, I'm a Jidan first-layer martial artist, and I was actually scared by this brat." But soon he sneered inwardly, since he won't listen to this old man, then being killed by the Jinyao division is his own fault. He simply folded his arms, ready to watch a good show from the sidelines. Luo Changsheng looked at the 5 and said coldly, "Who was it that struck my gatekeeper just now?" "Kid, it was your grandpa Li Wang who did it." A martial artist at the Ningyuan 9th layer stepped out from behind Hu Chong and sneered. He looked at Luo Changsheng and mocked, "What, you want to avenge a gatekeeper? Haha, if you dare to make a move, I'll send you to your death right now." Luo Changsheng said nothing, his eyes filled with profound killing intent. Whoosh. Suddenly Luo Changsheng's figure vanished. Everyone furrowed their brows. And at that moment Luo Changsheng's figure appeared directly in front of Li Wang. "You're asking for death, daring to ambush me." Li Wang, enraged, swung a spirit sword in his hand fiercely. Shua. Instantly a blazing white light flared, and a sword beam shot toward Luo Changsheng. "Die!" Luo Changsheng's voice was low as he struck out a palm toward Li Wang. The so-called sword beam was utterly fragile against Luo Changsheng's palm, disintegrating instantly. Bang! The palm strike directly crushed Li Wang's head, and his body even exploded. What? Li Wang at the Ningyuan 9th layer was killed by this kid. Including Hu Chong, the 4 Jinyao guards, all changed color drastically. They hadn't expected Luo Changsheng to be so formidable. Su Jiangyan was also dumbfounded, unable to believe that Luo Changsheng's strength was so terrifying. Although he had tested Luo Changsheng's strength earlier and knew he had the cultivation of the Ningyuan 9th layer. But possessing the Ningyuan 9th layer and slaying a Ningyuan 9th layer were worlds apart. Even Supervisor Chun was deeply shocked. He hadn't expected Luo Changsheng's strength to be so great. He secretly resolved to forge a good relationship with Luo Changsheng. As the head of the Tianlong Tower in Tongzhou Prefecture City, he was most aware of Luo Changsheng's growth history. Luo Changsheng had gone from the Juqi realm to his current Ningyuan 9th layer strength in less than a month. He was absolutely an extraordinary prodigy. Next, it's the 4 of you. Luo Changsheng's gaze fell on Hu Chong and his companions. By now, seeing his terrifying strength, they had lost all their earlier arrogance. The strongest among them was a man named He Fenghua, a martial artist at the peak of the Ningyuan 9th layer. He looked at Luo Changsheng and said, "Luo Changsheng, we are the Jinyao Guard. If you dare to lay a hand on us, you'll be opposing the entire imperial court." "I've already killed 1 Jinyao guard, oh, what's a few more?" Luo Changsheng sneered. Luo Changxing, stop, right now. At this, Su Jiangyan stepped forward and roared. He looked at Luo Changxing and said, do you know the status of the Jinyao Guard in the entire Xiang kingdom? Killing one isn't enough, you want to kill more. You must be mad. Oh, so what advice do you have? Luo Changxing looked at Su Jiangyan and said with a cold smile. At this point, he couldn't even be bothered to address him as Elder Su. Since the other had no shame, he didn't need to give any face either. Oomph. Su Jiangyan's face darkened. Luo Changxing was being disrespectful, addressing him directly by his surname. He looked at Luo Changxing and said, if you don't want your family to be destroyed, behave yourself and apologize to the Jinyao Guard. See if you can earn their forgiveness. Otherwise, not only will you be killed, but your entire family will be annihilated. That's right, Luo Changxing. You'd better surrender. Do you think you can stand against our Jinyao division? Behave yourself. If we kill you, we might spare your Luo family. If the experts of the Jinyao division take action, you won't even have a chance to regret. Hu Chong He Fenghua and the others said coldly. Idiot. Luo Changxing glanced at Su Jiangyan and spat out these two words. Then holding a spirit sword, he directly slashed toward Hu Chong and the others. They dared to strike his gatekeeper and cause trouble at the Luo manor. There was no other outcome for them but death. Chi. With two swift strikes, he killed Hu Chong and another Jinyao guard. The latter felt utterly wronged just before his death, having accompanied Hu Chong on a trip to Tongzhou Prefecture City only to be killed like this. Luo Changxing, you're asking for death. Su Jiangyan roared, completely enraged. He hadn't expected Luo Changxing to completely ignore his words. He even dared to continue killing the Jinyao guards right before his eyes. Su Jiangyan leaped into the air, soaring halfway up, and slashed fiercely behind Luo Changxing. A thunderous boom. Light radiated in all directions. A dazzling blade glow laced with murderous intent hurtled toward Luo Changxing. Witnessing this, Manager Chen's face turned ashen as he cried out, Brother Luo, be careful. Do you have a death wish daring to act against the Tianlong Tower? Su Jiangyan cast a cold glance at Manager Chen. Upon hearing this, Manager Chen's expression shifted slightly. He realized that by aiding Luo Changxing, he would inevitably offend Elder Su and might even be expelled from the Tianlong Tower. Heaving a sigh, Manager Chen thought, I brought Elder Su here, I cannot stand by and watch Luo Changxing be slain by him. Even if I am cast out, so be it. Without Manager Chen's warning, Luo Changxing had already sensed the blade glow and felt a measure of gratitude toward Manager Chen. Yet as he turned his gaze to Su Jiangyan, a flicker of killing intent stirred within his heart. Since Su Jiangyan was so eager to kill him, let him die together. Luo Changxing's body shot forward as he met the attack with a single punch. Crack! The blade glow shattered. Su Jiangyan was taken aback, seemingly not expecting Luo Changxing's punch to possess such immense power. And at that very moment, Luo Changxing's fist slammed into Su Jiangyan's body. Crack! Su Jiangyan's chest caved in, and the sheer force of the blow sent him crashing into the ground, excavating a massive crater. Cough, cough. From within the pit came Su Jiangyan's coughing, mingled with the sound of spitting blood. For a moment, Manager Chen stood frozen in shock. Elder Su possessed the terrifying strength of the Golden Core first layer, yet he was utterly powerless before Luo Changxing. Manager Chen's heart now churned with both excitement and fear. Excitement because Luo Changxing was so formidable. To form a bond with such a monstrous prodigy was a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Fear because Luo Changxing had now not only offended the Demon Suppression Bureau, but had also incurred the wrath of the Tianlong Tower. Both factions wielded immense influence. How could Luo Changxing possibly withstand their terrifying retaliation? The 2 Demon Suppression Guards also felt their scalps tingle. They deemed Luo Changxing a madman. Offending the Demon Suppression Bureau was already reckless, and now he had thoroughly antagonized the Tianlong Tower as well. Within the crater, Su Jiangyan was filled with even greater horror. He could scarcely believe that someone as young as Luo Changxing possessed strength surpassing his own. You should never have trespassed into my Luo residence. Luo Changxing's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on He Fenghua and the other Demon Suppression Guard. The 2 men's faces instantly drained of color. He Fenghua snarled, if you kill us, you will become irreconcilable enemies with the Demon Suppression Bureau. Release us now, and I may find a way to spare your life. Luo Changxing did not reply. His answer came in the form of a sword aura. He Fenghua fell to the ground, filled with unwillingness. He was a Demon Suppression Guard, still young, and already at the peak of the Qi gathering 9th layer with a bright future ahead. Never did he expect to meet his end in Tongzhou Prefecture. The other guard was also struck down by a sword aura from Luo Changxing, falling with a thud and dying instantly. After dispatching the guards, Luo Changxing strode toward the crater. Hearing the footsteps, Su Jiangyan of the Tianlong Tower turned pale. He knew Luo Changxing intended to kill him, but he was gravely wounded with no strength left to fight. Even if uninjured, he was no match for Luo Changxing. Brother Luo, could you spare Elder Su? Manager Chen's face contorted as he pleaded, I brought Elder Su here. If he dies here, I will surely be held accountable. Originally, Luo Changxing had indeed intended to slay Su Jiangyan, but if he did so, the Tianlong Tower would undoubtedly punish Manager Chen as well. From start to finish, Manager Chen had tried to help him, and Luo Changsheng could not bring himself to harm him. Heaving a sigh, he said, "Get lost. And don't provoke me again, or I will uproot your entire Tianlong Tower." Su Jiangyan said nothing, using the last of his strength to mount his spirit artifact and flee swiftly. Only after leaving Tongzhou Prefecture did he cast a venomous glare back at the city. He scoffed inwardly at Luo Changsheng's words. The Tianlong Tower had stood for 1,000 years, deeply entrenched in the Xiang Kingdom. How could a mere junior like Luo Changsheng shake it? Uproot it. Dream on. Once he returned, he would make Luo Changsheng pay a devastating price for crossing the Tianlong Tower. At the Luo residence, Manager Chen said, full of remorse, "I'm truly sorry, Brother Luo. I've brought disaster upon you." If he hadn't brought Su Jiangyan, perhaps Luo Changsheng would never have offended the Tianlong Tower. Luo Changsheng let out a cold laugh. "No matter. If the Tianlong Tower dares to provoke me, I will erase it from the annals of history." Manager Chen could not fathom why Luo Changsheng was so confident. He still felt compelled to warn Brother Luo, "Be careful. You have also offended the Demon Suppression Bureau. If possible, you should lie low for a while." "Rest assured, I know what I'm doing," Luo Changsheng said with a light smile. Having said all he could, Manager Chen no longer felt he had any face to say bid farewell and left the Luo residence. Luo Changsheng immediately ordered the servants to clean up, then checked on Old Yu's injuries. Seeing that he had only broken a few bones and was not in serious danger, he told him to rest well. "Thank you, Lord Luo," Old Yu said gratefully. Though he was merely a gatekeeper, Luo Changsheng had always treated him well, even giving him a dragon-shaped pill after his last injury. Returning to the main hall, Luo Changsheng sat down and began to plan how to deal with the retaliation from the Tianlong Tower and the Demon Suppression Bureau. Both factions possessed formidable power. They would not give him time to grow stronger gradually, and he could not simply abandon his people and go into hiding. Whether it was Chun Mu or Lu Huanqing, he had nurtured them with his own hands. It was impossible not to feel some attachment. Pills. Luo Changsheng's eyes lit up as the quickest way to boost his power came to mind. Pills could undoubtedly accelerate one's cultivation. While his wealth did not rival a nation's, he still possessed a considerable fortune. He could afford to purchase pills that enhance cultivation in the Golden Core realm. Coupled with his innate talent of advancing 10 years in a single day, his cultivation would soar. Without delay, Luo Changsheng sought out Medicine King Chen and stated his intentions directly. "What? You want to buy pills that boost Golden Core cultivation? Who needs them?" Medicine King Chen asked in surprise. "Myself," Luo Changsheng replied. Hearing this, Medicine King Chen sprang to his feet, staring at Luo Changsheng in disbelief. "Brother Luo, do you mean to say you've reached the Golden Core realm?" He was naturally astonished because in his view, even with the dragon-shaped pill boosting Luo Changsheng to the Qi gathering 9th layer, stepping into the Golden Core realm would require at least 10 or 20 years. How could he have reached the Golden Core realm so quickly? Seeing the doubt in his eyes, Luo Changsheng released the terrifying aura of a Golden Core cultivator. Boom. The overwhelming pressure bore down on Medicine King, forcing him to the ground. Then Luo Changsheng retracted his aura. Medicine King Chen felt no shame at all. Instead, he exclaimed excitedly, "A genius. You are an unparalleled genius. It takes others at least a decade to reach the Golden Core realm, yet you accomplished it in just a few days." Chen was thrilled. A Golden Core cultivator was considered a top-tier powerhouse even in the entire Xiang Kingdom. To befriend such a person was an immense honor. Luo Changsheng smiled, but said nothing. If he told Medicine King that he had already reached the Golden Core 3rd layer, the man's jaw would likely drop in astonishment. "Brother Luo, pills that enhance Golden Core cultivation do exist, but I do not have any here," Medicine King Chen said with a wry smile. "Oh, must I go to the capital to purchase them?" Luo Changsheng asked curiously. Medicine King Chen shook his head. "Brother Luo, pills of that caliber are extremely rare. Even the Imperial Capital's pill pavilion may not have them for sale." Hearing this, Luo Changsheng's eyes betrayed a hint of disappointment. However, a grand alchemy convention will be held in Huafeng City, where the Medicine King headquarters is located. If you are interested, Brother Luo, you can accompany me there. With luck, you might obtain pills for Golden Core cultivation. Medicine King Chen said. Luo Changsheng nodded. "I might as well take a look. After all, it wouldn't hurt." He could still gain 10 years of cultivation each day regardless of where he went. The next day, "Young Master Luo, rest assured I will manage all affairs of the Luo family," Chenmu said. Luo Changsheng nodded, feeling quite at ease with Chenmu. He took out a dragon-shaped pill and tossed it to Chenmu. "You are now at the Condensing Yuan 1st layer. This dragon-shaped pill will be of great use to you." Chenmu was astonished, fully aware of the dragon-shaped pill's rarity, worth millions of silver notes. "All right, don't stand on ceremony, just take it," Luo Changsheng said with a smile. Chenmu, without further hesitation, accepted it, his heart growing heavy with the realization that the more Luo Changsheng valued him, the greater his responsibility toward the Luo estate. Entrusting the Luo estate to Chenmu, Luo Changsheng and Alchemy King Chen headed directly to the Alchemy King Guild's headquarters. Huafeng City was a vast ancient city neighboring several prefectures, and even the imperial capital was very close to it. The Alchemy King Guild had chosen this location because Huafeng City was centrally situated. Luo Changsheng and Chun En traveled by sword flight, covering a full 30,000 li in a single day, finally arriving in Huafeng City. Alchemy King Chun En smiled and said, "Let's find a place to rest first. The Alchemy Conference will be held in 2 days. Tomorrow I'll introduce you to a good friend of mine. He's a formidable alchemist." "I appreciate your trouble, Brother Chun." Luo Changsheng expressed his gratitude. For him, meeting more alchemists was certainly welcome. By the second day in Huafeng City, Luo Changsheng's cultivation had finally broken through to the core formation 4th layer. Chun En brought Luo Changsheng to a private room in a restaurant to meet his friend. It was a middle-aged man in a long robe, thin and of short stature. "Brother Luo, this is alchemist Song Haifeng. He is far more accomplished than I, a third-grade alchemist," Chun En introduced with a smile. Then turning to Song Haifeng, he introduced Luo Changsheng. "Alchemist Song, this is my friend Luo Changsheng. His cultivation is no ordinary feat. Haha, Song is always delighted to meet prodigies. May I ask what cultivation level Brother Luo has reached?" Song Haifeng laughed heartily, showing great enthusiasm. Although he himself was an alchemist at only the condensing yuan 8th layer, he was genuinely pleased to make the acquaintance of a true genius. "Core formation 1st layer," Luo Changsheng replied. He guessed that Chun En had already informed Song Haifeng of his cultivation level, so claiming to be in the condensing yuan stage would seem insincere. Song Haifeng drew a sharp breath. Even though he had heard from Chun En that Luo Changsheng had reached the core formation stage, hearing it firsthand still struck him with awe. "Brother Luo, let's stay in touch. If there's ever anything I can help with, just say the word," Song Haifeng said with a smile. Luo Changsheng smiled back and nodded. "Waiter, bring the dishes quickly. I want to have a good drink with Brother Luo." Song Haifeng laughed. Clearly, making a core formation master's acquaintance filled him with joy. After all, if people knew you had a core formation friend, they would show you extra respect. "Certainly, sir," the waiter outside the room replied promptly, ordering the kitchen to serve. Luo Changsheng, who normally drank little, couldn't resist alchemist Song Haifeng's enthusiasm and joined in a few cups. In another restaurant in Huafeng City, a fair-faced, elegant young gentleman sat by a window. He turned to a blue-clad man carrying a sword standing nearby. "I heard my third brother has also come to Huafeng City." "Yes, fifth." "Young master," the blue-clad swordsman nodded. "Just call me Master Chu in public," the young gentleman said, then snorted coldly. "It seems my third brother is extremely ambitious and determined to win the fight for the crown prince. Otherwise, he wouldn't be traveling around so often to recruit powerful warriors." "Master Chu, are you truly giving up the contest for the crown prince?" The blue-clad man glanced at him. The young gentleman sighed. "What else can I do? Including you, I only have 3 core formation masters under my command. I've managed to win over a few factions, but they are far from enough. If fighting really breaks out among the brothers, those factions would probably flee in terror." The blue-clad man also sighed and said, "I hope this trip to Huafeng City will allow us to meet some formidable martial artists." The young gentleman shook his head. "Powerful martial artists are not so easy to find. Even if you do, you have to win their trust. On the surface, they'll eat and drink with you pretending to be your men, but once a real battle comes, they'll run just the same. Yinjin, not everyone is as loyal as you." The blue-clad man immediately replied, "Master Chu saved my life back then, from now on my life is yours to command." After several rounds of drinks, Song Haifeng, as the host suggested, taking Luo Changsheng and Chun En for a stroll around Huafeng City. "Great." Luo Changsheng and Chun En had no objection. For Luo Changsheng, it had been a long time since he enjoyed such leisurely elegance. On the street, the three chatted casually while taking in the sights. Perhaps because Huafeng City was the Alchemy King Guild's headquarters, many stalls along the street displayed various spirit herbs and medicinal plants. "Host, to your left front, there is a millennium blood spirit grass, a great tonic for martial artists." The system, silent for a long time, suddenly spoke up. Luo Changsheng was taken aback. The system had such a function. It could identify rare herbs. He felt a surge of secret delight. "I'll go take a look over there," Luo Changsheng said to Chun En and Song Haifeng, then walked to a stall ahead on the left. That millennium blood spirit grass was right at this stall. "Boss, how much for this red spirit herb?" Luo Changsheng inquired. The stall owner, a man in his 50s, clearly did not recognize the blood spirit grass. In fact, the vast majority of people would not know such a precious herb. Otherwise, it would never be put out for sale. The stall owner glanced at Luo Changsheng and said, "Let me tell you, this spirit herb is extraordinary. When I discovered it, a spirit beast was guarding it. Only because another beast came to fight it, leaving both gravely injured, was I able to pick it. So the price is 300 silver notes. I won't sell it for less than 3 million. Even though he didn't know exactly what the herb was, he knew it was valuable, so he refused to sell it cheap. 3 million. Luo Changsheng smiled inwardly. If it was truly a great tonic for martial artists, as the system said, it would be worth far more than 3 million silver, even 30,000 spirit stones. Deal. Luo Changsheng was very straightforward, directly handing over 3 million silver notes to the stall owner and taking the millennium blood spirit grass. The stall owner was ecstatic. He hadn't expected Luo Changxing to pay, without bargaining generously offering 3 million silver notes. Even if Luo Changxing had really wanted it, the stall owner would have sold it for 1 million. He thought to himself with a chuckle, I met a greenhorn today. Just then a voice suddenly rang out behind Luo Changxing. Put down that blood spirit grass, and I might spare your life. Behind Luo Changxing, a young man in brocade attire led a group of subordinates, his gaze icy as he fixed upon Luo Changxing. Upon seeing the young man, many stall owners and passers-by on the street revealed a flicker of fear. Clearly, all were afraid of the young man. Song Haifeng's face also changed slightly as he saw him. He stepped forward and respectfully called out, Young Master Du. So it's Alchemist Song. The young man in brocade merely nodded politely before fixing his gaze coldly on Luo Changxing. He awaited Luo Changxing to hand over the blood spirit grass. Luo Changxing, seemingly not having seen him at all, unhurriedly stored the 1,000-year blood spirit grass into his storage pouch. At this sight, Song Haifeng's eyelids twitched. He had not expected Luo Changxing to disregard young Master Du, and now trouble was imminent. This young Master Du was no easy figure. Few in the entire Huafeng city dared to provoke him, for his father was none other than the city lord of Huafeng City, Du Yuanba. Indeed, young Master Du's expression turned extremely grim. He looked at Du Haifeng and snarled, Alchemist Song, do you know this brat? Song Haifeng shuddered, paused, then immediately said, Young Master Du must be joking. How could I know such a person? He had indeed wished to befriend Luo Changxing. But Luo Changxing was too clueless, actually offending the young master of the city lord's mansion. Everyone knew the city lord, Du Yuanba, possessed terrifying strength at the second layer of core formation. He dared not admit to knowing Luo Changxing, lest he be implicated. Seeing Song Haifeng deny knowing him, Luo Changxing let out a cold sneer. Just moments ago they had been eating together even warmly, yet in an instant he claimed not to know him. This Song Haifeng was not worth knowing deeply. Hearing this, Medicine King Chun En's face also darkened. He had not expected Song Haifeng to change his face so quickly. They had just shared a meal and drinks, and now he claimed not to know him. Good, I thought this brat was relying on your name to disregard me. Young Master Du revealed a cold smile. Young Master Du jokes. How could I know such an arrogant person? Song Haifeng said with a fawning smile. Young Master Du ignored Song Haifeng, his gaze fixed on Luo Changxing as he snarled. Brat, I could have spared your life, but you sought death yourself. Tell me, how do you wish to die? Luo Changxing smiled, looking at young Master Du. Are you so certain you can kill me? How do you think you can escape in Huafeng City? Young Master Du burst into a wild laugh, then said fiercely, with one command, the enforcement squad of Huafeng City will besiege you throughout the city, and you will die most hideously. Luo Changxing shook his head. I'll give you 10 breaths to summon the most powerful person you know, otherwise no one can save you. Young Master Du was stunned. His subordinates were also utterly bewildered. Then young Master Du and his men burst into raucous laughter. Haha, did I hear that right? In Huafeng City someone dares to threaten young Master Du. Damn, this guy hasn't woken up yet. In all these years I never thought anyone could be crazier than the young master. The group of subordinates doubled over with laughter, as if hearing the funniest joke. 3, 2, 1. When the word one fell, Luo Changxing took a step and instantly appeared before young Master Du. What? Young Master Du's face changed drastically as he saw Luo Changxing suddenly before him. Only then did he realize Luo Changxing was no ordinary person. He himself was at the second layer of condensing yuan, yet he had not detected how Luo Changxing appeared before him. Luo Changxing's 5 fingers formed a claw, seizing young Master Du's neck and lifting him off the ground. I gave you time to summon the most powerful person, but you failed to cherish it. Luo Changxing said coldly. I'll summon now, right now. Young Master Du said in terror. Alchemist Song Haifeng's face changed, and he shouted, Luo Changxing, release young Master Du at once. You cannot afford to provoke him. Get lost. Luo Changxing looked at Song Haifeng with disgust. Slap. He sent Song Haifeng flying hundreds of meters with a single palm strike. I gave you the chance, but you didn't cherish it. Just as Luo Changxing was about to act, a furious roar came from the sky. Stop. If you harm a single hair on his head, I will tear you to pieces. A robed man broke through the air from the city lord's mansion. The city lord Du has arrived. Brat, did you hear that? Release our young Master Du now. Hurry, or you'll die horribly. Young Master Du's subordinates, emboldened by the city lord's arrival, grew even more arrogant. Luo Changxing sneered. From the moment young Master Du began threatening him, he had no intention of letting him go. With a sudden force of his fingers crack, young Master Du's neck snapped. His eyes widened in disbelief. His father had come, yet Luo Changxing still dared to kill him. Thud! Luo Changxing threw the corpse to the ground. Not only young Master Du, but everyone present was stunned that Luo Changxing killed him even with the city lord's arrival. All were utterly astonished. How arrogant. Good thing I said I didn't know him, or I would have been implicated. Seeing this, Song Haifeng felt relieved that he had denied knowing Luo Changxing. Die. I will tear you limb from limb. In the sky, Du Yuanba's eyes were bloodshot as he let out roars of rage. The warriors of the entire Huafeng city witnessed it, shocked, as to who had provoked the city lord due to such murderous fury. A clean-shaven young man dining in a restaurant couldn't help but look outside. He wondered that city lord Du's voice. What happened to make him so furious? The sword-bearing man said, "I'll go inquire," and went downstairs. He soon returned. Seeing no one nearby, he said directly, "Fifth Prince, it seems someone killed Du Yuanba's son. Now Du Yuanba is flying over to kill the culprit." Du Yuanba's son killed? Humph, that brat was too arrogant. He would have been killed sooner or later. Fifth Prince Chu Tianqi sneered, then said, "Let's go down and have a look." The sword-bearing man nodded. They dropped a silver ingot and left the restaurant. When Du Yuanba was 100 meters in the air, he roared, "Wretch, you killed my son. Die." Still 100 meters high, he struck at Luo Chongqing with an unstoppable killing intent. Boom. A wave of heat rushed down the air, trembled, and everyone scrambled to get out of the way. Then a giant palm infused with terrifying yuan power descended from above Luo Chongqing's head. The sword-bearing man exclaimed in astonishment, "This Du Yuanba's strength is truly terrifying. Even among those at the second stage of Golden Core formation, he stands among the absolute pinnacle. Alas, he has already been recruited by my second brother. Otherwise I might have attempted to win him over." The fifth prince, Chu Tianqi, shook his head. As they spoke, that massive palm had already descended. A cold expression settled across Luo Chongqing's face as he thrust out a fist without hesitation. Boom. A thunderous roar erupted, sending piercing agony through everyone's eardrums. At the heart of the battle, Luo Chongqing stood utterly motionless, as steady as a mountain. In contrast, Du Yuanba had been sent hurtling through the air by a single punch from Luo Chongqing. Thud. He crashed heavily onto the street, utterly disgraced. Suck. This sight left everyone present trembling with shock. Everyone knew Du Yuanba possessed cultivation at the second stage of Golden Core formation. When Luo Chongqing exchanged a blow with Du Yuanba, not only did Luo Chongqing remain unharmed, but Du Yuanba was the one sent flying. Did that not mean Luo Chongqing's strength had reached the second stage of Golden Core, or even the third stage? They stared at Luo Chongqing in utter horror, hardly daring to believe their eyes. So young yet possessed such terrifying strength. What? His strength actually rivals Du Yuanba. Song Haifeng froze instantly, disbelief flickering across his features. When young Master Du asked if he knew Luo Chongqing, he immediately denied it, fearing to offend Du Yuanba. Yet he never imagined Luo Chongqing's strength was on par with Du Yuanba's. Regret flickered in Song Haifeng's eyes. He knew he had done something foolish today. Had he stood with Luo Chongqing, the young man would surely have looked upon him with appreciation, meaning he would have genuinely befriended a powerhouse at the second or even third stage of Golden Core formation. But now all of that was impossible. Regret. His heart overflowed with remorse. When the fifth prince, Chu Tianqi, witnessed this scene, he too was stunned. What, this young man's strength surpasses even Du Yuanba. Fifth prince, if you could befriend this young man, it would undoubtedly be of tremendous help to you. The sword-bearing man, still shaken in his heart, spoke to the fifth prince. But if I recruit him, I would be offending Du Yuanba, and by extension my second brother. The fifth prince furrowed his brow, his heart racing. Fifth prince, could it be that you wish to be forever trampled by your royal brothers? The sword-bearing man asked. Hearing this, the fifth prince's eyes narrowed. All these years lacking strength and backing, he had been suppressed by his brothers more than enough. If he couldn't even bring himself to befriend a formidable cultivator, all because he feared offending his second brother, then what purpose did his status as a prince serve? Immediately the fifth prince strode toward Luo Chongqing. The sword-bearing man saw the fifth prince's action, and a smile spread across his face as he followed. At this moment, Du Yuanba had already risen from the ground, fury burning in his eyes. Die? I will kill you. Du Yuanba's face twisted savagely. He convinced himself that moments ago he had merely been careless. As a powerhouse at the second stage of Golden Core formation, how could he possibly be sent flying by a young man? As he prepared to strike, "Stop!" Just then an imperious voice rang out. Seeing who had arrived, Du Yuanba's expression darkened. It was the fifth prince. Du Yuanba spoke deferentially, "Greetings, young Master Chu." Previously, the fifth prince had instructed him that in front of outsiders he must never address him directly as fifth prince. "Give me this face. Let this matter rest here." The fifth prince, Chu Tianqi, addressed Du Yuanba. Du Yuanba's expression grew grim. "Young Master Chu, he killed my son. How could this possibly be let go? Whether you can let it go or not is your concern. But if you insist on continuing, then don't blame me for being merciless," the fifth prince said coldly. Hearing this, Du Yuanba's face shifted slightly. It seemed he would have to swallow this humiliation today. Not to mention the fifth prince's status. He could strip him of his city lord position with a single word. Even the sword-bearing man beside the fifth prince could kill him effortlessly. Du Yuanba cast a venomous glance at Luo Chongqing, understanding he could only bury his killing intent deep within. He turned to leave. "Wait, I haven't given you permission to leave." Luo Chongqing's voice suddenly rang out. Du Yuanba's murderous intent toward him was evident. He couldn't leave such a threat alive. Unkill the roots, and spring winds bring new growth. The fifth prince, Chu Tianqi, and the sword-bearing man froze in surprise. They hadn't expected Luo Changxing to be just as uncompromising. He had let Du Yuanba off at their intervention, yet Luo Changxing still refused to release him. The fifth prince Chu Tianqi was about to speak when the sword-bearing man stopped him. Fifth prince, let's first observe whether this young man's skill matches his temper. If he has no real strength, but dares to be so hot-tempered, then even if recruited such a person would bring you nothing but trouble. The fifth prince nodded and did not intervene. At this moment Du Yuanba's face was contorted with savagery as he stared at Luo Changxing. Boy, I was giving you a break out of respect for young Master Chu, yet you don't know what's good for you challenging me. Since that's the case, I'll slaughter you. A moment ago he had given face to the fifth prince. Now since Luo Changxing was courting death, then no one's face would avail him. Die. Du Yuanba's face twisted savagely. A lower-grade spirit blade appeared in his hand as he charged forward. Swish. The figure vanished and reappeared before Luo Changxing in an instant, his speed astonishing. Boom. Du Yuanba hacked furiously toward Luo Changxing. The blade's might was staggering. The air split apart, blade light exploded outward, so piercing that the onlookers couldn't even keep their eyes open. Faced with this blade strike, Luo Changxing wore a cold smile. Du Yuanba was indeed formidable, but he was far more extraordinary. Currently, he had already reached the 4th stage of Golden Core formation. Compared to Du Yuanba, he was not stronger by a mere trifle. He surpassed him by a full 2 major realms. Luo Changxing took a single step forward, thrusting out his fist in defiance. Huh. Foolish. Seeing Luo Changxing merely counter with a fist, Du Yuanba couldn't help but sneer. Crack. But as the lower-grade spirit blade struck, it numbed his arm. The spirit blade was shattered into fragments. The smile on Du Yuanba's face froze completely. At this moment, he suddenly realized that Luo Changxing's strength was not just a little bit greater than his own. With this realization, his expression changed, and he prepared to flee desperately. Boom. Just then Luo Changxing's fist also landed with full force. Du Yuanba's body exploded like a watermelon. The city lord of Huafeng City, Du Yuanba, was dead. This scene left everyone present with looks of utter horror. Du Yuanba, a powerhouse at the 2nd stage of Golden Core formation, who had been among Huafeng City's foremost experts, had been slain by this young man with a single punch. Then this young man's strength was at least at the 3rd stage of Golden Core formation. The 3rd stage of Golden Core. Many gasped in shock. A cultivator at the 1st stage of Golden Core was someone they might never see in their entire lives. Now an expert at the 3rd stage of Golden Core formation had actually appeared in Huafeng City. Brother Luo, is his strength really that formidable? The Medicine King Chun and stood dumbfounded. He clearly remembered that when he first met Luo Changxing, the latter had only been at the 6th layer of Qi condensation. Now in roughly half a month he had already reached the 3rd stage of Golden Core formation. His heart swelled with inexplicable excitement. Befriending an expert at the 3rd stage of Golden Core formation was absolutely a thrilling matter. He glanced meaningfully at Song Haifeng, a cold smile appearing in his eyes. Originally he had intended to introduce Luo Changxing to Song Haifeng, but he never expected Song Haifeng to be so pragmatic. At the slightest sign of danger, he had actually denied knowing Luo Changxing. This time it truly opened his eyes to what kind of person Song Haifeng was. At this moment Song Haifeng's face was etched with even deeper regret. TCH, the 3rd stage of Golden Core formation. Such a rare chance to befriend such a formidable expert, yet I actually missed it entirely. His heart was filled with bitterness. If he had not denied knowing Luo Changxing today, but instead stood with Luo Changxing, one thing was certain: thereafter in Huafeng City, practically no one would dare provoke him. After all, once word of today's event spread, everyone would know he had a friend at the 3rd stage of Golden Core formation. Who would dare to offend him? But clearly none of this concerned him anymore. In fact, Luo Changxing had taken a disliking to him. Damn it, why was I so bloody stupid today? Song Haifeng wished he could slap himself across the face repeatedly. Both the 5th prince, Chu Tianqi, and the sword-bearing man were struck with astonishment. Could Luo Changxing be this formidable? With a single punch, he had obliterated Du Yuanba, who was at the 2nd layer of core formation. Without a doubt, Luo Changxing possessed the strength of at least the 3rd layer of core formation. A cultivator so young at the 3rd layer of core formation. If he could become his ally, the 5th prince would not be so passive in the struggle for the crown, nor be suppressed by the other princes. A surge of excitement stirred within the 5th prince, Chu Tianqi. As for Luo Changxing slaying Du Yuanba and defending the 2nd prince, so be it. In the contest for the throne, conflict between him and the 2nd prince was inevitable sooner or later. What was the loss of a core formation 2nd layer cultivator? At that moment the sword-bearing man said from behind, 5th prince, this man is no ordinary talent. You should earnestly seek his friendship. The 5th prince nodded and walked toward Luo Changxing. Impressive, my friend. Could we find a place to sit and chat? The 5th prince spoke with a genial smile. Sure. Luo Changxing nodded, aware that the fair-skinned young man before him was no simple figure. A single word from him had compelled Du Yuanba, the city lord, to suppress his grief over his son's death and refrain from attacking. The sword-bearing man at the 4th layer of core formation further proved the young man's extraordinary status. An ordinary person could never have a core formation 4th layer attendant. Even a core formation first-layer cultivator harbored lofty ambitions, let alone a fourth layer. Brother Chen, let's go. Luo Changsheng called out to the Medicine King Chunin. He naturally would not abandon Chunin here. As for Song Haifeng, Luo Changsheng did not spare him even a glance, let alone an invitation. Chunin also sensed the extraordinariness of the fair-skinned young man. Though he initially hesitated to follow, he did not refuse when Luo Changsheng called him and went along. The fifth prince, Chu Tianqi, said nothing. Since Chunin was Luo Changsheng's friend, he too had to treat him with courtesy. They found a tavern and entered a private room. Yin Zhen, stand guard outside. I wish to have a word with our friend here, the fifth prince said to the sword-bearing man. Yin Zhen nodded, closed the door, and stood guard outside the room. Inside the room were only the fifth prince, Chu Tianqi, Luo Changsheng, and the Medicine King Chunin. Chu Tianqi introduced himself. I am Chu Tianqi. Chu Tianqi. The fifth prince of Xiang Kingdom bears that name, and he is always accompanied by a sword-bearing man. Could you be the fifth prince? Chun-An's expression shifted. Indeed, I am the fifth prince, Chu Tianqi said. Hearing this, Chun-An's face changed dramatically. He had realized from the start that the fair-skinned young man was extraordinary, but he never imagined he was none other than the royal fifth prince. Chun-An immediately knelt and said, I pay my respects to the fifth prince. Rise at once. I care little for such formalities, Chu Tianqi said, promptly helping Chun-An to his feet. It was not that he disregarded formalities, but rather that he sought to win Luo Changsheng's allegiance. If he acted haughty, even if he befriended Luo Changsheng today, he would never win his true loyalty. He had noticed that Luo Changsheng showed no change in expression upon learning he was the fifth prince, nor did he make any move to kneel. He understood that Luo Changsheng was a man of great pride, so he naturally would not allow Luo Changsheng's friend to kneel before him. Chunin was now filled with trepidation. He had never imagined that following Luo Changsheng would lead him to meet the fifth prince. In the past, the fifth prince had been so exalted that meeting him was harder than ascending to heaven. May I ask what business the fifth prince has with me? Luo Changsheng looked at the fifth prince and asked. He had a fair idea of the prince's intent, likely to recruit him given his impressive strength. Luo Changsheng sneered inwardly. Recruitment was not accomplished with a few words or by calling him brother. He was a transmigrator and felt no allegiance to the royal family, nor would he be brainwashed by a prince's smooth talk. Just as he had not the slightest inclination to kneel, even when Chunin did. As if being a prince meant he had to kneel. How should I address you, sir? Luo Changsheng. Upon learning his name, the fifth prince said, Brother Luo, I will not deceive you. I seek your genuine friendship. With that, he produced a gold token and said, this is my token. As long as you carry it, no one in the entire Xiang Kingdom will dare offend you, and many ancient families and powers will show you respect. Moreover, I will grant you 100,000 spirit stones every month for your cultivation. That amounts to 1,200,000 spirit stones a year. Chunin, listening from the side, was dumbfounded. Good heavens! The fifth prince valued Luo Changsheng so highly. He was not only giving him a gold token, but also 1,200,000 spirit stones annually. 1,200,000. That was a staggering sum. In his entire life, Chun-An had used only 10,000 spirit stones. Yet Luo Changsheng would possess 1,200,000 spirit stones as cultivation resources each year. At this moment, a smile appeared on Luo Changsheng's face. This fifth prince was quite decent. He did not try to brainwash him with empty words. Instead, he directly offered a token and a yearly allowance of 1,200,000 spirit stones. One spirit stone was equivalent to 10 million silver notes. 1,200,000 spirit stones was an astronomical sum. This was true friendship and recruitment, not mere talk like, when I become emperor, I shall make you a prince. Fifth prince, you are a good man. I accept your friendship, Luo Changsheng said with a smile. The fifth prince breathed a sigh of relief. Now many formidable experts had been recruited by his royal brothers. Even those who had not been swayed were unwilling to align with the fifth prince, knowing his power was weak. Thus he had spared no expense, promising Luo Changsheng 1,200,000 spirit stones annually as cultivation resources. Here are 1,200,000 spirit stones, the entire year's resources. The fifth prince produced a storage pouch. Luo Changsheng swept his spiritual sense over it, saw the million-plus spirit stones, nodded, and accepted it. Since the other party wanted to recruit him, Luo Changsheng saw no reason to be modest. Though his cultivation speed, 1 decade's worth of progress per day, was astonishingly heaven-defying. But it was all wealth after all. Who would refuse it? He himself might not need it, but his subordinates like Chen Mu and his master could certainly use it. Then the fifth prince handed the gold token to Luo Changsheng. Luo Changsheng accepted it without hesitation. After a round of pleasantries, the fifth prince watched Luo Changsheng and Chun-An descend the stairs. The sword-bearing man smiled bitterly. Fifth prince, you have made an enormous sacrifice. 1,200,000 spirit stones a year. You can only sustain this for 3 or 4 years at most. The fifth prince shook his head. There is no choice. All the relatively powerful experts have pledged allegiance to others. If I do not make such a sacrifice, I fear I will be the first to be slain by my royal brothers in the struggle for the crown. The sword-bearing man narrowed his eyes. Whoever wishes to kill the fifth prince must first step over my Yin Jun's corpse. Luo Changxing and Chun and returned to their lodging. Throughout the journey, the medicine king Chun and appeared as if he were dreaming. He had actually been fortunate enough to become acquainted with His Highness Chu Tianqi, the fifth prince. However, Luo Changxing's heart remained much calmer. With his cultivation of 10 years per day, given enough time, he would not place the entire royal family in his eyes, let alone a fifth prince. Returning to his room, Luo Changxing finally took out the 1,000-year blood spirit grass. The system had indicated that this spiritual herb was a powerful tonic for martial cultivators. Perhaps for alchemy, the blood spirit grass's medicinal efficacy would be at its peak. However, it was not suitable for Luo Changxing at this moment. Who knew when he would find an alchemist to refine the elixir? It would be better to directly absorb it. Though the medicinal effect was ordinary for Luo Changxing, as long as he could improve some of his strength, that would suffice. Currently, any increase in strength was his true strength. Wait until later. If the experts from the Demon Suppression Bureau or the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion came to kill him, there would be no waiting. With this thought, Luo Changxing directly placed the blood spirit grass into his mouth. As he chewed the blood spirit grass, piece by piece, a vast amount of spiritual energy gradually entered his body. Rumble. Luo Changxing hastily began to absorb it. Unlike others who might need to circulate their cultivation techniques to absorb spiritual energy, Luo Changxing found that once his spiritual energy was full, it would automatically advance to the next level. Thud! A deep rumbling sensation pulsed through Luo Changxing's body, and his cultivation smoothly reached the 5th layer of core formation. 2 days had passed in a flash, and today was the day of the alchemy assembly. Luo Changxing's cultivation remained at the 5th layer of core formation. He speculated that perhaps tomorrow he would reach the 6th layer of core formation. Now at the core formation stage, each breakthrough required 3 to 4 days of cultivation, equivalent to an ordinary person's 30 to 40 years of arduous training. Although Luo Changxing had slain Du Yuanba, no one had come to cause him trouble over these 2 days. Clearly the fifth prince had smoothed things over for him. It seemed that having a prince's backing was quite useful. Without the fifth prince, a swarm of martial cultivators would likely have come knocking. While Luo Changxing was not afraid of dealing with ants one by one, too many flies would still be annoying. The alchemy assembly was held at the headquarters of the Medicine King's Pavilion. Luo Changxing followed Chun and into the Medicine King's Pavilion headquarters, arriving at a grand hall. This hall was extremely spacious, with many attendees resembling an exchange gathering. Some people were discussing alchemy experiences in small groups, while others had set up stalls in the corners of the hall selling various items. Brother Luo, feel free to look around. I'll go chat with some old friends, Chunin said. Since the previous incident, he dared not introduce any more friends to Luo Changxing. Luo Changxing nodded, also intending to browse and see if there was anything of interest. Just then he looked up and spotted a familiar face. Song Haifeng. He was an alchemist, so Luo Changxing was not surprised to see him. When Song Haifeng noticed Luo Changxing, he merely glanced at him from afar with a hint of fear, not daring to come forward to greet him. Chunin approached 2 close friends. One of them was an alchemist named Ding Peng, who upon seeing Chun immediately revealed a look of envy. He said, Chun, I heard you're truly impressive now, actually knowing a core formation 3rd layer expert. Indeed, Chun, and you've really made it big. The other alchemist named Gui Yufei chimed in his words, also carrying an envious tone. Indeed, being acquainted with a core formation 3rd layer expert meant they could potentially ascend to great heights. It's nothing extraordinary. Impressive as they are, it's not like I have any real standing. Chunin replied with a modest smile, yet a sense of pride was evident in his words. Don't be so humble. When you make it big, don't forget about us. Ding Peng said with admiration. Rest assured, if I ever do make it big, I'll bring you along. Chunin laughed. Meanwhile, Luo Changxing was quietly exploring the corner of the hall, searching for anything valuable. The items for sale here were not limited to elixirs alone, there were other treasures as well. Suddenly something caught Luo Changxing's attention. A king-level fist technique. If it had been a heavenly-level technique, Luo Changxing would not have been impressed. After all, at Qingxian sect, he had plundered a collection of heavenly-level techniques. However, king-level techniques were considerably rarer. How much for this king-level fist technique? Luo Changxing asked the seller. This is a low-grade, king-level fist technique, called the heaven-suppressing fist. If you want it, 80,000 spirit stones. The seller was a man in his 30s who looked at Luo Changxing and stated the price. Luo Changxing furrowed his brows. For a low-grade, king-level fist technique, 80,000 spirit stones was certainly not cheap. The seller certainly had more than one copy. One technique could be hand-copied into a dozen or more volumes, earning over 1 million spirit stones easily. Could I take a look first? Luo Changxing asked. Sure. The man nodded. Luo Changxing picked it up and examined it, sneering internally. This one was actually a hand-copied version. The stall owner had probably made a fortune from this single technique alone. Moreover, Luo Changxing observed that despite its grand name, the technique's actual power was underwhelming. At its peak mastery, it would only enhance one's power by 30%. Never mind. Luo Changsheng decided 80,000 spirit stones was not worth it, and set the technique down preparing to leave. At this moment the stall owner's cold voice rang out, "Sir, are you toying with me? After looking at my king-level fist technique, you just say never mind, and that's it." Luo Changsheng frowned. "I didn't like it. What do you want me to do?" "Simple. Since you've read the technique you must buy it," the stall owner said coldly. Luo Changsheng mocked with a smile, "You're forcing a sale." "Haha, forcing a sale. You can put it that way. Either way you pay before you leave." The stall owner sneered, his gaze fixed firmly on Luo Changsheng, clearly not intending to let him leave so easily. Though Song Haifeng feared Luo Changsheng, he had been watching Luo Changsheng the entire time. When he saw Luo Changsheng arguing with a familiar stall owner, his expression changed immediately, and he strode over. "Han Yinchong, come on now." He was just casually flipping through it, and didn't even finish reading the whole thing. "It's normal not to buy." Song Haifeng came to the man's side and smiled, trying to mediate. "He's your friend?" Han Yinchong frowned, immediately realizing Song Haifeng knew this young man. Originally, he had wanted to make a profit. Since Song Haifeng knew him, there was no need to cause trouble. He then waved at Luo Changsheng, saying, "Out of respect for Song Haifeng's face you can leave. If it weren't for alchemist Song Humph, how could I have let you leave so easily today? During holidays in the future remember to bring some gifts to thank alchemist Song." Luo Changsheng shook his head. As long as Han Yinchong did not cause trouble, that was enough. If he had dared to force a sale, Luo Changsheng would have had no choice but to take action. As for Han Yinchong's words afterward, Luo Changsheng simply ignored them. Give gifts to Song Haifeng during holidays. The truth was, even if he dared to give, Song Haifeng would not dare to accept. He then walked away to browse other stalls. After Luo Changsheng left, Song Haifeng let out a heavy sigh of relief. "Phew. Haha, alchemist Song, don't worry. Your face I still give. No need to be so tense." Han Yinchong saw how nervous Song Haifeng looked and laughed. Then he coldly snorted, "That kid was lucky. You just happen to know him, alchemist Song. Otherwise, Humph, how could I have let him leave so easily?" Song Haifeng shook his head, then said, "Brother Han, I am worried for you." "Worried for me?" Han Yinchong was taken aback, his face showing a puzzled expression. "Do you know who that young man was? You are truly reckless to try to force a sale on him," Song Haifeng said with a cold snort. "Alchemist Song, don't scare me. Who exactly is that young man? Please tell me now." Han Yinchong's expression shifted slightly. "He is the one who killed the city lord Du Yuanba." Song Haifeng looked at Han Yinchong as he spoke. Upon hearing this, thud, Han Yinchong's body went limp and he collapsed to the ground in sheer terror. He was completely stunned. In the past 2 days, who didn't know that Du Yuanba, the city lord of Huafeng City, had been slain? This was a powerhouse at the second layer of core formation. And he was killed just like that. It was evident how formidable the one who slew Du Yuanba must be. Many speculated he possessed at least the cultivation of the third layer of core formation. I actually tried to force a sale on a powerhouse of the third layer of core formation. At this moment Han Yinchong's body trembled, and he felt like dying. He was only at the 9th layer of condensing yuan. If Luo Changsheng had really resorted to force just now, he would likely have become a corpse by now. "Thank you, alchemist Song, for saving my life." Han Yinchong expressed his gratitude to Song Haifeng. In his heart he was filled with bitter irony. He had thought Song Haifeng was helping the young man, but it turned out he was saving him. Thinking back to how he had arrogantly told Luo Changsheng to bring gifts to thank alchemist Song during the festival, his face flushed with shame, and he wished he could slap himself. "Keep your eyes open in the future and don't provoke just anyone." Song Haifeng shook his head. Han Yinchong smiled bitterly, then asked, "Alchemist Song, do you think the senior will hold a grudge against me for my arrogance earlier?" "I cannot say for sure." Han Yinchong took a deep breath, picked up the heaven-suppressing fist art before him, and walked toward Luo Changsheng. "Need something?" Luo Changsheng looked at Han Yinchong with an icy expression. "Senior, I was ignorant and offended you earlier. This is the heaven-suppressing fist art you were looking at. Please accept it as my apology," Han Yinchong said as he handed the heaven-suppressing fist art to Luo Changsheng. Luo Changsheng understood. It was an apology. He glanced at Song Haifeng, realizing that Song must have told Han something. A free king-grade fist art. Luo Changsheng naturally wouldn't refuse, and accepted it directly. "Then I shall take my leave." Seeing Luo Changsheng accepted, Han Yinchong felt a wave of relief and breathed a quiet sigh. Accepting it meant he bore no grudge. If Luo Changsheng had refused, the matter would have been much harder to resolve. Luo Changsheng waved his hand, and Han Yinchong wisely withdrew. Han Yinchong knew in his heart that he truly owed a debt of gratitude to alchemist Song Haifeng. Otherwise he wouldn't have known how he died. Luo Changsheng browsed around slightly disappointed. The entire hall lacked any significant pills. He then purchased a large quantity of dragon-shaped pills and blood-chi pills. Though he had no use for them, his master Hall Master Song and Chunmu could all benefit from them. Just then a commotion arose outside. Someone shouted, "The third prince is here." Everyone's gaze turned toward the entrance of the hall. A young man with an imposing bearing surrounded by a retinue stepped into the hall. After entering the hall, the third prince swept his gaze around and finally headed straight for Luo Changsheng. "Shall we talk?" The third prince Chu Xuanzhen stared at Luo Changsheng. "Fine." Luo Changsheng nodded. He understood. The third prince likely wanted to recruit him as well. At first everyone was curious why the third prince had sought out this young man. After inquiring, they suddenly realized. This young man was the powerhouse who had slain Du Yuanba. Able to kill Du Yuanba, he must have at least the cultivation of the third layer of core formation. No wonder the third prince came straight to Luo Changsheng. He must want to recruit him. Envious glances were cast their way. If only they could be recruited by a prince, that would be a mark of distinction. The two of them sat down in a corner of the hall. Only Luo Changsheng and Chu Xuanjun were present. Even the guard stood several meters away. Chu Xuanjun looked at Luo Changsheng and said, I know my fifth brother has contacted you. Fifth brother. Luo Changsheng understood. It was the fifth prince Chu Tianxi. Luo Changsheng did not deny it. He simply looked at Chu Xuanjun, waiting to hear what he had to say. The third prince Chu Xuanjun sneered. He is nothing but a waste. Your judgment is poor. How could you follow him? Luo Changsheng's brows furrowed slightly. The third prince was mocking his judgment. In terms of cultivation, the fifth prince was indeed not strong, only at the 8th layer of condensing yuan. He was no match for the third prince who had already reached the first layer of core formation. But as for whom to choose, it made no difference to Luo Changsheng. Because given enough time, the entire royal family would mean nothing in his eyes. Seeing Luo Changsheng silent, Chu Xuanjun continued, From now on you will follow me. Once I become the crown prince, you will not lack rewards. Third prince, if you're finished, I'll be on my way. Luo Changsheng stood up and prepared to leave. The third prince's expression turned grim. He, a prince, had lowered himself to recruit Luo Changsheng, yet Luo was so ungrateful. Slap. The third prince suddenly slammed the table. The table shattered, and everyone in the hall turned to look, wondering what had caused the third prince to fly into such a rage. Luo Changsheng, are you listening to me? The third prince Chu Xuanjun said in a deep voice. Luo Changsheng paid him no heed and walked away. Whoosh. A guard of the third prince immediately blocked Luo Changsheng's path. Looking at the guard before him, Luo Changsheng's face turned cold. Are you trying to stop me? The guard sneered. Stop you. If you don't answer the third prince properly, even if I cripple you, you'll have to accept it. Is that so? Just you? Luo Changsheng's expression was mocking. A guard at the third layer of core formation dared to speak of crippling him. A flash of cold intent crossed the guard's eyes. Seeing the third prince nod. Whoosh. He stepped forward and delivered a ferocious punch aimed directly at Luo Changsheng's neck. A punch filled with ruthless brutality. Since Luo Changsheng was uncooperative, he would teach him a harsh lesson. Let Luo Changsheng know that there is always a sky beyond the sky and a person beyond the person. A punch from a third layer core formation cultivator caused the air to explode with crackling sounds. It was about to strike Luo Changsheng. A cold light gleamed in Luo Changsheng's eyes. As the third layer core formation guard's fist hurtled toward him, Luo Changsheng turned his palm into a blade and chopped downward. A blade of light flashed forth. Swish. In an instant, the guard at the third layer of core formation was split in two. A guard of the third layer of core formation perished tragically in the alchemy assembly hall. For a moment, an eerie silence descended upon the entire alchemy conference hall. Everyone stood frozen watching this scene unfold. The personal guard of the third prince had to be incredibly powerful. His strength was beyond question. Yet he had been slain by Luo Changsheng with a single move. At this moment, they were not merely astonished by Luo Changsheng's strength. Needless to say, Luo Changsheng was indeed formidable. But Luo Changsheng had dared to kill the third prince's guard, making a complete enemy of the third prince. Good heavens, where did he find the courage to oppose the entire royal family? The third prince was also stunned, seemingly never expecting Luo Changsheng to be so powerful that he could even slay a guard at the core formation third stage. However, very quickly his rage ignited. For Luo Changsheng to dare kill his guard meant he had absolutely no regard for the third prince himself. His gaze locked onto Luo Changsheng with intense hatred. Are you truly set on becoming my enemy? Luo Changsheng cast a dismissive glance at the third prince and said, This was all of your own making. Moreover, you had better not provoke me. Otherwise, even if you are the third prince, I will kill you just the same. As he spoke, a murderous intent emanated from Luo Changsheng's body. He was not joking. If the third prince continued to be so foolish and not know his place, even defying the royal family meant nothing to him. He would kill the third prince regardless. Everyone stood in shock. Has the world gone mad? They had only ever heard of princes bullying others, never of anyone daring to threaten a prince. Everything before their eyes felt like a dream, so unreal. Upon hearing this, the third prince, Chu Xuanjun, shuddered. He could see that Luo Changsheng was not joking in the slightest. Now that even his most powerful guard had been killed by Luo Changsheng, he had no grounds to threaten Luo Changsheng any further. He could only watch helplessly as Luo Changsheng departed. But deep in his heart, murderous intent burned. He, the supreme third prince, had actually been threatened by an ordinary martial artist. He knew that from this day forward his humiliation would spread throughout all of Huafeng City. This disgrace could not simply be forgotten. Death. He would make Luo Changsheng die. Let's go. Luo Changsheng found Chenin. Originally, he had intended to purchase some pills to enhance his cultivation at the core formation stage through the alchemy conference. but to his great disappointment. Therefore he had no desire to linger here any longer. Fortunately this time, he had befriended the fifth prince and obtained 2 million spirit stones. Additionally, he had acquired a 1,000-year blood spirit grass, which enhanced his cultivation somewhat. Otherwise this trip would have been completely wasted. Very well. Seeing that Luo Changxing wanted to leave, Chen nodded. Together with Luo Changxing, he walked out of the alchemy conference hall. At this moment, anyone who walked alongside Luo Changxing would become an enemy of the third prince. But Chen felt no fear, for he knew very well that having allied himself with the fifth prince, he would sooner or later make enemies of the other princes anyway. Shortly after Luo Changxing departed, the third prince Chu Xuanjin said to his remaining guards, "We're leaving." He had no face to remain here any longer. It would only add to others' mockery. However, just as he reached the hall entrance, the third prince stopped and coldly threatened everyone inside. "If anyone spreads word of today's events, do not blame this third prince for being ruthless." "As you command, your highness." The crowd responded. Only then did the third prince leave with his men. Even though he knew that despite his threat today, the events would inevitably spread. All he could do now was try to silence as many people as possible to minimize how many others would learn the truth. Otherwise, he would surely become the laughingstock of all martial artists. After the third prince departed, the alchemy conference hall erupted in chatter. Good heavens, that Luo Changxing is incredible. He doesn't regard the third prince with the slightest bit of respect. One can only say he has real ability. If it were me, I wouldn't have such courage. Absolutely. And this is the third prince we're talking about. To threaten the third prince. Even if it means death, it's worth bragging about. But I imagine the third prince definitely won't let this Luo Changxing off the hook. This Luo Changxing is indeed bold. He killed Du Yuanba and offended the second prince, and now he's made an enemy of the third prince as well. He probably won't live much longer. Indeed, what a pity for such a powerful prodigy, ultimately too arrogant. The crowd discussed Luo Changxing. Han Yunxiong beside Song Haifeng was still trembling all over. Terrifying. A core formation stage powerhouse slain by Luo Changxing with just a wave of his hand. He looked at Song Haifeng with gratitude. "Master Song, you are like a second parent to me. Had it not been for you, I cannot imagine, truly dare not believe. This Luo Changxing is so powerful. Indeed, absolutely terrifying." Regret consumed Song Haifeng's heart even more deeply. Luo Changxing had slain Du Yuanba, and he had already thought that was incredibly impressive. But now the third prince's guard was clearly even more powerful than Du Yuanba. Just now he had truly believed Luo Changxing was courting death. Yet he never expected Luo Changxing to slay the guard after all. He even suspected Luo Changxing had reached at least the core formation 4th stage. Oh, a core formation 4th stage powerhouse. Throughout the entire Xiang kingdom, such cultivators could be counted on one's fingers. This had originally been his friend, yet he had missed the opportunity. What the hell was I thinking? This time Song Haifeng could no longer contain himself and slapped his own face several times. "What's wrong, Master Song?" Han Yunxiong was somewhat stunned, not understanding why the alchemist would suddenly slap himself. "This is what happened." Song Haifeng recounted everything that had transpired on the street to Han Yunxiong. Han Yunxiong was dumbfounded upon hearing this. How could Master Song be so foolish? A cultivator nearly at the core formation 4th stage had stood right before him, yet he had missed the opportunity. And he had claimed not to know him. How stupid. He should go bang his head against a wall, not slap his own face. "If there's nothing else, let's return to Tongzhou Prefecture City," Luo Changxing said. Shannon nodded, feeling somewhat guilty. "Brother Luo, I never expected the alchemy conference to have nothing good, and that it would cause you to make an enemy of the third prince." "It's all right, Brother Chen. If you treat me as a friend, there's no need to say such things." Luo Changxing waved his hand dismissively. Because to him, he had not the slightest regard for the third prince. It was only that at present he did not wish to conflict with the royal family. But if they truly provoked him, he would simply kill the third prince. Shannon was deeply moved in his heart, never expecting Luo Changxing not to blame him. The two rode their swords, flying directly toward Tongzhou Prefecture City. At this moment in Huafeng City, inside a rest pavilion, the fifth prince Chu Tianqi learned of everything that had transpired at the alchemy conference and couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. Haha, Chu Xuanjin wanted to snatch my man, but in the end he embarrassed himself. A core formation 3rd stage guard was even killed. Serves him right. The fifth prince Chu Tianqi said with a cold smile. His heart was immensely gratified. He had always been suppressed by his older brothers, forced to live with his head bowed for the most part. Unexpectedly, the moment he recruited Luo Changxing helped him vent his spite. The sword-bearing man also smiled. Then he said, "Fifth prince, I told you, Luo Changxing possesses at least core formation 4th stage cultivation. He is talent. No matter the cost, we must befriend him." "I understand. Luo Changxing's spirit is lofty. I cannot treat him as a subordinate. I must at least treat him as an equal to truly befriend him." The fifth prince gazed out the window as he spoke. From just one interaction with Luo Changxing, he could tell Luo Changxing was a person of extremely lofty spirit. To befriend such a powerhouse, one cannot be arrogant. One must lower oneself. The sword-bearing man also nodded. just as Luo Changxing and Chunan rode their swords toward Tongzhou Prefecture City. The powerhouse from the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion was about to arrive at Tongzhou Prefecture City. As soon as Su Jiangyan returned to the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion headquarters, he reported everything that had happened in Tongzhou Prefecture City to the elders and the Pavilion Master. The elders were furious upon hearing this. Truly outrageous. In a small place like Tongzhou Prefecture City, someone dared to strike ruthlessly at the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion's people. Immediately, Elder Zhang Ling, a core elder, led more than a dozen men heading straight for Tongzhou Prefecture City. Zhang Ling was a core formation 4th stage powerhouse. Throughout the entire Heavenly Dragon Pavilion, besides the Pavilion Master, who possessed core formation 5th stage cultivation, there were only 3 core formation 4th stage core elders. One could see just how furious they were. Of course, the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion had another consideration. Hadn't Luo Changxing killed someone from the Demon Suppression Bureau, they could capture him and curry favor with the Demon Suppression Bureau. And of course, Su Jiangyan naturally served as the guide accompanying them as well. Phew! Su Jiangyan and his group had finally arrived at Tongzhou Prefecture City. Su Jiangyan squinted his eyes and said coldly, "First, let's go to the Tongzhou Prefecture branch of the Tianlong Pavilion. Director Chun there has betrayed us and must not be spared." Zhang Ling nodded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The group landed directly at the entrance of the Tianlong Pavilion. Hearing the commotion outside, Director Chun rushed out. "Elder Su." Core Elder Senior Zhang Ling. Upon seeing the arrivals, Director Chen's face turned deathly pale. He never imagined Su Jiangyan would summon the Tianlong Pavilion's powerhouses for vengeance so quickly. Moreover, the one leading this group was Core Elder Zhang Ling. This was a formidable powerhouse at the 4th stage of core formation. He understood his fate was sealed, as was Luo Changxing's and everyone at the Luo Manor. Chen Feiliang. Su Jiangyan stared coldly at Director Chen, his expression twisted with cruelty. "You colluded with outsiders and betrayed our Tianlong Pavilion. Your crime deserves 1,000 deaths. Today I'll cripple you and hang you on the city wall, letting your enemies finish you off personally." As a member of the Tianlong Pavilion, he certainly had no shortage of enemies. Once his cultivation was destroyed, countless people would want Chen Feiliang dead. With that, Su Jiangyan vanished and reappeared before Chen Feiliang in an instant. Thud! Su Jiangyan struck Chen Feiliang's chest with his fist, first channeling elemental energy that shattered his dantian completely. "Oh!" A piercing scream erupted from Chen Feiliang, causing everyone present to pale and scatter away in horror. They wondered in amazement. Who were these people daring to strike the Tianlong Pavilion's Director Chun so ruthlessly? It seems they're from the Tianlong Pavilion headquarters. What? The Tianlong Pavilion headquarters? No wonder they dare to be so ruthless with Director Chun. That's right, they've come to seek revenge on Director Chun and Luo Changxing, because previously Luo Changxing injured someone from the Tianlong Pavilion headquarters. Then Luo Changxing and the Luo Manor are finished. What a waste of talent. In such a short time, he developed the Luo Manor into the premier family of Tongzhou Prefecture, only to see it crumble like this. Indeed, one can only say, the man was too arrogant. Arrogance invites heaven's retribution. Many martial cultivators expressed sympathy. Luo Changxing was truly a talented individual capable of elevating the Luo Manor to become Tongzhou Prefecture's leading family in mere moments. Yet who would have thought he would fall so swiftly? Dissatisfied with merely crippling his cultivation, Su Jiangyan proceeded to shatter Chen Feiliang's limbs. Crack, 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 crack. The sounds of bones snapping echoed through the air. The agony nearly drove Chen Feiliang to unconsciousness. His eyes crimson, he clenched his teeth and snarled at Su Jiangyan. "If you have the guts, just kill me." Regret. He was filled with absolute regret. Had he not begged Luo Changxing to show mercy, Su Jiangyan would have been killed. Yet he never imagined Su Jiangyan would be so vicious, repaying kindness with enmity. "Haha, I won't kill you. Soon I'll hang you on the city wall, letting your enemies torment you slowly," Su Jiangyan said with a cold sneer. He immediately ordered his men to hang Chen Feiliang on the city wall. The sight of Chen Feiliang suspended there stunned everyone throughout Tongzhou Prefecture. Director Chen Feiliang, a figure of considerable standing in Tongzhou Prefecture, had never anticipated ending up in such a state. At this moment, indeed, many harbored thoughts of killing him. But with the Tianlong Pavilion headquarters members present, they desired to act, but dared not. They could only offer sarcastic remarks from a distance. Only when the Tianlong Pavilion members finally departed would they dare make their move. "Next is Luo Changxing," Su Jiangyan said coldly. Turning to Zhang Ling, he said, "Senior Zhang, now we head to the Luo Manor." Zhang Ling nodded. The group, being so close, didn't even bother with swords, simply soaring through the air directly to the Luo Manor. Boom. This scene left everyone at the Luo Manor utterly astounded. Soaring through the air, all these Tianlong Pavilion headquarters members were core formation realm powerhouses. Only those at the core formation realm could perform short-distance flight through the air. For those at the Qi condensation realm, short-distance flight was impossible. They had to rely on sword flight. It's over. Everyone understood that the Luo Manor was finished this time. Rumble. The group landed at the Luo Manor's entrance. Su Jiangyan fixed his gaze on Elder Yu guarding the gate, his voice cold and commanding. Tell Luo Changxing to crawl out here and face his death. Elder Yu's expression shifted. Knowing the formidable strength of these visitors, he nodded and entered the manor. He certainly wasn't going to summon Luo Changxing. Everyone knew the Luo head wasn't present. Instead, he rushed inside to alert Chen Mu and Lu Han. Chen Mu, Lu Han, you must flee immediately. Powerful enemies have arrived, Elder Yu announced as soon as he entered the hall. What a... The word struck them like a physical blow. They rose to flee, but Chen Mu turned to Elder Yu urging, Elder Yu, you should come with us. They had witnessed Elder Yu's unwavering dedication these past days. No, you go? I'll hold them off, Elder Yu declared. Just then an icy voice cut through the air. Damn it. I told you to find Luo Changxing, yet you're trying to help these worthless fools escape. Su Jiangyan strode into the hall. Whoosh. His body rocketed forward, instantly appearing before Elder Yu before he could even react. Su Jiangyan's fist slammed into Elder Yu's stomach with devastating force. Boom. Elder Yu's dantian shattered. Oh. The entire hall echoed with Elder Yu's agonizing scream. Run. In front of me, Su Jiangyan said coldly. His eyes locked onto Elder Yu. Tell me now, where is Luo Changxing? I don't know, Elder Yu forced out through gritted teeth despite the excruciating pain. Smack. Su Jiangyan's brutal slap knocked out several of Elder Yu's teeth, blood pouring from his mouth. Refusing to talk. Then I'll hang you on the city wall too and see if Luo Changxing appears, Su Jiangyan said icily. In his view, Luo Changxing must have learned of the Tianlong Pavilion headquarters members' arrival and gone into hiding. So he would hang all the Luo Manor people on the city wall and force Luo Changxing to reveal himself. With this thought, he vanished and reappeared, striking the dantians of Chen Mu and the others with brutal force. Oh! Chen Mu and the others let out harrowing screams. They knew it was truly over. Shattered dantians meant they'd be crippled for life. They might even die here today. Men, hang them all on the city wall. Let's see if Luo Changxing will show himself. If he doesn't, I'll execute the Luo Manor people one by one. Anyone from the Luo Manor he encountered, he would shatter their dantians and then order them hung on the city wall. He refused to believe Luo Changxing could be so heartless as to watch his own people be slaughtered. At the foot of the city wall, Lu Huanlong, Zheng Feishue, and a few others watched as the martial artists of the Luo mansion were crippled by members of the Tianlong Tower and hung on the wall. At this moment, their eyes turned bloodshot, their fists clenched tightly, and their hearts were filled with fury. Because they were handling matters outside and were not at the Luo mansion, they had escaped the calamity. Chun Mu, Lu Han, and the others whose cultivation was higher than theirs often guided them in training. To Lu Huanlong and his companions, they were both teachers and friends. Seeing Chun Mu and the others hanging on the city wall awaiting slaughter, Lu Huanlong and his companions felt their hearts bleed with unbearable pain. Brother Lu quickly used the transmission talisman to inform young Master Luo of what has happened here. Zheng Feishue gritted his teeth and growled. Lu Huanlong, his fists still clenched, had nails digging into his palms, blood dripping down, yet he didn't even notice. Hearing Zheng Feishue's words, the murderous intent in his eyes grew even stronger. He immediately took out a transmission talisman and sent a message to Luo Changxing. In midair, Luo Changxing and Chun En were flying toward Tongzhou Prefecture City. They had already been flying for nearly a day and were only a few thousand li away from the city. They would reach Tongzhou Prefecture City in about an hour or two. Just then the transmission talisman in his pocket vibrated. Luo Changxing knew someone was sending him a message. He quickly took out the talisman and attached his divine sense to read it. What? When he saw the message, Luo Changxing's expression changed drastically. The people from the Tianlong Tower headquarters had arrived, crippling the martial artists of the Luo mansion, shattering their dantians and hanging them directly on the city wall. They were waiting for him to appear. If he didn't, they would slaughter them one by one. Tianlong Tower, if I don't destroy you, I'm not Luo Changxing. Luo Changxing roared, his body emanating earth-shattering murderous intent. Chun En's expression changed drastically as well, realizing that something major must have happened in Tongzhou Prefecture City. He immediately asked, Brother Luo, what happened? Luo Changxing told Chun En about what had happened in Tongzhou Prefecture City. Chun En, upon hearing this, was also filled with indignation. These Tianlong Tower people are too vicious. They shattered the dantians of the Luo mansion's martial artists and hung them on the city wall like livestock waiting to be butchered. Brother Chen, you fly slowly. I'll head back to Tongzhou Prefecture City first, Luo Changxing said. He had no patience to fly back slowly. He only wanted to return immediately and slay all the Tianlong Tower members. Chun En nodded without saying anything. With a swoosh, Luo Changxing, now at the core formation 6th level, erupted with full power like a streak of lightning, flying toward Tongzhou Prefecture City. This speed, when Chun En saw Luo Changxing's terrifying speed, he was stunned, his eyes filled with shock. It seemed Luo Changxing was far beyond the core formation 4th level. This flying speed was at least the core formation 5th level, or even the 6th. It was truly unimaginable that Luo Changxing's cultivation was so high. Thinking of this, he also increased his speed, wanting to return to Tongzhou Prefecture City as soon as possible to see if he could help. Tongzhou Prefecture City. At this moment on the city wall, a whole row of hundreds of martial artists hung there. Yu Lao, Chun Mu, Lu Han. All these martial artists were from the Luo mansion. Even Manager Chun of the Tianlong Tower was hung on the wall. Their dantians had been crippled by the Tianlong Tower members, and they were left hanging. Below the city wall was filled with martial artists. Even the prefecture Lord Duan Hongming was among the crowd. Looking at the people on the wall, he shook his head and said, "What a pity, a newly rising star is about to fall." Indeed, the rise of the Luo mansion had been extremely rapid. In a short time it had become a terrifying existence, surpassing even his prefecture lord's hall. Such a growth rate was truly astonishing. Now seeing the Luo mansions fall, he felt a mix of regret and secret delight. Earlier Luo Chongqing had humiliated him in front of everyone, causing him to lose face. No matter how strong one is, if they don't know how to be low-key, they will eventually disappear into the river of history. At this time, Su Jiangyan Zhongling and a group of core formation experts from the Tianlong Tower headquarters arrived at the foot of the city wall. Su Jiangyan swept his gaze across the crowd and sneered, "Luo Chongqing, since you're such a coward and don't dare to show up, I'll let you watch helplessly as I cut off your men's heads one by one." The crowd shook their heads. It seemed Luo Chongqing was afraid after all. Knowing the terrifying strength of the Tianlong Tower headquarters, he didn't even dare to appear. What a pity for the people of the Luo mansion, who followed Luo Chongqing only to end up in such a miserable state. As he spoke, Su Jiangyan directly drew a blade and walked toward Yu Lao. "Haha, old man, don't be afraid. One strike, and it'll be over quickly. You won't feel a thing. If you have the guts, just do it. Stop yapping." Yu Lao's eyes blazed with fury, fearless. Now that his dantian was ruined, he was as good as useless, so life or death didn't matter. Seeking death. Seeing Yu Lao still talking tough, Su Jiangyan let out a cold laugh. He swung the blade straight toward Yu Lao's head. Just as the blade was about to sever Yu Lao's head, a sword suddenly shot out from the distance. The sword moved with the speed of light, instantly reaching Su Jiangyan. Blood spurted like a fountain. The hand holding the blade was severed by the sword and sent flying. "Oh!" The severed arm made Su Jiangyan scream in agony. Who is it? How dare you ambush me? Come out and die." Su Jiangyan roared furiously. All the martial artists below the city wall were stunned. They couldn't believe that while the Tianlong Tower was raging, someone still dared to ambush their elder. With so many core formation Tianlong Tower experts here, anyone who came would be courting death. Chun Mu, Lu Han, and the others had already closed their eyes in despair. But now, hearing Su Jiangyan's cries of pain, they couldn't help opening their eyes. Their eyes were filled with shock. Su Jiangyan's arm had been severed. Could it be that Lord Luo had returned to save them? Hope ignited in their eyes, including Yu Lao's. In their eyes, Luo Chongqing was their heaven, who had created miracle after miracle for them, making the impossible possible. Core Elder Zhongling stood there, his eyes narrowing. The sword just now had moved with astonishing speed. Even with his core formation 4th level cultivation, he hadn't noticed when it had flown in. Boom. At that moment, a man with an icy expression appeared at the foot of the city wall. The crowd looked over and was stunned. The newcomer was Luo Chongqing. Luo Chongqing wasn't afraid of death. He actually dared to show up. The elders of the Tianlong Tower headquarters were all at least at the core formation level. The most powerful among them was said to be at the core formation 4th level. The people of the Luo mansion, seeing Luo Chongqing, were all filled with excitement. Luo Chongqing's eyes were icy as he stared at Su Jiangyan. He said coldly, "Out of respect for Manager Chun, I let you off and warned you not to provoke me again, or I would destroy your Tianlong Tower. But you refused to listen, and you crippled my men one by one. If I don't destroy the Tianlong Tower, how can I face my brothers?" Su Jiangyan stared at Luo Chongqing, his eyes practically spitting fire. He grinned wickedly and hissed, "Luo Chongqing, today marks your death. You think you can destroy our Tianlong pavilion? What a delusional fantasy." Luo Chongqing gazed at Su Jiangyan, his eyes seething with killing intent. Whoosh! His body flickered and vanished on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already standing before Su Jiangyan. Su Jiangyan's face contorted in utter terror. "Luo Chongqing, what are you doing?" "What am I doing? I'm going to sever your limbs one by one, leaving you unable to live yet unable to die." Luo Chongqing said coldly. "Elder Zhang, save me, save me." Hearing this, Su Jiangyan's soul nearly fled his body as he desperately shrieked for core Elder Zhongling. Zhongling said coldly, "Luo Chongqing, if you dare lay a finger on Su Jiangyan, I will make your death an agonizing one." A threat. Luo Chongqing simply ignored it. Not just Su Jiangyan, but every single person from Tianlong Pavilion must die. Immediately, Luo Chongqing tore off Su Jiangyan's other arm with brute force. The agony of having a limb ripped away raw was hundreds of times more excruciating than being severed by a sword. Oh! For a moment, Su Jiangyan's blood-curdling screams echoed across the entire base of the city wall. Everyone stood frozen in shock. Luo Chongqing showed not the slightest regard for the experts of Tianlong Pavilion. Right before their eyes, he had torn off Su Jiangyan's arm. Truly, they could not help but admire his courage. Even Prefecture Lord Duan Hongming had to acknowledge Luo Chongqing's fearlessness. And the Luo Manor martial artists hanging on the city wall upon seeing Luo Chongqing avenge them felt an indescribable sense of catharsis. So what if you are Tianlong Pavilion? Our Lord Luo still ripped off your arm and made you suffer. At this moment, even with their dantian shattered, they all felt that following a master like Luo Chongqing was worth every sacrifice. Lu Huanlong and Fei Xue and the other Luo Manor members hidden in the crowd witnessing Luo Chongqing defy authority and seek vengeance for their people were deeply moved. In this life, everyone must eventually face death. But being able to follow such a powerful master, even death, is worthwhile. Core Elder Zhang Ling and the martial artists of Tianlong Pavilion had expressions that had turned gloomy to the extreme. Especially Zhang Ling, whose eyes had already revealed a killing intent. He had just issued a warning, yet Luo Chongqing had simply ignored him. Die, boy. It seems you're truly seeking death. Zhang Ling roared wickedly. Luo Chongqing didn't even acknowledge him. Then he struck again, tearing off both of Su Jiangyan's legs with brute force. PSSSH. Blood sprayed in all directions. Oh. This time Su Jiangyan's suffering was even more unbearable, his agonized screams echoing throughout Tongzhou Prefecture City. Everyone drew a sharp breath of cold air. How much pain must one endure to produce such piercing screams? Even those not directly involved felt their scalps tingling with fear. Boy, I'll kill you. Zhang Ling's killing intent finally erupted completely. He never imagined that after 2 consecutive warnings Luo Chongqing would treat his threats like wind. His core formation 4th layer cultivation erupted instantly. Boom. That terrifying aura caused everyone below the city wall to feel suffocated. In their hearts they were shocked just how powerful was this elder from Tianlong Pavilion. Core formation 3rd layer. Or core formation 4th layer. His aura alone stole their breath. If that killing intent were directed at them, would they not instantly be torn apart? One by one, they trembled, feeling that those from Tianlong Pavilion were truly not to be provoked. Zhang Ling gripped his spirit sword, his figure flickering as he appeared before Luo Chongqing. Then with an icy expression he slashed down with all his might. Hiss! This strike raised a sword chi that nearly tore through the air. Luo Chongqing tossed the limbless Su Jiangyan onto the ground. Facing the incoming sword strike from Zhang Ling, Luo Chongqing threw a punch directly aiming at Zhang Ling's head. Zhang Ling initially paid no attention, but when Luo Chongqing's fist shattered his spirit sword, his expression drastically changed. Boom. In an instant Zhang Ling's head was smashed to pieces by Luo Chongqing, exploding directly. Thud. An headless corpse collapsed to the ground. A core formation 4th layer expert had been instantly slain by Luo Chongqing. At this moment the area below the city wall fell into absolute silence. They stared blankly at this scene, seemingly unable to believe that such a powerful core formation expert had been killed so easily by Luo Chongqing. How is this possible? Elder Zhang Ling was a core formation 4th layer expert. How could he be killed by you? Su Jiangyan had originally hoped that Elder Zhang would slaughter Luo Chongqing to avenge him. But the moment he witnessed Elder Zhang Ling's death, he continuously shook his head, his face filled with despair. He dared not believe that Luo Chongqing was this powerful. He could kill a core formation 4th layer expert. At this point he no longer doubted that Luo Chongqing could truly destroy Tianlong Pavilion. Perhaps Luo Chongqing genuinely possessed this ability. Unwilling. He was extremely unwilling in his heart. He had originally thought that bringing an elder at core formation 4th layer would allow them to easily kill Luo Chongqing. Never did he imagine not only did they fail to kill him, but they had also thoroughly enraged an expert of at least core formation 5th layer. Luo Chongqing did not kill Su Jiangyan. He wanted him to witness the Tianlong Pavilion members being slaughtered one by one to let him experience what true despair felt like. The remaining dozen or so elders from Tianlong Pavilion, upon seeing Luo Chongqing slay Elder Zhang Ling, were momentarily stunned. Then one by one they showed murderous intent, wielding spirit artifacts and charging toward Luo Chongqing. Thud! Thud! For every person who came forward, Luo Chongqing delivered a savage punch, directly slaying the Tianlong Pavilion members. In just a few breaths 8 elders from Tianlong Pavilion had been killed. The few remaining people were completely terrified by Luo Chongqing's overwhelming strength. They had lost all will to fight, wanting only to escape Tongzhou Prefecture City. It would be unbelievable if word spread. The people of Tianlong Pavilion had been continuously killed in Tongzhou Prefecture City, with so many core formation experts slain. One by one they immediately fled on their swords. Since you've come, don't even think about leaving. Looking at those Tianlong Pavilion martial artists who had already flown into the sky, Luo Chongqing casually picked up a long blade from the ground and thrust it out violently. Whoosh! Like lightning it instantly pierced through one of the Tianlong Pavilion martial artists. Puff! The martial artist stared with great unwillingness. He had thought that flying into the sky would save him from disaster, yet he never expected to still be killed. Thud! Immediately his corpse fell from the sky. The others met the same fate, each pierced by the blade before plummeting down. This terrifying scene made every martial artist in Tongzhou Prefecture City deeply realize just how terrifying Luo Chongqing was. No matter how powerful a core formation expert, if they angered Luo Changsheng while flying in the sky, death was inevitable. At this moment, everyone had only one thought in their minds: under no circumstances provoke Luo Changsheng or the Luo Manor. Prefecture Lord Duan Hongming was also trembling all over. He murmured, "Terrifying. I've never seen anyone so terrifying." Not long ago, Luo Changsheng was indeed powerful, but Duan Hongming could sense he was not much stronger than himself. Just a condensation yuan 9th layer. But how long had it been since then? Core formation 4th layer experts were now being easily slain by Luo Changsheng. If someone had told him before that anyone who provoked Tianlong Pavilion would surely die, he would have wholeheartedly agreed. And now he instead felt that Tianlong Pavilion might truly be facing destruction. Tianlong Pavilion had provoked an extremely terrifying individual. Su Jiangyan was utterly despairing. In his view, with Elder Zhang Ling at the 4th stage of Golden Core leading the team, their squad was already formidable beyond measure. Wherever they went, they crushed all who stood before them. Yet never had he imagined that they would be annihilated by Luo Changsheng alone. Su Jiangyan gazed at Luo Changsheng and said, "I concede defeat. Kill me. You wish to die now? Do you think I'll let you off so easily?" Luo Changsheng's voice dripped with cold menace. At his words, a premonition of dread washed over Su Jiangyan, who asked, "What are you planning? You were so fond of hanging people on the city walls, weren't you? Very well, I'll hang you on the city wall. You have no limbs now, and the scent of blood is so strong that every flying creature passing by will smell it and come peck at you. In the end, you will be devoured by birds, one piece at a time." Luo Changsheng spoke with icy coldness. How could he possibly let Su Jiangyan die so easily? "I'll just kill me instead." Fear flickered in Su Jiangyan's eyes. Being eaten alive by flying creatures. This method of death would cause him 100 times more suffering than a swift execution. "Bring him here and hang him on the city wall," Luo Changsheng commanded coldly. "Understood." Lu Huanging stepped out from the crowd and immediately fetched a rope, hanging Su Jiangyan on the city wall. Immediately after, Luo Changsheng's gaze fell upon familiar faces one by one. Manager Chun of the Tianlong Pavilion, Elder Yu Chun Mu Lu Han. Each of them had their spiritual roots shattered because of him nearly having their throats sliced open. Uncontrollable tears streamed down Luo Changsheng's face. As the master of the Luo household, he felt utterly ashamed before his subordinates and friends. "This is all my failure. I have let everyone down. Rest assured, I will utterly annihilate the Tianlong Pavilion and make them pay a heavy price." Luo Changsheng addressed the crowd. Seeing him shed tears, the people of the Luo household could not hold back their own. "Lord Luo, we don't blame you at all. You have been more than kind to us. Yes, we only blame ourselves for not having sufficient cultivation. We couldn't even help you deal with our enemies, only becoming a burden to you. Lord Luo, being able to follow a master like you, we are already blessed." One after another, the people of the Luo household spoke emotionally. Luo Changsheng had done more than enough. He defied the Tianlong Pavilion without fear, choosing to become their mortal enemy in order to save them. This moved them deeply. Even with their spiritual roots destroyed, following such a master made it all worthwhile. Listening to the heartfelt words of his subordinates, Luo Changsheng was momentarily stunned. He rarely communicated with his people, yet he never expected them to be so loyal and devoted. "Rest assured, even though your spiritual roots are shattered, I will find a way to heal you. If your cultivation is insufficient, it doesn't matter. As long as you follow me, I will make every one of you a top-tier powerhouse. Core formation, Golden Core, none of these are beyond reach. I will make every one of you reach the Saint Realm and stand supreme across the world." Luo Changsheng gazed at the crowd, his voice low and resolute. He was not merely engaging in empty rhetoric, demanding only that those below remain loyal and work for him. Not just core formation or Golden Core. He would make everyone a Saint Realm powerhouse and dominate the world. Hearing this, Elder Yu Chun Mu Lu Han and the other martial artists of the Luo household were instantly ignited with fervor. Really? Could Luo Changsheng truly lead them to become core formation, Golden Core, or even Saint Realm powerhouses? Their breathing quickened with excitement. If such a day came, their families would bask in their glory, soaring to prominence and becoming respected martial artists. If anyone else had spoken such words to them, they would have dismissed it as brainwashing. But when Luo Changsheng said it, they inexplicably believed it. Because they had personally witnessed Luo Changsheng grow stronger step by step. At this moment, all the martial artists of Tongzhou Prefecture City gazed enviously at the Luo household warriors. Not to mention the legendary Saint Realm. If they could merely reach the core condensation realm, they could live freely and comfortably in the Xiang kingdom for the rest of their lives. Alas, they were not members of the Luo household. And the Luo household had no current need for new recruits, otherwise they would have eagerly joined. Brother Luo. At this moment, a figure descended from the sky riding a sword. It was Chun-In, the Medicine King, who had just arrived in Tongzhou Prefecture City. Luo Changsheng looked at Chun-In and said, "I have at least several hundred people whose spiritual roots are shattered. Right now, I don't expect you to restore their spiritual roots. First, heal their injuries. As for their spiritual roots, I'll find a way later." Chun-In nodded and said, "Rest assured, leave their injuries to me. Alright, as for how much silver notes or spirit stones, I'll settle the account with you later. Luo Changxing said. Brother Luo, there's no need to talk about money. Your matters are my matters. Chunan declared. Having witnessed Luo Changxing's cultivation speed, Chunan understood in his heart that he must maintain a close bond with Luo Changxing. Prefecture Lord Duan Hongming, observing this scene, showed a hint of envy. If he had possessed the same shrewdness as the Medicine King back then, at this moment he too would have been chatting cheerfully with a powerhouse like Luo Changxing at the Golden Core stage. But he had been so foolish. Back then he had actually sided with the Hu family, instantly making an enemy of Luo Changxing. This was a person who could stand against the Tianlong Pavilion, yet he had been blind to this fact and made an enemy of him. Regret. Utterly regretful. Luo Changxing was unaware of Duan Hongming's thoughts. Hearing Chun En's words, he had nothing more to say. His gaze fell upon Chun Mu, Elder Yu, and the others as he said, during this time you should focus on recovering from your injuries. As for your salaries, you will receive triple the original amount. Once you have recovered, you may continue in your positions. Wow. Hearing this, every person of the Luo household burst into excitement. Indeed, they had not followed the wrong master. If it were any other family or faction, seeing that their cultivation was gone and their spiritual roots shattered, they would be driven out immediately. As for salaries, that was out of the question. Yet by following Luo Changxing, not only could they continue receiving their salaries, they would actually receive triple their salary. Following such a master was truly the fortune of a lifetime. Each person who had been heavy-hearted due to their shattered spiritual roots now had smiles spreading across their faces. What did it matter that their spiritual roots were broken? The salary they received was no less than that of core condensation realm experts. As for worrying that without their cultivation their wealth would attract unwanted attention. Now the entire Tongzhou Prefecture city belonged to the Luo household. Even Prefecture Lord Duan Hongming had no real authority. Who would be so bold as to cause them trouble? Thank you, Lord Luo. Whether it was Chun Mu or Lu Han, everyone expressed their profound gratitude at this moment. Chun Mu and the others had also been heavy-hearted, just now unsure of how to proceed. Now that their cultivation was ruined, worried they wouldn't even be able to support their families. Yet they never expected that the Luo household would not abandon them. Not only would they receive triple salary, but they could also continue holding their positions once recovered. For a moment, tears unknowingly rolled down their cheeks. Following such a master made it all worthwhile in this life. Not just the Luo household people, but all the martial artists of Tongzhou Prefecture City were filled with envy. If their own factions were half as good, they would be overjoyed. Unfortunately, that was merely a dream. Once their cultivation was gone, they would be cast out of their factions without hesitation. Luo Manor. The Medicine King Chun En personally treated them, apart from the broken Dantian, which had not recovered. The other injuries were almost healed. Inside the living room, Chun En looked at Chun Mu and the others, asking, "How do you feel?" "Not bad. I can walk normally, just not as strong as before. But compared to ordinary people, I'm still stronger." Chun Mu smiled. Now, although his Dantian was shattered and he could not cultivate being able to eat and drink like a normal person, they were very satisfied. Chun En shook his head and sighed. "After all the Dantian is shattered, your strength definitely can't compare to before. It's fine, we are already very satisfied with this, right, brothers?" Chun Mu said with a smile. "Yes, although the Dantian is shattered, we have saved our lives, and we are already very satisfied." "Thank you, Medicine King Chun." "Yes, thank you, Medicine King Chun." The others also smiled and expressed gratitude to Chun En. "No need to thank me, thank your Lord Luo. Your Lord Luo treats you very well." Chun En smiled. Hearing this, Chun Mu and the others all showed a trace of a smile. Luo Changxing naturally treated them well, so even though they were injured and their Dantian shattered, they had no resentment in their hearts. Now they could still eat and drink and work in the Luo Manor. The home of Chun Feiliang, the manager of Tianlong Tower. It was near Tianlong Tower. Although not large, it was very luxurious. Inside the living room, Chun Feiliang cupped his fists to Luo Changxing and said gratefully, "This time I really thank you, brother Luo. Otherwise the pillar of my family would be gone. If he had died, the entire Chun family would be ruined." Over the years as the manager of Tianlong Tower, he had accumulated wealth that, while not enough to rival a nation, was still considerable. If he died, many martial artists would surely target his Chun family. Although his Dantian was now crippled, at least his life was saved. He still had his connections, so even if someone dared to scheme, they wouldn't act recklessly. Moreover, everyone in Tongzhou Prefecture City knew that he had a good relationship with Luo Changxing. With this layer of relationship, they dared not act recklessly. Thinking of this, he looked at his crying children and wife and said, "Hurry and thank your Uncle Luo. If he hadn't saved me, you would probably be collecting my corpse." Chun Feiliang's son and daughter, along with his wife, knowing that Chun Feiliang's Dantian was crippled and he was nearly killed, were frightened into tears. Fortunately, Chun Feiliang was not killed and his life was saved, otherwise they probably wouldn't have lived long. The few of them immediately bowed deeply to Luo Changxing, their lifesaver. "Thank you, Uncle Luo. Thank you, young Master Luo." Luo Changxing quickly waved his hand, indicating there was no need for such formality. Actually, this time it was he who caused the trouble involving Chun Feiliang and leading to his Dantian being crippled. Brother Chen, since your cultivation and Dantian are crippled, if it's unsafe outside, you can move into my Luo manor to live. Luo Changxing said. Hearing this, Chen Feiliang's eyes showed joy. If he could live in the Luo manor, the safety factor would definitely be much higher. Would this disturb you? Chen Feiliang asked worriedly. No matter, I will set aside a courtyard for your family to live in. Luo Changxing said. Then many thanks, Brother Luo. Chen Feiliang felt even more grateful in his heart. By the way, Brother Chen, can you tell me about the situation at the headquarters of Tianlong Tower? That is their strength. Luo Changxing asked, his eyes narrowing, a faint killing intent flickering in them. Today Tianlong Tower dared to be so presumptuous in his Luo manner, he would not let them off so easily. Chen Feiliang was shocked inside. At first he also thought Luo Changxing was boasting. Tianlong Tower had stood in Xiang Kingdom for so many years, deeply rooted. How could it be easily destroyed? But now, seeing Luo Changxing's intention, he would probably not rest until Tianlong Tower was destroyed. Indeed, Tianlong Tower dared to cripple the people of Luo Manor one by one. It was easy to imagine how intense Luo Changxing's killing intent was. Chen Feiliang said, the headquarters of Tianlong Tower is in the imperial capital with a clear hierarchy. The most powerful is the Tower Master Fu, who has lived for hundreds of years and is a core formation level 5 powerhouse. Next are the 3 core elders. The one you killed today was a core elder, and they are all at core formation level 4 cultivation. And in the entire headquarters, there are over 100 elders from core formation level 1 to level 3. In the imperial capital, even many ancient families dare not easily provoke Tianlong Tower. Luo Changxing sneered, dare not provoke. That's because others dare not. In 3 days I will go to the imperial capital and destroy the headquarters of Tianlong Tower. He was currently at core formation level 6, destroying Tianlong Tower was actually not a big problem. But to be safe, Luo Changxing decided to go in 3 days. Because in 3 days his cultivation should be enough to step into core formation level 7. Core formation level 7. Destroying Tianlong Tower should be easy. Hiss. Hearing this, Chen Feiliang's family was immediately stunned. Especially Chen Feiliang, who was shocked inside. He had already told Luo Changxing how terrifying Tianlong Tower was with over 100 core formation powerhouses. Luo Changxing still decided to destroy the headquarters of Tianlong Tower. This shows how strong Luo Changxing's strength is. Chen Feiliang felt a secret joy in his heart. Although his Dantian was crippled this time, he could become good friends with a powerhouse like Luo Changxing. His Chen family would still be worry-free and would even become stronger than before. The next day, early in the morning, Chen Feiliang took his family and some important servants, used 3 horse-drawn carriages, loaded the luggage, and headed to the Luo Manor. The people of Tongzhou Prefecture City all knew that Chen Feiliang had completely broken with Tianlong Tower. And now that his Dantian was also crippled, they estimated he wanted to leave Tongzhou Prefecture City. Many martial artists began to have active thoughts. Over the years, Chen Feiliang had probably amassed a lot of money at Tianlong Tower. Now that his cultivation was crippled, if they could seize his wealth, they would have no worries about food and drink for the rest of their lives. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, many martial artists followed behind, greed and cruelty flashing in their eyes. Once Chen Feiliang left Tongzhou Prefecture City, they would strike. Chen Feiliang drove the carriage, and seeing those martial artists behind, his expression turned fierce. He sighed inwardly, thinking that without cultivation, men were like fish on a chopping block at the mercy of others. Fortunately, he was wise and had moved into the Luo Manor early in the morning. He understood in his heart that he must train his son. Otherwise, if the Chen family had no powerful experts, it would still be ruined. Whoa! The carriage drove to the entrance of the Luo Manor. Chen Feiliang pulled the reins, stopping the horses at the gate. Then he ordered the servants to carry the luggage into the Luo Manor. Hiss! The group of martial artists who had been eyeing Chen Feiliang upon seeing him move the luggage into the Luo Manor all gasped in shock. My God, this Chen Feiliang was not leaving Tongzhou Prefecture City, but moving into the Luo Manor. Who didn't know how terrifying Luo Changxing was? Once inside the Luo Manor, who would still dare to scheme against Chen Feiliang? Let's hurry up and leave. I never expected Chen Feiliang to actually move into the Luo Manor. In this Tongzhou Prefecture, where is there a place as safe as the Luo Manor? It seems their relationship is not simple. We can't plot against the Chen family from now on, otherwise if we provoke the Luo Manor, the entire family will suffer. One by one, the martial artists immediately retreated. Seeing these greedy martial artists retreat so quickly, Chen Feiliang sneered even more in his heart. Come on, didn't you want to plot against my Chen family? Why don't you dare now that I've entered the Luo Manor? Damn, a bunch of cowards. Chen Feiliang snorted coldly in his heart. Soon the servants had carried the luggage into the Luo Manor. Luo Changxing set aside a separate courtyard of over 10 mu for Chen Feiliang's family to live in. The Luo Manor itself was very large and had been expanded further at the back. Even if it housed a few thousand people, it would be no problem. Luo Changxing decided to bring his Master Hall, Master Song, and all the people of Tianyuan Martial Arts Hall into the Luo Manor to live. Back when he was driven out of the Luo family, only Hall Master Song dared to take him in. Luo Chongqing naturally could not forget this debt of gratitude. Whoosh. Immediately Luo Chongqing flew toward Heishan City. Heishan City bordered Tongzhou Prefecture a distance of several hundred li. The first time he had traveled to Tongzhou Prefecture it had taken him an entire day. But now with Luo Chongqing at the 6th layer of core formation the return trip to Heishan City would take no more than half an incense stick of time. Tianyuan Martial Hall. In Heishan City, it had become synonymous with the #1 power. But today they had run into trouble. A passing merchant caravan having heard that Tianyuan Martial Hall was exceedingly wealthy, relying on their own formidable strength, had gone straight to the hall to ask Master Song for a loan of 10 million taels of silver notes. Master Song was not foolish. He knew that a loan like this would almost certainly never be repaid. After all, he had absolutely no idea who these people were or where they came from. Yet these individuals were clearly hostile, and each of them possessed considerable strength. Slap. Captain Gu slammed his palm onto the table, his gaze cold as he fixed it upon Master Song. Will you lend it or not? Don't tell me you won't even give old Gu this face. Their merchant caravans specialized in delivering goods for martial arts families in the prefecture, but the pay for such deliveries hardly covered their expenses. Thus along the way they had robbed numerous wealthy factions. It was only while dining at a restaurant in Heishan City that they overheard others say the Tianyuan Martial Hall was currently the wealthiest establishment in the city. According to what the martial artists in town claimed, their assets were no less than 10 million. Their minds immediately began to stir. After finishing their meal they set out for Tianyuan Martial Hall. What surprised them somewhat was that the Martial Hall's master actually possessed the 8th layer of true Qi cultivation. This startled them considerably, for in all the towns they had passed through the strongest cultivators were barely at the 1st or 2nd layer of true Qi. A martial artist reaching the 8th layer of true Qi was exceedingly rare. No wonder people said Tianyuan Martial Hall's assets were worth no less than 10 million. With such cultivation, possessing 10 million taels of silver was hardly surprising. However, as a merchant caravan that traveled across the land, their strength was no mean feat. Every member was at least at the 1st layer of condensed origin, and as their captain, his own cultivation had reached the 2nd layer of condensed origin. Master Song with his true Qi at the 8th layer was entirely disregarded by them. Master Song knew these people were no kindly souls. If he angered them, they would likely resort to slaughter. He could only hurriedly go raise the money. 10 million taels, entirely beyond what Tianyuan Martial Hall could produce on its own. He would need to borrow from others. Please wait a moment, gentlemen. I shall go raise the funds right away, Master Song said. Captain Gu narrowed his eyes and spoke coldly. Don't think of playing tricks on me. I will give you the time of 1 incense stick. If you cannot produce 10 million taels, do not blame old Gu for not offering you a chance. His words carried an unmistakable threat. Clearly, if Master Song could not produce the 10 million silver notes, the merchant caravan would not spare Tianyuan Martial Hall. Master Song nodded and walked out of the main hall. Steward Lu followed close behind and asked, Master, shall I send a message to young Master Luo? No need. My disciple traveled all the way from Tongzhou Prefecture. He wouldn't make it back in time given the distance. Besides, we don't even know what their cultivation levels are. Let us not cause trouble for my disciple. Master Song shook his head. He counted up the current assets of Tianyuan Martial Hall, which totaled 8 million silver notes. That meant he still needed to borrow an additional 2 million. Let us go borrow from the Lu family and the Zheng family, Master Song said. Immediately the two of them left Tianyuan Martial Hall and headed toward the Lu residence. Yet not long after they had departed, Luo Chongqing happened to arrive overhead at Tianyuan Martial Hall. Swish! He descended directly into the mansion courtyard. What puzzled him was that Steward Lu was nowhere to be found. Young Master Luo. At that moment Feng Yun and the others noticed the suddenly appearing Luo Chongqing and exclaimed with joy. Feng Yun, where are my master and Steward Lu? Luo Chongqing asked curiously. Hearing this, Feng Yun's expression darkened. Young Master Luo, a passing merchant caravan, came to Tianyuan Martial Hall and asked the hall master for a loan of 10 million taels of silver notes. Unfortunately, Tianyuan Martial Hall does not have nearly enough. Master Song and Steward Lu have gone out to borrow the difference. A passing merchant caravan. Does my master know them? Luo Chongqing frowned and asked. Feng Yun immediately shook his head and said gravely, know them. We have never even seen them before. Not knowing them and asking to borrow 10 million taels. This is no borrowing. It is plain robbery. Luo Chongqing's expression darkened, and he immediately strode toward the main hall. Feng Yun and the other students followed close behind Luo Chongqing, while a few of the other disciples ran off in search of Master Song. Inside the main hall, several unfamiliar martial artists lounged casually upon the chairs, as though they were at their own homes. Melon seed shells and fruit peels were scattered across the floor. Luo Chongqing cast a disgusted glance over the group of martial artists and spoke coldly. So it's you all who want 10 million taels? That's right, brat. Who are you? Captain Gu glanced at Luo Chongqing and sneered. Have the 10 million taels been prepared yet? If they aren't ready within half an incense stick's time, old Gu's blade will drink blood. Is that so? Quite ruthless, aren't you? Luo Chongqing sneered. At the same time, he grew even more determined to bring his master and the others to Tongzhou Prefecture. Otherwise, encountering someone like this, his master would likely be in grave danger. Haha, ruthless. Hearing this, Captain Gu could not help but burst into loud laughter. He looked at Luo Changsheng and said, "You have not yet seen how ruthless I can be. So do not make Tianyuan Martial Hall wear out my patience. If I grow too impatient, I will have your Martial Hall drenched in blood." Hearing this, a thick, killing intent surfaced in Luo Changsheng's eyes. With a casual flick of his wrist, whoosh, a blade of condensed origin energy flashed through the air. Before the members of this merchant caravan could react, their legs were cleanly severed by that single strike of blade energy. Aya! In an instant, the entire main hall echoed with their pig-like shrill screams of agony. Fang Yun and the other students were utterly stunned. They knew Luo Changsheng was exceptionally powerful, but these merchant caravan members were also no pushovers. In their estimation, a fierce battle was unavoidable. Yet they never expected that the merchant caravan members would be so utterly useless before Luo Changsheng. He had merely moved his hand once, and their legs had all been severed. Their gazes toward Luo Changsheng now filled with reverence. As for Captain Gu, his eyes were now spitting fire. He glared fiercely at Luo Changsheng and snarled, "You dare sever my legs?" Luo Changsheng mocked him, lacking strength, yet daring to imitate others in robbery. "You brought this upon yourselves. Do you know for whom we escort goods? You dare strike against us so ruthlessly?" Captain Gu said coldly. Luo Changsheng paused, then shook his head. "So you have backing, do you? No wonder you dare to act so recklessly. Boy, now you realize fear, do you?" Captain Gu wore a grotesque expression. "Fear?" Luo Changsheng let out a cold laugh and said, "I will not say I have not given you a chance. Go ahead now and summon your backers. I shall make certain you die with full understanding. Let us go outside." Having said this, Luo Changsheng and Fang Yun and the others walked out. He wanted to see for himself who the backing of this merchant caravan was, who dared to act so presumptuously at Tianyuan Martial Hall. So arrogant. You won't be arrogant for much longer. Captain Gu's face was filled with hatred. His subordinates at this moment were also filled with fury. For their legs were severed, and their lives as martial artists were clearly ruined. Captain quickly sent a message to Lord Shun. "I want to see with my own eyes Lord Shun execute this brat before my rage is appeased." Several of the men growled. Captain Gu nodded and immediately took out a communication talisman to send the message. In the courtyard of the manor, when Song Guanju and Lu Guanjia learned that Luo Changsheng had returned, they rushed back immediately. "Disciple, you didn't clash with him, did you? I've already gathered 10 million silver notes. Master, they've all had their legs severed by a single blade strike from young Master Luo." Fang Yun said with a smile. "What? All had their legs severed?" Upon hearing this, both Song Guanju and Lu Guanjia stood frozen in shock. The warriors of this merchant caravan were so formidable, yet they were all cut down by Luo Changsheng's blade. He still couldn't quite believe it, so he walked into the main hall. Indeed, those arrogant warriors from before now lay with both legs severed, their faces contorted in agony upon the ground. At this moment, seeing Master Song approaching, Captain Gu wore a ferocious expression. "I've already sent word to our clan leader. Just wait. You'll all die miserably at the Tianyuan Martial Hall." Clan leader. Hearing this, Master Song's expression shifted slightly. He understood that this merchant caravan must belong to some powerful clan in Tongzhou Prefecture City. Indeed, Captain Gu coldly declared, "That's right, I'll let you know exactly who you've offended. The Shun family, one of the 12 great martial families of Tongzhou Prefecture City. You will pay a heavy price for today's actions." At this moment, Luo Changsheng walked in, a cold smile playing on his lips. The 12 great martial families. That seems to be a thing of the past, doesn't it? Now there are only 11 great families. Because the Hu family had already been destroyed by him. How do you know about that? Captain Gu was stunned for a moment. Their merchant caravan traveled frequently, but they had only learned through communication talismans that Tongzhou Prefecture currently had only 11 great martial families. Seeing Luo Changsheng smile without answering, Captain Gu didn't think much of it. In his view, this wasn't exactly a secret. After all, everyone knew about it. And since Luo Changsheng often visited Tongzhou Prefecture City, he must have heard about it too. After waiting for about an hour, in the courtyard of the manor, a thud sounded as a middle-aged man descended. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Then more than a dozen people flew down on their swords into the courtyard of Tianyuan Martial Hall. "Who dares to be so bold as to harm my Shun family's people?" Shen Qingyang said coldly. Then he strode into the main hall, and immediately saw Gu Tongping's group with their legs severed. A murderous intent instantly radiated from his body. "Family head, you've arrived just in time. It was this kid who cut off our legs." Gu Tongping's eyes blazed with hatred as he glared at Luo Changsheng. Shen Qingyang followed Gu Tongping's gaze and looked over. "What? Him?" When he clearly saw the face of the person before him, Shen Qingyang was instantly seized by great terror. As someone from Tongzhou Prefecture City who didn't know Luo Changsheng now, the one who slew Tianlong Pavilion's 4th stage Jindan expert, the scenes beneath the city wall, many people probably wouldn't forget them in their lifetime. It wasn't just Shen Qingyang. The Shun family warriors who had followed Xinqiang had originally been preparing to slaughter everyone. They were Ningyuan realm experts. In this small place called Shanha City, couldn't they kill as they pleased? But when they saw Luo Changxing's face, their expressions all changed drastically, cold sweat pouring down. My goodness. Gu Tongping and the others didn't know what was good for them. How could they have provoked such a terrifying powerhouse as Luo Changxing? Mr. Shen, I'll make this clear today. These people don't know what's good for them and actually tried to rob my master's martial hall. They're as good as dead today. Do you want to seek revenge for them? Luo Changxing said, looking directly at Xinqiang. Master Song Lu Guanjia and the others, including Fang Yun, were all startled by Luo Changxing's words. This was the family head of the Shun family, one of the great martial families of Tongzhou Prefecture City. Yet Luo Changxing was speaking to him like this. Wasn't this being a bit too arrogant? The martial families of Tongzhou Prefecture City were not to be compared with those in Shanha City. Those martial families in Tongzhou Prefecture City possessed terrifying strength of at least the 6th or 7th stage of Ningyuan realm. Ha ha ha, seeking death. How dare you threaten our Shun family head like this? Captain Gu and his team members couldn't help but burst into laughter. Luo Changxing was courting death, actually daring to say he'd kill them in front of the Shun family head. How overly arrogant. He clearly had no regard for the Shun family head at all. Just as everyone thought Xinqiang would immediately fly into a rage. Instead, they saw Xinqiang immediately smile fawningly. Mr. Luo, you're joking. This was entirely their own fault for inviting disaster. You may kill or do whatever you please with them, entirely at your disposal. What? This scene before them left Captain Gu and his members completely stunned. Not only did Luo Changxing speak to the Shun family head like that, but the Shin family head not only wasn't angry, he actually smiled fawningly. Not just the members of this merchant caravan. Even Song Guanju, Lu Guanjia, Fang Yun, and the other students were shocked by what they witnessed. Wasn't this the family head of a great martial family in Tongzhou Prefecture City? Luo Changxing said he would kill the members of this merchant caravan, yet the Shin family head wasn't angry. This left everyone curious and puzzled. No way. Captain Gu wasn't a fool. He immediately sensed something was wrong. This young man was clearly younger than the Shun family head, yet the Shin family head actually called him senior and addressed him by surname Luo. Captain Gu suddenly thought of something and looked at Luo Changxing. Are you Luo Changxing? The Luo Changxing who slew Tianlong Pavilion's Jindan expert. It seems you're not stupid after all. Luo Changxing said coldly with a smirk. Boom. Hearing this, Captain Gu nearly fainted from fear. Luo Changxing. He never expected that the person before him was the most powerful expert in Tongzhou Prefecture City right now, Luo Changxing. Even though they often traveled outside for trade, friends would frequently send them messages about Luo Changxing's exploits. Not long ago, he had publicly beaten Prefecture Lord Duan Hongming before everyone. And in these past 2 days, he had slain a Jindan realm expert from Tianlong Pavilion. This showed just how terrifying Luo Changxing was. He never imagined he had actually robbed the martial hall of Luo Changxing's master. His face turned deathly pale. He knew it was over. No one could save him now. When his team members learned that the young man before them was Luo Changxing, they also trembled violently, their souls nearly scattered in fear. How could they be so unlucky as to provoke this powerhouse Luo Changxing? When Song Guanju, Lu Guanjia, and Fang Yun heard Captain Gu's words, their eyes widened in disbelief. No way. Luo Changxing had become so incredibly powerful. He could actually slay Jindan experts. No wonder even members of great martial families were so terrified of Luo Changxing. If he could slay Jindan realm experts, one could only imagine how terrifying he was. Luo Changxing shook his head and flicked his finger. Puff, puff, puff. Captain Gu and all his members were pierced through the chest by elemental force and collapsed to the ground. From start to finish, Xinqiang didn't dare say a single word. He even hated Gu Tongping deeply in his heart. They really didn't know what was good for them, provoking Luo Changxing. Ever since the incident with the Hu family, Luo Changxing hadn't held the martial families in high regard. Now their Shun family situation in Tongzhou Prefecture City was even more dire. Take their bodies away and clean up the bloodstains here. Then you may leave, Luo Changxing said. Xinqiang didn't dare speak further. He led his subordinates and immediately began cleaning up. Only after every trace of blood had been removed did he carefully lead the Shun family warriors out of Tianyuan Martial Hall, finally departing on their swords into the sky. Song Guanju and the people from Tianyuan Martial Hall stood, as if in a dream, their hearts filled with overwhelming shock. Had Luo Changxing truly grown so powerful? He could even slay a powerhouse at the 4th layer of core formation. It reminded them of not long ago when the Luo family, fearing retaliation from the Qingxian sect, had driven Luo Changxing out of the Luo household. In mere days, Luo Changxing had reached the core formation realm, and even 10 Qingxian sects would be no match for him. If the Luo family knew how powerful Luo Changxing had become, they would surely die of regret. Song Guanju could not help but feel secretly grateful that he had taken in Luo Changxing back then. Otherwise, even with their master-disciple relationship, Luo Changxing would likely not have offered him shelter. Sometimes a move that looks like a dangerous gamble, when played correctly, can completely reverse your fortunes and bring you immense blessings. Luo Chongqing looked at Song Guanzhu and said, Master, I have come this time to take you to Tongzhou Prefecture City. My Luo Manor has become the supreme force in Tongzhou Prefecture City, with virtually no one daring to provoke us. It is far safer than Shana City. Joy flickered in Song Guanzhu's heart. That Luo Chongqing, now prosperous, still remembered him, as his master filled him with exceptional delight. It's just that the Tianyuan Martial Hall has been here for over 20 years, and there are still so many students. I can't help but feel reluctant to leave. No worries, Master. The students of Tianyuan Martial Hall can all come with us to Tongzhou Prefecture City. When they complete their training, they can directly serve the Luo Manor. Of course, if any of them have other plans, we won't force them. Luo Chongqing said. If these people were willing to serve the Luo Manor, he would certainly not treat them unfairly. But if some of them had other ideas and chose to join other factions, then when they next met, he would not be so kind as to pretend not to know them. Guanzhu, I am willing to follow you to Tongzhou Prefecture City and serve the Luo Manor. Fang Yun immediately declared. A man's ambition lies in the four directions. Remaining cooped up in Shana City would make it impossible to rise to prominence. Only by leaving Shana City for a grand place like Tongzhou Prefecture City could they make a name for themselves. Now that such a wonderful opportunity lay before him, he naturally did not want to miss it. Guanzhu, I am also willing to serve the Luo Manor. Count me in too, Guanzhu. Take me with you. The students, though young, understood that this was a rare, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to leap from the mundane to greatness. If they missed this opportunity, they would be trapped in the small city of Shanha City for the rest of their lives, with little hope of ever rising above their station. Do not be fooled by their current glory. That was only because they had the backing of Tianyuan Martial Hall. But once they left Tianyuan Martial Hall, they would be nothing more than ants in Shana City. Truly making a name for themselves would be harder than ascending to heaven. Seeing this, a satisfied expression appeared in Luo Chongqing's eyes. Although this group of Fang Yun's people had modest cultivation levels now, they had been the earliest to recognize him. Once these people grew stronger, they would undoubtedly become the most loyal backbone of the Luo Manor. Very well, I shall take all of you along. Song Guanzhu nodded, a joyful smile spreading across his face. Upon hearing this, Fang Yun and the others were filled with excitement. As insignificant people, they too could travel to Tongzhou Prefecture City. Once they made something of themselves, they would return to Shanha City in glory, respected and admired by all. Immediately, everyone from Tianyuan Martial Hall began packing their belongings. Some went home to inform their families. An hour later, after everyone had finished packing, Luo Chongqing had them gather at the courtyard. Suddenly, Luo Chongqing unleashed a surge of elemental force, enveloping everyone and launching them into the air with a thunderous burst. At the sixth layer of core formation, carrying dozens of people aloft was naturally no problem. It was only that the speed would be somewhat slower than flying alone. I'm flying. I'm actually flying. Yes, we're flying so high. I can even see my house. Why is Shanha City getting smaller and smaller? The students were ecstatic, their faces flushed with excitement. They gazed at Luo Chongqing, fists clenched tight. Someday they would not need to rely on young Master Luo. They would fly through the skies on their own. At this moment, Song Guanzhu's eyes welled with tears of emotion, his heart overflowing with gratitude. He never imagined that at his advanced age he would still have the chance to develop his career in Tongzhou Prefecture City. Guanzhu, that day when you took in young Master Luo was truly the wisest decision of my life. Besides Song Guanzhu, Steward Lu exclaimed with feeling. Indeed. A single small act changed my destiny. I had thought that this was how the rest of my life would play out. Song Guanzhu said with a faint smile. It was not long before they arrived at Tongzhou Prefecture City at the Luo Manor. Luo Chongqing allocated an enormous courtyard for the people from Tianyuan Martial Hall to reside in. A single courtyard alone was several times larger than the entire Tianyuan Martial Hall in Shana City. Luo Chongqing also established a cultivation technique pavilion within the Luo Manor. Luo Chongqing had obtained many martial techniques and cultivation manuals from the Qingxian sect, all of which he placed in the pavilion. Whether members of the Luo Manor or students from Tianyuan Martial Hall, all could view and study them. Luo Chongqing knew that at present his rules and systems were not yet fully refined. However, the people under him were not yet powerful enough. What mattered most now was raising their cultivation levels. In the main hall of the courtyard, Master, are you satisfied with this place? Luo Chongqing asked with a smile. Of course I'm satisfied. A single courtyard alone is far larger than my entire Tianyuan Martial Hall. Song Guanzhu exclaimed in admiration. His admiration for Luo Chongqing grew even greater. In such a short time, he had established such a grand manor in Tongzhou Prefecture City, a place brimming with countless powerhouses. It was something he could never have dared to imagine. To him, that was simply unthinkable. As long as you're satisfied, that's all that matters. Luo Chongqing said with a smile. Then he produced a storage bag, saying, Master, here are 1,000 Ning Yuan pills, several thousand Gather Chi pills, and 5 dragon-shaped pills. You may use these for your own cultivation or as rewards for outstanding students. Additionally, there is the heaven-suppressing boxing technique. This is a low-grade royal-level boxing method. I have already studied it thoroughly. You may cultivate it. It will increase your personal combat strength by 30%. Luo Changsheng had already completed his study of the heaven-suppressing boxing technique. In the past couple of days, he had found time to practice it as well. To him, it was no longer useful, so he simply gave it to his master director Song. Upon hearing this, Song Guanju could not hold back his tears. Disciple, you don't have to give me so much. You've already given me more than enough pills. At this moment, he was truly moved. Having taught students his entire life, whether his students succeeded or failed, none had ever treated him as well as Luo Changsheng was doing now. Master back, then the Luo family abandoned me. Everyone wanted to kill me for the bounty. Only you took me in. This kindness alone cannot be repaid with any amount of medicine. Luo Changsheng smiled and said, during his most difficult times, Master Song Guanju had taken him in and even spent money to help him get by. This grace could not be repaid with any number of pills. Over the next 2 days, Luo Changsheng mostly stayed in the manor practicing the heaven-suppressing boxing technique. During this time, no one dared to cause trouble at the Luo Manor. Now anyone in Tongzhou Prefecture City who saw a warrior from the Luo Manor would show them the utmost respect and deference. The Luo Manor in Tongzhou Prefecture City was an unstoppable force, its word being absolute law. Business was booming. Essentially, all dealings sought out the Luo Manor, and they had to wait in line to cooperate. After all, everyone now wanted to have some connection with the Luo Manor. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. It had been exactly 3 days since Luo Changsheng had reached the 6th layer of core formation. At this moment, Luo Changsheng's cultivation directly broke through to the 7th layer of core formation. Tianlong Pavilion. The time has come to settle our accounts. Cold light flashed in Luo Changsheng's eyes. In truth, at the 6th layer of core formation, Luo Changsheng could already have annihilated the entire Tianlong Pavilion headquarters. But for the sake of absolute certainty, Luo Changsheng had forcibly delayed his breakthrough, waiting until he reached the 7th layer of core formation before taking action. Since he was going to act, he would absolutely have full confidence. Before his departure, Luo Changsheng instructed Chunmu, Lu Han, Lu Huanlong, and the others. Should any strangers dare to cause trouble at the Luo residence, they were to send him a message immediately. He did not want a repeat of what had happened before. Yes, Lord Luo. Chunmu, Lu Han, Lu Huanlong, and the others nodded. Although Chun Mu and the others had lost their cultivation, they still managed all affairs of the Luo residence. They would never forget the kindness that Luo Changsheng had shown them in this life. Only they as people without cultivation could still hold such high status and position in Tongzhou Prefecture City. Moreover, when busy with affairs, they would not dwell on the destruction of their Dantian. Luo Changsheng nodded. Whoosh. Then his entire figure transformed into a streak of light, flying toward the imperial capital. The Heavenly Dragon Pavilion held an extremely high status in the entire capital of Xiang Kingdom. Because the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion could issue tasks such as assassination chases and bounties. It could be said that many forces were linked to the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion. Even the royal family, when unwilling to kill someone directly, would issue a bounty order through the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion. Even though the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion had offended many, it still stood in Xiang Kingdom for hundreds of years. Of course, some speculated that the reason for its longevity was its connection to the Heavenly Dragon Sacred Sect in the Yunzhou region. Opinions varied, but everyone knew that the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion had an extremely formidable background. Over the years, no one had dared to provoke the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion. On this day, a young man in cyan tight-fitting clothes walked into the main hall of the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion in the imperial capital. The young man in cyan tight-fitting clothes was none other than Luo Changsheng. As soon as Luo Changsheng stepped into the main hall, a steward at the 9th layer of condensed yuan immediately approached and warmly said, "Customer, how may I assist you? Is it true that any task can be issued here?" Luo Changsheng asked. "Indeed, as long as you can afford the price, any task can be issued." The steward said proudly, "I want to issue an assassination order to kill a martial artist at the Golden Core Realm." Luo Changsheng said, "Kill a Golden Core Realm martial artist." Upon hearing this, the steward's expression changed slightly. He then said, "Young master, please wait a moment. Your task has exceeded my scope of handling. I will call our elder over." Saying that, he immediately had servants take Luo Changsheng to a room offering fine tea and high-grade spirit fruits. Meanwhile, he himself quickly summoned an elder. Before long, the steward led over an elderly man around 50 years old. "Customer, this is our Heavenly Dragon Pavilion's Elder Xiao Chun. If you wish to issue a task, you can directly coordinate with Elder Xiao." The steward introduced. "What task does the young master wish to issue? Just tell me directly." The old man stared at Luo Changsheng, his face twitching as he forced a smile. A guest was a guest. Even though he was not fond of smiling, he forced a faint smile, but it looked more like a facial twitch. "I want to issue an assassination order to kill a Golden Core Realm martial artist," Luo Changsheng said indifferently. "Oh, who does the young master wish to kill? We need to evaluate it and see how many spirit stones are required." Xiao Chen looked at Luo Changsheng. "I want to kill the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion's master." Luo Changsheng spoke the name very calmly. As soon as these words were spoken, the room instantly became extremely quiet. The elder named Xiao Chun and the steward both narrowed their eyes, revealing traces of killing intent. Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes looking at Luo Changxing and said, "Young master, are you here to mock us? If you don't give us a reasonable explanation today, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion." However, Luo Changxing suddenly slammed the table. Slap! The table cracked instantly. Luo Changxing coldly looked at the two and said, "I think you are the ones mocking me. Weren't you just speaking so nicely? As long as you can afford it, any task can be issued." "What? Do you think I can't afford it?" "Huh?" At this moment, Xiao Chun was completely amused by Luo Changxing's anger. He hadn't even gotten angry yet, but Luo Changxing had already become furious before him. He had not seen such a fearless person in many years. "Does the young master think that my Heavenly Dragon Pavilion is a soft persimmon that can be squeezed at will?" Xiao Chun stared at Luo Changxing coldly. "Soft persimmon or not, I don't know. But if you don't issue this task today, then the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion is just all talk, and it might as well close down." Luo Changxing mocked. "I think you're asking for death." Xiao Chun could no longer tolerate Luo Changxing's arrogant demeanor. To be so presumptuous in their Heavenly Dragon Pavilion was like dancing before the god of death. Xiao Chun's face twisted with ferocity. His 5 fingers formed a claw, and he fiercely grabbed at Luo Changxing's neck. As a martial artist at the second layer of golden core, even a giant mountain would shatter under his grasp. Let alone a person under his claw. A head could be instantly separated from the body. Bang! However, when his fingers landed on Luo Changxing's neck, it felt like grasping an extremely hard wall. It nearly broke his finger joints, causing excruciating pain. In an instant, his expression changed drastically. He finally understood why Luo Changxing was so arrogant. It was because his strength was terrifying. "I told you to issue the task, but you refused, and even attacked me. Seeking death." Luo Changxing said coldly, then thrust out a punch toward Xiao Chun. This punch did not employ the heaven-suppressing fist technique. With his cultivation at the 7th layer of golden core, killing a martial artist at the 2nd layer of golden core was effortless and far from needing the heaven-suppressing fist technique. "If do you dare to kill me? This is the headquarters of the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion. If you dare to touch me in the slightest, you will die without a burial place." Xiao Chun snorted coldly. He did not believe that Luo Changxing would dare to attack him in the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion. But Xiao Chun's threat was nothing but a joke in Luo Changxing's eyes. The fist did not slow down, hurtling toward Xiao Chun. "No, you actually dare to kill me." Seeing the punch coming straight at him, without slowing, Xiao Chun's face was filled with terror, but at this moment, there was no time to escape. Bang! And so the punch slammed into Elder Xiao Chun. Elder Xiao Chun's entire body flew backward, crashing heavily at the entrance of the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion's main hall. His chest was crushed inward by the immense force for several dozen centimeters, shattering all his internal organs. Clearly, he was already dead beyond any doubt. In that instant, whether it was the stewards busy inside the hall, the martial artists who had come to issue tasks, or the martial artists passing by the entrance, they were all stunned. Good heavens! Wasn't this Elder Xiao Chun of the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion? Someone actually dared to kill a Heavenly Dragon Pavilion elder at its headquarters. This was absolutely a shocking event, and Steward Su in the room was completely dumbfounded. Having worked in the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion for so many years, he had never encountered such a situation. Someone had actually dared to come to the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion to cause trouble, claiming to issue in order to kill the pavilion master, and even directly killed an elder at the headquarters. So at this moment, he was completely bewildered. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. After a long while, he finally reacted and shouted loudly, "Murder! Someone come quickly! Elder Xiao Chun has been killed." At this moment, even without Steward Su's call, the elders had already been alerted. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One by one, elders flew out rapidly from the inner courtyard. They tightly surrounded the room where Luo Changxing was. The commotion at the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion drew many martial artists from the imperial capital. When they learned that someone had killed a Golden Core Realm elder at the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion, they were secretly shocked. In this day and age, there were still people so fearless as to kill a Heavenly Dragon Pavilion elder at its headquarters. One of the core elders at the 4th layer of Golden Core said coldly, "Don't hide inside anymore. Roll out and accept your death." Under everyone's watchful eyes, a cyan figure slowly walked out of the room. Everyone was somewhat surprised. They hadn't expected the murderer to be so young. Core Elder Zhou Donkai coldly looked at Luo Changxing and said, "Speak. Why did you kill Elder Xiao Chun? Who told your elder to mock me?" It was agreed that as long as I paid, any task could be issued. But in the end, he refused to issue my task. Isn't that clearly looking down on people? Luo Changxing shook his head and said with a troubled expression. The crowd suddenly realized, so that was the reason. It could only be blamed on Xiao Chun's own fault. If he had just issued the task, wouldn't nothing have happened? Core Elder Zhou Donkai frowned. What was going on? Xiao Chun was not such a foolish person. If the man had money, he should have just issued the task directly. At this moment, Steward Su came out from inside and said to Zhou Donkai, "Elder Zhou, the task this person wants to issue is to kill the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion's master." Hiss! These words stirred a wave of shock. This man is insane. He's come to the Tianlong Tower to post a mission to assassinate its master. I was wondering why the elders of the Tianlong Tower would turn down riches. Turns out it's because they're asked to kill the tower's master. Who would be foolish enough to accept that? Clearly this man isn't genuinely posting a mission. He's here to pick a fight with the Tianlong Tower. In this day and age, daring to provoke the Tianlong Tower. Now that's a level of audacity rarely seen. All the martial artists shook their heads staring at Luo Changsheng. They had just been wondering why the Tianlong Tower would refuse a mission. Anyone would have been infuriated. They never expected that Luo Changsheng was simply stirring trouble, posting a mission to kill the tower master. Even with boundless wealth, no one would accept such a foolish task. The elders of the Tianlong Tower present upon hearing Steward Su's words wore expressions of extreme displeasure. Luo Changsheng wasn't there to post a mission, he was clearly courting conflict. Zhou Dongkai said coldly. Boy, tell me which faction you belong to, daring to run wild on the grounds of my Tianlong Tower. In his eyes, only someone with a powerful background would dare to act so insolently. Oh, if I tell you my faction, will you release me? Luo Changsheng sneered. How release you? How ridiculous. Zhou Dongkai laughed coldly, then said, I'm asking which faction you belong to so I can have them come collect your corpse. Then you'll be disappointed. Today the one needing a corpse collected is you, not me. Luo Changsheng smiled. Arrogant. Zhou Dongkai snorted, his eyes revealing a thick, killing intent. Whoosh. With a flick of his hand, a small sword shot out, hurtling toward Luo Changsheng at an astonishing speed. Zhou Dongkai was extremely confident in this move, for he had once used it to assassinate a core formation 4th layer powerhouse. The small sword tore through space, reaching Luo Changsheng in an instant. A smile had already crept onto Zhou Dongkai's face, for in the next moment the sword would pierce Luo Changsheng and slay him. Hiss! With a strange sound, the imagined scene of the small sword piercing Luo Changsheng's body did not occur. Luo Changsheng stood there unscathed, the small object pinched between his fingers, the very sword he had just thrown. What a... Seeing this, Zhou Dongkai was instantly shocked. He had used this technique to assassinate even a core formation 4th layer expert. Despite its size, the small sword possessed terrifying power and speed. A single misstep could obliterate a core formation 4th layer powerhouse. Yet Luo Changsheng had caught the sword with his bare hands. With this alone, Zhou Dongkai understood that Luo Changsheng's strength was not low. So you do have some skill. No wonder you dare to cause trouble in my Tianlong Tower. Zhou Dongkai sneered. But you've underestimated the strength of my Tianlong Tower. Everyone attacked together. Kill him. Luo Changsheng was indeed formidable, perhaps even more powerful than Zhou Dongkai himself. However, the Tianlong Tower was not to be trifled with. With a wave of his hand, over 100 core formation martial artists all charged at Luo Changsheng. The mere aura of over 100 core formation martial artists was enough to make many tremble in fear, let alone when they all attacked a single person. Come, let me enjoy a good slaughter today. Luo Changsheng said coldly, then charged forward. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With a flick of the small sword in his hand, an elder of the Tianlong Tower fell to the ground. Faster! I must be faster. Luo Changsheng's speed increased. One after another, elders of the Tianlong Tower collapsed, their throats slit by a single sword stroke. Thump, thump, thump. One elder after another fell to the ground. In this moment, the people of the Tianlong Tower panicked. In just a few dozen breaths, over 60 elders had already died. Soon, all the elders of the Tianlong Tower would be wiped out by Luo Changsheng. Not a single elder dared to step forward. They all watched Luo Changsheng from a distance, their eyes filled with terror. The onlookers were utterly dumbfounded. Heavens! This was the headquarters of the Tianlong Tower, yet someone was slaughtering the elders here, reducing them to such fear that they dared not even strike back. If this news spread, it would undoubtedly become the headline of the imperial capital. Zhou Dongkai, seeing so many Tianlong Tower elders dead, wore an extremely grim expression. He had never imagined that the Tianlong Tower would one day be so humiliated in its own headquarters. He fixed his eyes on Luo Changsheng and said coldly, Who exactly are you? The Tianlong Tower has no grievances with you. Why have you killed so many of our people? No grievances? Luo Changsheng laughed heartily, then his eyes filled with killing intent as he stared at Zhou Dongkai. When your elder Yu Jiangyan brought men to run rampant in my Luo mansion, why didn't you say there were no grievances? Yu Jiangyan, you are Luo Changsheng. Zhou Dongkai froze, hardly believing his eyes. According to the information they had gathered, Luo Changsheng was at most a core formation 2nd layer cultivator. But now this was clearly not core formation 2nd layer. At least 4th layer, perhaps even 5th layer. Damn! Zhou Dongkai cursed inwardly. Which bastard had gathered such unreliable information? A core formation 4th or 5th layer cultivator, and they reported him as 2nd layer. Why don't they just go die? The other elders also wore expressions of extreme displeasure. Luo Changsheng was not unfamiliar to them, for not long ago Yu Jiangyan had led core elder Zhang Ling to eliminate him. Yet now Luo Changsheng was unharmed and had come to the headquarters. Without a doubt, core elder Zhang Ling had been slain. Luo Changsheng, it is true that we were in the wrong, but you have killed dozens of our elders. Let's call it even. How does that sound? Zhou Dongkai stared at Luo Changsheng and said in a deep voice. The onlookers were stunned. They could hardly believe their ears. Was this really the Tianlong Tower? Luo Changsheng had killed so many elders, and yet Elder Zhou Dongkai was proposing to call it even. He had become so magnanimous. Even, are you daydreaming? Luo Changsheng sneered. With a sudden flick of his sword it shot forth like lightning. Zhou Dongkai's expression changed, and he dodged quickly. Blood spurted as the small sword was too fast. It severed one of his arms, sending it flying. If he had been even a fraction slower, he would now be a corpse. Luo Changsheng, you will die. The Tianlong Tower will not let you off. Zhou Dongkai screamed in pain, glaring at Luo Changsheng with a ferocious expression. Another core elder watched with a shudder. This Luo Changsheng was too terrifying. With a single sword throw, he had instantly severed the arm of Zhou Dongkai, a core formation 4th layer cultivator. Do you truly believe the Tianlong Tower has no one left? How dare you act so insolent? Just then a furious roar suddenly rang out. Rumble. A figure flew out from the depths of the tower. It was the Tower Master Qiu Daoxing. Tower Master, save me. The moment Zhou Dongkai saw the Tower Master, he cried out. Don't worry, now that I am here, no one dares to harm you. Master Qiu said slowly. Thank you, Tower Moss. Zhou Dongkai began gratefully, but before he could finish, a fist slammed into his chest, blood spurting out. He stared at Luo Changsheng, who had suddenly appeared before him, and then at the blood gushing from his chest. It seemed he could not believe that Luo Changsheng would still strike even after the Tower Master had arrived. Bang! With a sound of defiance, Zhou Dongkai collapsed to the ground, his eyes open in death. A death he could not accept. Hiss! At this moment, everyone was utterly stunned. Lord Qiu Daoxing himself had arrived, yet Luo Changsheng still dared to kill. Truly fearless. Good, very good. Qiu Daoxing's face contorted with ugliness, his eyes fixed fiercely on Luo Changsheng. Absolutely audacious. As the Lord of Tianlong Tower for a generation, he himself had come, yet Luo Changsheng still dared to strike at his people, not showing the slightest respect for him as their lord. Die! Qiu Daoxing bellowed coldly. Swish! He slashed fiercely, and across heaven and earth a blinding blade aura erupted, carrying and terrifying chill as it slashed toward Luo Changsheng. Crackling sounds echoed as space itself shattered under the blade aura. The sheer terror of this strike was beyond measure. Die? Let me see who truly dies. Luo Changsheng charged forward recklessly, hurling a fist straight at the blade aura. Pa pa pa. Like firecrackers bursting, the blade aura exploded directly under Luo Changsheng's assault. Hiss! Such a ferocious display left everyone completely stunned. Qiu Daoxing was a powerhouse at the 5th layer of golden core formation, yet Luo Changsheng had actually faced his blade aura with bare fists. His strength was too terrifying. What? Qiu Daoxing was also momentarily rendered speechless, horror spreading across his face. He could scarcely believe someone so ferocious would dare confront his blade techniques with nothing but bare hands. Moreover, he had directly shattered the power of the blade aura. He must die. Qiu Daoxing's expression twisted into ugliness. 9 Heaven's Blade, art slay him. Kill. Qiu Daoxing unleashed one strike after another toward Luo Changsheng. Ha! 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 Yet no matter how many blade auras he released, each and every one was pulverized by Luo Changsheng's blows. Fear gripped Qiu Daoxing. How could this be? How was Luo Changsheng so terrifying? In Xiang Kingdom, he had never before encountered someone so young, yet possessed such overwhelming power. At this point, his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Watching Luo Changsheng draw nearer, panic seized him. Whoosh! Biting his teeth, he leaped into the air and fled backward in a flash. Everyone was utterly dumbfounded. The Lord of Tianlong Tower had actually fled. Had they misread the scene? Could the Lord of Tianlong Tower really be running away? It completely overturned their understanding. Throughout the entire day, they had been in a state of shock. At first, they had witnessed someone daring to cause trouble at Tianlong Tower. They had been utterly astonished that this person possessed the gall to wreak havoc at Tianlong Tower. However, unexpectedly, the troublemaker had not perished. In fact, dozens of Tianlong Tower elders had died. How terrifying it was to create chaos at Tianlong Tower and then counter-kill dozens of its elders. Just as they saw the Lord of Tianlong Tower appear, feeling that Tianlong Tower would prevail and would surely suppress Luo Changsheng, the Lord himself actually fled. It truly left them dumbfounded. All the elders of Tianlong Tower were likewise frozen in shock. They had fought desperately to protect Tianlong Tower, yet the Lord abandoned them to their fate and escaped. Damn it! Every elder of Tianlong Tower wanted to curse inwardly. Indeed, one could see true character in moments of life and death. Want to escape? Luo Changsheng's expression turned icily cold. Whoosh! He quickly closed the distance and unleashed a devastating punch. Bang! The blow sent Lord Qiu Daoxing flying hundreds of meters through the air. During his flight, countless buildings were crushed beneath him. Then Qiu Daoxing rose from the rubble and continued fleeing ahead. Not dead. Luo Changsheng paused in surprise. Even a casual strike of his should not have been withstood by a 5th layer golden core martial artist. unless Qiu Daoxing had cultivated a formidable body-tempering technique, or perhaps wore a spiritual artifact armor. A flicker of light flashed across Luo Changxing's eyes. Whichever the case, obtaining it would only benefit him. With this thought, Luo Changxing pursued swiftly. Meanwhile, Qiu Daoxing was so terrified his soul seemed ready to scatter. How had he provoked such a terrifying person? If not for the body-tempering technique granted to him by Tianlong Mystic Gate, he would surely have perished here today. Like a rat, he frantically fled through the Imperial City. How those are the Imperial City law enforcement guards. Qiu Daoxing spotted a formation and desperately sprinted toward the enforcement team. Upon seeing the captain of the law enforcement team, he displayed a burst of delight. The Captain Lu Jia was an acquaintance. He had interacted with him several times before. Captain Lu, quick, help me capture this person. He wants to kill me. Qiu Daoxing shouted loudly, rushing quickly to stand before the enforcement team. Lu Jia's expression darkened at first. Such audacity someone dared to order him about. But when he saw it was Qiu Daoxing, Lord of Tianlong Tower, a burst of delight instantly appeared on his face. This was a major wealthy patron. Moreover, his background was extremely solid. If he could assist Qiu Daoxing, the benefits would certainly be substantial. He immediately asked, Lord Qiu, what's going on? Who wants to kill you? He couldn't help but wonder internally. Lord Qiu had already reached the 5th layer of Golden Core formation, not weak compared to himself. His strength was greater than his own. Who on earth dared to kill Lord Qiu? That person right there. Qiu Daoxing, his face filled with terror, pointed at Luo Changxing and said, no matter how formidable Luo Changxing was, he would not dare oppose the Imperial City law enforcement guards. To oppose the enforcement team was to oppose the entire royal family. That was simply seeking death. Boy, halt right there. Lu Jia stared coldly at Luo Changxing and bellowed, get lost, I don't wish to kill you all. Luo Changxing said coldly, how the heavens have turned upside down. You still dare to act arrogantly before me. Lu Jia sneered, coldly waved his hand, and directly ordered his subordinates, arrest him. Luo Changxing's expression turned cold, ready to strike. Suddenly a chilling voice entered Luo Changxing's ears. You killed people from Tianlong Tower. I can turn a blind eye. But if you dare oppose my royal family, I won't hesitate to destroy you right now. In an instant, Luo Changxing felt his entire body filled with a chilling aura. He knew that a powerhouse from the royal family had already intervened, and that terrifying pressure indicated at least the 9th layer of Golden Core formation. Luo Changxing's face instantly turned grim. He had not anticipated the imperial family's interference. Watching the enforcement team approach to arrest him, he had no choice but to suppress his anger. He had to endure, for resistance would likely provoke the imperial family's experts into action. With his current cultivation, he was no match for a 9th layer core formation powerhouse. Endure it. Once he advanced to the Golden Core realm, if the imperial family still dared to meddle, he would simply eliminate them. To him, gaining a decade of cultivation in a single day meant reaching the Golden Core realm would not take long. If at least he's obedient. Seeing Luo Changxing not even daring to resist, Lu Jia sneered. He then ordered his men, throw him directly into the Hell Dungeon. Hell. Hearing this, the eyes of the enforcement team members widened sharply, a flicker of terror passing through their gazes. The imperial prison had many cells. The one called Hell held the most vicious, most terrifying death row inmates. No prisoner had ever survived until their execution, tormented beyond recognition by those incarcerated in Hell. Broken limbs were child's play. The true horror was having one's organs and eyes gouged out. Truly unspeakable cruelty. Yes. The enforcement team dared not speak further. They immediately escorted Luo Changxing toward the Hell Dungeon. Watching Luo Changxing being taken away, the master of the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion let out a heavy sigh of relief. So close. He had been mere moments from being slain by Luo Changxing. It was truly a narrow escape. Fortunately, the Imperial enforcement team had arrived, and Luo Changxing dared not act. Just now he had sensed a terrifying aura. It must have been an Imperial expert mobilizing. Otherwise, with Luo Changxing's cultivation, Lu Jia and his men could never have captured him. Captain Lu, thank you for this. Qiu Daoxing stepped forward to express his gratitude, slipping a storage pouch to Lu Jia. Lu Jia glanced at it and couldn't help but smile inwardly. It contained a full 50,000 spirit stones. He discreetly pocketed the storage pouch and said with a smile, rest assured, Pavilion Master Qiu. Since this man dared to cause trouble in the imperial capital, I have ordered my men to throw him into the Hell Dungeon. Hell Dungeon? Qiu Daoxing was filled with curiosity. Lu Jia whispered in Qiu Daoxing's ear, let me tell you. The Hell Dungeon holds death row inmates with terrifying cultivation levels, including several at the 6th and 7th layer of core formation. No one who enters Hell ever comes out intact. Several death row inmates at the 6th and 7th layer of core formation. Qiu Daoxing's face lit up with delight. Thank you once again, Captain Lu. Qiu Daoxing was immensely grateful. He produced another storage pouch and handed it to Lu Jia. Lu Jia glanced at it and was stunned. It contained a full 1,000,000 spirit stones. He had struck it rich. This time he had truly struck it rich. Just a casual favor for Pavilion Master Qiu, and he had earned 1,000,000 spirit stones. Inside the prison, a musty odor permeated the cell block. At that moment, a young man was being escorted by guards through the central corridor. All eyes were fixed on the newcomer. It had been some time since a fresh face had entered the prison. Each new arrival made the prison interesting again. They wondered if this young man could withstand the torment, or would he be broken within a few moves. When they saw him being led into the last cell, each inmate narrowed their eyes. What crime had this young man committed? To be thrown into hell. That cell block was about to become even more interesting, for in hell, every inmate was a hardened brute. Once inside, even more brutal events would unfold. Get in. The guard shoved Luo Changxing into the final cell. As Luo Changxing entered the cell, the door, made of special materials, slammed shut with a bang. Inside, over 20 prisoners were already confined. When they saw Luo Changxing being locked, and mocking expressions spread across their faces, a bald man pointed at Luo Changxing and said, "Hey kid, come over here and give me a back rub. Relax me a bit." The other inmates sneered coldly. The bald man named Zhou Dong was a core formation 4th layer martial artist. He was no saint. Several newcomers who had disobeyed him in hell had been beaten to cripples by him. One victim had even had his eyes gouged out and eaten by Zhou Dong. Truly a merciless beast. Luo Changxing glanced at the bald man and asked, "Are you sure you want me to massage your back?" "Damn it. Get your ass over here. You think I'm joking?" Bald Zhou glared and said coldly. The others shook their heads in derision. This newcomer was foolish. If Bald Zhou told him to massage his back, he should just do it obediently, not waste words. Now he was probably going to get beaten to a pulp right after arriving. Fine. Luo Changxing sneered inwardly and walked straight toward Bald Zhou. Wise choice, or I'd cripple you right now." Bald Zhou sneered, then settled into a comfortable position. He said to Luo Changxing, "Massage me properly." "Got it." Luo Changxing seemed obedient. He stepped forward and began pressing with his palm. Crack. But suddenly the sound of breaking bone rang out. "Ah!" Then came Bald Zhou's agonized scream, like a pig being slaughtered. The inmates were shocked. What had happened? They all looked over. Gasps. They saw that Bald Zhou's arm had been twisted into a spiral by Luo Changxing. The crowd was stunned. Bald Zhou, a core formation 4th layer expert, had his arm twisted into a spiral. Clearly Bald Zhou had met his match, a more fearsome character. "Mercy! Mercy, boss!" Bald Zhou cried out in pain. "Oh, didn't you want me to massage you?" "Not anymore," Luo Changxing said coldly. He knew well that every inmate in this prison was a scoundrel. If he didn't establish his dominance right away, more would keep coming to provoke him. So when Bald Zhou demanded a back rub, he simply twisted his arm into a spiral. "I was wrong, boss, I was wrong." Bald Zhou cried, tears and snot streaming down his face. Luo Changxing's eyes flickered with disgust. Bang! He kicked Bald Zhou directly into a corner. Then he said coldly, "If there's a next time, don't blame me for being ruthless." "No, boss, it won't happen again. I swear," Bald Zhou said in terror. After that one move, he had nearly lost his life. He would never dare to cross Luo Changxing again. Luo Changxing was terrifying. When he had been grabbed, even as a core formation 4th layer expert, he couldn't move an inch. Now he only sat far away, not daring to approach Luo Changxing. The others also cast deep glances at Luo Changxing, inwardly amazed. Who would have thought this young newcomer was such a ruthless figure? Even Bald Zhou, a core formation 4th layer martial artist, had suffered a great loss. It was best not to provoke Luo Changxing. So for the next 2 days, even inside the prison, Luo Changxing lived in relative peace. Several inmates in the hell cell even became quite polite to him. Over the 2 days, his cultivation imperceptibly advanced to the 8th layer of core formation. That day, a burst of laughter rang out from a corner. In the corner of the hell cell, an old man opened his eyes, a flash of blood-red light passing through them. Seeing the old man awake, the inmates in hell all changed their expressions drastically. This demon had finished absorbing another batch of flesh and blood. Now he would need to absorb fresh flesh to boost his power once more. Luo Changxing had long noticed the old man cultivating in the corner, a martial artist at the 7th layer of core formation. Since the other party had not provoked him, he naturally would not go out of his way to seek trouble. Now it seemed that the old man was practicing a dark art, otherwise he would not have caused everyone in the hellish prison cell to change their expressions upon waking. Luo Changxing paid no heed. To him, with 10 years of cultivation gained each day, no evil art was worth his attention. Thus he merely cast a faint glance at the old man and continued to close his eyes. The old man's gaze swept across the hellish prison cell. The prisoners inside were all terrified. "Whose turn is it now? I don't want to pick one by one. You decide among yourselves." The old man spoke coldly, as if his words brooked no dissent. This instantly sent shockwaves through the 20-odd prisoners, their faces turning pale. They all feared death and naturally did not want to be absorbed by the old man for his flesh and blood. "Huang Zate, it's your turn." Someone suddenly pointed at a frail young man. At that moment, the only one in the entire hellish prison cell with a lower cultivation base was Huang Zate, a frail young man who was merely at the 2nd layer of core formation. "Yes, you go over there now. Don't force us to act. Be quick about it." The prisoners in the hellish cell shouted at the frail young man named Huang Zate. The frail young man named Huang Zate's face instantly changed. He had personally witnessed how a healthy person once absorbed by the old man was reduced to a skeleton in just 7 or 8 days. It was utterly horrifying. "Senior, please save me. I don't want to die," Huang Zhe cried out to Luo Changsheng. As a martial artist at the second layer of core formation, his cultivation was low. Thus, seeing Luo Changsheng's immense strength, he had become something like Luo Changsheng's lackey over the past few days. He eagerly took on all the dirty and tiring tasks for Luo Changsheng. As a result, Luo Changsheng had enjoyed a very comfortable life these past 2 days, needing to do nothing. Unlike the other prisoners who still had to perform menial chores. "Do me a favor. Choose someone else." Luo Changsheng opened his eyes, spoke indifferently, and then closed them again. Had it been anyone else, he would not have meddled. But over the past 2 days, he had witnessed Huang Zhe's actions. Huang Zhe had saved him from unnecessary trouble, making his life quite pleasant. Luo Changsheng's words made the prisoners in the hellish cell look gloomy. There were over 20 inmates, not a huge number, but they had formed several factions. They had already calculated that the next victim would either be a newcomer or Huang Zhe, who would be fed to the old man for his dark art. But if Huang Zhe was spared, then someone else among them would inevitably be absorbed. "Hurry up, don't make me lose patience." The old man's voice was filled with impatience and a hint of murderous intent. This made the 3 martial artists at the 6th layer of core formation slightly change their expressions. "Don't force us to act. I advise you to send Huang Zhe over for Senior Lu to absorb," a short-sleeved martial artist at the 6th layer of core formation said in a deep voice, carrying a tinge of threat. As he spoke, he and the other 2 martial artists at the 6th layer of core formation began to surround Luo Changsheng. Clearly, if Luo Changsheng did not comply, the 3 of them would make a move. "Senior." Huang Zhe, his face full of fear, retreated behind Luo Changsheng. "Threatening me?" Luo Changsheng couldn't help but laugh. Threats were what he feared least. "Sir, I am not threatening you, but I hope you'll be wise and not ask for trouble," the short-sleeved core formation man said coldly. Luo Changsheng did not reply this time. Whoosh. Suddenly, Luo Changsheng's figure vanished from where he stood. "What?" The short-sleeved man's face instantly changed. How could Luo Changsheng simply disappear? His speed was so fast that even with his 6th layer core formation cultivation, the short-sleeved man had no idea how Luo Changsheng had vanished before his eyes. Just then a figure appeared before him. It was Luo Changsheng. Slash. Luo Changsheng directly turned his palm into a blade and struck down. The short-sleeved man did not even have time to react. He was split in 2 by Luo Changsheng and fell dead to the ground. Gasp. Instantly, everyone in the hellish prison cell widened their eyes. All of them stared at Luo Changsheng in horror. They had never imagined that Luo Changsheng was so terrifying. Even a core formation 6th layer expert was no match for him. Fortunately, they had refrained from attacking when they saw Luo Changsheng's formidable strength, otherwise they would have been killed by him. Bald Zhou was so frightened by Luo Changsheng's terrifying strength that he could not speak. Where had he gotten the audacity to ask such a fearsome man to massage his back? With Luo Changsheng's horror, forget about a back massage. He could even punch through someone's body. Bald Zhou shrank his neck, vowing never to provoke Luo Changsheng again. Kill more, kill more. I'll have plenty to absorb later." The old man in the corner revealed a bloodthirsty smile. He was practicing this dark art and needed a large amount of flesh and blood. The more fiercely the prisoners in the hellish cell killed each other, the more blood and flesh he could absorb. Once his strength increased, and he became a core formation 9th layer expert, the entire prison would not be able to hold him. The other 2 6th layer core formation martial artists, seeing Luo Changsheng instantly kill the short-sleeved man, turned pale. "Kill." They gritted their teeth, madly circulating their primal energy, and attacked Luo Changsheng with all their might. 2 6th layer core formation experts joining forces to kill him. "He's dead." A prisoner in the hellish cell sneered, thinking Luo Changsheng was doomed. But before the word "dead" could be fully uttered, plop, plop, the 2 men were struck by Luo Changsheng's fist, turning into a spray of blood mist, their lives extinguished. The speaker felt as if his throat was gripped, the last word stuck in his throat. Luo Changsheng clapped his hands, looked at the man, and asked, 2 6th layer core formation experts come to kill me. What, am I dead? Finish your sentence. Why don't you finish it? The man's face turned pale. With a thud, he knelt on the ground, saying, "Spare me, senior. Spare me. I just have a loose tongue." Luo Changsheng shook his head and shot out a wisp of primal energy. It pierced straight through the man's chest. Since he liked to run his mouth, he had to pay the price for his words. The man's eyes filled with reluctance, and then he fell to the ground silent. Instantly, the entire hellish prison cell fell silent, no one daring to make a sound. All of them looked at Luo Changsheng in fear. They could not believe that this newcomer was so terrifying. 3 6th layer core formation experts had been killed by Luo Changsheng in an instant. After killing several people, Luo Changsheng did not stop, but walked toward the old man. The old man had originally been smiling at the deaths of 4 martial artists. But when he saw Luo Changsheng approaching, he narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Boy, if you don't want to die, get back to your place. Otherwise, I'll make you regret being born into this world." He knew that Luo Changsheng's strength was not to be underestimated. He did not wish to clash with Luo Changsheng for now. After absorbing the 3 corpses at the core formation 6th layer, his cultivation would advance, and then he would deal with Luo Changxing. Luo Changxing seemed not to hear the old man's words, and continued walking toward him. The onlookers were all dumbfounded. Luo Changxing must be insane. This old man was a formidable expert at the core formation 7th layer, and Luo Changxing actually intended to kill such a terrifying powerhouse. Seeing Luo Changxing disregard his words, the old man's eyes blazed with intense murderous intent. "Since you are so eager to die, I shall grant you your wish," the old man coldly declared. As he spoke, he abruptly sprang up from the ground, then flew straight toward Luo Changxing, his fingers viciously clawing at Luo Changxing's head. Within the cramped space, his fingers tore through the air, producing a screeching sound that seemed to rend space itself. The prisoners in the jail were all terrified. They had never imagined that an expert at the core formation 7th layer could be so terrifying as to nearly tear apart space. If such a strike landed on a person, their soul would instantly scatter. Everyone cast a pitying glance at Luo Changxing. Luo Changxing was immensely powerful, but even he would inevitably die when facing a core formation 7th layer expert. Luo Changxing watched the old man's fierce attack approaching. He remained expressionless, only acting at the last moment before the strike landed. He suddenly kicked out at the oncoming old man. The speed was too fast. With a thunderous boom, before the old man could react, he was sent flying by an immense force. He crashed into the thick hard iron plate, which was made of special materials, and the impact dented it into a human shape. The old man was a bloody mess, his arms and legs twisted beyond recognition. "Aya!" The old man screamed in agony from Luo Changxing's kick. His vision blurred, and he could barely see. His heart was filled with terror. With his core formation 7th layer cultivation, he could have swaggered through the outside world. Yet now in this prison he was being effortlessly crushed and beaten by a young man. He could hardly believe it. How could such a young powerhouse be imprisoned? The other inmates in the cell were also wide-eyed, utterly incredulous. No way, this guy is so strong that even a core formation 7th layer expert is no match for him. That means he must be at least at the core formation 8th layer. Heavens! A core formation 8th layer expert has been captured. Are the royal family insane? Such a prodigy, if befriended, would be a great boon to the entire royal family. Yet now he is imprisoned. How ridiculous the royal family is. The crowd marveled. If the royal family could befriend such a prodigy, it would undoubtedly be of immense help to the entire Xiang kingdom. But now they had imprisoned him. How foolish. Luo Changxing paid no heed to the murmurs and walked over to the old man. Before the old man could beg for mercy, a blade of light flashed. A long knife condensed from primordial energy flew from Luo Changxing's hand and decapitated the old man. The old man, who had made all the prisoners in this hellish cell tremble, was thus slain by Luo Changxing. Everyone stared at Luo Changxing in a daze. No one could have imagined that this young man, who appeared so gentle and refined, possessed such fearsome strength and was so ruthless in killing. After killing the old man, Luo Changxing sat quietly. No one dared to disturb him again. Even the other inmates in the prison lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. While Luo Changxing was in the prison, news spread throughout the imperial capital that a martial artist had stormed the Tianlong Tower, killing dozens of its elders and even chasing the tower master through the city. No way. The Tianlong Tower has stood in the capital for centuries. Someone actually dared to kill its elders. Haha, why not? The whole capital knows now. If you don't believe it, go and see for yourself. The main hall has collapsed. What? That's incredible. Didn't the tower master do anything about it? He did nothing. He was being chased himself by that powerful figure. Wait, I heard that the tower master Qiu Daoxing is a core formation 5th layer expert. If someone was chasing him, that means the attacker is at least at the core formation 6th layer. Indeed. If not for the timely intervention of the enforcement squad, the tower master would have been killed. Haha, if the tower master of Tianlong Tower had been killed, it would be the biggest joke in the capital. They claimed to be the greatest mission hall capable of issuing any task, yet they were nearly destroyed by someone. All the martial artists in the capital were discussing the Tianlong Tower incident. Some even came to the tower to see for themselves if the rumors were true that the main hall had collapsed. When they arrived, they found it was true. The hall where missions were issued had indeed collapsed. In addition, many other buildings in the Tianlong Tower headquarters were destroyed. Seeing the once lofty Tianlong Tower reduced to such a state, many martial artists secretly gloated. The tower master Qiu Daoxing and the elders were gathered at the top of the tower. They saw that the crowd at the entrance was larger than ever, but instead of being pleased, their faces darkened even further. These people were not here to issue missions, but to mock the Tianlong Tower. Tower master, if we don't take revenge, how can the Tianlong Tower face the martial artists of the capital? An elder behind Qiu Daoxing said with a grim expression. His brother was among the elders who had died. He burned with a desire to tear Luo Changxing apart. Don't worry, Qiu Daoxing said. The enforcement squad leader Lu Jie told me that the bastard will be thrown into the hell prison. Qiu Daoxing's face was also twisted with rage. He had never been so humiliated in all his years. The tower master of the Tianlong Tower chased through the streets of the capital. All the prestige accumulated over a century had been utterly lost in that moment. The crowd was shocked. As residents of the capital, they had heard of the Hell Prison. It was said that every inmate there was extremely vicious and terrifyingly powerful. No one who entered the Hell Prison ever came out alive. In the end, only a pile of bones remained for the family to collect. What if he doesn't die in the Hell Prison? An elder suddenly asked worriedly. Someone immediately retorted, impossible. It said that even core formation 6th layer and 7th layer monsters never survive the Hell Prison. Qiu Daoxing grinned viciously. If he doesn't die, we'll have a senior from the Tianlong Sacred Sect kill him directly. You've contacted the Sacred Sect Tower Master. The elders were overjoyed. In the realm of Yunzhou, the true ruler was the Sacred Sect. Hundreds of kingdoms and dynasties paid tribute to the Sacred Sect every year. The Tianlong Tower was merely a mortal organization established by the Tianlong Sacred Sect long ago to gather intelligence. Now that the Tianlong Sacred Sect had become one of the top 10 sacred sects in Yunzhou, it had abandoned the tower and let it develop naturally. Occasionally, disciples of the Tianlong Sacred Sect might stop by the tower, so there was still some connection. None of the elders expected the Sacred Sect to send someone. That was excellent. As one of the top 10 sacred sects, the Tianlong Sacred Sect possessed terrifying power. Every disciple who became a member had extraordinary abilities. Those without true skill would be expelled even if they became disciples. The elders were elated. Now Luo Changsheng was doomed. Within a luxurious mansion in the imperial capital, guards rushed through corridor after corridor, arriving breathlessly at the main hall. Gazing upon the arrogant young man seated in the chief seat, he promptly reported, "Third Prince, the investigation is complete. The one who caused the commotion at the Heavenly Dragon Tower is called Luo Changsheng, and he is the same person who slew your personal guard Senior Huang in Huafeng City." The arrogant youth was indeed the third prince. Upon hearing this, an expression of profound shock spread across the third prince's face. He said coldly, "Incredible. Such terrifying strength. Even Qiu Tower Master was no match for him. If only he could serve under me, what wonders we could accomplish. Alas, he refused my offer. Now that he has been thrown into that cell in the prison of hell, his fate is sealed. Certain death awaits him." With that, a savage, cold smile twisted the third prince's features. Everyone knew what kind of inmates were held in hell. Each and every one was a merciless demon who killed without blinking. Once thrown into hell, one would meet a most gruesome end. At that very moment, within another luxurious residence in the imperial capital, a young man paced about in agitation when suddenly a swordsman entered. The swordsman's expression was grim as he said, "Fifth Prince, the investigation is complete. The one who made trouble at the Heavenly Dragon Tower is indeed Luo Changsheng. It seems Lord Luo has grown even stronger." Heavenly Dragon Tower's master Qiu Daoxing was being chased and nearly slain by him. If not for the enforcement squad's interference, Qiu Daoxing would have been killed. From what I understand, the enforcement squad captain Lu Jie accepted Qiu Daoxing's bribes and directly imprisoned Lord Luo in the most terrifying cell of hell. Hearing this, fifth prince Chu Tianqi flew into a rage. "This Lu Jie is courting death. How dare he throw my man into that cell in hell? Go bring Lu Jie to me." Chu Tianqi said coldly. "Fifth prince, given Lord Luo's abilities, Lu Jie and his men should never have been able to capture him in the first place. I fear the royal family's powerhouses may have intervened covertly. If you forcibly rescue him, might it bring harm to you?" The swordsman expressed his hidden concerns. Chu Tianqi's expression darkened. He said, "Yanzhen, are you now refusing to obey my orders?" The swordsman's countenance shifted slightly as he immediately replied, "As you command, fifth prince. I shall go at once. Yanzhen, I know you speak out of concern for me, but I have finally befriended a formidable powerhouse. If I abandon him now, even if I ascend to the throne, I will never win the people's trust." The swordsman's footsteps faltered. His heart inexplicably lightened. The fifth prince valued loyalty and righteousness. Surely he would not mistreat those who served him. Though his earlier words were for the fifth prince's benefit, he too had wished to see how the fifth prince would choose. It seemed he had not chosen wrongly. Immediately he darted toward a tavern at lightning speed. According to his intelligence, Lu Jie had been indulging himself at this tavern for the past 2 days. The Piaoxiang Pavilion, one of the most luxurious and upscale taverns in the imperial capital, with over 20 singing girls and serving maidens. With enough money, one could experience sheer earthly paradise at the Piaoxiang Pavilion. However, for the past 2 days, the Piaoxiang Pavilion had been exclusively booked by the enforcement squad captain Lu Jie. He and his men were reveling without restraint. Inside a private room, bang, the door was abruptly flung open. Lu Jie roared in fury, "Who dares disturb my rest?" A swordsman walked in. "Are you the fifth prince's personal guard?" Upon seeing the swordsman, Lu Jie recognized him instantly. The swordsman was precisely the fifth prince's personal guard, Yanzhen. What's more, although both were at core formation 4th stage, he knew full well that in terms of true strength, he was no match for Yanzhen whatsoever. Once several core formation 4th stage cultivators had teamed up to assassinate the fifth prince, yet all were slain by Yanzhen. This demonstrated how terrifyingly powerful Yanzhen truly was. "Correct. Come with me. The fifth prince wishes to see you," the swordsman said coldly. "The fifth prince wants to see me." Lu Jie's expression changed, wondering why the fifth prince had summoned him. He hastily dressed and followed in fearful deference. His subordinates, hearing his furious shout, rushed over one after another. Who's courting death, disturbing Captain Lu's rest? What a fool, just wait, I'll teach him a lesson. Let him learn what happens when one provokes the enforcement squad. One after another they coldly declared. When this group of enforcement squad members arrived at the doorway of the private room. Hiss! Everyone drew a sharp breath. Wasn't this the fifth prince's personal guard? Why had he come for Captain Lu? Could it be that Captain Lu had arrested someone belonging to the fifth prince? Everyone secretly speculated. The previously arrogant crowd now dared not utter a single word. They watched helplessly as Lu Jie was taken to the fifth prince's mansion. Following the swordsman, Lu Jie soon arrived at a luxurious residence. Finally, within the main hall, he met fifth prince Chu Tianqi. Greetings, fifth prince. Lu Jie knelt and called out. Though he was at core formation 4th stage, all of this was granted to him by the royal family. Thus, in the presence of any member of the royal family, he was nothing but respectful. Lu Jie, you are seeking death. The fifth prince fixed Lu Jie with a cold stare. It was the first time Lu Jie had ever witnessed such a terrifying gaze from the fifth prince. He was thoroughly frightened and said in terror, Fifth prince, this humble one does not know what offense he has committed against your highness. Slap. Fifth prince, Chu Tianqi, slammed the table with tremendous force. He fixed Lu Jie with an icy stare and said, 2 days ago, did you not imprison a cultivator? I tell you, that person is my dear friend. And you threw him into that cell in hell's prison. And you claim you don't know what you've done. What? Lu Jie was utterly shocked. Over these past 2 days, he had indeed arrested someone and ordered them thrown into that cell in hell. That person was actually the fifth prince's friend. In an instant, Lu Jie's face turned ashen. It was over, completely over. No one knew better than him what kind of ruthless individuals were locked in that cell of hell. It could be said that each and every one of them was a demon who killed without blinking. Not a single prisoner had ever walked out of that cell in hell intact, or even alive. Without a doubt, the fifth prince's dear friend was no longer whole, and might even have died within that cell. At this thought, Lu Jie wished he was dead. How could it be such a coincidence? He had actually arrested the fifth prince's close friend. Fifth prince, this lowly one deserves death for not knowing he was your friend. Lu Jie knelt on the ground, repeatedly kowtowing and apologizing. At this moment, he loathed the master of Tianlong Tower with all his heart for causing him to throw the fifth prince's friend into the imperial prison. If anything happened to the fifth prince's friend, forget about his future. He might not even live to see tomorrow. Why are you still standing there? Lead the way to the prison. If anything happens to my friend, you'd better get your neck ready. The fifth prince, Chu Tianqi, said coldly. As he spoke, a murderous glint flashed in his eyes. If Luo Changxing suffered any harm, he would make sure Lu Jie died a miserable death. He had finally befriended a formidable expert, and now Lu Jie might have ruined it. His fury was beyond imagination. Very well, fifth prince, please follow me. Lu Jie's entire body trembled. He had already sensed the murderous intent in the fifth prince's eyes. Lu Jie silently prayed, hoping that Luo Changxing was unharmed. Otherwise, whoever had made a move in hell would die a miserable death at his hands. Immediately, Lu Jie led the way with the fifth prince and Yin Zhen following behind. Inside the prison, several jailers were shocked when they saw Lu Jie bringing the fifth prince. Greetings, fifth prince, the jailers called out respectfully. Hurry and take the fifth prince to that cell in hell. The man arrested 2 days ago is the fifth prince's close friend. If anything happens to him, none of you will live. Lu Jie said coldly. Hearing this, the jailers' faces turned pale. They cursed inwardly. Damn it, wasn't that man brought here by Captain Lu himself? What did it have to do with them? Swallowing their grievances, the jailers dared not delay and immediately led the group toward the last cell, the one called Hell. Why is the captain of the enforcement team here? Lu Jie's arrival surprised the prisoners in the prison. It could be said that among them, aside from a few captured by the royal family's experts, most of them had been arrested by Captain Lu Jie himself, so they were not unfamiliar with him. But they were curious. Why was the captain of the enforcement team here? Wait, aren't those two behind Lu Jie the fifth prince and his personal guard? Why are they here? Suddenly, a prisoner recognized the fifth prince, Chu Tianqi. At these words, the entire prison was stirred. Could it really be? The fifth prince actually came to the prison. One by one, they craned their necks to look, and their faces showed shock. It really is the fifth prince and his personal guard. What's going on? The fifth prince is supreme and noble. Why would he come to this filthy place? Could it be that one of his friends was arrested? Haha, if so, Lu Jie is doomed. He actually arrested the fifth prince's friend. The prisoners discussed among themselves, guessing that Lu Jie might have arrested the fifth prince's friend. If so, Lu Jie was as good as dead. A cold smile crept across their faces. The jailers led the fifth prince and his party past cell after cell, not stopping until they reached the cell called Hell. A collective gasp of shock. Could it be that Lu Jie had thrown the fifth prince's friend into that cell of hell? Then there was no doubt. He was dead. After all, in that cell of hell, people died all the time. Open the door. Lu Jie's heart pounded with anxiety as he ordered the cell to be opened. He was extremely nervous. If the fifth prince's friend was dead, he would die a miserable death too. With a heavy clang, the cell door swung open, and Lu Jie saw the scene inside. What met his eyes were 5 corpses. At first he paid little attention, knowing that in this hell cell deaths were common. He was used to it. As long as Luo Changsheng was fine, he would be at ease. But soon he noticed something was wrong. The most terrifying old man in hell, along with 3 old men at the core formation 6th layer, were nowhere to be seen. Could it be that the dead were these very men? At this thought his heart raced several times. Was there such a terrifying expert in hell? Someone who could kill 3 core formation 6th layer experts and 1 terrifying core formation 7th layer expert. He immediately walked over and turned over the bodies to examine them. Though the bodies were mangled, he recognized them at a glance. The core formation 7th layer old man and the 3 core formation 6th layer prisoners. He drew in a sharp breath. When did hell harbor such a terrifying expert? He scanned the crowd and asked. All of them were at the core formation 6th or 7th layer. Who killed them? At this moment the 5th prince also stepped into the hell cell. Seeing Luo Changsheng unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Hearing Lu Jie's words, his eyes widened. Was there such a terrifying person in the prison? Someone who could kill core formation 6th and 7th layer prisoners. He dared to enter the prison because he had the royal family's protection. If anyone in the capital dared to attack him, he could immediately tear the protective talisman and the royal experts would appear. But now hearing that someone could kill core formation 6th and even 7th layer experts, he became wary. He gripped his protective talisman tightly, ready to tear it at the first sign of an attack. Yan Zhun, hearing this, also stepped in front of the 5th prince, guarding him cautiously. He was somewhat shocked. The prisoners in this hell cell were truly terrifying, and someone could even slay a core formation 7th layer expert. The jailers were also dumbfounded. The most formidable prisoners in hell had died just like that. Hearing Lu Jie's question, the prisoners in hell dared not say it was Luo Changsheng who had killed them. Though no one spoke, all eyes turned to Luo Changsheng. What? It was you. Lu Jie, no fool, immediately guessed that Luo Changsheng was the one. His pupils contracted as he stared at Luo Changsheng in shock. Indeed, it was I who killed him. Luo Changsheng did not deny it. Since everyone was watching, denying it would only invite further questioning. A sharp intake of breath. Upon hearing this, everyone present gasped in shock. Lu Jie, his face pale with terror, fell to his knees with a thud. Senior, I failed to recognize your greatness. I truly deserve to die. Lu Jie knelt on the ground, speaking in fear. At this moment, he finally understood why Luo Changsheng could become the close friend of the 5th prince. He must be at least at the 8th layer of the core formation stage. In Lu Jie's eyes, Luo Changsheng had to be at the 8th layer to have slain the old man at the 7th layer. The 5th prince was also astonished. Luo Changsheng could actually kill cultivators at the 6th layer, even the 7th layer of core formation. Then a look of delighted surprise spread across his face. This was truly wonderful. With Luo Changsheng possessing such formidable strength, his confidence in contending for the position of crown prince grew immensely. Yan Zhun was also deeply shocked. Could Luo Changsheng really be this strong? Luo Changsheng merely cast a cold glance at Lu Jie, ignoring him, for he was not yet ready to clash with the royal family. His gaze turned to the 5th prince, Chu Tianqi, and he asked, 5th prince, what brings you here? Brother Luo, my apologies. I only just learned that you were the one who caused the uproar at the Heavenly Dragon Tower. As soon as I heard you were taken to the Hell Prison, I rushed over immediately. The 5th prince, Chu Tianqi, spoke with deep regret. You have a kind heart. Luo Changsheng nodded. The 5th prince had risked defending the royal family's strong cultivators to save him, and Luo Changsheng was deeply moved. Lu Jie, can my good friend leave now? The 5th prince stared coldly at Lu Jie. Of course he can leave. Lu Jie said with a bitter laugh. Even if the 5th prince hadn't come personally, knowing Luo Changsheng's formidable cultivation, he wouldn't dare to imprison him any longer. After all, Luo Changsheng wasn't captured by the royal family's enforcers. He was brought in by Lu Jie himself. He still had that much authority. Brother Luo, this way please. The 5th prince gestured, inviting Luo Changsheng to leave together. Luo Changsheng nodded, but after a few steps he turned back and swept his gaze over the prisoners in the Hell Prison. If any of you dare to touch Huang Ze, don't blame me for being merciless. Luo Changsheng had a favorable impression of Huang Ze. Huang Ze had been imprisoned for offending a high-ranking member of the royal family. Upon hearing this, the prisoners in the Hell Prison showed a hint of fear. Even without Luo Changsheng's warning, they wouldn't dare to harm Huang Ze. A look of delighted surprise appeared on Huang Ze's face. He hadn't expected that assisting Luo Changsheng over the past few days would yield such a great reward. Lu Jie also cast a deep glance at Huang Ze. It seemed that after a while he would have to release Huang Ze, otherwise if he angered this senior, he too would die an ugly death. Moreover, he understood that now that the 5th prince had a friend at the 8th layer of core formation, the position of crown prince was almost secured. He took a deep breath. It seemed he would have to align himself with the 5th prince from now on. After leaving those words, Luo Changsheng walked out of the prison with the 5th prince. The prisoners watched Luo Changsheng being personally escorted out by the 5th prince, their eyes filled with envy. Why couldn't they be so fortunate? The 5th prince came personally to fetch them. Outside the heavenly prison, Luo Changsheng took a deep breath. The air outside was indeed fresh. If the fifth prince hadn't rescued him, he had planned to forcibly break out when he reached the first layer of the golden core stage. If the royal family's strong cultivators dared to stop him, he would have no choice but to go on a killing spree. When his cultivation was low, he could endure. When it was high, he would not allow the royal family to show off before him. The fifth prince, Chu Tianqi, looked at Luo Changsheng and said, "Brother Luo, if you have nowhere to go, why not stay at my place for a few days?" "That's fine." Luo Changsheng nodded. He would personally destroy the heavenly dragon tower, but not now. Only when he reached the first layer of the golden core stage. Because he didn't know if the royal family would continue to interfere. So during this time, he would stay at the fifth prince's residence and make his move only after his cultivation reached the golden core stage. "Follow me." Seeing that Luo Changsheng didn't refuse, the fifth prince was overjoyed. Immediately, he led Luo Changsheng to his own mansion. Inside the mansion, the fifth prince, Chu Tianqi, arranged a luxurious and elegant courtyard for Luo Changsheng to reside in. He also provided him with over a dozen maids and servants. The fifth prince said with a smile, "Brother Luo, if you need anything, just instruct the servants to handle it." "Thank you, fifth prince." Luo Changsheng expressed his gratitude. Now staying at the fifth prince's residence was the safest option. If he could just have a few days to advance to the golden core stage, everything would be under his control. Inside the third prince's mansion, when he heard the servant report that Luo Changsheng had emerged unscathed from the heavenly prison, what? That surnamed Luo didn't die. And my fifth brother personally went to fetch him from prison. The third prince, Chu Xuanjin, immediately changed color. He had been thinking that once Luo Changsheng was thrown into that hell prison cell, he would be as good as dead. After all, that cell housed terrifyingly powerful death row prisoners. It was said that every one of them was ruthless and brutal, and no one had ever walked out of that hell prison intact. Yes, third prince, many people saw the fifth prince going to the heavenly prison to fetch Luo Changsheng. The guard said. The third prince, Chu Xuanjin, furrowed his brows. What was going on? When had the prisoners in that hell prison cell become so easy to deal with? He felt there was something suspicious about this. "Go summon Lu Jie. I want to ask him clearly," the third prince said in a deep voice. He had to get to the bottom of this. "Yes." The guard nodded and immediately went to summon Lu Jie. When Lu Jie, the captain of the enforcement team, heard that the third prince wanted to see him, he was stunned. Could it be that he had also imprisoned someone from the third prince's faction? It couldn't be that coincidental. With a hint of anxiety, he followed the guard to the third prince's mansion. Soon he saw the third prince. "Greetings, third prince," Lu Jie said respectfully. The third prince, Chu Xuanjin, looked at Lu Jie and asked, "Captain Lu, I summoned you because I have a question." "Please speak, third prince," Lu Jie said, relieved. "Didn't you imprison someone in that hell prison cell a few days ago? Why is he still unharmed after several days? Isn't it said that everyone in that hell prison cell is ruthless and highly skilled?" The third prince, Chu Xuanjin, asked with a frown. Lu Jie, upon hearing this, breathed a sigh of relief. So this was what the third prince was concerned about. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Even the third prince, let alone himself, would find it hard to believe that Luo Changsheng was still unharmed if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Taking a deep breath, Lu Jie said, "Third prince, I'll tell you the truth." "Speak." The third prince looked at Lu Jie. "It's not that no one attacked him, but his strength is too terrifying. All the prisoners who attacked him were killed by him." Lu Jie said. "What cultivation levels were they, oi?" The third prince narrowed his eyes. This was what he truly cared about. 3 at the 6th layer of core formation and 1 at the 7th layer, all killed by him. Lu Jie said, "What a? 3 at the 6th layer, 1 at the 7th layer." Hearing this, the third prince's eyes widened in shock. Was Luo Changsheng truly this strong? In such a confined space, he had slain 4 men, which meant his strength was definitely at the 8th layer of core formation. At the thought of the 8th layer of core formation, the third prince trembled, his scalp numb. He had never imagined Luo Changsheng possessed such formidable power. No wonder he had been so arrogant when he invited Luo Changsheng to follow him. Having the 8th layer of core formation was indeed a capital to be proud of. He somewhat regretted not inviting him sincerely back, then instead of issuing commands. "All right, you may go back now." The third prince waved his hand at Lu Jie. Lu Jie nodded and left the mansion. After Lu Jie left, the third prince fell into deep thought. Now that my 5th brother has found a strong cultivator at the 8th layer of core formation as his backing, the position of crown prince is probably beyond my reach. I should just give up. Let the second prince and the eldest prince fight for it. I have no chance at all. The third prince sighed after pondering for a moment. He had been full of confidence in the position of crown prince, but now knowing that the 5th prince had Luo Changsheng, a cultivator at the 8th layer of core formation, he had lost all hope. "Someone prepare a gift for me. I want to go to the 5th prince's mansion." The third prince called out to his servants. "Third prince, you're going to the 5th prince's place." The guard looked puzzled, for the third prince had always looked down on the 5th prince, Chu Tianqi. At the Huafeng City Alchemy Conference, I offended Luo Changsheng. If his cultivation were low, I could ignore it, but now that I know he is at the 8th layer of core formation, I must apologize to him immediately. Otherwise, on the day the crown prince is decided, it will be my doom. The the third prince said with a worried expression. The day of the crown prince's appointment would inevitably involve a battle. He had offended Luo Changxing before, and Luo Changxing saw him with displeasure, so he might take the opportunity to kill him. At the thought of this, he grew even more uneasy. He looked at his storage pouch, which still held 230,000 spirit stones. Gritting his teeth, he decided to give them all as an apology gift. Within the fifth prince's mansion, Luo Changxing and fifth prince, Chu Tianqi, were conversing in the main hall. Suddenly a guard reported, "Your Highness, the third prince wishes to see Master Luo." "What is he here for?" Chu Tianqi snorted, coldly frowning. He was well aware of third prince Chu Xuanzhen's nature. The man had always looked down on him due to his lack of background and mediocre cultivation. Luo Changxing also furrowed his brow slightly, for he held no favorable impression of the third prince either. "Let him in. Let's see what he wants," Luo Changxing said. Now that he was at the 8th layer of core formation, as long as he didn't encounter the royal family's powerhouses, no one in the entire imperial capital could match him. Chu Tianqi nodded and ordered the guard bring him in. The guard promptly departed. Before long, he returned, escorting third prince Chu Xuanzhen into the hall. "Chu Xuanzhen, what do you want? Spit it out." Seeing the third prince, Chu Tianqi snorted coldly. Whenever the third prince sought him out, it never boded well. Third prince Chu Xuanzhen smiled ingratiatingly and said, "Fifth brother, I was somewhat inappropriate in my actions before. I apologize and hope you won't hold it against me." Chu Tianqi was utterly astonished. Since when had Chu Xuanzhen become so courteous, offering an apology voluntarily? Had he taken the wrong medicine today? "You don't need to be hypocritical with me. Just say what you want directly," Chu Tianqi said coldly. Chu Xuanzhen understood that his impression on Chu Tianqi was indeed terrible. Full of regret, he said, "I offended Master Luo Changxing at Huafeng City. Today I come to offer my apologies." With a wave of his hand, his subordinates immediately brought forth treasures, precious jewels, and medicinal herbs, all laid out before them. Then he produced a storage pouch from his own person and placed it together with the gifts. Looking at Luo Changxing, he said, "Master Luo, I was truly disrespectful before. These gifts, along with 2,300,000 spirit stones, are all as an apology." Chu Tianqi sneered. The third prince must have investigated what happened in the heavenly prison. Now that he knew Luo Changxing possessed the 8th layer of core formation, he had immediately come to apologize. "Third brother, this is hardly your style. You actually apologize." Fifth prince, Chu Tianqi mocked. Before, the third prince was arrogantly insufferable. Turns out he was just a paper tiger. Faced with a powerhouse at the 8th layer of core formation, he was scared out of his wits. "Fifth brother, don't make fun of me. Before Master Luo, I am nothing." Third prince, Chu Xuanzhen, said bitterly. "Master Luo, since he has offered these to you, just take them." Fifth prince, Chu Tianqi, looked at Luo Changxing. There was no need to be courteous to Chu Xuanzhen. "All right." Luo Changxing nodded and directly stored everything into his storage pouch. He would not refuse gifts delivered to his doorstep. Of course, if the third prince continued to seek death, he would show no mercy and kill him without hesitation. Seeing Luo Changxing accept his offerings, Chu Xuanzhen breathed a sigh of relief. He then said, "Master Luo, I do have some influence in the imperial capital. If you ever need my services, feel free to command me." "Fine," Luo Changxing nodded. He could also see that in terms of influence, third prince Chu Xuanzhen likely held more sway in the capital than the fifth prince. Perhaps this man might indeed prove useful in the future. Seeing that Chu Tianqi remained silent, the third prince worried that he might be misunderstood. He directly stated, "Fifth brother, rest assured, I won't steal your people. And I won't contend for the crown prince position. You're giving up the crown prince, just like that." Fifth prince Chu Tianqi's eyes widened in shock. Chu Xuanzhen had always been an ambitious man, yet now he was simply abandoning the struggle for the crown prince. "Now that you have Master Luo backing you, what ability do I have to compete for the crown prince?" Chu Xuanzhen offered a bitter smile. Then he warned, "Fifth brother, don't be too pleased. Second brother has amassed considerable military achievements and will return in a few days. Father will hold a celebration for him, and it's very likely he'll directly appoint second brother as crown prince. Besides second brother, there's also the eldest prince, who enjoys the support of many factions. The Grand Commander of the Demon Suppression Bureau has openly declared his allegiance to the eldest prince. Although Master Luo is formidable, your path to becoming crown prince remains uncertain. I've given up on the crown prince position. You all can fight over it. If you ever need my help, fifth brother, just say the word." Chu Tianqi could hardly believe it. The third prince had not only given up the crown prince, but also taken his side. "Thank you very much," Chu Tianqi said gratefully. He currently had very little support, relying solely on the powerhouse Luo Changxing. If it came to a bloody conflict, he would inevitably suffer greatly. Now with the third prince's alignment, it would help him considerably. "No need to thank me. As long as Master Luo doesn't hold my past transgressions against me," Chu Xuanzhen said ruefully. Seeing that there was nothing else for him, he took his leave. Before departing, he again addressed Luo Changxing. "Master Luo, if you have any tasks, just command me directly." In Chu Xuanzhen's view, Luo Changxing was so young and already at the 8th layer of core formation. There was no doubt he would reach the golden core stage within his lifetime. The Golden Core stage. In the hundreds of kingdoms of Yunzhou, how many Golden Core powerhouses were there? He even began to feel that having the fifth prince become emperor might not be a bad thing. Perhaps he could lead the Xiang kingdom to become the most formidable among the 100 kingdoms. Brother Luo, the Huafeng city mayor you killed, was one of second brother's men. You'll need to be careful, fifth prince, Chu Tianqi reminded. Be careful. Luo Changxing's face showed a strange expression. Now at the 8th layer of core formation, he would likely break through to the 9th layer in a couple of days. In this imperial capital, anyone who didn't want to die could come at him. The strongest in the royal family was only at the 9th layer of core formation. Even if that person made a move, he had nothing to fear. Over the next few days, Luo Changxing resided in the 5th prince's mansion. The days were rare in their tranquility. News from Tongzhou Prefecture City indicated steady development. On the 6th day, it was rumored that second prince Chu Wuya would return to the capital. All officials went to the city gates to welcome him. The next day, the emperor planned a grand victory banquet, which all civil and military officials were required to attend. In the 5th prince's main hall, Luo Changxing and 5th prince Chu Tianqi were drinking tea. 5th prince Chu Tianqi sighed. Brother Luo, tomorrow father will hold a grand celebration. There's a high chance he will appoint the crown prince. I wonder if it would be convenient for you to accompany me. If the crown prince is indeed appointed, it's likely that other princes will disagree and a bloody conflict may break out. With my cultivation level, I can barely protect myself in a fight. Even my personal guards can't shield me. A trace of worry flickered across the 5th prince's face. Seeing Luo Changxing silent, he said, of course, if Brother Luo finds it inconvenient or is worried about the second prince or the royal family's powerhouses, then forget it. I'll be careful on my own tomorrow. He knew what Luo Changxing was concerned about. It was definitely the second prince and the royal family's powerhouses. In the end, the worry was about the royal family's powerhouses. Once a conflict arose with the second prince, the royal family's powerhouses would undoubtedly side with second prince Chu Wuya. Luo Changxing laughed heartily. No problem, I'll accompany you tomorrow. I've never been inside the imperial palace before. The 5th prince had helped him considerably, even risking the wrath of the royal family's powerhouses to rescue him from the heavenly prison. For this alone, Luo Changxing was willing to help the 5th prince seize the crown prince position. Not just the crown prince. Even if he wanted to become emperor, that would be possible. After all, Luo Changxing had now reached the 1st layer of Golden Core. If the royal family's powerhouses didn't comply, he would simply slap them dead. Hearing this, the 5th prince was deeply moved. He clasped his fists and said, "Thank you, Brother Luo." Even though the imperial palace was fraught with danger, Luo Changxing was still willing to accompany him. Such kindness he would never forget in this lifetime. The next day, Luo Changxing accompanied the 5th prince to the imperial palace. The celebratory banquet for the second prince was held within the imperial dining hall. The imperial dining hall was immense, capable of accommodating thousands. This time the 5th prince brought only Luo Changxing, leaving Yan Zhen behind. Upon entering, they saw many officials already present. Some greeted the 5th prince as Your Highness, while others did not even acknowledge his presence. Though the 5th prince was a royal heir, once the crown prince was appointed, the other princes would wield less power than some of these officials. Brother Luo, I am going to pay my respects to His Majesty. Would you like to accompany me? Asked the 5th prince, Chu Tianqi. Very well, I shall go with you, Luo Changxing replied. The 5th prince nodded and strode toward a man in a golden robe. That man was none other than the emperor of the Purple Sun Kingdom, Chu Yaoyang. Your son pays homage to your majesty. The 5th prince bowed respectfully. Oh, it's the 5th. Rise, the emperor said with a dismissive wave. Thank you, father. The 5th prince expressed his gratitude. The emperor's gaze then fell upon Luo Changxing, who had not knelt in obeisance. A flicker of displeasure crossed his brow. Seeing this, the 5th prince quickly explained, Father, Brother Luo is a rough man unacquainted with courtly etiquette. Please do not take offense. Let it pass this time. But you must teach him that before royalty one must kneel and homage, the emperor said, waving his hand. Yes, father. Relieved that the emperor was not angered, the 5th prince immediately pulled Luo Changxing away. Once at a distance, the 5th prince said apologetically, Brother Luo, my father is like this. Please do not take it to heart. As long as he does not provoke me, I will not mind, Luo Changxing replied with a faint smile. Fortunately, the emperor had not commanded him to kneel, or the throne might have changed hands. Hearing this, the 5th prince could only manage a wry smile. Indeed, Luo Changxing remained as prideful as ever. He wondered now whether bringing Luo Changxing into the palace was a wise decision. Given Luo Changxing's character, he would never suffer a loss. Well, he would cross that bridge when he came to it. If a fight broke out, at least Luo Changxing could protect him. Come, let us find a seat and sample the delicacies. For this celebration, my father has spared no expense, bringing out rare spiritual fruits and exquisite dishes. The 5th prince led Luo Changxing to a corner where they sat down. Without much ceremony, they began to feast heartily on the sumptuous spread. Their table mates frowned, but dared not speak out due to the 5th prince's status. Just then a man in armor strode into the imperial dining hall. His eyes swept the hall as if searching for someone. His unusual behavior immediately drew attention. Isn't that Commander Zhou Feixiang of the Demon Suppression Bureau? What is he doing? Looking for someone. He looks furious, as if someone has offended him. Surely not. Who would dare provoke him? He is a terrifying powerhouse at the 7th layer of core formation. There are always some reckless fools. Who knows? The crowd murmured. Commander Zhou seemed to have spotted his target and strode toward him. He stopped before the 5th prince and Luo Changsheng. Staring coldly at Luo Changsheng, he demanded, "Boy, are you the one who killed several of my demon suppression guards?" The crowd gasped in shock. No wonder Zhou Feixiang was furious. Someone had killed his men. Madness. To kill a demon suppression guard. All eyes turned to Luo Changsheng, wondering what made him so bold as to offend the Demon Suppression Bureau. They expected Luo Changsheng to deny it. Who would admit to such a crime? Commander Zhou might lose his temper and kill him right there in the Imperial Dining Hall. Luo Changsheng merely lifted his head, glanced at Zhou Feixiang, and said they were blind. "I killed them for you. You need not thank me." Gasps of disbelief filled the air. Luo Changsheng had openly admitted to killing the demon suppression guards, and with such arrogance, telling the commander not to thank him. At that moment, Zhou Feixiang surely wanted to tear him apart. The crowd shook their heads, bewildered by Luo Changsheng's audacity. As expected, Zhou Feixiang's face darkened to an extreme. Luo Changsheng had killed his men and still dared to be so insolent. He was about to strike when the 5th prince intervened. "Commander Zhou, this is the celebratory banquet His Majesty has prepared for the 2nd prince. Do you intend to cause a scene?" Zhou Feixiang paused, momentarily intimidated by the 5th prince's words. But soon he sneered, "The 5th prince worries too much. Crushing this ant is like crushing a mosquito. It will not affect the 2nd prince's banquet." With that, he stepped toward Luo Changsheng, reaching out to grab his shoulder, intending to pin him down and then kill him. The onlookers quickly retreated, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. But before Zhou Feixiang's hand could land on Luo Changsheng's shoulder, Luo Changsheng yanked violently. With a loud crash, Zhou Feixiang was pulled off balance, toppling over and overturning the entire table. The commander landed face first in a most undignified manner. The crowd stared in disbelief at Luo Changsheng. No one had expected Luo Changsheng to make the commander suffer such a humiliation. Impressive. Zhou Feixiang's face turned ashen. This was the ultimate disgrace. The esteemed commander of the Demon Suppression Bureau had been thrown to the ground like a dog. He rose, his eyes icy cold as he fixed his gaze on Luo Changsheng. The commotion drew many eyes. A young man in a purple robe approached. "Your Highness, the 1st prince." The officials greeted respectfully. The purple-robed youth was the 1st prince, Chu Zijin. "What is going on?" he asked, frowning. An official quickly recounted the incident. After listening, the 1st prince glared at the 5th prince. "5th brother, your man is quite unruly, causing trouble at 2nd brother's celebration." "Brother, it was not my man who started it." Commander Zhou made the first move. The 5th prince retorted without backing down. In the past, he would not have dared to speak so boldly to the 1st prince. He had always avoided offending him. But now that the 1st prince had insulted Luo Changsheng, he could not tolerate it. The 1st prince could criticize him, but never brother Luo. "What? Have you learned to talk back now?" The 1st prince narrowed his eyes coldly. He sensed that the 5th prince seemed different, no longer the weakling he used to be. "This is not talking back, it is the truth," the 5th prince snorted. "Enough. I care not for truth or falsehood." He attacked Commander Zhou, and that is wrong. Commander Zhou defends our kingdom. How can he be bullied by such a brat? The 1st prince raised a hand to silence the 5th prince. He turned to Luo Changsheng. "I will not make things difficult. Kneel and apologize to Commander Zhou, then cut off one arm. This matter ends here. How about that? Commander Zhou, do you have any objections?" he asked Zhou Feixiang. "I follow the 1st prince's decision." "No objections," the commander replied. For now, he would let Luo Changsheng cut off his own arm. Once outside the palace, he would finish him off properly. Commander Zhou agrees. "What about you?" the 1st prince asked Luo Changsheng. Luo Changsheng couldn't help but laugh. "Kneel and apologize to Commander Zhou, then cut off your own arm." The 1st prince really knows how to arrange things. "What are you laughing at? Do you have a problem?" the 1st prince Chu Zijin said coldly. "Then let me tell you, even if you do, you have to endure it. This is the Imperial Palace, and I am the one in charge here." "Chu Zijin, you've gone too far," the 5th prince exclaimed angrily. "Shut up. You have no right to speak here." The 1st prince Chu Zijin glared at the 5th prince. Then turning his gaze to Luo Changsheng, he said, "What do you think? Will you kneel and apologize on your own, or do you need someone to make you? If someone else has to step in, it won't be so simple." Luo Changsheng shook his head and said, "Since you all are so eager to die, don't blame me." "Seeking death." The 1st prince nearly burst out laughing. Luo Changsheng actually said he was seeking death. Was this kid crazy? Didn't he see where he was? This was the Imperial Palace. The surrounding officials also burst into laughter, unable to fathom what Luo Changsheng was thinking. At this moment, Luo Changsheng couldn't be bothered with nonsense. Swish. With a single step, he appeared directly before the 1st prince Chu Zijin. "What are you doing?" Seeing Luo Changsheng suddenly appear before him, the 1st prince Chu Zijin was greatly alarmed. How could Luo Changsheng be so fast? He didn't even know how Luo Changsheng had appeared before him. "Slap you." Luo Changsheng sneered and lashed out with a fierce slap. Bang. With that slap, the first Prince Chu Zijin spun a dozen times in the air and flew straight out of the imperial dining hall. Smack! He crashed heavily at the entrance of the hall. Everyone was stunned. They stared at Luo Changsheng in disbelief. Was he out of his mind? He actually dared to strike the first prince in the imperial dining hall of the palace. Damn it! How dare you lay a hand on the first prince? Commander Zhou Feixiang of the Demon Suppression Bureau flew into a rage. He had been somewhat hesitant earlier, fearing that killing Luo Changsheng in the imperial dining hall would cause a bad impression. But since Luo Changsheng was so audacious as to strike the first prince in the imperial dining hall, no one would criticize him for killing Luo Changsheng now. So saying, Zhou Feixiang produced a spirit blade and slashed directly at Luo Changsheng. The spirit blade erupted with a dazzling blade aura shooting straight toward Luo Changsheng. Watching the incoming blade aura, Luo Changsheng remained calm and sneered. With a flick of his finger, a stream of yuan force shot out from his finger. Bang! The blade aura shattered instantly, and then the spirit blade itself cracked and broke apart. This sight left everyone utterly stunned. Zhou Feixiang, as the Grand Commander of the Demon Suppression Bureau, had already reached the 7th layer of core formation. Yet before Luo Changsheng, he was so easily crushed. How could this be? Zhou Feixiang's expression drastically changed. Staring at the broken spirit blade in his hand, he stood frozen. Was Luo Changsheng this terrifying? With his core formation 7th layer cultivation, his full-powered strike was so feeble. Luo Changsheng wasted no words after shattering Zhou Feixiang's attack with a stream of yuan force. He turned his palm into a blade. Swish! In an instant, a long blade formed of yuan force flew out. No! Zhou Feixiang cried out in terror. Only then did he realize that Luo Changsheng's strength far surpassed his own. But just as he cried out, the blade sliced him in two. A collective gasp swept through the entire imperial dining hall. Where did the 5th prince find this person? Was his cultivation really this powerful? Commander Zhou, a strong expert at the 7th layer of core formation, was slain by Luo Changsheng just like that. But soon the crowd shook their heads and sneered. This was the imperial dining hall, and today was the 2nd prince's victory banquet. How dare Luo Changsheng kill someone on this day, and of all people the commander of the Demon Suppression Bureau? He surely would not leave the palace alive today. On the other side of the imperial dining hall, the emperor was chatting with a smile to the 2nd prince Chu Wuyan. Looking at the 2nd prince before him, the emperor was very pleased. The 2nd prince, only 27 or 28 years old, had already reached the 4th layer of core formation and had achieved remarkable military exploits. He decided to announce today that the 2nd prince would be made the crown prince. However, at that moment an official rushed over and said, "Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. Someone is causing trouble in the imperial dining hall and has killed Commander Zhou Feixiang of the Demon Suppression Bureau." What? Hearing this, Emperor Chu Yaoyang flew into a rage. Who dares to kill in the imperial dining hall? Emperor Chu Yaoyang demanded coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. To kill in the imperial dining hall was to show no regard for the emperor himself. How could such a person be spared? It's someone from the 5th prince's party. The official said. The 5th prince's man. Emperor Chu Yaoyang's eyes turned cold. In his mind, a figure immediately came to mind, Luo Changsheng. The first time he saw Luo Changsheng, he had a very poor impression of him. The man didn't even know to kneel. Now he had gone beyond all bounds, daring to kill in the imperial dining hall. The emperor slammed the table and strode directly toward Luo Changsheng. The 2nd prince, listening quietly, couldn't help but reveal a cold smile. Zhou Feixiang of the Demon Suppression Bureau was killed. That was perfect. Once the 1st prince lost Commander Zhou's help, he would have no qualification to contend for the crown prince. And the 5th prince's men dared to kill in the imperial dining hall. This had touched the emperor's reverse scale, so the 5th prince also had no qualification to compete for the crown prince. Thus his position as crown prince was secure. The 2nd prince, Chu Wuyan, without showing any emotion, followed behind the emperor. As soon as the officials saw the emperor approaching, they quickly made way. Then, pointing at Luo Changsheng, he said, "Your Majesty, it is this man who audaciously killed the commander of the Demon Suppression Bureau in the imperial dining hall. And just now he slapped the 1st prince, flying, severely injuring him." Emperor Chu Yaoyang listened, his expression growing darker. Luo Changsheng was too audacious. The 5th prince saw his father, the emperor, approaching, and his face changed. He immediately explained, "Father, it was Commander Zhou Feixiang who started all this." Emperor Chu Yaoyang gave the 5th prince, Chu Tianqi, a disappointed look, and said, "Guards, throw the 5th prince into the imperial prison at once." Upon hearing this, the 5th prince, Chu Tianqi's face drastically changed. Thump! It was over. Being thrown into the imperial prison meant he would be ruined for life, let alone competing for the crown prince. Immediately, several guards at the 3rd layer of core formation stepped forward to seize the 5th prince. But before they could reach the 5th prince, Luo Changsheng struck out with a blade of yuan force. The arms of those core formation guards were severed by the blade. Oh! Several palace guards screamed in agony. Before they could even react, they saw a flash of light, and then their arms were cut off. Each of the palace guards was filled with terror. How could this man be so powerful? The entire assembly of officials was stunned. Luo Changxing truly defied all laws and heavens. Even with the emperor present, he still dared to act. Emperor Chu Yaoyang narrowed his eyes and coldly stared at Luo Changxing, saying, "Do you think you're invincible?" Indeed. To everyone's surprise, Luo Changxing admitted it directly. This made Emperor Chu Yaoyang laugh in spite of his anger. In all their lives they had seen many arrogant men, but never one as arrogant as Luo Changxing. An ignorant cur who doesn't know his place. "If I don't strike, you'll think no one in the palace can match you," Emperor Chu Yaoyang said coldly. Hearing this, Luo Changxing's eyes turned icy. Before Chu Yaoyang could make a move, whoosh, Luo Changxing took a step forward and appeared before the emperor. He swung his hand fiercely at Emperor Chu Yaoyang's mouth. Slap. With that single slap, all of Chu Yaoyang's teeth fell out and blood streamed from his mouth. "Ah, you're courting death." Emperor Chu Yaoyang was furious. He, the emperor of a nation, had been publicly assaulted, and even his teeth were shattered. This was absolutely the greatest humiliation. "Kill him. Kill this cur who dares to lay hands on me." All the officials were dumbfounded. Someone had actually attacked the emperor in the imperial dining hall, and had even slapped him until his mouth was full of blood. It could be said that Luo Changxing was the most arrogant person they had ever seen. At the emperor's roar, the military officers rushed forward one after another. But then they recalled that Zhou Feixiang, the commander of the Demon Suppression Bureau, had been killed by Luo Changxing. Charging in now would be suicide. So after taking just a few steps, they all retreated. "Useless. You're all useless. If you can't even kill a single rogue like him, what right do you have to be military officers, eh?" Seeing that no one dared to kill Luo Changxing, Emperor Chu Yaoyang was even more enraged and cursed loudly. The second prince initially wanted to step forward and show his worth, but remembering how terrifying Luo Changxing was, he ultimately held back. Luo Changxing listened as the emperor kept calling him a cur and a rogue. His eyes grew colder and colder. Whoosh! With a sweep of his hand, a long blade of yuan force sliced cleanly through the emperor's legs. Oh! Instantly the entire imperial dining hall echoed with Emperor Chu Yaoyang's agonized screams. A sharp intake of breath. No one could believe it. Luo Changxing was utterly lawless, openly challenging the entire imperial family. "How dare you? You wretched brat, how dare you run rampant in my palace?" Just then a furious roar erupted from the depths of the palace. Everyone immediately understood that the incident in the imperial dining hall had alarmed the palace's hidden experts. The Ziyang kingdom had stood for 1,000 years not because of the imperial family or the officials, but because of the supreme experts in the palace's depths. Each of them possessed the cultivation of the 8th or even 9th layer of the golden core stage. They rarely stirred, only when a major event occurred. And once they did, rivers of blood would flow. At the same time, a spiritual sword flew out from the palace's depths. Whoosh! The sword radiated an icy aura, moving at incredible speed, instantly crossing the distance from the palace's depths to the imperial dining hall. Whoosh! It stabbed fiercely toward Luo Changxing. Everyone was terrified and scrambled aside to avoid being hit. Watching the incoming spiritual sword, Luo Changxing sneered. This sword had been refined so it could be controlled by divine sense to kill enemies dozens of miles away. To Luo Changxing, it was child's play. Luo Changxing caught the spiritual sword with his bare hand. This scene stunned everyone in the imperial dining hall. What? This is the spiritual sword of a palace expert, and he caught it like that. Those palace experts are at least at the 8th or 9th layer of the golden core stage. Any single strike from them is terrifying. How could he block it? All the officials were shocked and incredulous. The second prince narrowed his eyes, his heart also filled with awe. The palace experts were all at the 8th or even 9th layer of the golden core stage. Any casual strike from them was dreadfully powerful, not something an ordinary golden core martial artist could withstand. Yet Luo Changxing had caught it barehanded, showing just how profound his cultivation was. For a moment, fear also filled his heart. The third prince, watching from afar, drew in a sharp breath. He knew that Luo Changxing was at the 8th layer of the golden core stage, so he had immediately apologized to him. But now the strength Luo Changxing displayed far exceeded the 8th layer. It was at least on par with the 9th layer. He couldn't help silently rejoicing that he hadn't continued to provoke Luo Changxing. Otherwise he would have died long ago. As for the position of crown prince, he no longer had any desire for it. Even witnessing Emperor Chu Yaoyang's legs being severed, he felt little emotion. If they became crown prince, fine. If not, their lives were meaningless in the emperor's eyes. Thus, even though he was a prince, his bond with the emperor was not deep. The fifth prince was also stunned for a moment, then a flicker of joy appeared on his face. If Luo Changxing hadn't possessed such strength, both he and Luo Changxing would have died today. Therefore, whether it was the emperor's legs being severed or the crown prince being sent flying, he felt nothing inside. After catching the spiritual sword, Luo Changxing sneered. "Since you like playing with swords so much, I'll return it to you." Everyone was puzzled by his words. Luo Changxing wiped away the divine sense on the sword, then hurled it with all his might. Whoosh! The spiritual sword flew back toward the palace's depths at an even greater speed. Deep within the palace, a dozen or so palace experts sat cross-legged. When Luo Changsheng erased the divine sense on the sword, one old man's face changed drastically. Not good. This person's cultivation is above mine. As soon as he said this, the other experts were greatly alarmed. The old man was named Chu Zhenxuan. He had lived for 800 years and was a terrifying expert at the 9th layer of the Golden Core stage. If the person causing chaos in the palace was even stronger than Chu Zhenxuan, then he must be at the nascent soul stage. In an instant, the dozen people in the secret chamber were filled with horror and fear. If that person was truly at the nascent soul stage, then even all of them combined would be no match for him. Chu Zhenxuan had just finished speaking when he sensed a spiritual sword hurtling toward their secret chamber at terrifying speed. He was immediately alarmed and shouted, "Get out quick!" But before his words had even finished, a spiritual sword slammed into the secret chamber. Boom! The entire chamber exploded. A few of the 9th layer Golden Core experts were fast enough to escape. The remaining 8th layer experts were shattered by the sword's terrifying force, their bodies mangled, their survival uncertain. A sharp intake of breath. Chu Zhenxuan and the other 9th layer experts exchanged glances, all drawing in a cold breath. A single sword strike from such a distance carried such terrifying power. If they faced him directly, killing them would be like crushing ants. Without a doubt, this person was a nascent soul expert. How did Chu Yaoyang become emperor, provoking a senior nascent soul master? Chu Zhenxuan and the others, fury written on their faces, flew toward the imperial dining hall. At the Yushan Hall, the crowd watched as Luo Changsheng hurled a sword, initially bewildered by his intent. Then a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the palace. Next they beheld the royal experts soaring into the sky. They were instantly stunned. Was Luo Changsheng truly so terrifying? The mere casting of a sword had forced the royal experts to take flight. Evidently the power of that sword strike was fearsome. Swish, swish, swish. Then they witnessed the royal experts flying from afar. Chu Zhenxuan. When the officials of the Yushan Hall recognized the figure at the forefront, their eyes bulged. It had been centuries since Chu Zhenxuan reigned as emperor. They never expected he still lived. His current cultivation was likely just a step away from the Golden Core realm. If he truly reached that stage, living 1,000 years would be no issue. By then the Ziyang kingdom could continue to prosper for centuries, perhaps even stronger than now. Emperor Chu Yaoyang and second prince Chu Wuya saw the ancestor appear and instantly revealed joy. "Ancestor, you finally appeared. If you didn't, the palace might have been torn down." The emperor, his legs broken, lay prostrate on the ground weeping. The 3 core formation 9th layer experts led by Chu Zhenxuan landed in the Yushan Hall. Just as everyone assumed, the royal experts would attack and kill Luo Changsheng. Chu Zhenxuan strode toward Emperor Chu Yaoyang. "Blind fool," he said coldly. Slap. Then with a single slap, he sent Emperor Chu Yaoyang flying. The emperor tumbled dozens of times across the hall, finally crashing heavily at the entrance. Gasp. All the officials were dumbfounded. They couldn't understand why the royal expert had gone mad, arriving at the Yushan Hall only to discipline the emperor. Could it be that he deemed the emperor too incompetent to handle even a single martial artist? What is the ancestor doing? The second prince was also bewildered. Why did ancestor Chu Zhenxuan come and immediately rebuke the imperial father? The 5th prince and 3rd prince were equally stunned. Why did the royal expert arrive and punish the imperial father? After slapping Chu Yaoyang away, Chu Zhenxuan along with the other 2 royal experts walked toward Luo Changsheng. Then bowing, they called out, "Greetings, Golden Core true person." Gasp. As these words were spoken, everyone in the Yushan Hall drew in a sharp breath. The man brought by the 5th prince was a Golden Core expert. One by one they stared at Luo Changsheng in shock, their faces filled with astonishment. A Golden Core expert. To them it was too distant. The Ziyang kingdom had not seen a Golden Core expert in countless years. At this moment they suddenly understood. No wonder the royal expert had disciplined the emperor upon arrival. Luo Changsheng was a Golden Core expert. The emperor's offense against a Golden Core expert explained the royal expert's fury. It was merciful that he hadn't slain the emperor outright. After all, provoking a Golden Core expert meant an entire kingdom could be annihilated at will. What? He's a Golden Core expert. Chu Yaoyang's heart was still filled with indignation. Someone had caused a ruckus in the palace, yet the ancestor didn't strike him down, but instead punished him. So Luo Changsheng was actually a Golden Core expert. Old 5th actually knew a Golden Core expert. Why didn't you tell me earlier? If I had known, I would have passed the throne to you. Chu Yaoyang shook his head, his face bitter. Now he had offended a Golden Core expert, and even had his legs severed. And he knew he was utterly finished. Even the ancestor couldn't save him. In fact, to appease Luo Changsheng, the ancestor might even kill him. Second Prince Chu Wuya was stunned upon hearing this, terror dawning on his face. This man is actually a Golden Core expert. He shook his head, knowing that the position of Crown Prince or Emperor was now beyond his reach. Since Old 5th had secured a Golden Core expert who became Emperor, was merely a word from that expert. 5th Prince Chu Tianchi was also dumbfounded. Luo Changsheng was a Golden Core expert. He couldn't believe it either. When he first met Luo Changsheng, Yanzhan had said Luo Changsheng might be at the 5th layer of Golden Core. But now Luo Changsheng possessed a Golden Core. Was it because he had been concealing his cultivation, or was his advancement speed phenomenally fast? He didn't know, but regardless of the reason, it was a surprise upon surprise for him. Because Luo Changsheng was his close friend. Third Prince Chu Xuanjun nearly wet himself upon hearing this. Luo Changsheng is a Golden Core realm expert, he muttered dazedly. At this moment he was extremely grateful that he had made a wise choice and not continued to oppose Luo Changsheng. Otherwise no one could save him. Luo Changsheng gazed at Chu Zhenxuan and the other two for a while, making their scalps tingle. As if an eternity had passed, Luo Changsheng said calmly, "You were wise not to attack further. If you had, you would be corpses by now." Upon hearing this, the three-core formation 9th layer experts, Chu Zhenxuan included, broke out in cold sweat. Indeed, Luo Changsheng was a Golden Core expert, otherwise he wouldn't have spoken so arrogantly. They had only guessed before, but now they were 100% certain that Luo Changsheng was a Golden Core realm expert. They were furious inside. The Ziyang Kingdom's army and spies were all useless. A Golden Core expert had arrived without their knowledge. "Senior, that blind dog emperor offended you. Tell us how you wish to deal with him, and we will obey," Chu Zhenxuan said with a bow. Hearing this, the emperor trembled all over, looking at the 5th prince and crying out, "Old 5th, for the sake of me being your father, can you ask the Golden Core senior to spare me? I was wrong, I truly was wrong." The 5th prince turned his head away, not looking at the emperor. The decision rested entirely with Luo Changsheng. He would not interfere. If Luo Changsheng's cultivation were not strong, if he were not a Golden Core expert, he and Luo Changsheng would likely have met a grim fate today. Seeing that the 5th prince said nothing, Luo Changsheng nodded slightly. If the 5th prince had actually pleaded for the emperor's life, then the throne would not be his. After all, the emperor had just tried to kill him. If the 5th prince could still ask for leniency, it would mean he considered the emperor family and Luo Changsheng an outsider. Luo Changsheng waved his hand and said, "Just kill both him and the eldest prince." He had no mercy for those who sought his life. Yes, Chu Zhenxuan nodded. Killing them would at least preserve the Chu kingdom. They could only blame themselves for being blind and provoking a Golden Core expert. No. Emperor Chu Yaoyang's face filled with terror as he cried out. Regret. He was consumed by remorse at that very moment. How could Luo Changsheng be at the Golden Core realm? If he had known of the Golden Core realm, he would never have provoked Luo Changsheng under any circumstances. However, his only response was a single sword strike from the royal powerhouse, Chu Zhenxuan. Blood sprayed as Chu Yaoyang fell to the ground, his expression twisted in resentment and unwillingness. The crown prince met the same fate, slain in a single strike by Chu Zhenxuan. All the officials watched in silence, none daring to utter a single word. With a Golden Core powerhouse present, anyone who opened their mouth was courting death. After personally slaying his own 2 juniors, Chu Zhenxuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. 2 short-sighted fools had died, yet the entire royal family was saved. Moreover, this Golden Core powerhouse clearly had a good relationship with Chu Tianqi. If Chu Tianqi were to become emperor, it would also allow the Ziyang kingdom to grow stronger day by day. At this thought, his heart grew considerably lighter. He immediately walked toward Luo Changsheng and said, "Senior, as per your request, I have already slain the 2 of them. May I ask if there is anything else you require?" "I have no demands. This was all of their own doing. As long as you do not provoke me, nothing will happen. Should you provoke me or those close to me, do not blame me for my merciless retribution," Luo Changsheng said coldly. With that said, he disregarded everyone's attention and took a seat at a table, savoring the food. The officials could only offer bitter smiles. At this moment, it seemed only Luo Changsheng had the appetite to eat. Having witnessed the emperor and the crown prince killed, they were all trembling with fear. How could they possibly have the heart to eat? Upon hearing Luo Changsheng say this, Chu Zhenxuan also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they did not provoke Luo Changsheng, everything would be fine. He scanned all those present in the imperial dining hall and said, "Henceforth the 5th prince, Chu Tianqi, shall serve as the new emperor." Upon hearing these words, none of the officials dared to utter a single word of dissent. With a Golden Core powerhouse like Luo Changsheng being close friends with the 5th prince, who would risk their life to object at such a critical moment? The 2nd prince, 3rd prince, and others remained silent, too afraid to speak. Clearly at this crucial juncture, no one dared to voice any objections. After all, the Golden Core powerhouse Luo Changsheng was watching right there. After saying this, he turned to Chu Tianqi and said, "Choose your own date and ascend the throne directly." "Yes, grandfather." The 5th prince bowed to Chu Zhenxuan in gratitude. Seeing this, Chu Zhenxuan waved his hand dismissively and said, "There is no need to thank me. Whenever this Golden Core senior has any instructions, you should follow them." "Very well, we will not interfere with other matters." Having spoken, he and the other 2 martial artists at the 9th layer of the foundation establishment stage flew directly toward the heart of the imperial palace. With several powerful figures from the royal family now deceased, it was only natural that he would need to handle the aftermath. He could only hope that under Chu Tianqi's leadership, the Ziyang kingdom would grow increasingly prosperous. After the royal powerhouses departed, the assembled officials shouted toward Chu Tianqi, "We pay our respects, your majesty." Even the second prince, Chu Wuya, and third prince, Chu Xuanjun, joined in the chorus at this moment. They had no choice but to accept this reality, that Chu Tianqi, the least conspicuous of the princes, had now become the reigning emperor. To claim he felt no envy would be a lie. Yet who could blame him when Chu Tianqi had befriended a golden core powerhouse like Luo Chongqing? Inside, the fifth prince's emotions churned violently. He could scarcely believe he had risen to become the emperor himself. Turning his gaze toward Luo Chongqing at his side, his heart swelled with gratitude. He understood that everything he had now owed to Luo Chongqing. Without him, his fate might have been death or worse, let alone the throne. From now on, he would spare no effort to fulfill any request Luo Chongqing made. Rise, my ministers. The fifth prince, Chu Tianqi, swept his hand in a grand gesture toward the assembled officials. Once everyone had risen, he spoke again. I have decided to hold the coronation ceremony 3 days from now. Congratulations, your majesty. All the officials bowed once more in unison. Very well, today's celebration banquet is concluded, Chu Tianqi said with a wave of his hand. The officials withdrew in droves, all stunned by how dramatically the banquet had unfolded. Many of them had previously aligned themselves with the second prince, the crown prince, or even the sixth and seventh princes. Yet they understood that from this day forward, no factionalism among the princes would matter. They would answer only to Chu Tianqi. Whether the second prince or sixth prince, no one could match the power of a golden core master. So after departing, they made no move to consult with those princes about their next steps. There was nothing to deliberate. Any prince's influence amounted to nothing before a golden core powerhouse. And back at their estates, these princes had utterly abandoned any notion of claiming the throne. Luo Chongqing, that golden core master, loomed over them like an insurmountable mountain, crushing any lingering ambitions. Luo Chongqing and the fifth prince made their way together toward the fifth prince's residence. Though he had not yet ascended to the throne, he had no desire to take up residence in the palace just yet. Upon returning to the estate, the fifth prince bowed deeply to Luo Chongqing and said, Brother Luo, I am grateful to you for today. Witnessing this, Yin Zhen was visibly shaken. Your Highness, if anyone sought to harm you today, it is all my fault for failing to protect you properly. In his estimation, the fifth prince must have faced grave danger today, which explained such profound gratitude toward Luo Chongqing. The fifth prince smiled and said, Yin Zhen, that is all behind us now. Moreover, you will need to adjust your forms of address going forward. You can no longer call me fifth prince. I can no longer call you fifth prince. What do you mean? Yin Zhen was completely bewildered. It was not just him. All those within the estate were equally confused. Could it be that the emperor had stripped the fifth prince of his title and reduced him to a commoner? A wave of sorrow washed over them, for they had served the fifth prince for so long and grown attached to him. They naturally could not bear the thought of seeing the fifth prince demoted to commoner status. Furthermore, if that were to happen, they as members of his household would be dismissed and forced to return to their own homes. While serving the fifth prince, they enjoyed a certain measure of prestige and respect. But without him, they would likely amount to nothing in the eyes of others. Because in 3 days I shall ascend the throne and become the reigning emperor, the fifth prince said with a smile. What? Fifth prince, you are to ascend the throne in 3 days. Upon hearing this, Yin Zhen's eyes widened in disbelief. Then a look of pure joy spread across his face. Having followed the fifth prince for so long, no one could have been happier than he was. Gazing at Luo Chongqing, he couldn't help but sigh. This was all destiny. If they had not crossed paths with Luo Chongqing back, then how could the fifth prince ever have risen to the imperial throne? Though he was unaware of precisely what had transpired within the palace today, one thing was certain. It was undoubtedly connected to Luo Chongqing. It was only later, when he learned that the fifth prince had slain the emperor and instilled such terror in the royal powerhouses, that he truly comprehended just how formidable Luo Chongqing was. The servants in the estate also stared in utter disbelief. What? The fifth prince is to ascend the throne in 3 days, eh? Wow, is this actually true? This is wonderful. From now on, we'll all rise in status along with him. Indeed, if the fifth prince becomes emperor, we naturally stand to benefit as well. The servants erupted in excitement. Watching the bright smiles on his servants' faces, the fifth prince, Chu Tianqi, also allowed himself a smile. He then dismissed them, informing them that he had important matters to discuss with Luo Chongqing. One by one, the servants quickly exited the main hall. Inside, only Luo Chongqing, the fifth prince, and Yin Zhen remained. The fifth prince turned to Luo Chongqing and asked, Brother Luo, I wish to appoint you as state preceptor of the dynasty. What are your thoughts? State preceptor. It was a position of immense prestige, second only to the emperor himself in rank and authority. This demonstrated just how deeply grateful Chu Tianqi was toward Luo Chongqing. After all, in all these years, the entire Ziyang kingdom had never before had a state preceptor. Yin Zhen listened quietly from the side. He found nothing improper about the fifth prince's proposal. Everything Luo Chongqing had done made him more than worthy of becoming the imperial tutor. However, Luo Chongqing waved his hand and said, No need. I have no interest in such titles. Upon hearing this, the fifth prince sighed inwardly. He had actually guessed that Luo Changsheng would refuse, because from the first moment he saw him, he understood that Luo Changsheng was a proud man with no interest in empty honors. Yan Zhen was astonished, almost incredulous. How many people aspired to be imperial tutor but lacked the qualifications? Yet Luo Changsheng actually refused. When he learned that Luo Changsheng had already reached the Golden Core realm, he fully understood why Luo looked down on such titles. In that case, I won't force you, Brother Luo. The fifth prince, Chu Tianqi, sighed, then said, Brother Luo, if you have any needs, just tell me. Now that I am the most powerful man in Xiang Nation, whatever you ask, I can fulfill it. Huh. Seeing Chu Tianqi speak like this, Luo Changsheng laughed heartily. It seemed he had made the right choice. Chu Tianqi did not put on airs before him just because he had become emperor. To be honest, with his strength, he could make anyone emperor he wished. Luo Changsheng said, I have only two requests now. First, find me a place with relatively rich spiritual energy for me and my men to reside. Second, search for a method to restore my Dantian, Chunmu Luhan, and the other subordinates. All of them had their dantians shattered because of him. Although he had paid Chunmu and the others 3 times their wages, and they said nothing, Luo Changsheng knew they must be deeply distressed inside. Falling from a powerful martial artist to a useless person, who could bear that? Therefore, no matter what, Luo Changsheng would restore their dantians and allow them to resume cultivation. Rest assured, Brother Luo, I will immediately send scouts to gather information. As soon as I have news, I will tell you firsthand. As for the spiritual mountain, I will have people investigate now to see which mountain in Xiang Nation has the richest spiritual energy. Chu Tianqi said, Good, I'll trouble you, fifth prince. Luo Changsheng nodded. After Luo Changsheng left, Chu Tianqi immediately ordered people to search for a method to restore the Dantian and also commanded an investigation to find which spiritual mountain in Xiang Nation was the most abundant. At this moment, Luo Changsheng walked out of the fifth prince's mansion and headed toward Tianlong Tower. Previously, due to insufficient strength and fear of interference from the Imperial clan's experts, he had held back and not attacked Tianlong Tower. Now, having become a Golden Core realm powerhouse and the strongest in Xiang Nation, it was time to destroy Tianlong Tower. At Tianlong Tower at this moment, opposite Xiao Daoxing, sat 2 men in armor. He was also helpless because the Tianlong sacred sect was too far from Xiang Nation. Although the experts of the Tianlong sacred sect said they would come, he had no idea when they would arrive. Helpless, he could only spend a fortune to hire 2 imperial military officers to protect his Tianlong Tower. One was General Shen Fukai, whose cultivation had reached the core formation 7th layer. The other was the guard captain Yang Shufei, who, though not reaching the core formation 7th layer, had reached the peak of the core formation 6th layer. Xiao Daoxing took out 2 storage pouches and said, Generals, each of these pouches contains 3 million spirit stones. During this time, I'm afraid I'll trouble you 2 to protect my Tianlong Tower. Rest assured it won't be long, at most half a month. Shen Fukai and Yang Shufei showed a hint of a smile, then put away the storage pouches. They said, Rest assured, Tower Master Qiao. If anyone dares to cause trouble at Tianlong Tower, we will make sure they never return. Although they did not know who Tianlong Tower wanted them to deal with, if the 2 of them joined forces, there were few in all of Xiang Nation who would dare to act arrogantly before them. Thank you. Xiao Daoxing was about to express his gratitude, but at that moment a voice from outside announced, Tower Master Qiao, it's bad. That person from before has come again. Upon hearing this, with a crack, the cup in Xiao Daoxing's hand shattered as his hand trembled uncontrollably. His expression immediately changed drastically. He entered the hell cell and still didn't die. Xiao Daoxing muttered blankly. What he feared had indeed happened. Even though Luo Changsheng had entered the cell called hell, he had come out unscathed. Fortunately, he had spent a fortune to hire 2 imperial generals, though otherwise today, he would truly have fallen into that fellow's hands. Generals, please follow me out and slay that villain. Xiao Daoxing said to Shen Fukai and the other. Alright, let me see who is so blind. Haha, this general hasn't moved in a long time. My blade can finally taste blood. Shen Fukai and Yang Shufei laughed heartily and stood up. Xiao Daoxing, now full of confidence, walked outside. Soon they arrived at the main hall of Tianlong Tower. At a glance, Xiao Daoxing saw Luo Changsheng sitting there with extreme arrogance. Xiao Daoxing snarled, Kid, you still dare to come to my Tianlong Tower? Today is your death day. Luo Changsheng heard this and sneered. Weren't you scared and fleeing for your life before? How come you're so confident today? It seems you found some helpers. Call them out, let me see which death-seeking fool still dares to help you. Kid, you're too arrogant. You must understand that there are mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. Xiao Daoxing sneered. As he spoke, he turned around to call Shen Fukai and Yang Shufei to act. But to his surprise, as soon as he turned, he saw that the 2 men who had been brimming with killing intent moments ago now seemed to have seen something forbidden. They covered their faces with their hands and were about to slip away through the back door. Shen Fukai, Yang Shufei, you 2 great generals, quickly act and kill this man for me. Xiao Daoxing, seeing their behavior, frowned in confusion, but still called out. Now only by relying on the 2 generals could he have Luo Changsheng killed. Upon hearing this, the elders of Tianlong Tower all showed expressions of astonishment. Pillar leader Qiu had actually invited two generals Shin Fukai and Yang Shufei. In an instant, everyone at Tianlong Tower was filled with excitement. This meant Luo Changsheng was as good as dead. These two were among the top powerhouses of the current dynasty. Killing Luo Changsheng would be as easy as crushing an ant. Shin Fukai and Yang Shufei had nearly scared themselves to death upon realizing it was Luo Changsheng. Xiao Daohong's enemy turned out to be the golden core, true person, Luo Changsheng. Damn it. If they had known Xiao Daohong had provoked Luo Changsheng, they would never have gotten involved. Everything that unfolded in the Imperial Kitchen Hall that morning remained vividly etched in their memories. Kill Zhou Feixiang, the head of the Demon Suppression Bureau. Kill His Majesty the Emperor. Kill the second Crown Prince. Even the royal family's strongest warriors stood in respectful deference before Luo Changsheng. Could Xiao Daohong really be asking them to deal with Luo Changsheng? What the hell? If he wanted to die, he shouldn't drag them into it. Upon recognizing Luo Changsheng, they had already been planning a quiet exit. But when Xiao Daohong called out their names, a bitter smile crossed both their faces. They knew there was no escaping this situation. Reluctantly, they made their way back into the main hall. They approached Luo Changsheng and bowed respectfully, greeting him as Senior Luo. Luo Changsheng studied them for a moment. He recognized their faces from the Imperial Kitchen Hall and recalled they were military officials in the current dynasty. Luo Changsheng narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, "You two wish to help Tianlong Tower against me?" At his words, their faces drained of color, and they frantically waved their hands, saying, "Senior Luo, jokes. How could we possibly aid Tianlong Tower? Even under torture, they would never admit to wanting to help Tianlong Tower. Acknowledging it would mean immediate annihilation at Luo Changsheng's hands." "Then get the hell out of here," Luo Changsheng said coldly. If not for their positions as military officials in the current dynasty, he would have killed them on the spot. "Yes, Senior Luo, we're leaving right now." Instead of anger, the two men exhaled deeply in relief upon hearing this. They bolted straight out of the Tianlong Tower's main hall. Watching from Xiao Daohong's position and the tower's martial artists, they observed Shin Fukai and the other two approaching Luo Changsheng with respectful titles. Seeing how quickly they fled after Luo Changsheng dismissed them left everyone at Tianlong Tower utterly stunned. Even the most naive person could see that Luo Changsheng's strength was no joke. If not for his power, even two great generals like Shin Fukai and Yang Shufei wouldn't show such terror in his presence. Xiao Daohong took a deep breath and faced Luo Changsheng, asking, "Do you truly intend to destroy our Tianlong Tower?" Luo Changsheng sneered at Xiao Daohong. "What? Do you still have hidden cards?" Xiao Daohong threw back his head and laughed. "Haha, if you want to destroy us, then prepare yourself for retaliation from the Tianlong Sacred Sect." The Tianlong Sacred Sect. Luo Changsheng furrowed his brow. He naturally knew what the Tianlong Sacred Sect represented. In the Yunzhou region, hundreds of nations existed, but true power lay with the 10 great sacred sects. These nations paid annual tribute to the sacred sects. Provoking a sacred sect could bring about a kingdom's destruction or dynastic change with ease. What elevated a sect to sacred sect status was not merely golden core experts, but the presence of saint realm powerhouses. Otherwise, no sect would ever dare call itself a sacred sect. Luo Changsheng regarded Xiao Daohong and asked, "Have you finished speaking? If so, I shall send you on your way." Though the Tianlong Sacred Sect was formidable, it could not alter Luo Changsheng's resolve to destroy Tianlong Tower. Had he not returned in time, the people of the Luo mansion would likely have been slaughtered to the last. Even with his timely return, Chun Mu and Lu Han still suffered shattered dantians and became cripples. How could Luo Changsheng ever forgive Tianlong Tower? You don't even fear the Tianlong Sacred Sect." Xiao Daohong widened his eyes in utter disbelief. He had invoked the Tianlong Sacred Sect, yet Luo Changsheng still dared act with such recklessness. "Whether I fear it or not is none of your concern," Luo Changsheng said coldly. His spiritual sword flashed forth. Chi! Before Xiao Daohong could even react, a blade of spiritual energy severed his neck, blood spraying forth. His severed head rolled directly onto the ground. At this point, Luo Changsheng's golden core cultivation made Xiao Daohong a fifth-layer foundation establishment expert, nothing more than an ant in his eyes. What? Lord Xiao has been slain so easily. He was a fifth-layer foundation establishment powerhouse. How could he be so utterly inadequate before Luo Changsheng? This person is too terrifying. Run. Who in the hell provoked such a formidable expert? One by one, the elders of Tianlong Tower saw Xiao Daohong slain so effortlessly by Luo Changsheng, and their souls nearly fled their bodies in terror. In their hearts, they hated Su Jiangyan to the core. If not for Su Jiangyan seeking revenge and provoking Luo Changsheng, they would never have ended up in this dire situation. They desperately scrambled toward the exits. Luo Changsheng's spiritual sword suddenly shot from his hand. Xiao. The strike was exceedingly fast. One flash, and it returned to his grasp. Pung, pung, pung. The elders of Tianlong Tower, still frozen mid-flight in their escape, split cleanly in two and collapsed to the ground. Hiss! This scene drew gasps from those outside. The elders of Tianlong Tower, all at the foundation establishment stage, had been slain in an instant. With a wave of his hand, Luo Changsheng collected one storage bag after another. Then he ascended into the air, just as everyone wondered what Luo Changsheng intended to do. 1. Luo Changsheng struck with a single sword, and a terrifying aura of sword intent reduced Tianlong Tower to a ruin in one fell sweep. Then his voice rang out, "From this day forward Tianlong Tower shall no longer exist in Xiang Kingdom. Within 1 week, if any Tianlong Tower branch is found in Xiang Kingdom, one word, death." These words spread throughout the entire imperial capital. Everyone drew sharp breaths in shock. Just how formidable an existence had Tianlong Tower provoked? A power that had stood for centuries was destroyed in an instant. Shen Fukai and Yang Shufei had not gone far. When they witnessed Tianlong Tower reduced to ruins by Luo Changsheng's sword, cold sweat broke out across their brows. Fortunately, they had departed in time, otherwise they too would have been annihilated like Tianlong Tower. Having destroyed Tianlong Tower, Luo Changsheng transformed into a ray of rainbow light and flew toward Tongzhou Prefecture City. Tianlong Tower was destroyed, and Chu Tianxi would ascend the throne in 3 days. It was not too late to visit then. Imperial capital. Upon learning of Tianlong Tower's destruction, every faction was filled with astonishment. The Tianlong Tower, which had stood for centuries, had provoked someone far too terrifying. It was destroyed with a single word. Every faction immediately began investigating what person Tianlong Tower had angered, knowing they must never provoke such a foe. Otherwise, Tianlong Tower's fate would become their own. Soon one faction learned that the one who destroyed Tianlong Tower was a powerful figure named Luo Changsheng. No one knew the exact extent of his strength. Moreover, this fifth prince's ascension was closely connected to Luo Changsheng. Many marveled at how in such a short span of time so many monumental events had occurred in the Xiang Kingdom's imperial capital. The Luo residence. In the main hall, Chen Feiliang, formerly the Tianlong Tower supervisor of Tongzhou Prefecture, held a transmission talisman in his hand, occasionally making appreciative tisk-tisk sounds. This piqued the intense curiosity of Chunmu, Luhan, Lu Huanlong, and the others in the hall. "Director Chen, what's wrong? Why do you keep making those sounds of amazement? What has happened?" Chunmu asked with a wry smile. They had noticed Chen Feiliang's continuous tisk-tisk sounds, and suspected someone was sending him messages via transmission talisman, so they refrained from disturbing him. Chen Feiliang himself had silenced Chunmu from speaking. Only after receiving and processing all the information from the transmission talisman did he look toward Chunmu and the others. "Chunmu, you are truly fortunate to have encountered such a fine master." "What do you mean by that?" Chunmu and Lu Han were even more curious. Chen Feiliang smiled and said, "Because your master Lord Luo has utterly destroyed Tianlong Tower. This news has spread across the entire imperial capital. I only learned of it from a close friend here in the capital. Tisk Lord Luo is truly extraordinary. A power that had stood for hundreds of years destroyed in an instant." As he spoke, Chen Feiliang sighed with admiration. When Su Jiangyan had come with Tianlong Tower's people and stripped away his cultivation, Chen Feiliang had felt nothing but resentment toward Tianlong Tower. Not a single ounce of affection remained. Thus, hearing of Tianlong Tower's destruction filled him with immense satisfaction. What? Lord Luo has destroyed Tianlong Tower. This was a power that had stood in the imperial capital for 100 years, and it's been destroyed like that. Lord Luo is too incredible. Tisk, no wonder Director Chun kept marveling. All of us would be amazed hearing this. Tianlong Tower thought it was so mighty, acting so arrogant and smug in front of us. Now look at you. Inside the hall, Chunmu, Luhan, Lu Huanlong, and the others were each simultaneously shocked and exhilarated. Especially Chunmu and Luhan. They felt even more moved in their hearts. Tianlong Tower dared to shatter their dantians, and Lord Luo dared to annihilate your entire Tianlong Tower. To follow such a master was truly the fortune of 3 lifetimes. Just then a man in a long robe walked in from outside. The newcomer was none other than the Medicine King Chenin. With a mysterious look at the crowd, he smiled and said, "Do you know what major event happened in the imperial capital?" "I won't tell you first, you guess first." Lu Huanlong rolled his eyes and said, "Is it that the Tianlong Tower was destroyed?" "Damn, how did you know?" Chenin was instantly dumbfounded. He had planned to give Chunmu and the others a pleasant surprise. After all, many people in the Luo residence had had their dantians shattered by the Tianlong Tower, so this news would surely delight them. Little did he expect that the Luo residence people already knew the news faster than him. He suddenly caught sight of Chen Feiliang's communication talisman and let out a bitter laugh. No wonder. Chen Feiliang, as a former supervisor of the Tianlong Tower branch, naturally knew many people in the imperial capital, so it was no surprise he had received the news. "Physician Chen, do you know who destroyed the Tianlong Tower?" Chen Feiliang looked at Chen and with a smile. "Who? Could it be Brother Luo?" Chen frowned. He had speculated that it might be Luo Changsheng, but he vaguely felt it impossible given the overwhelming strength of the Tianlong Tower. Although Luo Changsheng was formidable, he couldn't have grown so powerful so quickly. Correct, it was Luo Changsheng who destroyed it. A friend working at the Tianlong Tower informed me of this. Brother Luo struck with just one sword, and slew all the elders of the Tianlong Tower. The scene was utterly terrifying. Chun Feiliang said. Chun Feiliang also learned from this friend that fortunately Luo Changsheng had only killed the tower master and elders, sparing those who were merely working there. Otherwise, not a single person in the entire Tianlong Tower would have escaped Luo Changsheng's slaughter. Hiss! The Medicine King Chunin drew in a sharp breath. So it really was Luo Changsheng who destroyed the Tianlong Tower. His current strength was far too formidable. When he first heard the news, he had only speculated that it might be Luo Changsheng's doing. Now that Chun Feiliang had personally confirmed it, he was truly shocked. From the time they first met Luo Changsheng until now, how long had it been? Luo Changsheng had already grown to such a level. The Tianlong Tower, a power that had stood in the imperial capital for centuries, was annihilated by Luo Changsheng in an instant. Back then, beneath the city wall, he had only thought Luo Changsheng was venting his anger. To truly destroy the Tianlong Tower seemed harder than reaching the heavens. Yet now Luo Changsheng had actually accomplished it. Chunin felt dazed, as if in a dream, that he could have come to know such a formidable golden core cultivator. Just as they were marveling, the voice of a guard came from outside the courtyard. "Greetings, Lord Luo." Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Had Luo Changsheng returned? Delight appeared on their faces as they rushed outside. There in the air, a young man in a blue robe stood silently. It was indeed Luo Changsheng. "Brother Luo, Lord Luo, Lord Luo," they called out excitedly. Luo Changsheng descended slowly and said with a smile, "Why is everyone here?" The Medicine King Chun and smiled bitterly. "I wanted to share the news of the Tianlong Tower's destruction, but Brother Feiliang and the others already knew." "Oh, you're quite well informed to know the Tianlong Tower was destroyed so quickly." Luo Changsheng was also surprised. "Ah, Brother Luo, I served as the Tianlong Tower supervisor for many years and naturally know some people in the imperial capital. With a single communication talisman, I can learn anything," Chun Feiliang said with a smile. Luo Changsheng nodded. "Indeed, the Tianlong Tower has been destroyed by me. Besides that, there is another major matter." Upon hearing this, everyone showed curiosity. "Chunmu, go and invite my master over as well," Luo Changsheng said. Chunmu nodded and was about to fetch Hall Master Song, when before he even left the hall, Song Guanju walked in from outside, accompanied by his delighted voice, "Disciple, you're back." Hall Master Song. Seeing the newcomer, both Chun Feiliang and the Medicine King respectfully greeted him. Although Song Luming's cultivation was not as high as theirs, the fact that he was Luo Changsheng's master was enough to earn their utmost respect. "Master, please sit down. I've just returned." Luo Changsheng smiled. "Good." Song Luming nodded with a smile. Luo Changsheng swept his gaze over everyone, and then said, "Since everyone is here, I'll tell you the other major matter. The 5th Prince of Xiang Kingdom will ascend the throne in 3 days." At these words, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. What had happened within the palace? Even the emperor had been replaced. The Medicine King Chun was especially shocked. He knew very well that the 5th Prince had once recruited Luo Changsheng in Huafeng City, and the 5th Prince's ascension was undoubtedly linked to Luo Changsheng. What happened to the former emperor? The Medicine King Chun asked, voicing the curiosity of everyone. "He was killed by the royal clan's strong cultivator. To be precise, I ordered the royal clan's strong cultivator to kill him," Luo Changsheng said. Hiss! These words made everyone in the hall draw in a sharp breath. The royal clan's strong cultivator was said to be at the 9th level of foundation establishment. If Luo Changsheng could command the royal clan's strong cultivator to obey, that meant Luo Changsheng possessed the cultivation of the golden core stage. With this thought, everyone looked at Luo Changsheng with curiosity. Luo Changsheng smiled. "Don't look at me like that. You are all people I know well. I don't mind telling you. I have indeed reached the golden core stage." Boom. These words struck everyone in the hall like a thunderbolt, leaving them dazed. Luo Changsheng had actually reached the golden core stage. The golden core stage. For them, it was a distant and terrifying existence. They had never dared to dream of becoming a golden core cultivator. And now the person closest to them had become a golden core stage powerhouse. Surprise, shock, and excitement filled their hearts. They felt that their lives were truly worthwhile, able to sit and chat freely with a golden core powerhouse. Luo Changsheng looked at Chunmu Luhan and the others. "Chunmu Luhan, I know it's hard for you with your dantian shattered. Don't worry. I've already asked the 5th Prince to find a way to restore your dantians. I believe a method will be found soon." Chunmu Luhan and the others could not hold back their tears. They fell to their knees and said, "Thank you, Lord Luo. If you ever give an order, even if it means death, we will not blink an eye." "Haha, I don't want you to die. Just live well and serve me well," Luo Changsheng said with a smile. He knew that Chunmu and the others were already loyal to him. And once a method to repair their dantians was found, they would become even more loyal, undoubtedly forming his most faithful foundation in this world. Soon the news that Luo Changsheng had reached the golden core stage spread throughout the Luo residence. Everyone was overjoyed. Their Lord Luo had already become a golden core powerhouse. With this, not only in Tongzhou Prefecture, but even in the entire Xiang Kingdom, they could walk with impunity. The disciples who had originally come from the Tianyuan Martial Arts Hall were also stunned. when the hall master had taken them and Luo Chansheng was still at the Qi refining stage. And now he had become a golden core stage powerhouse. This cultivation speed was something they could never hope to match in a lifetime. In these 2 days the branches of the Heavenly Dragon Tower in every prefecture of Xiang Kingdom suffered a great calamity. Some well-informed branches immediately shut their doors and fled upon receiving the news. Those slower to receive the news were not so fortunate. They were directly slaughtered by certain martial artists. According to their whispers, the formidable being who annihilated the headquarters of the Heavenly Dragon Tower was most likely a golden core true immortal. If the news of their massacre of the Heavenly Dragon Tower reached this golden core true immortal, it might even forge a karmic bond. At this moment in Pingyang Prefecture City, at the branch of the Heavenly Dragon Tower, Zhang Zhuyang wore a look of deep worry. As the director of this branch's cultivation had reached the 9th layer of condensing yuan. In all of Pingyang Prefecture City, he was the foremost powerhouse. Logically, with his terrifying strength and the deterrent power of the Heavenly Dragon Tower, no one would dare to cause trouble there. Yet in these 2 days, several martial artists at the 8th and 9th layers of condensing yuan had been making trouble at his branch. Fortunately, his formidable power kept the petty scoundrels at bay. But he felt something was amiss. The Heavenly Dragon Tower was a massive force throughout Xiang Kingdom. How could anyone be so reckless as to cause trouble at its branch? Someone prepare a carriage. I'm going to the prefect's palace. Zhang Zhuyang commanded his subordinate. He decided to ask Prefect Lu Zhenrong. He was somewhat of a martial arts fanatic. Though he served as branch director, he had few friends, only Prefect Lu Zhenrong. All right. The subordinate immediately prepared a carriage for Zhang Zhuyang. He boarded the carriage and headed straight for the prefect's palace. Soon he arrived. Brother Zhang, what brings you to my palace? Lu Zhenrong came out to greet him with a smile. I've come today to ask you something. Zhang Zhuyang said. Oh, something that troubles even Director Zhang. Lu Zhenrong asked in surprise. Zhang Zhuyang directly recounted the incidents of the past 2 days, where several outside martial artists at the 8th and even 9th layer of condensing yuan had come to his branch to stir up trouble. Lu Zhenrong frowned upon hearing this. Impossible. The Heavenly Dragon Tower has a fearsome reputation. No one would dare to cause trouble on its turf. This matter is indeed suspicious, Lu Zhenrong said. Then he looked at Zhang Zhuyang and asked, have you asked any friends from other branches? Zhang Zhuyang smiled bitterly. You know my temperament. I don't have many friends. So, I want you to ask if the Heavenly Dragon Tower has offended someone. Lu Zhenrong laughed. Alright, I'll ask a friend in the capital to see if the Heavenly Dragon Tower has made any enemies. Thank you, Brother Lu. Zhang Zhuyang clasped his hands. We are friends. No need for formality. Lu Zhenrong waved his hand. He immediately used a communication talisman to contact his friend in the capital. As streams of information poured into his mind, he was utterly stunned. He never expected such a major incident had occurred in the capital. If he hadn't used the communication talisman to ask his friend today, he would still be in the dark. What's wrong, Brother Lu? Zhang Zhuyang asked, seeing Lu Zhenrong's shocked expression. Lu Zhenrong put away the talisman, took a deep breath, and looked at Zhang Zhuyang. Brother Zhang, a monumental event has indeed happened to the Heavenly Dragon Tower. What event? Did they make an enemy of another power? Zhang Zhuyang asked and speculated. In his mind, it must have been a conflict with some force. That's why martial artists dared to cause trouble at the Heavenly Dragon Tower. It's not just a conflict. The Heavenly Dragon Tower provoked a terrifying powerhouse, and the entire headquarters has been annihilated. Moreover, that powerhouse issued a stark warning: there shall be no more Heavenly Dragon Tower in Xiang Kingdom, or else the word is death. Lu Zhenrong said. What? The entire headquarters of the Heavenly Dragon Tower has been wiped out. Zhang Zhuyang was stunned, his face full of disbelief. The Heavenly Dragon Tower was immensely powerful. Its lord was a powerhouse at the 5th layer of core formation, with over 100 core formation elders. And yet the entire headquarters was destroyed. Which power had the Heavenly Dragon Tower offended to have its headquarters annihilated? Exactly. Lu Zhenrong nodded. Can you tell me which power the Heavenly Dragon Tower offended, and with so many martial artists that they've spread even to our Pingyang prefecture? Zhang Zhuyang asked. Lu Zhenrong shook his head. Brother Zhang, you're mistaken. Those martial artists have nothing to do with the force that destroyed your headquarters. Brother Zhang, you're definitely wrong. How could it be unrelated? They must be together, otherwise why would they come to trouble my branch for no reason? Lu Zhenrong shook his head with a wry smile. Brother Zhang, they aren't looking for trouble. They want to destroy your branch directly. Because the powerhouse who destroyed your Heavenly Dragon Tower is likely a Golden Core cultivator. They are destroying your branch to curry favor with that senior Golden Core expert. And I can tell you many branches across Xiang Kingdom have already been wiped out by martial artists because they closed too slowly. Your branch is still intact only because you were lucky enough to face weaker martial artists. But I advise you to close down quickly. Core formation cultivators might already be heading toward Pingyang Prefecture City. After all, casually destroying a branch of the Heavenly Dragon Tower can earn goodwill from a Golden Core powerhouse. Who wouldn't do it? As Zhang Zhuyang listened to Lu Zhenrong's words, he was completely dumbfounded. The headquarters of the Heavenly Dragon Tower had offended a Golden Core cultivator. Heavens! Madness! How could they provoke a golden core cultivator? Damn it! If they wanted to die, they should have done it alone, not drag us down with them. A surge of hatred welled up in his heart. Fortunately, he had a bad feeling today and came to see Lu Zhenrong. If he hadn't come to see Prefect Lu Zhenrong, he would never have known that the headquarters of the Heavenly Dragon Tower had been destroyed, and by a terrifying golden core cultivator at that. Thank you, Brother Lu. Zhang Jiuyang expressed his deep gratitude to Lu Zhenrong. Then he immediately flew toward the branch of the Heavenly Dragon Tower. At this moment, he couldn't even care about the carriage. He just wanted to take his family and leave the branch as quickly as possible. If a core formation cultivator really showed up, he wouldn't even know how he died. Take care. Lu Zhenrong said only 2 words as he watched Zhang Jiuyang's retreating figure. The Heavenly Dragon Tower had offended a golden core cultivator. He couldn't help, or he would be implicated as well. He was only a martial artist at the 8th layer of condensing yuan. How could he dare to oppose a golden core expert? As soon as Zhang Jiuyang returned to the branch of the Heavenly Dragon Tower, he immediately shouted to his wife, children, and other family members, "Everyone pack up your things now, and leave the branch with me immediately. Father, can we leave in a few days? I have to practice the sky-shaking sword technique with my martial arts instructor tomorrow," said Zhang Jiuyang's son Zhang Qi. "Shut up," Zhang Jiuyang said coldly, his eyes like a beast about to devour someone, frightening Zhang Qi so much that he dared not meet his father's gaze. He could only pout to his mother Huang Yin, "Mother, please talk to father. I don't want to leave so soon." Huang Yin looked at her husband Zhang Jiuyang and said, "Husband Chier is learning the sword technique. Whatever urgent matter it is, can it wait until he finishes his lessons? Let's leave in a few days." "Leave in a few days? You'll be dead before you know it. I told you to pack up quickly. Don't make me angry," Zhang Jiuyang said coldly. Huang Yin had never seen her husband's face so grim. She said to her son, "All right, listen to your father. Pack up first, and we'll leave. You can practice the sword technique later." Zhang Qi nodded and dared not say another word. He was also afraid of his father Zhang Jiuyang. Once everything was packed, Zhang Jiuyang led his family out of the Heavenly Dragon Tower. As they were approaching the city gate, they saw several terrifying figures flying across the sky on swords. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. There were 7 or 8 figures in total, each radiating the terrifying aura of at least the core formation realm. Zhang Jiuyang stopped in his tracks. Because his family had also stopped gazing at the figures in the sky. Helpless, he could only stop as well. Watching the 7 or 8 figures exuding core formation auras in the sky, he had a premonition in his heart. Those figures hovered above the Tianlong Pavilion branch. A core formation martial artist said coldly, "There is indeed a Tianlong Pavilion branch building here. Everyone attack and destroy it." As his words fell, the others raised their swords and slashed towards the Tianlong Pavilion branch building. Swish, swish, swish. They were all core formation experts. A single sword strike unleashed a terrifying sword aura, splitting the Tianlong Pavilion branch building in 2. After several strikes, the entire Tianlong Pavilion branch was reduced to rubble. At that moment, all the martial artists in Pingyang City were stunned. Someone dared to destroy the Tianlong Pavilion branch. Were these people not afraid of Tianlong Pavilion's retaliation? Zhang Jiuyang's family was also frozen in place. Zhang Jiuyang's son Zhang Qi stared blankly at the scene, then turned to his father and asked, "Father, these powerful experts dare to destroy the Tianlong Pavilion branch in broad daylight." "Quiet, don't speak," Zhang Jiuyang said with a stern face. Zhang Qi and the others were terrified by the core formation experts, and upon hearing Zhang Jiuyang's words, they dared not utter a sound. At that moment, the core formation experts in the air swept their gaze across the crowd in Pingyang City. Then they snorted, "The Tianlong Pavilion has offended a golden core expert deserving of death 10,000 times over. Anyone who doesn't want to die can try to stop us." Upon hearing this, the martial artists of Pingyang City were stricken with horror. The Tianlong Pavilion had actually offended a golden core expert. No wonder even its branch was destroyed. TSK. That was the supreme golden core expert. Where did the Tianlong Pavilion find the audacity to offend a golden core expert? The strongest in the entire royal family was only at the 9th layer of core formation. Did the Tianlong Pavilion think it was even more powerful than the royal family? One could only say that the Tianlong Pavilion deserved to die. Zhang Qi and the others were utterly stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. Zhang Qi looked at his father and exclaimed in horror, "Father, the Tianlong Pavilion offended a golden core expert." Zhang Jiuyang nodded. Hearing this, Zhang Qi felt deeply ashamed. No wonder his father had told them to pack up quickly and leave the Tianlong Pavilion. So it was because they had offended a golden core expert. At such a critical moment of life and death, he had been throwing a tantrum and practicing sword techniques. If they had delayed even a step further, his entire family might have been brutally killed on the spot. "I'm sorry, father," Zhang Qi said with a face full of regret. Zhang Jiuyang waved his hand and said, "All right, no need to say more. Let's first leave Pingyang City. Also, you used to call yourself a member of the Tianlong Pavilion everywhere, making others fear you. But from now on, you must never mention the Tianlong Pavilion, or else you will surely bring deadly disaster upon yourself." Father, I understand. Zhangqi nodded. Indeed, as his father said, as long as he claimed to be a member of the Tianlong Pavilion, no one in Pingyang City dared to disrespect him. But now the Tianlong Pavilion had offended a golden core expert. If he were to mention his identity with the Tianlong Pavilion again, he would likely be hunted down. You as well. Keep your mouth shut from now on. Never let anyone know that you were members of the Tianlong Pavilion. Zhang Jiuyang looked at the other family members. Everyone nodded in agreement. Once as members of the Tianlong Pavilion, they had been respected wherever they went. But now they were like homeless dogs cowering and living in fear. At the thought of this, resentment welled up in their hearts. They wondered which reckless martial artist of the Tianlong Pavilion had been so foolish as to offend a golden core expert, bringing such calamity upon them all. In the past 2 days, all the Tianlong Pavilion branches across the Xiang Kingdom had vanished. Many martial artists who had survived felt immense indignation. They cursed the despicable fool of the Tianlong Pavilion who had offended a golden core expert. Now, even if they survived, they had to be cautious and never reveal that they were once members of the Tianlong Pavilion. How suffocating and humiliating their lives had become. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Today was the day of the 5th prince's coronation. At the Luo residence, early in the morning, Luo Changxing looked at the people in the courtyard and said, "Today is the 5th prince's coronation. Whoever wants to go, I can take you all along." "I'll go. I've never seen such a grand occasion in my life. Today I'll bask in Brother Luo's glory and witness a great event," Medicine King Chun and said with a smile. He himself was acquainted with the 5th prince, so being able to witness the coronation naturally excited him. "Disciple Feng Yun, Steward Lu, and I also want to go. Can you bring so many people?" Master Song asked with concern. Luo Changxing smiled and said, "Don't worry, 100 people is no problem at all." He had now reached the 2nd layer of the Golden Core realm. Thus flying with 100 people was a trivial matter. Chunmu Luhan Lu Huanlong and others also wanted to go, and Luo Changxing naturally had no objections. In the end, the 3 from Tianyuan Martial Arts Hall, the 5 from Lu Huanlong's group, and the 3 from Chunmu's group, 11 people in total, went. Luo Changxing enveloped everyone with his spiritual power, and with a whoosh they soared into the sky, flying towards the imperial capital at incredible speed. With his 2nd layer Golden Core cultivation, he could instantly traverse dozens of miles. The nearly 10,000-mile journey took only a quarter of an hour. Upon arriving at the imperial capital, the group looked around with curiosity, like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden. "Let's go straight to the imperial palace," Luo Changxing said with a smile. But at that moment a voice of mockery was heard. "You're quite well informed. You lowly commoners actually know about the new emperor's coronation and want to witness it." At that moment a mocking voice came from behind. Everyone turned around and saw a young nobleman in fine clothes with a look of disdain on his face staring at Chunmu Lu Han and the others. Evidently, he thought that trash like Chunmu was utterly unworthy of attending the new emperor's coronation. Luo Changxing looked at the young nobleman and couldn't help but smile. "That's right, we are indeed going to attend the new emperor's coronation." "Then you don't need to attend. Just go back." The young nobleman waved his hand dismissively. "Go back? On what grounds?" Luo Changxing frowned. "On what grounds? I'll tell you. The new emperor being crowned is my brother-in-law. If I don't like the look of you, so I'm directly revoking your attendance. Who dares to object? Even if my brother-in-law were here, he wouldn't scold me," the young nobleman snorted. Luo Changxing narrowed his eyes and looked at the young nobleman saying, "Are you sure you're revoking my qualification?" The young aristocratic scion sneered, "Are you sure? I'll say this clearly, no matter which official comes today, no one will be able to take you in." "Fine, then I won't go. At that time don't come kneeling to beg me," Luo Changxing sneered. Immediately, he led his master and Chun Mu and the others to a nearby tea house to sit. "Ha, beg you. I think you're still dreaming." The young aristocratic scion laughed coldly upon hearing this and strode toward the imperial palace. To him, this was merely a trivial episode. As the new emperor's brother-in-law, he was now an unquestionable authority throughout the entire capital. In these few days, countless people had worn down the threshold of his mansion, all currying favor with him, including the prime minister and generals of the court. Apart from his imperial brother-in-law, he now looked down on everyone. Entering the palace, officials flattered him one after another. He exchanged a few perfunctory words, then went to greet his brother-in-law Chu Tianqi. "Your Majesty." At this time the 5th prince had become the emperor, so he naturally no longer addressed him as brother-in-law. He directly addressed him as Your Majesty. Chu Tianqi looked at the young aristocratic scion, nodded, and said, Su Bujin. "I'm busy right now, just find yourself a seat." "All right." Su Bujin nodded. Then he found a seat closest to the throne. Here sat the highest-ranking officials of the court. Inside the palace, officials with their families had all arrived waiting for the new emperor's coronation ceremony. But Emperor Chu Tianqi was now frowning deeply. What's going on? Why hasn't Luo Changxing arrived yet? Since Luo Changxing hadn't come, he naturally dared not start the coronation early. After all, the throne was won for him by Luo Changxing. He couldn't forget his roots after becoming emperor. At this moment, an official reminded Chu Tianqi, "Your Majesty, it's almost noon. Time to hold the coronation." Yes, your majesty, don't miss the auspicious hour. Other officials also chimed in. Chu Tianqi merely glanced at them coldly and said, enough talk. I have my own plan. Seeing the emperor speak thus, they naturally dared not say more. Oh, I remember who his majesty is waiting for. Suddenly, an official spoke. Who? Someone immediately asked. His majesty's good friend, the Golden Core Master Luo Changsheng. The official said. Indeed, I just realized that the Golden Core Senior hasn't come. Then it's obvious. They must be waiting for Senior Luo. Since that Golden Core Master hasn't arrived, let's wait a little longer. The other officials chimed in. They dared not urge Chu Tianqi further. If the Golden Core Master hadn't come, and they held the coronation early, angering the Golden Core Master would mean the end of their days. Listening to the officials discussing the Golden Core Master, Su Bujin showed curiosity and asked, is this Golden Core Master Luo Changsheng really that formidable? Seeing that it was the emperor's brother-in-law Su Bujin asking, an official immediately replied, Tisk, of course he's formidable. Even the royal elders tremble in fear before the Golden Core Master, their courage shattered. Hearing this, Su Bujin's heart stirred. When this Golden Core powerhouse arrives later, he must have his brother-in-law introduce him. Then if anything comes up, he could just call on this Golden Core realm friend. Not only in the Xiang kingdom, but in neighboring countries, he could swagger around without fear. Yanjin saw that time was getting late, so he stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, perhaps you could ask Senior Luo if he is coming. He might be in seclusion for cultivation. After all, Golden Core realm experts often go into seclusion for decades at a time. All right, Chu Tianqi nodded. Waiting endlessly was not a solution. It would be better to directly use a communication talisman to ask what was happening. Immediately, Chu Tianqi took out a communication talisman and sent a message to Luo Changsheng. Soon he received a reply. Luo Changsheng was actually at a tea house outside the palace. Chu Tianqi said to Yin Zhen, Brother Luo might be testing my sincerity. Yin Zhen, I cannot go out myself at the moment. Go personally and escort Brother Luo in. He is at the tea house outside the palace. All right, Yin Zhen nodded. He immediately left the palace and found Luo Changsheng and the others in a tea house. Master Luo, my apologies for the long wait. His Majesty sent me to welcome you into the palace. Yin Zhen said respectfully, but Luo Changsheng showed no sign of moving. Instead, he looked at Yin Zhen and said, Yin Zhen, it's not that I don't want to enter, but someone inside your palace refused to let us in and with an arrogant tone called us lowly commoners and revoked our qualifications to attend His Majesty's coronation. Hearing this, a cold gleam appeared in Yin Zhen's eyes. No wonder Luo Changsheng hadn't entered the palace. Someone had angered him, truly seeking death. To actually provoke Luo Changsheng. Not only would Luo Changsheng not forgive this person, but even the emperor would tear him to pieces if he found out. Master Luo, may I ask who you are referring to? The emperor will give you a perfect explanation. Yin Zhen said. I don't know who he is, but he said he calls the emperor brother-in-law. Luo Changsheng said coldly. The emperor's brother-in-law, Su Bujin. Yin Zhen was stunned. Then he said to Luo Changsheng, Master Luo, please wait a moment. I will inform His Majesty of this matter immediately, and he will surely give you an explanation. Having said that, he immediately walked toward the palace, a cold chill rising in his eyes. Su Bujin truly didn't know his place to provoke Master Luo. The fifth prince had ascended the throne, all thanks to Master Luo. Not to mention the brother-in-law. Even the fifth prince's own father was killed on the spot when the time came. He hurried into the palace. What happened? Where is Brother Luo? Seeing only Yin Zhen entering, Chu Tianqi frowned. There must be something suspicious. Yin Zhen went to Chu Tianqi's ear and recounted what happened outside. The more Chu Tianqi heard, the heavier the coldness on his face. Finally, his entire body exuded a chilling, murderous intent. At that moment, everyone could feel the emperor's murderous expression. They were curious what on earth had happened. Then the emperor suddenly stood up. He went to the nearest table and with a loud slap hit Su Bujin hard across the face. In that moment, everyone was stunned. Wasn't Su Bujin the emperor's brother-in-law? Why did the emperor suddenly punish Su Bujin? Su Bujin himself was utterly bewildered. He touched his swollen face and looked at Chu Tianqi in disbelief, saying, Your Majesty, why did you hit me? I'm hitting you, you dog, for daring to provoke my friend Brother Luo. He is a Golden Core powerhouse. Chu Tianqi said coldly. These words fell, and within the entire imperial palace, everyone stared at Su Bujin in shock. He actually dared to provoke Luo Changsheng. To provoke a Golden Core expert. Looking for death. Could it be that he thought as the emperor's brother-in-law he could do whatever he wanted? Remember, Chu Tianqi's ascension to the throne was entirely due to Luo Changsheng. Su Bujin was completely stunned. When had he ever provoked a Golden Core expert? No, it must be a misunderstanding. He immediately explained, Your Majesty, you must be mistaken. How could I possibly provoke a Golden Core expert? Upon hearing this, Chu Tianqi's eyes widened. He roared, You dared to provoke Brother Luo and still talk tough. I think you're asking for death. Bang. With that, he fiercely kicked out. Boom. The tremendous force sent Su Bujin flying sideways, crashing heavily onto the ground, bleeding from his head and face. Witnessing this, everyone gasped. Indeed, a Golden Core expert must not be provoked. Even if you are his brother-in-law, the emperor showed no hesitation when striking. At this moment, seeing Chu Tianqi was serious, Su Bujin became terrified. He also began to doubt whether he had truly offended a Golden Core expert. But upon reflection, he realized he had never offended that Golden Core senior. After all, he didn't even know any Golden Core experts. If he had truly clashed with anyone, it was outside the palace with a group of rabble. But those rabble, several of them were useless. How could any of them be a Golden Core expert? How could a friend of a Golden Core expert be useless? He immediately looked at Chu Tianqi and asked, "Your Majesty, I truly have not offended the Golden Core senior you mentioned. Can you tell me exactly how I offended them?" Chu Tianqi remained silent. Yan Zhen, standing nearby, said coldly, "Is young Master Su's memory so poor? Wasn't there a group of people outside the palace that you stopped and said you would cancel their entry into the palace? Forgotten so quickly? Senior Yan, those are just a bunch of rabble without any cultivation. They are not the Golden Core experts you mentioned." Su Bujin frowned. Yan Zhen sneered, "Rabble? Then let me tell you. One of them is young Master Luo, who is at the Golden Core realm, and the others are his friends. You are truly bold daring to call young Master Luo and his friends rabble." Yan Zhen shook his head, amazed at Su Bujin's reckless disregard for his own life. "What? One of them is young Master Luo at the Golden Core realm." Upon hearing this, Su Bujin's face turned pale. He had actually courted death by provoking a Golden Core expert. "Brother-in-law, save me, save me." Su Bujin fell to his knees with a thud before Chu Tianqi and cried out. He was well aware of how Chu Tianqi had become emperor. It was because the previous emperor had offended Luo Chongqing and was directly killed by the imperial experts. Now he had also offended a Golden Core expert. It's over. This is completely over. Su Bujin's heart was filled with terror. Now you know fear. Weren't you arrogant when you provoked Brother Luo? Chu Tianqi stared coldly at Su Bujin. "Brother-in-law, I didn't know. Please save me," Su Bujin said in terror. Chu Tianqi's consort Su Meyer couldn't bear to see her brother killed. She stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, please save him." "Save him? Who can save him when he's offended a Golden Core expert?" Chu Tianqi said coldly. Su Meyer immediately dared not speak. She also understood that Golden Core experts must not be provoked. Once you offend a Golden Core expert, even the emperor cannot stop them from killing you. She shook her head, blaming only Su Bujin for offending the wrong person. Chu Tianqi shook his head and said, "Brother Luo is still outside now. If you can beg for his forgiveness, there might be a glimmer of hope. If you truly anger him, no one can save you." Su Bujin immediately recalled that Luo Chongqing had told him he would kneel and beg Luo Chongqing to enter. He had thought Luo Chongqing was speaking arrogantly. Now he realized that Luo Chongqing had not been joking at all. A glimmer of hope lit up in Su Bujin's eyes. Perhaps this was his chance. With that thought, he immediately said, "Your Majesty, I understand. I will go now and kneel to beg him to come in." Then he rushed outside the palace. Outside the palace, Luo Chongqing and his companions were drinking tea in a tea house. Many people had gathered outside the palace as they all knew that today was the day of the fifth prince's coronation. Unfortunately, they were not qualified to enter the palace, so they could only watch the excitement from outside. At this moment, Su Bujin walked out of the palace. Someone immediately recognized Su Bujin. "Hey, isn't this the new emperor's brother-in-law, Su Bujin? Right now the new emperor is being crowned. Why is he coming out?" Right, logically this is a critical step of the coronation. As the emperor's uncle, he actually came out. Could it be that he was kicked out by the new emperor? Impossible. He is the emperor's brother-in-law. How could he be kicked out? Many people looked curious, wondering why this figure of imperial uncle status had come out during the coronation. While everyone was curious, Su Bujin walked straight up to Luo Chongqing and his party. Then with a thud, he knelt directly on the ground. Facing Luo Chongqing, he said remorsefully, "Senior, I was wrong. Please forgive me." Gasp. This scene stunned everyone outside the palace. Su Bujin, as the brother-in-law of Emperor Chu Tianqi, was now a figure of imperial uncle status. Yet he knelt to that young man and apologized, begging for forgiveness. Everyone exclaimed in surprise, wondering what background this young man had. Logically, Su Bujin is at the level of imperial uncle. He fears no one except the emperor. How could he be so terrified of a young man? I don't know if you've heard, but the fifth prince's ascension to the throne was entirely due to a senior Golden Core expert. I heard this from an official friend. Could this young man be that Golden Core realm expert? But he is too young. Shouldn't a Golden Core expert look like an old man in his 70s or 80s? For you joking. Who told you that Golden Core experts look like old men? At their level, their lifespan is nearly 1,000 years. They can maintain whatever appearance they wish. No way. So that young man is really a Golden Core expert. Oh, what a regret. I was drinking tea right next to a Golden Core expert just now. Such a great opportunity to meet a Golden Core senior, and I missed it. Are you daydreaming? Do you think you can just get to know a Golden Core senior whenever you want? The onlookers murmured among themselves. Some even regretted that they had missed the chance to meet the Golden Core expert right in front of them. Luo Chongqing looked at Su Bujin and said coldly, "Weren't you arrogant just now? Didn't you cancel my entry into the palace?" Su Bujin felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, his entire body freezing cold. His heart was filled with terror. In his heart, he was now convinced that Luo Changsheng was a terrifying Golden Core realm expert. Otherwise, how could he be so formidable, making his whole body freeze with just a single sentence? Su Bujin kept kowtowing. Senior, I was wrong. Please spare me. Spare you? Luo Changsheng sneered. If not for your brother-in-law Chu Tianqi, I would have killed you long ago. You are spared from death, but not from punishment. Luo Changsheng pointed at a guard from the palace and said, You come here. Senior. The guard, upon being called by the Golden Core expert, was also terrified. Then he heard Luo Changsheng say, Slap his face 1,000 times so he understands what it means to speak carelessly. Me. The guard was frightened out of his wits. Su Bujin was the imperial uncle. How could he dare to slap him? Hurry up. The Golden Core senior has spoken. Why are you hesitating? I told you to slap, so slap. I won't blame you. Su Bujin shouted. Upon hearing this, the guard became even more terrified. If he slapped Su Bujin 1,000 times, Su Bujin would suffer such a great humiliation that he would likely kill him afterward. Rest assured, if he dares to touch a single hair on your head, I will annihilate his entire family. Luo Changsheng said. Hearing this guarantee from Luo Changsheng, the guard immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Since the Golden Core senior had spoken, he was reassured. As for Su Bujin's words, he didn't believe them, because he knew very well that Su Bujin was a vengeful person. Hearing this, Su Bujin's heart sank to the bottom. He had indeed thought of taking revenge on the guard earlier. But after Luo Changsheng said that he had no such thoughts left. A Golden Core true person could even overthrow a dynasty with ease, let alone annihilate his entire family. The guard stepped forward immediately. Slap, slap, slap. The guard struck Su Bujin repeatedly across the mouth. Su Bujin's lips, initially swollen and red, gradually split open and bled. From beginning to end, Su Bujin did not dare utter a single complaint. This was his only chance to survive. If he further angered the Golden Core senior, he would not even have the opportunity to live. Master Brother Chen, let us go. Luo Changsheng called out to Song Guanju Medicine King Chen and Chun Mu and Lu Han, who were all stunned into silence. They had not expected Luo Changsheng's status to be so high. From rumors they had heard, Su Bujin was the current emperor's brother-in-law, yet he dared not speak a word when disciplined in such a manner. Thinking of this, a sense of pride swelled within them. Luo Changsheng was so formidable and possessed such lofty status, yet he remained their dearest Lord Luo and Master Luo. Immediately, more than 10 people walked toward the imperial palace. Guided by guards, they entered the coronation square. Greetings, Golden Core Immortal. Instantly, all the officials chorused in unison, their voices thundering through the entire palace. Brother Luo, you have arrived. Please take your seat. Chu Tianqi personally came forward to welcome Luo Changsheng and his companions, seating them in the most prestigious positions closest to the front. Song Guanju, Fong Yun, Chen Mu, and the others gazed upon the distinguished ministers and generals who had been renowned for years, along with all the officials present, their minds somewhat bewildered. These officials were great figures they had never even had the privilege to meet before. Now they looked upon them with the utmost respect and courtesy. As expected, strength is what commands respect. With sufficient power, one need fear no official or general. This visit to the imperial palace also stirred within them a renewed determination to cultivate harder. Now they possessed spirit stones and cultivation techniques as they wished, and their cultivation progressed at a remarkable pace. Yet this was still far from enough. They must strive harder and never become a burden to Luo Changsheng. Only after Luo Changsheng and his companions were seated did Chu Tianqi proceed to announce the beginning of the coronation ceremony. No one gave Su Bujin the slightest thought. The fact that Luo Changsheng had not executed Su Bujin on the spot was already the latter's greatest fortune. The first step of the ceremony was the ancestral sacrifice. Upon completion, they ascended the heavenly ladder and swore the imperial oath. Finally, the ceremony concluded with the proclamation of the new era name. From this day forth, the new era name of Ziyang Kingdom shall be the first year of Changsheng. Standing upon the high platform, Chu Tianqi announced the new era name. Upon hearing these words, all the officials were incredulous. Chu Tianqi had actually used Luo Changsheng's name to establish the era name, demonstrating just how significant Luo Changsheng's position held in Chu Tianqi's heart. Moreover, by naming the era after Luo Changsheng, if Ziyang Kingdom ever faced dire danger in the future, Luo Changsheng would not possibly stand idly by and watch them perish. The crowd instantly understood the emperor's intent. Luo Changsheng was slightly startled, a bitter smile crossing his heart, though he said nothing further. He had never imagined that the Ziyang Kingdom, where he had lived for over a decade, would one day use his name as an era name. At this moment, he felt an inexplicable sensation, a faint trace of belonging. Unlike before, when he had always regarded this world as a mere bystander. Congratulations, Your Majesty. All present knelt to offer their blessings. Haha, rise, my dear ministers. Chu Tianqi laughed heartily. We thank Your Majesty. Long live His Majesty 10,000 years. The officials rose and returned to their seats, toasting and celebrating with their colleagues. Among the crowd, only the second prince frowned, appearing anxious and awaiting something. Suddenly, two figures soared through the sky on flying swords. Upon seeing those two figures, the second prince's face immediately lit up with joy. Meanwhile, others within the imperial palace showed slight changes of expression at the tremendous speed of the newcomers. Clearly, these visitors came with ill intentions. Entering the imperial palace on flying swords in such a brazen manner was extremely disrespectful. Such behavior could even be judged as hostile, and killing them on the spot would draw no criticism. Yet these two figures radiated overwhelming aura and breathtaking speed. The martial officers present at the 6th and 7th layers of core formation knew they could not match their opponents. These two were likely experts at the 9th layer of core formation, or even at the golden core realm. Whoosh, whoosh. The two landed directly within the imperial palace grounds. One of the two was a middle-aged man in flowing robes, while the other was an elderly man with a deeply wrinkled face. Upon clearly seeing their faces, everyone present changed expression. Were these not golden core experts from Songyun Kingdom? What business did they have coming here? Songyun Kingdom was the most powerful state in the Yun province region around the moon-gazing mountains. One could even say that Ziyang Kingdom itself belonged to Songyun Kingdom, as a vassal state for it was Songyun Kingdom that uniformly delivered the annual tribute to the moon-gazing sacred sect on behalf of all. However, it was not yet the time for tribute submission, so why had they come? A sinister premonition weighed upon the minds of every official present. Chu Tianqi could not help but furrow his brows. How had word of his coronation reached Songyun Kingdom? His eyes grew cold. Someone must have leaked the information. That person harbored malicious intentions. Once he identified the traitor, he would not spare his life. Suppressing his killing intent, Chu Tianqi stepped forward and cupped his fist, saying, "So it is esteemed experts from Songyun Kingdom. May I ask what brings the two distinguished guests to Ziyang Kingdom today?" The middle-aged man snorted coldly. "Chu Tianqi, is it? Quite the arrogance. You held a coronation ceremony and did not even invite anyone from Songyun Kingdom. Esteemed elder speaks too modestly. We are but a small nation. How would we dare invite Songyun Kingdom to such an inconsequential matter as our coronation?" Chu Tianqi replied with a smile. "At least you possess some self-awareness. Whether you crown yourselves emperor or not is indeed a trivial matter to us." The elderly man with furrowed brows sneered menacingly. "But do not play tricks with the annual tribute. You must deliver it honestly and without delay. Esteemed elder must be jesting. Did we not already deliver tribute to Songyun Kingdom this past half-year? I recall it very clearly. A total of 3,000 spirit crystals and 60 million spirit stones." Chu Tianqi stated. One spirit crystal was nearly equivalent to 10,000 spirit stones. By this calculation, they had submitted approximately 9,000 spirit stones in total. The old man's expression turned icy. "Are you joking with me? Was that tribute delivered during your tenure? Do not attempt to find excuses before me. Hand over the tribute immediately, or I shall make you the shortest reigning emperor in history." Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man from Songyun Kingdom burst into uproarious laughter. Chu Tianqi's face darkened. Songyun Kingdom's arrogance had gone too far. Ziyang Kingdom had clearly already paid the tribute this past half-year, yet now that the ruler had changed, they demanded payment once more. Clearly this tribute would never reach the moon-gazing sacred sect. It was more likely that Songyun Kingdom had embezzled it for themselves. Ziyang Kingdom was not incapable of producing 9,000 spirit stones, but being forced to pay such a massive sum at once would leave them unable to even disburse the salaries of their soldiers and guards. Furthermore, they were not required to pay tribute at all. Yet thinking of the fact that both men were Golden Core experts, while Luo Changxing, though also at the Golden Core realm, was alone and had only recently broken through, he would surely be no match for these two veteran Golden Core warriors. Chu Tianqi sighed deeply and commanded, "Someone go to the treasury and retrieve 9 million spirit stones to present to the distinguished guests from Songyun Kingdom." Witnessing this, the second prince, Chu Wuya, grew anxious. The people of Songyun Kingdom had promised him that if Chu Tianqi refused to pay tribute, they would kill him and install him as emperor. But now things had developed beyond his expectations. Chu Tianqi had actually agreed. He immediately shouted, "Senior Song, don't believe him. He's trying to summon royal experts to deal with the two of you." The moment these words were spoken, all the officials looked horrified. None had expected the second prince to utter such words. Yet soon they understood. These two experts from Songyun Kingdom must have been summoned by the second prince. Evidently seeing Chu Tianqi ascend the throne, he refused to accept it and still sought to seize the crown. On his own, he could never defeat a Golden Core expert, so he had enlisted the aid of the Songyun Kingdom's experts. A chill ran through the ranks of officials. Even if you became emperor by enlisting the help of Songyun Kingdom's experts, you would be nothing more than their dog. Chu Tianqi's eyes turned icy. So it was Chu Wuya who had leaked the information. He had been wondering how Songyun Kingdom had learned of it. "Senior, you worry too much. I was merely fetching spirit stones for you. How could I possibly summon royal experts to fight you?" Chu Tianqi explained. "You seek death. You dare to summon royal experts against us." The old man refused to listen to Chu Tianqi's explanation, his expression turning extremely grim. With that, his spiritual sword slashed directly at Chu Tianqi. In an instant, everyone held their breath as a terrifying sword beam cut through the air. The sword beam tore through space itself, the space before Chu Tianqi rending apart like tofu. Truly, only a golden core cultivator could unleash such a fearsome strike. Seeing this, Chu Tianqi was horrified. Haha, excellent. Kill Chu Tianqi, and I can become emperor, cried the second prince, Chu Wuya, laughing heartily. Have you too had your fill of fun? Is bullying the weak with your golden core cultivation so glorious? Suddenly a voice rang out from within the palace. Then the sword beam aimed at Chu Tianqi was shattered by a stream of yuan force that came flying and dissolving it completely. The space returned to perfect calm, as if the sword beam had been an illusion. Hearing the voice, everyone understood. Luo Changsheng had intervened. They were amazed. Despite being a golden core expert himself, Luo Changsheng had effortlessly broken the Sanyan expert's sword strike. Chu Tianqi heaved a heavy sigh of relief. Upon hearing the voice, he knew Luo Changsheng had saved him, and his heart was filled with gratitude. The second prince was dumbfounded. What was happening? Could Luo Changsheng be even stronger than the two veteran golden core experts from Sanyan Kingdom? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That was just a casual strike from Senior Song. Luo Changsheng got lucky. If they really fought, how could Luo Changsheng match Senior Song? After all, Senior Song had reached the golden core realm before Luo Changsheng was even born. The depth of his yuan force was unimaginable. How could Luo Changsheng compare? The old man called Senior Song, and the middle-aged man changed expression. Who is there? Show yourself, stop pretending, barked the old man Song. Luo Changsheng slowly stepped out from his seat. Owner Song Chun, Mufang Yun, and the others watched with hidden worry. These two from Sunyun were also golden core experts. They feared Luo Changsheng might not be able to defeat them. Unfortunately, their own strength was insufficient to share his burden. Boy, are you the golden core martial artist of Xiang Kingdom? The old man Song asked, narrowing his eyes. Luo Changsheng sneered. Congratulations, you guessed right. Here's a big prize for you. A big prize? What prize? The old man Song frowned. A ticket to hell. Luo Changsheng laughed. At this, the old man Song and the middle-aged man's faces darkened even further. Luo Changsheng dared to mock them. You insolent fool. Do you think having golden core cultivation allows you to toy with me? Today I'll show you that there are heavens beyond heavens and men beyond men. The old man Song snarled. With that, he took a step, his figure moving at blinding speed, and thrust his sword at Luo Changsheng. From the moment he moved to the moment his sword thrust forward, no one could see the old man's figure. They only felt him vanish and reappear, already lunging at Luo Changsheng. Truly, the power of a golden core expert was terrifying. If they were the target, they wouldn't even know they had been killed. Just in time, Luo Changsheng sneered. Watching the old man approach, his own figure vanished as well, even faster, appearing before the old man before he could react. The old man Song was horrified. In that instant, Luo Changsheng punched him directly in the head. With a sound like a shattered watermelon, blood splattered everywhere. The old man's body, still carried by the momentum of his charge, flew backward dozens of meters, a headless corpse, then collapsed to the ground. In an instant, the entire palace fell into a deathly silence, eerily quiet. Everyone stared blankly at the scene. Another golden core expert, yet the old man Song couldn't even last a single move against Luo Changsheng. His head was blown apart. I never expected His Majesty's friend to be so powerful. I've heard of Senior Song from Sanyan Kingdom for a long time. He was already a golden core cultivator 70 or 80 years ago, yet he was no match for Senior Luo, killed in one blow. Haha, indeed. I was so worried earlier. Seeing Luo Jinren so young, I feared he might not be a match for that Song fellow. Having such a golden core expert in our Xiang Kingdom is truly a great blessing. Within the palace, the officials revealed expressions of joy. The tension in their hearts finally began to ease. They had been terrified moments ago, knowing that if the old man Song killed Luo Changsheng and the emperor, he would certainly slaughter them all. None had imagined Luo Changsheng's strength to be so terrifying. Though young, he far surpassed a veteran golden core expert. Senior Luo is too strong. He killed a golden core expert with a single blow. The third prince among the crowd drew a sharp breath. He looked at the second prince, Chu Wuya, and shook his head. He hadn't expected Chu Wuya to still be so stubborn, summoning experts from Sanyan Kingdom for help. But even the experts of Sanyan Kingdom were no match for Luo Changsheng. He silently thanked his own decision to abandon the struggle for the throne, otherwise he would have died 100 times over. From now on, he would cling tightly to his fifth brother's leg. Even if he didn't become emperor with Luo Changsheng, a formidable golden core true person, as a backer, his future would not be bleak. How could this be? Senior Song, a seasoned golden core cultivator, couldn't even withstand a single blow from him, and had his head blown off. Second Prince Chu Wuyan, witnessing this scene, was utterly incredulous. He had originally believed that Senior Song would crush Luo Changsheng as easily as an ant. After all, Senior Song had become a golden core cultivator long before Luo Changsheng was even born, his strength surely far surpassing Luo Changsheng's. Yet to his astonishment, Senior Song was so pathetic that he was annihilated by Luo Chongqing in a single move. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with despair. He knew now that he was utterly finished. Not only would he fail to ascend the throne, but he would also face execution. The middle-aged man from Songyun Kingdom, upon seeing Senior Song's death, was instantly dumbfounded. He had been tricked by Chu Wuyan. Chu Wuyan had told them they only needed to deal with a young man who had just broken through to the golden core stage, promising them 5,000 spirit crystals in return. 5,000 spirit crystals, enough to cultivate for over a decade. They gladly agreed and immediately set off for Ziyang Kingdom. But now the power Luo Chongqing displayed was far beyond that of a mere breakthrough golden core cultivator. He was clearly a terrifying golden core powerhouse, far superior to them. "You've doomed us," the middle-aged man said coldly to Chu Wuyan. "Senior, I didn't know he was this strong." "Second Prince," Chu Wuyan replied bitterly. "You didn't know? Then you should have investigated thoroughly before sending us to our deaths." The middle-aged man's eyes were icy. With a swish, he drew his sword. He struck out with a single sword slash. "No! Save me!" Chu Wuyan screamed. But in the palace, who would dare to save Chu Wuyan? If not for Luo Chongqing, they would have all been killed by Chu Wuyan's schemes. Moreover, even if they wanted to save him, they were powerless. They dared not think they were stronger than a golden core cultivator. With a splat, Chu Wuyan was cleaved in two by the sword, Qi collapsing to the ground, his eyes filled with unwillingness. After killing Chu Wuyan, the middle-aged man clasped his fists toward Luo Chongqing and said, "My apologies, I was merely following Chu Wuyan's orders. Now that I have executed the culprit, can we let this matter rest?" "Are you joking?" Luo Chongqing sneered. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Friend, killing me might bring you momentary satisfaction, but I assure you it will bring you endless retribution. I doubt you'd want to live a life of constant fear, would you?" "Is that so? You mean if I let you go there will be no retaliation?" Luo Chongqing laughed coldly. The middle-aged man thought Luo Chongqing was intimidated and sneered, "That depends on whether you know how to play the game. If you compensate me with several million spirit stones, I can guarantee that no one will come after you." "Huh?" Luo Chongqing laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke. The man dared to threaten him even now. "What are you laughing at?" the middle-aged man frowned. "I'm laughing at your stupidity. Threatening me when you're at death's door." Luo Chongqing shook his head. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's face changed drastically. He said coldly, "I advise you to consider the consequences. Offend my Songyun Kingdom, and the entire Ziyang Kingdom will be wiped out." At these words, all the officials of Ziyang Kingdom turned pale. They knew well the might of Songyun Kingdom. In the region of the Looking Moon Range, most kingdoms lacked golden core cultivators, but Songyun Kingdom had several. If Songyun Kingdom waged war, Ziyang Kingdom would likely be annihilated. Yet if they let this powerhouse from Songyun Kingdom return, he would still seek revenge. Thus, even Emperor Chu Tianqi remained silent. Luo Chongqing shook his head, too weary to waste words with the middle-aged man. With a wuxia beam of primal force shot out, aimed directly at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's expression shifted. Seeing the speed, he knew it was too late to dodge, so he condensed primal force around his body, forming a shield. With a bang, the terrifying force sent him staggering back several meters. He exhaled heavily, thinking that perhaps Luo Chongqing wasn't too formidable. Maybe he could still fight to the death. But before he could catch his breath, a blade of primal force slashed toward him with even greater speed and power, causing the space it passed through to collapse. "No!" the middle-aged man cried out in horror. He realized then that the previous attack was merely an appetizer. That first strike had probably used less than a tenth of Luo Chongqing's true power. Immediately, the middle-aged man channeled all his primal force to form a thicker, sturdier shield. Just as he finished condensing it, with a splat, the blade of primal force cleaved through his shield. Then it split his body apart. With a thud, he fell. The middle-aged man's face was frozen in terror as he collapsed to the ground. In the palace, everyone was stunned, their hearts filled with awe. Another golden core cultivator had been slain so effortlessly by Luo Chongqing. Just how powerful was Luo Chongqing? Normally, battles between golden core cultivators would shake heaven and earth. Yet Luo Chongqing had dispatched two golden core cultivators with only a few moves. Clearly, Luo Chongqing's strength far surpassed that of the two golden core cultivators from Songyun Kingdom, allowing him to confine the battle to a small area and kill them. They were immensely curious about Luo Chongqing's true power. But before they could rejoice, bitterness crept into their hearts. With two golden core cultivators dead in Ziyang Kingdom, Songyun Kingdom would surely not let this slide. It might even lead to war. After killing the two golden core cultivators, Luo Chongqing collected their storage pouches. Chu Tianqi waved his hand and said, "Drag their bodies away." Yes. The guards immediately stepped forward to clean up. They thought bitterly that even golden core cultivators were not invincible. They could be killed too. After the scene was cleared, the coronation ceremony concluded. With such a major incident today, Chu Tianqi had no heart to proceed with the remaining steps. He directly addressed the officials, "Keep an eye on Songyun Kingdom's movements in the coming days and reinforce defenses at all borders." "Yes." The generals nodded. They understood that with 2 golden core cultivators dead in Xiang Kingdom, Songyan Kingdom would not easily let the matter rest. Then Chu Tianqi waved his hand and said, "All right, the ceremony ends here. Everyone, you may take your leave. As you command." The officials and their families departed one after another. Only the Emperor Luo Chongqing and a few others remained in the palace. "Brother Luo, thank you for today. If not for you, I would likely have become the shortest reigning emperor in history," Chu Tianqi said with a wry smile. Luo Chongqing waved his hand and said, "It's nothing, no need to be polite." Then he asked curiously, "Why did you use my name for the era name?" This was something that surprised Luo Chongqing. "Brother Luo, I owe my ascension to the throne entirely to you. Using your name for the era name is a way to commemorate this," Chu Tianqi explained. Then he asked, "Brother Luo, do you mind? If you do, I'll change it." "Of course not, I was just curious, huh?" Luo Chongqing laughed. "By the way, Brother Luo, I found the mountain range with abundant spiritual energy that you asked me to locate," Chu Tianqi said. He had clearly remembered the task Luo Chongqing had entrusted to him. "Oh, you found it." Luo Chongqing's face lit up with joy. The Luo family residence in Tongzhou Prefecture was fairly decent, but for long-term residence and cultivation, they definitely needed a superior cave heaven-blessed land. Luo Chongqing was even planning to establish a sect. Establishing a sect would give all his subordinates a sense of belonging and greater cohesion. Then even Shen Feiliang and the others could join the sect if they wished. Luo Chongqing immediately turned to Chu Tianqi and asked, "Your Majesty, where is the cave heaven-blessed land you mentioned?" "Zhu Lai, bring Brother Luo there right now to the mountain range you've been searching for," Chu Tianqi said to the man in armor. This person was called Zhu Lai. Finding the spirit mountain had been his sole responsibility. At this moment he stepped forward and said, "Senior, please follow me. Master Steward Lu, come, let us go take a look at this spirit mountain. We shall reside there in the future," Luo Chongqing said with a smile to Guild Master Song and the others. "Wonderful, let us also broaden our horizons and see this cave heaven-blessed land rich in spiritual energy." Guild Master Song replied with a smile. Steward Lu and Fong Yun also broke into laughter. If they could cultivate in a cave heaven-blessed land in the future, their cultivation speed would definitely increase dramatically. Chen Feiliang and Medicine King Chen and couldn't help but reveal envious expressions. How many people in this world could cultivate in a cave heaven-blessed land? Zhu Lai rode on a flying sword soaring into the sky. Luo Chongqing directly used elemental force to carry everyone following closely behind Zhu Lai. Seeing this, Zhu Lai couldn't help but secretly admire him. Indeed, he was a golden core true man who, without borrowing a spirit sword, could carry over a dozen people in flight with such effortless ease. Following Zhu Lai, they departed the imperial capital and flew onward. Before they knew it, they had traveled several thousand miles. At this point, they could already see a towering mountain range that seemed to pierce the clouds. What abundant spiritual energy! Guild Master Song exclaimed in amazement. The others also wore expressions of astonishment. Even before reaching the mountain's base, they could already feel the abundant spiritual energy rushing toward them. Luo Chongqing also noticed that the spiritual energy on this mountain range was extraordinarily abundant. He asked with curiosity, "With such abundant spiritual energy on this mountain, has no one discovered it?" Zhu Lai replied, "Of course someone discovered it. But this mountain range has always been under the imperial family's control. When martial artists find such places, they can cultivate for a while at most. They wouldn't dare have any improper thoughts. Anyone who dares occupy imperial territory will face the imperial family's relentless pursuit." Luo Chongqing nodded. At this moment, he somewhat understood the saying, "All land beneath heaven belongs to the ruler." If the imperial family is willing to give it to you, then it is yours. But if they are unwilling and you occupy it privately, how could the imperial family possibly spare you? While they chatted, the group had already flown to the mountain range. Indeed, one could see numerous martial artists sitting cross-legged in cultivation on the mountain range. Hearing the commotion outside, many opened their eyes. Among them, someone recognized Zhu Lai and stepped forward respectfully, saying, "Greetings, General Zhu." Zhu Lai glanced at the scattered cultivators before him. He knew that beyond these people, many others were hiding in the depths of the mountain range cultivating. He announced loudly, "Everyone leave this mountain range starting from now. From this moment forward, Senior Luo is the new master of this mountain range. No one else may set foot on this mountain." Upon hearing this, all the martial artists on the mountain range changed color. This mountain range had abundant spiritual energy and had always been unowned peaks, so they could cultivate peacefully. But now, once this mountain range had an owner, where would they find another mountain range with such abundant spiritual energy? The scattered cultivators who had been cultivating also emerged from the depths of the mountain one after another. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, numerous powerful martial artists came flying out. Among them were cultivators at the 6th level and even the 7th level of foundation establishment. One cultivator at the 7th level of foundation establishment, dissatisfied, said, "Zhu Lai, although all land beneath heaven belongs to the ruler, we've been cultivating here all along, even treating this place as our home. Are you just going to give it to someone else with just a word from the imperial court? Have you even asked if we agree?" It's Wang Bao. The crowd instantly recognized this martial artist. Wang Bao's cultivation isn't low at all. At the 7th level of foundation establishment, his cultivation is even higher than Zhu Lai's. It won't be so easy for Zhu Lai to just give it away to someone else. Wang Bao, I've heard of him. He's a desperate fugitive, they say. He came to Xiang country to hide from another nation. His temper isn't very good at all. He finally found such a place to rest, and with such abundant spiritual energy, he won't leave easily. Then today Zhu Lai will probably return disappointed if he wants to infect this mountain range to someone else. That's better. We can continue cultivating here. The crowd laughed complacently. If no one could subdue Zhu Lai from the imperial court, they would have had to leave honestly. But now since someone stood up to stop Zhu Lai, they could continue cultivating here. Zhu Lai's expression turned gloomy. He had worked so hard to serve the Golden Core True Man, yet he encountered such a ruffian. What would the Golden Core True Man think of him? You are Wang Bao, aren't you? Could it be that you wish to face pursuit from the entire imperial court? Zhu Lai said with a cold face. Wang Bao laughed coldly and said, General Zhu, don't try to pressure me with the entire imperial court. If you want to give this place away, then step over our corpses first. Exactly, step over our corpses first. We've been cultivating here for many years. This place has long become our home. Even if you're from the imperial court, don't even think about driving us away. One martial artist after another spoke. They seemed determined to resist Zhu Lai to the end. Fine, very well. Zhu Lai's expression was extremely unsightly. Originally, this was the imperial family's mountain range. He had not driven these scattered cultivators away only because he pitied them, but now they had actually treated it as their own home, refusing to leave. Seeing Zhu Lai so embarrassed, the scattered cultivators secretly laughed in their hearts. This group of scattered cultivators, when combined, numbered several hundred people with over 200 foundation establishment experts. If the imperial family wanted to deal with them, they would also suffer great losses. So in the end, the matter of enfeoffment would definitely come to nothing. Let me handle this. Seeing that Zhu Lai couldn't handle the situation, Luo Chongqing spoke up. Zhu Lai nodded awkwardly. Originally, this mountain range was meant to be given to Luo Chongqing, yet now he still had to step in personally. It's fine, let these people know the might of a Golden Core True Man, Zhu Lai thought secretly in his heart. Luo Chongqing stepped forward and said coldly, I'm counting to 3 now. If you're still here after 3, then you'll never leave. The crowd looked at Luo Chongqing and couldn't help but show cold smiles. Could Luo Chongqing really think that he alone could deal with all of their martial artists? Only a few timid people worried about suffering revenge from the imperial family upon hearing Luo Chongqing's words immediately flew their swords toward the outer perimeter of the mountain range. 3, 2. When he reached the word 2, someone suddenly shouted, I thought this young man looked familiar from the start. Now I finally remember. He's the expert who killed the Heavenly Dragon Tower Master. Upon hearing this, many martial artists present changed color drastically. Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? Tisk, I've heard about this. They say that young man is extremely powerful. Let's leave quickly. Damn it, it's actually him. Run. Many people still knew about the incident of the Heavenly Dragon Tower Master being killed. The Heavenly Dragon Tower Master had Foundation Establishment 5th level cultivation. Since Luo Chongqing could kill Heavenly Dragon Tower Master Qiu Daoxing, it meant Luo Chongqing's cultivation had reached at least Foundation Establishment 6th level. In an instant, dozens of martial artists flew away rapidly. But some martial artists, seeing that several seniors at Foundation Establishment 6th and 7th levels hadn't left, thought, what were they afraid of? Luo Chongqing, no matter how powerful, couldn't possibly handle so many experts alone. 1. When Luo Chongqing said the word 1, a blade of elemental force burst forth from Luo Chongqing's hand. Wang Bao, who was nearest, didn't even have time to react before the elemental force blade sliced him into 2 halves. What? Wang Bao, a core formation stage 6 cultivator, was killed by him, just like that. Seeing this, everyone widened their eyes, their faces filled with shock and horror. At this moment, they finally realized how terrifying Luo Chongqing truly was. A martial artist at the core formation stage 6, without even having time to react, was killed by Luo Chongqing. Luo Chongqing was definitely not just at the core formation stage 7. He was at least at the core formation stage 8, or even stage 9. Run. Quick run. This person is at least at the core formation stage 8. Everyone, as if gone mad, flew out of the mountain range on their flying swords. Meanwhile, Zhu Lai revealed a cold sneer. Core formation stage 8. What a joke. Senior Luo is a golden core realm powerhouse. Just now you were given a chance, but you weren't afraid, acting so arrogant. Now you probably don't even have a chance to escape. Zhu Lai thought to himself. Indeed, as Zhu Lai thought, these people were like ants before Luo Chongqing. As soon as the primordial force long blade was unleashed with a series of thuds, one after another martial artists fell from the sky. The entire mountain range rained blood. None of the hundreds of people survived. They were all slain by the primordial force long blade. Those who had fled at the beginning were utterly stunned by the scene before them. Hundreds of martial artists, and among them over 100, were at the core formation stage. Were they all killed by Luo Chongqing in an instant? This is simply too terrifying. Who was it that said Luo Chongqing was at the core formation stage 8? What a joke. Could someone at the core formation stage 8 be this powerful? Perhaps he is only at the golden core stage. Otherwise, even a core formation stage 9 cultivator could not be this formidable, instantly killing so many core formation martial artists. The mere thought that Luo Changsheng might be at the golden core stage sent cold sweat down their spines. Golden core stage. Heavens! Just now they had been arrogant in front of a golden core powerhouse. Fortunately, they had escaped, otherwise they would have ended up like the others, dead and gone. They would never dare to come to this mountain range again, even if beaten to death. I'm truly sorry, Senior Luo, for making you take action personally. Zhu Lai stepped forward and said, "It's nothing. After all, this will be my private territory from now on. If someone causes trouble on my private land, it is naturally unforgivable." Luo Changsheng said with a smile. Zhu Lai immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Luo Changsheng liked this mountain range, so he could finally return and report his mission. "Senior, I will send someone to clean up the corpses below." Zhu Lai glanced at the bodies scattered on the ground, and then said, Besides that, I have another task for you. Build a grand hall at the mountainside, and then construct some houses." Luo Changsheng said. Zhu Lai was startled, then nodded. Luo Changsheng smiled, and took out a storage pouch, saying, "Don't worry, I won't let you pay out of your own pocket. Here are 5 million spirit stones, which should be enough to pay the workers' wages and cover the materials, right?" Zhu Lai smiled, and said, "Senior, rest assured. With so many spirit stones, I can hire enough workers for construction. I believe it can be built within 10 days to half a month." "Alright, I'll leave this to you. Once it's done, just let me know directly," Luo Changsheng said with a smile. "Yes, Senior." Zhu Lai nodded. He would certainly handle the matters entrusted to him by the Golden Core true person, leaving a good impression. Little did he know that when he returned to the imperial capital and shared this matter, many court officials would vie to offer their help. That was a matter for later. After Luo Changsheng had finished giving instructions, he led his master and others flying directly toward Tongzhou Prefecture City. After returning to Tongzhou Prefecture City, Luo Changsheng began to plan in his mind. Now he had obtained 2 forces. One was the Tsangyun Kingdom, and the other was the Tianlong Sacred Sect. He did not take the Tsangyun Kingdom seriously. The strongest in that kingdom was only around the Golden Core Stage 3. Given a few days, he himself could reach the Golden Core Stage 3. What truly worried him was the Tianlong Sacred Sect, which possessed Saint Realm experts. Although they would not send a Saint Realm expert to kill him if the first attempt failed, it was very likely that they would send a terrifyingly powerful expert next time. Time. Luo Changsheng's eyes lit up. As long as he had enough time to grow, he would not fear any sacred sect, and could even contend with the 10 great sacred sects of the Yunzhou region. Therefore, if he did not kill the first wave of experts sent by the Tianlong Sacred Sect, then there would never be a second wave. That way he would have enough time to grow. Realizing this, Luo Changsheng couldn't help but secretly sigh in relief. 8 days passed in a flash, and Luo Changsheng's cultivation increased by 80 years. By now he had reached the Golden Core Stage 5. Luo Changsheng occasionally went to the mountain range to check on the progress of the palace. He found that Zhu Lai was quite fast. In 8 days he had already nearly completed the construction of a huge palace. The saying, "money makes the world go round," was indeed true. In such a short time, they had almost finished building a palace. Luo Changsheng nodded in satisfaction, and then flew toward Tongzhou Prefecture City. At that moment, a bad premonition arose in Luo Changsheng's heart. He suddenly dodged, quickly flying away from his previous position. Swoosh! Just as he flew away, a flying sword swiftly passed through his former position. "You have some skill. No wonder you were able to destroy the Tianlong Tower." A figure appeared behind Luo Changsheng. It was a young man dressed in yellow. "Are you from the Tianlong Sacred Sect?" Luo Changsheng looked at the young man before him. "That's right. I am a disciple of the Tianlong Sacred Sect. Although the Tianlong Tower is no longer affiliated with our sect, it was still built by our founding ancestor. You dared to destroy it, which is a capital offense. Today I am here to take your worthless life." The yellow-clad youth said coldly. Luo Changsheng looked at the youth, sneering inwardly. This youth was only at the Golden Core Stage 2. He knew that the Tianlong Sacred Sect would not send a very powerful expert for their first attempt on his life. "You are no match for me. Quickly return and report, and have your Tianlong Sacred Sect send some real experts." Luo Changsheng taunted. "Bullshit. How dare you look down on me? Today I will definitely take your life and return to report." The yellow-clad youth snorted coldly. Immediately he let out a loud shout and madly struck out with a palm. "Heavenly Wind, Divine Palm." With his cry, a massive palm imprint appeared in his hand, pressing down toward Luo Changsheng. Luo Changsheng sneered inwardly. This technique was indeed good. If he were still at the Golden Core Stage 2, he would have to be cautious. But now at the Golden Core Stage 5, when he looked at a martial artist at the Golden Core Stage 2 executing such a palm strike, he saw nothing but flaws. However, he could not appear too powerful. If he showed too much strength or killed the youth, the Tianlong Sacred Sect would likely immediately send a terrifying expert to hunt him down. So facing this palm strike, Luo Changsheng gritted his teeth, looking as though he were ready to fight to the death. As if witnessing Luo Changsheng condensing a ray of yuan energy in his hand to meet the incoming palm mark. Boom. With a thunderous roar, Luo Changxing's entire body was sent flying backward. To make it appear convincing as if he had truly been injured by the youth in yellow robes, Luo Changxing even forced a mouthful of blood from his body and spat it out. Witnessing this scene, the youth in yellow robes suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Boy, weren't you so arrogant just now. Now you know the extent of my power, don't you? When he first saw Luo Changxing easily dodge his sword strike, he did feel some worry and vigilance in his heart. The sect rarely entrusted him with a mission, sending him to Ziyang Kingdom to assassinate a martial artist. If he couldn't even complete such a simple task, how would the sect elders view him? Even if they didn't expel him from Tianlong's sacred sect, he would not be given any important responsibilities. Fortunately, Luo Changxing was not particularly strong. He only needed to execute a single strike of the heavenly wind divine palm, and Luo Changxing would be beaten until he vomited blood. Then he wouldn't have to fear anymore. Luo Changxing rose from the ground, angrily exclaiming, "Humph, may be formidable, but killing me won't be that easy." As he spoke, Luo Changxing seemed to muster all his strength and deliver a powerful sword slash. Boom! The terrifying sword aura directly caused the surrounding space to collapse. Witnessing Luo Changxing's single sword strike produce such devastating power, the youth in yellow robes' expression subtly shifted. He immediately retreated violently. Boom! The sword aura descended and directly carved a massive pit into the open ground ahead. Seeing the youth in yellow robes retreat in panic, Luo Changxing smiled bitterly to himself. Could it be that this sword strike was too powerful and actually frightened him? This was troublesome. Once the youth in yellow robes realized the truth and escaped back to Tianlong's sacred sect, Luo Changxing would be in serious danger. Fortunately, the youth in yellow robes didn't seem intimidated. Instead, he burst into hearty laughter. "Boy, you think you can kill me? You're still too green. If you've got some skill." Luo Changxing showed a look of shock, angrily retorting, "Haha, my abilities go far beyond this. Now let me show you my true power." The youth in yellow robes laughed wildly. As he spoke, he drew out a sword and declared, "Let me show you what real swordsmanship looks like." With a fierce slash, boom, the terrifying sword energy erupted and shot toward Luo Changxing. Upon seeing this, Luo Changxing's face changed dramatically and he frantically dodged. Thud! The sword energy struck the open ground. It directly carved the ground into a massive crater with a bottomless depth. The youth in yellow robes' eyes revealed a hint of surprise at this sight. He never expected that Luo Changxing could be so fortunate. This strike had utilized 9/10 of his full power, yet Luo Changxing managed to dodge it. Humph, luck can't be on your side every time. The youth in yellow robes sneered inwardly. His sword slashed madly toward Luo Changxing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless sword auras shot toward Luo Changxing. Luo Changxing frantically dodged. Every sword aura was on the verge of striking him, yet he managed to evade each one in a desperate struggle. "You clever lad, you actually dodged them all." The youth in yellow robes displayed astonishment. "Haha, you think killing me is that simple? I'm done playing games with you." As he spoke, Luo Changxing summoned his flying sword and shot off toward the distance. The youth in yellow robes' expression darkened. He could sense that Luo Changxing's cultivation wasn't particularly high, at most the first layer of golden core. Not even reaching the second layer of golden core. Otherwise, if Luo Changxing truly possessed second layer golden core cultivation, his heavenly wind divine palm strike could never have caused Luo Changxing to be injured and bleed. Since he's at the first layer of golden core, I can eliminate him myself. There's no need to report this to the sect, or what would the sect think of me? It's embarrassing to have been given a mission and failed at it. Though this youth knows some movement techniques, killing him does require a bit of patience. The youth in yellow robes thought to himself. He was determined to slay Luo Changxing with his own hands, so that he would have the face to return to the sect and report back. With this thought, Luo Changxing continued flying forward, pursuing the figure of Luo Changxing. Over the following days, Luo Changxing was relentlessly hunted by the youth in yellow robes. Each time, Luo Changxing deliberately fell behind, then feigned injury before pretending to flee. After several consecutive days, Luo Changxing had advanced from the 5th layer to the 7th layer of golden core cultivation. Although he had reached the 7th layer of golden core, Luo Changxing still had not managed to slay the youth in yellow robes. Because he understood clearly, as long as he didn't kill the youth in yellow robes, now he remained in a relatively safe state. Once he killed the youth in yellow robes, Tianlong's sacred sect would surely not let him go. They would likely dispatch powerful experts to eliminate him immediately. On a mountain peak. After nearly a week of failing to slay Luo Changxing, the youth in yellow robes grew increasingly restless. The sect trusted him so much, yet he couldn't even complete such a minor task. Just then his communication talisman vibrated, and an elder from the sect transmitted a message. "Zhou Feng, what's the problem? Why haven't you completed a single mission after so much time? Have you encountered difficulties?" Elder Lu from the mission hall asked. Zhou Feng's expression shifted. His mission had indeed taken far too long. Elder Lu of the mission hall was already beginning to question him. Zhou Feng quickly responded, "Elder Lu, rest assured there are no difficulties. I've merely been held up by trivial matters." "Very well, work faster. If you cannot complete the mission or if your opponent proves too powerful, report it immediately, and I will assign someone else to handle it. Elder Lu's words came through the communication talisman. Rest assured, Elder Lu. Give me a few more days, and I will complete this mission shortly. Zhou Feng promised. Good, then hurry up. After Elder Lu finished speaking, he stopped pressing the matter. This brought Zhou Feng a quiet sense of relief. His execution of this mission had indeed consumed far too much time. It had even drawn the attention of Elder Lu from the mission hall. If he failed to complete the mission, he would likely face punishment. Damn it, a Golden Core first-layer martial artist. And I can't even kill him just because he knows some movement techniques. Zhou Feng gritted his teeth in frustration. But if he couldn't complete the mission, he would have no way to return and report back. No, I need to spend some spirit stones to get a senior sect brother to help eliminate this youth. Otherwise, if I fail my first mission, I'll be ridiculed by martial artists in the sect for the rest of my life. Zhou Feng sneered inwardly. The mere thought of inviting a sect senior brother to intervene made him wince. It meant he would have to part with a significant amount of spirit stones. Otherwise, without spirit stones, no one would lift a finger, not even a close senior brother. In this era, people help only when there's something in it for them. Soon a senior brother came to mind. Fu Xiang, a martial artist at the 4th layer of Golden Core. Whenever money was involved, he would do anything. Immediately Zhou Feng began transmitting to senior brother Fu Xiang. Senior brother Fu Xiang, could you do me a favor? Zhou Feng transmitted somewhat anxiously. Far away in Tianlong's sacred sect, millions of li distant, a stern young man was walking. He was none other than Fu Xiang. Suddenly sensing his communication talisman vibrating, he immediately retrieved it to check. He quickly received Zhou Feng's transmitted message. What do you need? What's the price? Fu Xiang never beat around the bush, getting straight to the point. In Ziyang Kingdom, Zhou Feng felt anxious. He didn't know whether Fu Xiang would be willing to help since they were merely acquaintances with no deep bond. Suddenly the communication talisman vibrated. Picking it up, he immediately heard Fu Xiang's voice. Upon hearing this, Zhou Feng was overjoyed. The fact that Fu Xiang asked this way meant there was hope. As long as he provided enough spirit stones, senior brother Fu would be willing to help. Senior brother Fu, kill a warrior at Golden Core first stage for me, and I'll give you 6,000 spirit stones. Zhou Feng transmitted via message talisman. After saying this, he quietly waited. Far away at the Tianlong sacred sect, Fu Xiang's eyes instantly lit up upon hearing 6,000 spirit stones. For him, killing someone at Golden Core first stage was completely effortless. Getting 6,000 spirit stones all at once was simply too worthwhile. 6,000 spirit stones converted to regular spirit stones would be 60 million. Enough for several years of cultivation. Are you certain it's only Golden Core first stage? Fu Xiang asked with a hint of concern. Senior brother Fu, rest assured. At most he's at Golden Core second stage. He only knows some movement techniques, so I couldn't kill him for a while. The elders are pressing me, so I thought of inviting you out. Zhou Feng explained via transmission. Alright, where? I'll go right now. Fu Xiang smiled. He could understand Zhou Feng's feelings. The elders were pressing him to complete the task quickly, yet he couldn't eliminate the opponent for the time being. So he decided to spend a fortune and hire someone else to help. That way Zhou Feng at least completed the task, and the elders would look at him with newfound respect. Ziyang Kingdom. Zhou Feng immediately transmitted the location to Fu Xiang. Good, I'll set off today, and should arrive in about 3 or 4 days. Fu Xiang agreed. Then there was silence. Zhou Feng understood that Fu Xiang had turned off the transmission talisman and was likely on his way. He couldn't help but admire in his heart. At his speed it would take 6 or 7 days of flying. Yet Fu Xiang could arrive in just 3 or 4 days, showing his cultivation was far more profound. He felt much more relieved. With senior brother Fu Xiang's Golden Core 4th stage cultivation, no matter what techniques Luo Changxing possessed, it would be utterly useless. Another 3 days passed in a blink, and Luo Changxing's cultivation had already reached Golden Core 8th stage. Yet he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why hadn't he seen that yellow-robed youth from the Tianlong sacred sect pursuing him these past few days? Could the yellow-robed youth know that he had concealed his true cultivation level? So he had returned to the Tianlong sacred sect to report. That shouldn't be the case. He had hidden his cultivation very deeply, completely undetectable. Shaking his head, Luo Changxing felt something was odd. Right then the transmission talisman vibrated. As he picked it up to check, Chu Tianqi's voice suddenly came through. Brother Luo, something terrible has happened. You must come to the palace immediately. Hearing this, Luo Changxing instantly erupted with power and flew directly toward the palace. Inside the palace, Chu Tianqi wore an anxious expression. Your Majesty, what has happened? Suddenly a familiar voice rang out. A young man walked in. It was Luo Changxing. Brother Luo, something terrible has happened. Chu Tianqi anxiously said. That Sanyun Kingdom is attacking. They learned a few days ago that 2 of their Golden Core stage experts died in our Ziyang Kingdom, and they're demanding I hand over the culprit. How could I hand you over? I never expected them to be so ruthless, launching a full-scale invasion. Now at our Ziyang Kingdom's border, 2 cities have already fallen with over 1 million soldiers and civilians dead. Hearing this, Luo Changxing's eyes revealed a cold chill. He never expected that by killing just 2 people from the Songyun Kingdom, they would massacre 1,000,000 humans in Xiang Kingdom. This was truly merciless. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Luo Chongqing asked. Shu Tianqi sighed and said, I didn't want to trouble you with everything. This matter started because of me. You should have told me earlier. Luo Chongqing shook his head and didn't continue blaming Shu Tianqi. He understood that Shu Tianqi also didn't want to burden him, yet hundreds of thousands of people from Xiang Kingdom had died because of this. Shu Tianqi fell silent, his heart filled with shame. Tell me which city has been attacked and in which direction. Luo Chongqing asked. The Fenghai city has now been attacked in the southeast direction. Shu Tianqi said. Before his words had even finished, Luo Chongqing transformed into a streak of light and flew toward the southeast. At the same time, in a courtyard in the imperial capital, learning that senior brother Fu Ziong had arrived, Zhou Feng happily rushed out to greet him. Senior brother Fu, you're here. Zhou Feng exclaimed with joy. Who needs to be killed? Just tell me directly. I'll finish the job and leave early. Fu Ziong said coldly. He didn't like dragging things out. Kill the person, get the spirit stones, and return early to cultivate. I'll take you there. Zhou Feng set about to lead Fu Ziong to find Luo Chongqing. Suddenly a streak of light flew quickly overhead. The speed was alarmingly fast, comparable to lightning. Yet Zhou Feng still recognized him. Senior brother Fu, that's the person, Zhou Feng said. He didn't notice at all, but after he finished speaking, Fu Ziong's expression completely darkened. He coldly said, Zhou Feng, are you joking with me? You want me to kill such a powerful expert? With his speed, he's at least Golden Core 5th stage, even possibly 6th stage. I'm only Golden Core 4th stage cultivation. You want me to kill him? Are you trying to send me to my death? 6,000 spirit stones, and you expect me to kill an expert at Golden Core 5th or 6th stage? Do you think your spirit stones are especially valuable? Fu Ziong said with a cold face. The person's flight speed in the air was much faster than his. Clearly their cultivation was also far higher than his. Zhou Feng actually asked him to kill such a powerful expert. If he wanted him dead, he should have just said so, not played this kind of sick joke on him. Zhou Feng immediately explained, Senior brother Fu, don't be fooled by this kid. I couldn't kill him just because he possesses advanced techniques making him agile with incredibly fast flight speed, but his actual strength is extremely weak. He couldn't even withstand my single move, the Divine Wind Palm. Is this true? Asked Fu Ziong, astonishment flickering in his eyes. Even the fact that he couldn't withstand a single strike of Zhou Feng's Heavenly Wind Divine Palm proved that he was certainly no master. It merely indicated that this person possessed a flight technique, which made his speed far greater than an ordinary man's. If he could obtain this flying method with his cultivation at the 4th layer of the Golden Core, his speed would become even faster. Rest assured, Senior brother Fu, why would I deceive you? Just think. If he were truly stronger than me, how could I still be alive? I would have been killed long ago. Zhou Feng said with a smile. That makes sense. If he were stronger than you, he would have slain you already and wouldn't have let you live this long. Fu Ziong chuckled lightly. Since Zhou Feng intended to kill this man, if the man possessed formidable cultivation, he would not have allowed Zhou Feng to remain. The only explanation was that this man indeed mastered some formidable techniques. With this thought, a glint of greed flashed in his eyes. Let's go. Don't let that brat escape. Fu Ziong took the initiative to speak. Good. Zhou Feng nodded with a smile. With senior brother Fu, who was at the 4th layer of the Golden Core, taking action, Luo Chongqing was as good as dead. He could return and report with peace of mind. Swish, swish. The two rose from the courtyard and soared directly on their swords, chasing in the direction Luo Chongqing had flown. Luo Chongqing's speed was astonishing, covering tens of li in a single breath. After an hour of flight, the border of the neighboring kingdom was already visible in the distance. Meanwhile, in Fenghai City, several generals of Xiang Kingdom, leading 1,000,000 mighty troops, were locked in a life-and-death struggle with the soldiers of Songyun Kingdom. Both kingdoms suffered countless casualties. If things continued this way, the soldiers of Xiang Kingdom could still hold out for at least 10 days to half a month, and might even have hope of victory. But atop the city wall of Fenghai City stood 5 Golden Core experts of Songyun Kingdom. They stood on the wall chatting and laughing as they watched the battle below. From time to time, they would strike out a move, and with each attack hundreds or even thousands of Xiang Kingdom's warriors would be killed. Zhu Lai and the 3rd prince were among the crowd fighting the enemy. At this rate, they might not even hold out for 3 days before Fenghai City fell. On the city wall, one of the stern-faced young men frowned slightly. He said impatiently, Li Pingyuan, you're too slow. It's been a whole day, and you still haven't destroyed Fenghai City. Hearing this, Li Pingyuan and the other 3 Golden Core experts of Songyun Kingdom all changed color slightly. The stern-faced young man was named Yang Tao, a disciple of the Wangyue sacred sect invited by the emperor to deal with the Golden Core experts of Xiang Kingdom. Since their Songyun Kingdom had lost 2 Golden Core experts in Xiang Kingdom, it was clear that Xiang Kingdom also had formidable masters. Their emperor, who had long-standing dealings with the Wangyue sacred sect, naturally knew some of its disciples. Thus, he had invited Yang Tao, a disciple of the Wangyue sacred sect, for assistance. The condition was that after destroying Xiang Kingdom, all the spirit stones obtained would be given to Yang Tao. Although this request was somewhat excessive, the emperor had gladly agreed in order to destroy Xiang Kingdom. Seeing that the other party was growing impatient, the few of them became anxious. If they truly angered Yang Tao into leaving, they might not be a match for Xiang Kingdom's Golden Core experts. The Golden Core expert named Li Pinyuan stepped forward. Esteemed Immortal Yang, we didn't expect Xiang Kingdom to send 1,000,000 troops to resist. It does take time to kill all 1,000,000 soldiers. It just shows how useless you are. The stern-faced young man Yang Tao shook his head and mocked. Insulted by Yang Tao, Li Pinyuan and the other three flushed red, but dared not retort. They were all at the first layer, or even the second layer of the Golden Core. It was said that Yang Tao had reached the 5th layer of the Golden Core. Before him they indeed seemed like trash. Watch how I do it, Yang Tao said coldly. Then he stepped forward a few paces. With a flick of his wrist he threw his sword and shouted, "Kill!" Swish! The sword seemed to have eyes, swiftly flying from the city wall into the crowd. Hack! 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 Wherever it passed, warriors of Xiang Kingdom, without even a chance to react, were all slain. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of Xiang Kingdom's warriors had died, and the number kept increasing. Because the sword was extremely fast, wherever it went, all warriors below the 3rd layer of the core formation were killed. How is this possible? What cultivation level is this person? How can he be so terrifying? This young man should not be a warrior of Sanyun Kingdom. The Golden Core experts of Sanyun Kingdom are not this formidable. All the warriors of Xiang Kingdom fell into panic. At this rate, they would all be wiped out. Zhu Lai, the 3rd prince, and the leading generals also changed color drastically. They stared deeply at the young figure on the city wall, fear flickering in their eyes. At first, they hadn't seen the young man take action and assumed he was a prince of Sanyun Kingdom, merely observing and learning. They never expected that the truly formidable one was this young man. With a single move, he had killed hundreds, or even thousands. If they hadn't dodged in time, they too would have been reaped by the flying sword. Haha, well done. The immortal from the Wangyue sacred sect has made his move. He's at the 5th layer of the Golden Core. Fenghai City will fall today. The soldiers of Sanyun Kingdom burst into wild laughter, their faces brimming with pride. Hearing this, the warriors of Xiang Kingdom grew even more panicked. This young man was actually a disciple of the Wangyue sacred sect, and at the 5th layer of the Golden Core. How could they possibly fight? Even if Senior Luo Changsheng came, it would be useless. It seemed that Xiang Kingdom was doomed. On the city wall, as they watched Yang Tao of the Wangyue sacred sect take action, Li Pinyuan and the others showed excited expressions. Truly worthy of a 5th layer Golden Core expert. In just a few breaths, he had killed over 1,000 people. The 3rd prince amidst the crowd saw his expression darken drastically. The sword was heading straight toward his position. With his current cultivation, he could not possibly withstand this strike. No, must heaven truly condemn my Xiang Kingdom to destruction. Prince 3rd son Chu Xuanjin cried out in sheer terror. He had been counting on Luo Changxing, a Golden Core powerhouse, to steadily strengthen Xiang Kingdom. Yet he never imagined that Songyun Kingdom would invite a disciple of the Wangyue holy sect to launch their attack. This was a terrifying powerhouse at the 5th layer of Golden Core. No one could withstand such strength. His heart had sunk into utter despair. Suddenly, as his face was filled with desolation, a figure appeared before him. The moment that figure appeared, they extended a hand and directly grabbed Yang Tao's flying sword. The 3rd prince stood frozen. Could someone really catch a Golden Core cultivator's flying sword with their bare hands? Who was this formidable presence? When he finally made out the figure clearly, the 3rd prince was overcome with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. Young Master Luo, you've finally come. At this moment, he truly wept. He had already resigned himself to dying here, never expecting that Senior Luo would appear at the 11th hour. And Senior Luo was incredibly powerful, catching a sword from a Golden Core 5th layer expert with bare hands. Not just him, but Zhu Lai and the other Xiang Kingdom generals and military officers, seeing Luo Changxing arrive, could not help but weep with excitement. A casual sword strike from the Holy Sect's immortal was too terrifying. At this rate, within 2 or 3 hours, the entire 1,000,000 warriors of Xiang Kingdom would be slaughtered without exception. Their hearts had been consumed by despair, so the moment Luo Changxing appeared, hope burned brightly within each of their eyes. They had witnessed Luo Changxing personally annihilate 2 Golden Core experts from Songyun Kingdom. In their hearts, Luo Changxing was the strongest existence. On the city wall, witnessing Luo Changxing catch the Wangyue holy sect's Yang Tao sword with bare hands, Li Pinyuan and the others felt a wave of horror wash over them. This person was no ordinary individual. Fortunately, they had invited the holy sect, Immortal Yang Tao, today. Otherwise, given their own cultivation levels, there was no guarantee they could stand against Luo Changxing. Yang Tao gazed at Luo Changxing and sneered, "Not bad. Although that was merely a casual strike for me, you have earned the honor of me dealing with you personally." Luo Changxing looked toward Yang Tao on the wall and asked, "Are you so confident you can kill me?" "Haha, confident." Yang Tao threw his head back and laughed loudly. Fixing his gaze on Luo Changxing, he declared, "I have cultivated for 600 years. Over 100 golden core martial artists have perished beneath my hands. Although you have earned my personal attention in my eyes, you are still nothing but an ant. Tell me, how would you like to die? I shall grant you a swift end. Listening to this, everyone's hearts trembled in dread. The golden core realm was already an unreachable peak in their eyes. Yet this so terrifying expert had killed over 100 golden core cultivators. Truly horrifying. Luo Changxing shook his head and sneered. An ant, you say? Then let me show you that even an ant can be something you can never reach. Haha, unreachable. You're overestimating yourself, brat. Today I shall crush this ant, and see how you dare claim I cannot reach you. Yang Tao laughed loudly, and drew out a sword from his mouth. This was his life-bound sword, refined over decades, now completely merged with his body. He could summon it freely at will. How dare you show off before me? Don't come crying to me later. Yang Tao sneered, then shouted toward his life-bound sword, kill him. Whoosh. Yang Tao's life-bound sword tore through space like a streak of light, shooting toward Luo Changxing at blinding speed, faster than lightning, unimaginably swift. Everyone's hearts recoiled in terror. Such terrifying speed, no one could block it. It would pierce straight through a person. Meanwhile, high in the sky, Fu Ziang and Zhou Feng had just caught up to Luo Changxing. When they saw a certain figure on the city wall, they both sucked in sharp breaths. Wanghua Holy Sect's Yang Tao is actually here. Fu Ziyang exclaimed in astonishment. Senior brother Fu, you know this Yang Tao? Zhou Feng asked curiously. Not well acquainted, only crossed paths a few times. He is a 5th layer golden core expert. He wouldn't lower himself to associate with someone like me, Fu Ziyang replied with a shake of his head. 5th layer golden core. Zhou Feng's face contorted in shock. He couldn't help but glance toward the city wall to catch a clearer look at Yang Tao, lest he accidentally offend such a fearsome figure in the future. Wait. Yang Tao is now unleashing his lifebound sword to kill that person you mentioned. He's even drawn his lifebound sword. Fu Ziyang suddenly noticed something and exclaimed in alarm. Turning to Zhou Feng, he said, Zhou Feng, it seems I won't need to act after all. With Yang Tao handling this, that man is certainly dead. He spoke with visible disappointment. Since he wouldn't need to kill, it meant he would lose 6,000 spirit stones. However, Zhou Feng felt a secret thrill of joy within. Noticing Fu Ziyang's disappointment, he quickly said, Senior brother, don't worry. Even if you don't need to act, I will still pay you 3,000 spirit stones. Hearing this, Fu Ziyang looked at Zhou Feng with satisfaction and said, very good. From now on, whenever you encounter trouble at Tianlong Holy Sect, just mention my name. Thank you, Senior brother Fu. Zhou Feng was overjoyed. As the two conversed, the flying sword whizzed through the air and was about to strike directly at Luo Changxing's face. Just as it was about to pierce him through, Luo Changxing extended 2 fingers, attempting to pinch the flying sword. This sight left everyone utterly bewildered. The sword was as fast as lightning, capable of piercing through anything. How could he possibly catch it with 2 fingers? Had he lost his mind? Fool. Yang Tao, seeing this scene, paused briefly before letting out a cold sneer. His lifebound sword, even if it struck a mountain 10,000 feet high, could shatter it instantly. Its power was boundless. Could Luo Changxing really expect to catch it with 2 fingers? Was this some kind of joke? Beside him, Li Pinyuan also shook his head with a cold smile. In their eyes, Luo Changxing's actions were nothing short of foolish. Yang Tao's lifebound sword trembled, and then its speed stopped completely. The sword was held firmly between Luo Changxing's 2 fingers. What? This sight sent shockwaves through everyone present. A sword as terrifying as lightning, the power of which was absolutely fearsome, had been caught cold by Luo Changxing with bare hands. Was he still human? Everyone present felt their hearts tremble, their faces filled with sheer disbelief. So this is Senior Luo's cultivation level. Incredible, exclaimed the 3rd Prince Zhu Lai and the others. Their hearts raced with excitement. The stronger Luo Changxing became, the more advantageous it was for them. On the city wall, Li Pinyuan and his companions stared wide-eyed. How could this be? That such a formidable sword strike from immortal Yang could be caught so effortlessly. This man's power is terrifying. They were utterly shaken, unable to believe their eyes. The sword strike just now had been as swift as lightning. In their eyes, anyone attempting to block such a terrifying blow would be courting death. Yet Luo Changxing had caught it with just 2 fingers. Was he even human? Yang Tao's face darkened, his thoughts concealed. In the sky, Fu Ziyang and Zhou Feng trembled with horror. Yang Tao was at the 5th layer of the golden core. If his lifebound sword launched to slay Luo Changxing had been aimed at them, they would have died, without a doubt. But such a terrifying strike had been caught by Luo Changxing with 2 fingers. Heavens, caught with just 2 fingers. This showed how terrifying Luo Changxing's strength truly was. Fu Ziyang glared at Zhou Feng and said coldly, Zhou Feng, is this what you called the 1st layer of the golden core? How the hell could a 1st layer golden core be this powerful? Senior brother Fu, I don't know either. Zhou Feng replied bitterly. Earlier, when I used the heavenly wind divine palm, he couldn't even withstand it, and I made him spit blood. Now he himself felt as if he were going mad. When he had tried to kill Luo Changxing before, Luo Changxing had clearly been very weak. He couldn't even withstand a single move of the heavenly wind divine palm. Yet now Luo Changsheng's displayed strength was far beyond the first layer of the golden core. Even if he were told Luo Changsheng was at the 6th layer, he wouldn't doubt it. Damn, to catch such a terrifying sword strike with just 2 fingers. If anyone said he wasn't at the 6th layer of the golden core, he'd argue with them. I don't know if what you say is true, but the first layer is certainly impossible. From my observation, he's at least at the 6th layer, perhaps even the 7th layer of the golden core. Fu Ziang snorted. The 7th layer? No way. Upon hearing this, cold sweat broke out over Zhou Feng's entire body. He had actually dared to think of killing a powerhouse at the 7th layer of the golden core. Was he insane? If you think I'm lying. Only someone at the 7th layer of the golden core could so easily catch such a terrifying sword strike. Fu Ziang said coldly. Then fixing his gaze on Zhou Feng, he said in a cold voice, "You actually asked me to kill a powerhouse at the 7th layer of the golden core. Do you want me dead, eh? Senior brother Fu, I really didn't know he was this powerful." Zhou Feng said, his face full of bitterness. Then he added, "How about this? I'll give you 6,000 spirit crystals." As he spoke, he took out a storage pouch containing 6,000 spirit crystals. That's more like it. Fu Ziang snorted. He pocketed the 6,000 spirit crystals, and his anger subsided considerably. Seeing that Fu Ziang's anger had cooled, Zhou Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He felt he was being unfairly treated. Earlier, with just one move, he had made Luo Changsheng spit blood, so logically Luo Changsheng should have been at the 1st layer of the golden core. But unexpectedly, his true strength was so terrifying. Actually at the 6th, or even 7th layer of the golden core. Let's leave quickly. After putting away the crystals, Fu Ziang said. Leave? Where to? Of course we'll return to the sect to report before this man discovers us. Or do you want to die here? Fu Ziang snorted. With that, he didn't dare linger a moment longer and flew off toward the Heavenly Dragon Holy Sect. Zhou Feng gave a bitter smile and could only follow. Since the two were in the sky and far away, no one noticed their arrival or departure. In the city, after Luo Changsheng caught Yang Tao's lifebound sword. The sword was still trembling slightly. Luo Changsheng sneered and wiped away the divine sense remaining on it with one hand. Yang Tao, clearly having suffered a severe blow, spat out a mouthful of blood. He stared fiercely at Luo Changsheng and said in a deep voice, "You are the first to dare erase the soul imprint from my lifebound sword, boy. Do you know what consequences this will bring you?" "No, why don't you tell me?" Luo Changsheng sneered. "Then I'll tell you, not only you but also your entire country will be utterly destroyed because of your actions today." Yang Tao snarled. "Still so arrogant, even when death is near." Luo Changsheng mocked. "Haha, death is near. I am a disciple of the Wanyue Holy Sect. Do you dare to kill me? The reason you haven't acted all this time is that you want me to spare you and the Purple Sun Kingdom, isn't it?" Yang Tao said with a cold smile. Luo Changsheng shook his head. This fellow was simply delusional. He raised the sword in his hand and slashed fiercely at Yang Tao. A terrifying sword aura shot out with incredible speed. Yang Tao had no time to react before the sword aura struck him. The sword aura sliced his body clean through. "How dare you? I am a disciple of the Wanyue Holy Sect." Yang Tao's eyes widened. Even in death, he couldn't believe it. That a mere martial artist of the Purple Sun Kingdom, like Luo Changsheng, would dare to kill him. Was Luo Changsheng not afraid of the Wanyue Holy Sect's retaliation? With reluctance, Yang Tao collapsed heavily to the ground. At that moment, the entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared in disbelief. Hadn't they said this immortal from the Wanyue Holy Sect was a powerhouse at the 5th layer of the golden core? The 5th layer of the golden core. That was a true land immortal, yet he had been slain with a single sword strike. How powerful then was Luo Changsheng, who had killed Yang Tao? Instantly, fear spread across the faces of the martial artists of the Zhongyun Kingdom. On the city wall, Yang Pinyuan and the other golden core martial artists of the Zhongyun Kingdom were also horrified. This was an unmatched expert at the 5th layer of the golden core, and Luo Changsheng had killed him so easily. Then their own cultivation at the 1st and 2nd layers of the golden core was even more insignificant. For a moment, they trembled all over, their faces filled with utter despair. The 3rd Prince Zhu Lai and the other martial artists of Xiang Kingdom were utterly thrilled. So this was Master Luo's true strength. Too terrifying. With just one sword strike, he slew a golden core 5th layer powerhouse. Moments ago, they had been filled with despair, unable to see even a glimmer of hope. But Luo Changsheng arrived and effortlessly turned the tide. The 3rd Prince in particular felt a bitter pang in his heart. He had once acted arrogantly before Luo Changsheng, flaunting his status as a prince. Fortunately, Luo Changsheng showed mercy and did not slay him. Otherwise, with Luo Changsheng's terrifying strength, no one could have saved him. After slaying Yang Tao with a single sword, Luo Changsheng pointed his blade at Li Pinyuan and the others on the city wall. "You, thinking yourselves backed by the Wanyue Saint sect, slaughtered countless civilians and soldiers of Xiang Kingdom. You deserve death," Luo Changsheng said coldly. Hearing this, the few on the city wall changed their expressions drastically. Li Pinyuan said with a dark face, "We are the national guardians of Zhongyun Kingdom. Please, sir, show restraint and not bring calamity upon Xiang Kingdom." "Ha, golden core 2nd layer dares to threaten me?" Luo Changsheng sneered and directly struck out with his sword. Whoosh! The sword chi tore through the sky, crossing 1,000 meters to appear before Li Pinyuan. No! You cannot kill me! Li Pinyuan cried out. But soon his voice faded and his body was cleaved in two by the sword chi. How ridiculous! Luo Changxing shook his head with a cold laugh. Everyone stared at him in terror, not daring to make a sound. Golden Core's second layer and fifth layer powerhouses had been easily slain by Luo Changxing. They were even less worthy of notice. And the rest of you? Do you have any objections? Luo Changxing said coldly, looking at the other Golden Core martial artists of Songyun Kingdom on the city wall. Their faces were filled with fear. Senior, we were merely following orders. Please, Senior, show mercy and spare us. Senior, spare us. The three were overwhelmed with terror. They had only known that Ziyang Kingdom had a formidable Golden Core expert, but they never imagined he would be this terrifyingly powerful. A Golden Core fifth layer martial artist was slain by Luo Changxing with a single sword. Had they known Luo Changxing was this strong, they would never have dared to attack Ziyang Kingdom, even at the cost of death. Spare. Humph, did you ever think of sparing the martial artists of Ziyang Kingdom when you killed them? Luo Changxing said coldly. As he spoke, whoosh, he struck out with his sword, and a sword chi sliced through the air. Splat, splat, splat. On the city wall, the three Golden Core martial artists could not withstand that sword chi at all. It easily passed through their bodies, and they fell straight down from the wall. All the soldiers of Songyun Kingdom were gripped by terror. Li Pinyuan and the other Golden Core national guardians had been slain by Luo Changxing. How could these chi condensation and core formation cultivators possibly resist? Even the celestial disciples of the Wangyue Saint sect with their terrifying strength had been easily killed by Luo Changxing. They were no match for him at all. How is this possible? How does Ziyang Kingdom have such a terrifying expert? I regret it. If I had known Ziyang Kingdom had such a powerful martial artist, I would never have come, even if it cost me my life. We're dead, we're doomed. The martial artists of Songyun Kingdom were filled with despair. Facing core formation cultivators, they might have dared to fight to the death, but standing before Luo Changxing, they felt only fear and helplessness. Regret now? Did you regret when you slaughtered the people of Ziyang Kingdom? Luo Changxing shook his head and said coldly. He simply waved the long sword in his hand. The sword chi flew out fiercely, and the Songyun martial artists tried to block it with their weapons. But any weapon, even inferior spirit artifacts, was like tofu before that sword chi. Splat, splat, splat. One after another, the martial artists of Songyun Kingdom fell, their eyes filled with lingering terror and regret. Let's go, we must flee. This man is too terrifying. The Songyun martial artists were utterly terrified. They frantically fled toward the outside of the city wall, crowding and pushing, desperate to escape. Seeing this, the third Prince Zhu Lai and the others felt their hearts surge with emotion. This was Master Luo. With a single sword strike, he had routed the Songyun army, sending them fleeing in panic. Master Luo single-handedly faced 1,000,000 martial artists with ease, driving them to terror and despair. If only they could one day be as powerful as Master Luo. The generals sighed in admiration and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Now they had survived, and Ziyang Kingdom was safe. In less than half an incense stick's time, a pile of corpses lay beneath the city wall. All of them Songyun martial artists. Of the 1.2 million who had come, not one was left alive, all were slain. Third Prince Zhu Lai, the task of cleaning the battlefield is yours. As for attacking Songyun Kingdom with your current strength, you would only be throwing your lives away. Wait until you are stronger, then consider revenge. Luo Changxing said. Although he had the power to slay the Emperor of Songyun Kingdom, given Ziyang Kingdom's current strength, they could not swallow Songyun Kingdom even if he did. Thank you, Master Luo, for your aid. Leave this to us. The third Prince Zhu Lai and the others bowed to Luo Changxing and said. They naturally understood that with their current strength, attacking Songyun Kingdom would be suicide. Luo Changxing had already helped them eliminate the enemy, filling their hearts with immense gratitude. They could not possibly expect him to lead them into Songyun Kingdom. Even if they killed the Emperor of Songyun Kingdom, the kingdom's vast resources meant they could not hold it or kill everyone. They could only wait until they grew stronger before considering an invasion. For now, Luo Changxing had slain so many Songyun martial artists, including several Golden Core experts, that Songyun Kingdom would surely not dare to attack Ziyang Kingdom again anytime soon. Alright, I'll take my leave now. Luo Changxing nodded. Then he transformed into a streak of light and flew into the distance. Farewell, Master Luo. All the Ziyang martial artists present shouted respectfully. In the air, Luo Changxing flew swiftly. He smiled bitterly. He had sensed someone watching from afar. His true strength had likely been exposed and was known to the disciples of Tianlong Saint sect. The next time they would probably send a powerful martial artist to kill him. No matter. Let them come. With my strength, I will soon reach the Saint Realm. As long as no Saint Realm powerhouse comes, I will kill as many as arrive. Luo Changxing said coldly. He was currently at Golden Core 8th layer, and it would take at most 6 or 7 days to reach the Saint Realm. As long as no Saint Realm expert appeared, he had nothing to fear. And Saint Realm powerhouses were all 1,000-year-old monsters who would not act without a major event. They would certainly not come out specifically to kill a mere golden core martial artist. With this thought, Luo Changxing's heart immediately settled. At this moment, Luo Changxing flew towards the spiritually rich mountain range. He had not been there for some time and wondered how the palace was progressing. Swish! Before long, Luo Changxing arrived above the mountain range. Below, a majestic and magnificent palace stood in the center of the mountains. In addition, many pavilions and houses were built nearby. Spiritual energy swirled, and the entire mountain range seemed like a paradise secluded from the world. Haha, excellent. This palace is truly splendid. Luo Changxing laughed heartily and descended directly from the air. Several overseers saw the newcomer and were immediately terrified. They hurried forward and said, "Greetings, Senior Luo." They were all palace guards. They knew very well just how terrifying a presence this Senior Luo was. Are the palace and pavilions all completed? Luo Changxing asked. Reporting to you, Senior, they are basically finished. After we wrap up today, you may move in at any time. One of the overseers said. Good. Luo Changxing nodded in satisfaction. Then he tossed out a bag of spirit stones and said, "You have worked hard. Here are 10,000 spirit stones, divide them among yourselves." Senior, we cannot accept this money. General Zhu has already paid us, several said in panic. If General Zhu or His Majesty learned that they dared to accept Luo Changxing's spirit stones, they would likely be killed outright. Take it, this is my reward to you. No one will dare say anything. Luo Changxing said. Thank you, Senior Luo. The overseers did not dare to say more and quickly put them away. Since the formidable Luo Changxing had spoken, they naturally dared not refuse again. 10,000 spirit stones divided among them meant each could get 2,000 to 3,000, which was a considerable fortune for them. Luo Changxing waved his hand, then flew towards Tongzhou Prefectural City. He planned to bring the people of the Luo Mansion to move into this spiritually rich mountain range within the next 2 days. This unclaimed mountain range, as its first master, I shall name it Changxing Peak, and the palace shall be called Changxing Hall. Luo Changxing thought to himself. Before long, he returned to Tongzhou Prefectural City and descended slowly into the Luo Mansion. Lord Luo, several guards of the Luo Mansion called out respectfully. Because Elder Yu's Dantian was destroyed, other guards had been stationed at the gate during this time. Go inform Chunmu Luhan Lu Huanlong and my master and the others. Tell them to gather in the living room. Luo Changxing said. Yes. The guards nodded. They immediately divided the tasks and went to notify Chunmu as well as Lord Luo's Master Song and the others. As for the gate of the Luo Mansion, now that Lord Luo had returned, who would dare to break in unless they were tired of living? Even if Lord Luo was not in the mansion, no one in Tongzhou Prefectural City dared to cause trouble at the Luo Mansion. Luo Changxing waited in the hall. Before long, Master Song, Chunmu Luhan, Chen Feiliang, Lu Huanlong, and others entered the hall one by one. Lord Luo, you're back. Disciple. Brother Luo. They exclaimed in surprise. Usually they could see Luo Changxing every day, but this time they had not seen him for several days. I have good news to tell everyone. Luo Changxing said with a smile. Oh, what good news? Everyone asked curiously. The palace and pavilions on Changxing Peak are already completed. In 2 days we can move into Changxing Peak to live. The spiritual energy there is rich, and everyone's cultivation speed will be extremely fast. Luo Changxing said with a smile. Changxing Peak. Everyone looked puzzled. Seeing everyone's confusion, Luo Changxing immediately explained, Changxing Peak is that spiritually rich mountain range. I named it Changxing Peak, and the palace I named Changxing Hall. Luo Changxing explained. Everyone suddenly understood. So it's that spiritually rich mountain range. The palace was completed so quickly. Changxing Peak, what a great name. The spiritual energy on Changxing Peak is extremely rich, 7 or 8 times more than ordinary places. In this way, our cultivation speed will also be many times faster. Haha, with this our golden core formation will also be fast. Everyone laughed happily. Especially Lu Huanlong, Zheng Feishue, and others were also extremely excited inside. How wise a choice it was back then to pledge allegiance to the Tianyuan Martial Arts Hall. In the past, they only had some status in Shana City. Outside Shana City, they were nothing. But now with their status and position, whether in Tongzhou Prefectural City or the capital's forces, everyone had to treat them with respect. Now they could even follow Luo Changxing and reside on the most spiritually rich peak in Xiang Kingdom for cultivation. In a short period of time, their life trajectories had undergone earth-shattering changes. Chunmu Luhan and others were also excited inside. Although they had lost their cultivation, now with their current status, no one would refuse to show them respect. Chen Feiliang was also extremely excited. To have made such a good friend was his great fortune. We'll pack up. We'll move into Changxing Peak in 2 days. Luo Changxing said. Everyone nodded in agreement. Xiang Kingdom. In the capital, within the Imperial Palace. Chu Tianqi was full of anxiety. Just now he had received news that Songyun Kingdom had also invited an immortal from the Wangyue Holy Sect. It was said that his cultivation had reached the 5th layer of Golden Core. Hiss. At the thought of the 5th layer of Golden Core, Chu Tianqi trembled all over, his face full of despair. A powerhouse at the 5th layer of Golden Core was extremely terrifying. Even if Luo Changsheng won, it would be nothing but suicide. Chu Tianqi looked at Yin Zhen beside him and said bitterly, Yin Zhen, I'm afraid Xing Kingdom will be destroyed in my hands. Your Majesty, don't think too much. Perhaps the news is inaccurate. Yin Zhen comforted Chu Tianqi. After all, a powerhouse at the 5th layer of Golden Core is usually in seclusion cultivating. How could they have the time to bother with trivial matters between kingdoms? In his view, a martial artist at the 5th layer of Golden Core could fly through the sky and burrow into the earth. It was not an exaggeration to call them immortals. How could they possibly care about mundane kingdom affairs? Alas! Chu Tianqi shook his head. This news was just transmitted by Zhu Liao. It couldn't be false. Buzz. Suddenly the transmission talisman in his hand vibrated. Chu Tianqi abruptly stood up. After the 2 cities were breached, he had been clutching the transmission talisman tightly, wanting to know the frontline situation as soon as possible. At this moment, it was a message from the 3rd Prince Chu Xuanzhen. Chu Tianqi shuddered. Could it be that General Zhu Lai had already fallen? Nervously, he quickly checked the message from Chu Xuanzhen. Your Majesty, they're dead. The million soldiers of Songyun Kingdom are all dead. After hearing this, Chu Tianqi and Yin Zhen widened their eyes. The million soldiers of Songyun Kingdom were dead. Could it be a mistake? Hadn't they heard that Songyun Kingdom had invited an immortal of the 5th layer of Golden Core? Was it Ziyang Kingdom's million soldiers who had been annihilated? Chu Tianqi and Yin Zhen both showed a look of confusion. Chu Tianqi quickly asked via the transmission talisman, Third brother, there must be a mistake. Didn't General Zhu Lai say that Songyun Kingdom had invited an immortal from the Wangyue holy sect? And with the cultivation of the 5th layer of Golden Core, could this be false? Did General Zhu Lai make a mistake? After speaking, he and Yin Zhen waited quietly for the transmission talisman's reply. In their view, it must be the 3rd Prince Chu Xuanzhen who had made a mistake. Soon the transmission talisman vibrated. Then came Chu Xuanzhen's voice. Your Majesty, Songyun Kingdom did invite an immortal of the 5th layer of Golden Core, and this person was indeed terrifying. A single sword aura could kill thousands of martial artists. But no matter how strong he was no match for Senior Luo. He was directly slain by Senior Luo with one sword strike. Hearing Chu Xuanzhen say that the immortal of the 5th layer of Golden Core killed thousands of martial artists with a single sword aura, Chu Tianqi and Yin Zhen trembled all over. A martial artist of the 5th layer of Golden Core was too terrifying. A single sword aura could kill thousands of martial artists. No matter how many martial artists Ziyang Kingdom had, they would not be enough for a 5th layer Golden Core powerhouse to kill. However, when they heard that such a formidable 5th layer Golden Core powerhouse was directly slain by Luo Changsheng with one sword strike, the 2 of them were stunned. A 5th layer Golden Core powerhouse. In their eyes, that was already invincible in the world. Luo Changsheng had killed him with one sword strike. So what was Luo Changsheng's cultivation level? Hiss. The 2 gasped in shock. They had never imagined that Luo Changsheng's strength was so terrifying. Yin Zhen exclaimed in astonishment. Your Majesty, Lord Luo has slain a Golden Core 5th layer cultivator with a single sword strike. His cultivation must have already reached the Golden Core 6th layer. Golden Core 6th layer. In that instant, both of them felt somewhat dazed. For them, Golden Core 6th layer was such a terrifying and unattainable existence. Yet now such a formidable powerhouse had become His Majesty Chu Tianqi's close friend. The 2 could not help but reveal traces of excitement and elation. Especially Chu Tianqi, who was deeply grateful in his heart that he had not relied on his status as the 5th prince to approach Luo Changsheng with arrogance. Otherwise, even if he had recognized Luo Changsheng, he would not have been able to forge a genuine bond. Now with the power of Golden Core 6th layer like Luo Changsheng presiding over the Ziyang Kingdom. As long as the Ziyang Kingdom does not encounter intervention from a holy sect, no one dares to provoke them among the 18 nations in the southeast region, or even across the entire Yunzhou territory. Thinking of this, Chu Tianqi felt a weight lifted from his heart. With sufficient time, he could properly develop the Ziyang Kingdom and make it strong. Songyun Kingdom. Inside the Imperial Palace. Laughter and joy filled the air. In the center of the grand hall, young maidens swayed their graceful figures, dancing enchantingly. Emperor Yuan Tang of Songyun Kingdom, along with his ministers, sipped fine wine while appreciating the dance. Suddenly a minister smiled and said, Your Majesty, this time with the intervention of the upper immortal from Wangyue holy sect, I believe we can soon conquer the tiny Ziyang Kingdom. At that time our Songyun Kingdom's territory will expand by hundreds of thousands of li. Emperor Yuan Tang smiled proudly. That goes without saying. This upper immortal from Wangyue holy sect is a Golden Core 5th layer powerhouse. With his assistance, destroying a Ziyang Kingdom is as easy as pie. Hearing this, everyone could not help but laugh. Golden Core 5th layer in our eyes, that is a true upper immortal. Who can rival him? Precisely. Although Ziyang Kingdom has a Golden Core expert, how strong can he possibly be? In front of a Golden Core 5th layer powerhouse, he is nothing but an ant. What nonsense is that? The Golden Core warrior of Ziyang Kingdom wants to compare with the upper immortal of Wangyue holy sect. He cannot even compare to a single hair of the other. Ministers sipped their wine and sneered. Just then an imperial guard suddenly rushed into the grand hall from outside. Report. The guard's voice was drawn out particularly long. A chill passed through Emperor Yuan Tang's eyes. This guard lacked awareness. Could he not see that His Majesty was enjoying wine and precious moments with the ministers? Did he not know to wait and report later? In his view, it was simply another Ziyang Kingdom city fallen. He had long suspected that with Yang Tao of Wangyue Holy Sect present, destroying a city was trivial. Delay the report by a bit, what harm would it do? Speak. Yuan Tang suppressed his anger and said coldly, Your Majesty, the million Songyun guards who attacked Ziyang Kingdom have all perished. The guard said solemnly. Emperor Yuan Tang was savoring fine wine when he heard this. Suddenly he smashed his cup and rose abruptly. Eyes wide he stared at the guard. What did you say? The million Songyun guards all perished. He wondered if he had misheard. That Songyun guards were his kingdom's finest military force. The minimum cultivation requirement was 6th layer of condensed yuan, only then were they qualified to join. Most were powerful core formation experts. The squad leaders in particular were 8th layer core formation experts. This army could sweep through any neighboring nation with ease given enough time. Yet now the guard reported their complete annihilation. How could he not be astonished? Yes, Your Majesty. Our spies disguised as commoners in Ziyang Kingdom personally transmitted this news. I have confirmed this repeatedly through multiple spies. The matter is absolutely true, the guard stated. How could this happen? How could it come to this? Emperor Yuan Tang shook his head, unable to believe it. His most formidable army from Songyun Kingdom was gone. His eyes seemed ready to devour the guard as he asked, Wasn't the upper immortal from Wangyue Holy Sect there? Didn't he intervene? His fingers tightened into fists filled with rage. He had invited Yang Tao for assistance, yet the man stood idle. Your Majesty, according to reports from our spies, the upper immortal you summoned has also perished. Moreover, he was slain by a single sword strike from a Ziyang Kingdom powerhouse. The guard spoke with visible terror. A golden core 5th layer expert had been killed. He could scarcely believe Ziyang Kingdom harbored such a fearsome expert. Upon hearing these words, bam! Emperor Yuan Tang's body went limp, nearly fainting from shock. Golden core 5th layer killed with a single sword? This Ziyang Kingdom actually possesses such a terrifying powerhouse. Emperor Yuan Tang trembled uncontrollably. He was completely bewildered, never imagining that a minor state like Ziyang Kingdom could produce such a fearsome expert. He had slain Yang Tao of Golden Core 5th layer with a single strike. Finished. Yuan Tang's face turned deathly pale. He knew Songyun Kingdom was done for, regardless of provoking such a formidable Golden Core expert from Ziyang Kingdom. The mere fact that Yang Tao, a core disciple of Wangyue Holy Sect, perished due to Songyun Kingdom's actions meant the Holy Sect would not let this pass so easily. Meanwhile, within the Grand Hall, the ministers' wine-induced stupor vanished instantly upon hearing the news, their faces turning grim. How could this be? Does Ziyang Kingdom possess such a powerful expert? That Wangyue Holy Sect disciple was at Golden Core 5th layer cultivation, yet fell to a single sword strike. What should we do now? With such a formidable expert in Ziyang Kingdom, destroying us would be as effortless as crushing ants. I don't know what to do either. Wangyue Holy Sect likely won't spare us. No way, we did not kill that upper immortal. Let the Wangyue Holy Sect disciple seek vengeance against the Ziyang Kingdom expert himself. How would they reason with us? When a disciple dies because of you, they certainly won't let you off easily. The ministers were filled with dread. Watching the maidens still dancing, he impatiently waved them away. Go away, go away. The young women dared not protest and retreated obediently, leaving the terrified Songyun Kingdom leadership in disarray, furrowed brows etched with worry, at a loss for what to do. Meanwhile, word spread throughout the nations across the Yunzhou region's southeast. Many came to know that Ziyang Kingdom had produced a formidable Golden Core expert capable of slaying even Golden Core 5th layer cultivators. Clearly, this Golden Core powerhouse possessed at least Golden Core 6th layer cultivation. Golden Core 6th layer. Upon hearing this, all were seized with terror. Many nations lacked even a single Golden Core realm warrior. Yet Ziyang Kingdom had directly produced a Golden Core 6th layer expert. Just the thought was terrifying. At once the leadership of each nation convened emergency meetings. Ultimately, they issued orders: warriors from Ziyang Kingdom must not be provoked. Otherwise, you might provoke that Golden Core powerhouse without realizing it, and your kingdom could be destroyed before you even understand what happened. In the Yunzhou region, a marketplace stood a towering pavilion that pierced the clouds. This was the Wudao Tower of Yunzhou. Not only in Yunzhou, but across the entire Wudao continent, their pavilions could be found. Their spies were spread throughout the land, thus they possessed the most up-to-date information of the continent. At that moment, within the Wudao Tower of Yunzhou, the tower master Qiao Houyu gazed at the intelligence in his hand and sighed in admiration. Tisk tisk, who would have thought that this tiny Ziyang Kingdom, which has produced no Golden Core cultivator in a millennium, would suddenly give rise to a powerhouse at the 6th layer of Golden Core? If the scouts are correct, this Luo Changsheng slew Yang Tao of the Wangyue Sacred Sect with a single sword strike. Then Luo Changsheng is likely not merely at the 6th layer of Golden Core, but possesses the cultivation of the 7th layer. Unbelievable that such a genius could emerge from a remote corner. This piece of information could fetch a handsome price. A smile spread across Qiao Hoyu's face. The Wudao Tower profited by selling intelligence. The more valuable the news, the greater the profit. Just then a man in a long robe stepped into the Wudao Tower. Seeing him, Qiao Hoyu immediately broke into a smile. The man in the robe was Shun Tianping, an elder of the Daotian sacred sect. Whenever he visited the Wudao Tower, his first question was always whether any genius had emerged in any kingdom. This news would surely fetch a good price from Shun Tianping. Thinking thus, Qiao Hoyu rose and said with a smile, "Elder Shun, what brings you to my Wudao Tower today?" "I don't ask. Our sect master has given me a target this month. I must recruit 3 golden core martial artists. But as of now I haven't recruited a single one." Shun Tianping gave a bitter smile. Qiao Hoyu's grin widened. Seeing the Tower Master's cheerful expression, Shun Tianping's eyes lit up, and he asked, "Tower Master Qiao, do tell which kingdom has produced a new golden core martial artist recently. I want to try and recruit him into our sect." "There is indeed one," Qiao Hoyu said with a smile. Hearing this, Shun Tianping replied, "Rest assured, I know the rules of the Wudao Tower. No money, no information. Here are 100 spirit stones." With that, Shun Tianping placed 100 spirit stones on the table. Qiao Hoyu shook his head and said, "For ordinary news, 100 spirit stones would suffice. But this information is valuable. I will only sell it for at least 10,000 spirit stones." Shun Tianping's eyes widened in shock. "By the heavens, Tower Master Qiao, are you joking? 10,000 spirit stones. My monthly salary is only 1,000. Isn't that too steep? It's just information about a golden core martial artist. And you're charging an astronomical price." Shun Tianping frowned. Though he knew Qiao Hoyu was a shrewd merchant, asking for 10,000 spirit stones for a mere piece of news about a newly ascended golden core warrior was beyond ruthless. Just then a voice came from outside the pavilion. "What news of a golden core martial artist?" "Elder Shun, if you don't want it, I Lu will take it." Qiao Hoyu and Shun Tianping looked up to see a man in white robes step into the pavilion. Lu Qianxian. Both recognized him instantly. He was none other than Lu Qianxian of the Luotian sect. Though the Luotian sect was a major sect in the Yunzhou region, it was not among the 10 sacred sects. The reason was that the Luotian sect was slightly weaker than the 10 sacred sects. "Lu Qianxian, do you wish to purchase this information?" Qiao Hoyu asked, looking at him. Lu Qianxian fell into thought. 10,000 spirit stones for news of a golden core martial artist was indeed not cheap. But if the cultivator truly possessed extraordinary talent, their sect would gain immensely. Of course, that was assuming the golden core warrior was willing to join the Luotian sect. Lu Qianxian gritted his teeth and said, "It's just 10,000 spirit stones. I'll buy the information about this golden core martial artist." To him, at worst, he would lose 10,000 spirit stones, a year's salary. But if the golden core warrior turned out to be exceptional, the rewards from the sect could be tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. With that, Lu Qianxian immediately produced 10,000 spirit stones. Shun Tianping shook his head disdainfully. This Lu Qianxian is truly foolish. Spending 10,000 spirit stones to purchase news of a golden core martial artist. It seems the Luotian sect is desperately short of talent. A cold sneer curled on Shun Tianping's face. Though the sect had given him the task of recruiting 3 golden core martial artists this month, spending a year's salary of 10,000 spirit stones on such information was simply not worth it. Qiao Hoyu pocketed the spirit stones and said with a smile, "Elder Lu, you're quite straightforward. Let me give you a hint. According to our estimates, this person's cultivation is likely at the 6th layer of golden core, or even the 7th. By the heavens. 6th layer, even 7th layer of golden core." Shun Tianping's eyes bulged. He roared, "Tower Master Qiao, you're too unscrupulous. Why didn't you say so earlier?" He was genuinely furious. If Qiao Hoyu had mentioned from the start that this person had a cultivation of the 6th or even 7th layer of golden core, he would have paid 10,000 spirit stones without a second thought. A 6th layer golden core cultivator was already considered a core disciple in a sacred sect. The resources a sacred sect invests in raising a young boy to a core disciple at the 6th layer of golden core are immense. The cost in spirit stones easily reaches hundreds of thousands. And the 7th layer of golden core. Within a sacred sect, such a cultivator is a true disciple, the pillar of the sect, its future, and one who has the potential to break through to the saint realm. If he had known this person was at the 6th or 7th layer of golden core, he would have considered it a bargain even at 50,000 spirit stones. Meanwhile, Lu Qianxian, upon hearing that the cultivator was at the 6th or 7th layer of golden core, was also thrilled. This expenditure of 10,000 spirit stones was well worth it. All that remained was to see if he could recruit this golden core warrior into the sect. If he succeeded, it would be a great fortune for the Luotian sect. Hearing Shun Tianping's discontent, Qiao Hoyu snorted coldly, "Elder Shun, is this my fault? You were the one unwilling to part with 10,000 spirit stones." Rebuked by Qiao Hoyu, Shun Tianping dared not retort. Though he was an elder of the Daotian sacred sect, the Wudao Tower's strength in the Yunzhou region was not to be underestimated. Moreover, the Wudao Tower had pavilions not only in Yunzhou, but also in other regions. If they truly offended the Wudao Tower, even the Daotian sacred sect would suffer. Besides, it was indeed his own reluctance to spend. Even if the sect master of the Daotian sacred sect were here, he would have no justification. Xiao Houyu then turned to Lu Qianxin and said, "Of course, there's one more thing I must tell you. This person has killed a core disciple of the Wangyue sacred sect. If you still wish to buy the information, I will tell you which kingdom he is in. But if you change your mind and decide not to purchase, I won't force you." Upon hearing this, Shun Tianpeng burst into laughter. He killed a disciple of the Wangyue sacred sect. Huh. I think you should give up and leave this news to our Daotian sacred sect. After all, your Luotian sect can't afford to offend the Wangyue sacred sect. Shin Tianpeng said, looking at Lu Qianxin with a smirk. Lu Qianxin was also dumbfounded. Killed a core disciple of the Wangyue sacred sect. The Wangyue sacred sect, renowned as one of the 10 great sacred sects, naturally possessed an extremely profound heritage with no shortage of Saint Realm experts within its ranks. It possessed no less than 100 Saint Realm experts. Take the sect leader of Wangyue sacred sect for instance. He was already a Saint Realm 6th-layer powerhouse. However, their Luotian sect was not inferior either. The sect leader was also a Saint Realm 5th-layer expert. It was only that the number of Saint Realm experts within the sect was slightly fewer than that of Wangyue sacred sect, barely over 50. But the Wangyue sacred sect would certainly not go all out against their Luotian sect over a core disciple. At most, they would make things difficult and demand some compensation. Thinking of this, Lu Qianxin said, "Of course I want to buy it, Pavilion Master Qiao. Just give me the information quickly." "Alright, this jade slip records the information about this golden core martial artist. Take it and read it yourself." Xiao Houyu took out a jade slip and tossed it to Lu Qianxin. "Thank you." Lu Qianxin walked out of the martial arts pavilion with the jade slip. Seeing this, Shen Tianpeng gritted his teeth in anger. Originally, he arrived at the martial arts pavilion first, but now the news of this golden core 6th-layer martial artist had been bought by Lu Qianxin. If this matter reached the sect leader's ears, he would surely be scolded severely. Moreover, with the sect leader's abilities, this matter could not be concealed. What a damn shame. If I had known, I would have paid those 10,000 crystals. Shen Tianpeng said regretfully. Lu Qianxin left the martial arts pavilion and began to examine the jade slip. This person is actually from Xiang country. Such a tiny country could produce a golden core 6th-layer martial artist. After reading the jade slip, a look of surprise appeared in Lu Qianxin's eyes. In his view, the smaller the country, the harder it was to produce a formidable genius. Only those countries with large populations and deep foundations could often cultivate some martial arts prodigies. Without further thought, Lu Qianxin leaped into the air and flew toward the direction of Xiang country. In Tongzhou Prefecture City, everyone noticed that the Luo residence was making a very large move today. People were coming and going, entering and exiting, and they were carrying luggage. This made the martial artists of Tongzhou Prefecture City curious. What is the Luo residence up to? Could it be that they offended some force and are preparing to flee? I think so. I saw many martial artists of the Luo residence handing over their businesses to others. They probably offended someone and are preparing to flee. Who would have thought the Luo residents would have such a day? During this period, they have been so arrogant that no one in the entire Tongzhou Prefecture City dared to provoke them. Haha, if they flee, then the future will belong to our martial arts families. The martial artists of Tongzhou Prefecture City discussed among themselves. Some even speculated whether they had offended a powerful force and were preparing to flee. The moment they thought of this possibility, the martial artists of these martial arts families became excited. Because during this period, the Luo residents had suppressed them so much that they could not hold their heads high. Now that the Luo residence's martial artists had fled, Tongzhou Prefecture City would once again become their domain. What are you thinking? The Luo residence people are fleeing. Just then a mocking voice reached their ears. They were about to get angry. Who dared to mock them? But when they looked up, their expressions instantly changed. The newcomer was actually the Prefecture Lord Duan Hongming. Lord Duan, Lord Prefecture. The martial artists immediately called out respectfully. They also knew that since Luo Changxing arrived in Tongzhou Prefecture City, the Prefecture Lord had also been living a very stifled life. Although he was called the Prefecture Lord in Tongzhou Prefecture City, he had no right to speak and had to act according to the Luo residents' whims. He was even more stifled than the martial artists of these martial arts families. Logically, he should also hate the Luo residents immensely. Why was he scolding them instead? The martial artists of Tongzhou Prefecture City were all filled with confusion. One of the martial artists from a martial arts family asked, "Lord Prefecture, I saw many people from the Luo residence carrying luggage. Are they not fleeing?" Hey, Duan Hongming shook his head and let out a cold laugh. How could the Luo residents need to flee? These people in Tongzhou Prefecture City were ill-informed and did not know the Luo residents' strength. As the Prefecture Lord, how could he not know the Luo residents' strength? The current emperor was Luo Changxing's brother. He was also a terrifying powerhouse who had killed Golden Core realm experts. Although they appeared to be just living in seclusion in Tongzhou Prefecture City, no force in the entire imperial capital dared to provoke Luo Changxing. Duan Hongming looked at the crowd and sneered. I can only say that you are extremely foolish. Foolish. The crowd was dumbfounded. Lord Duan was calling them foolish. Could it be that they were all wrong? I'll tell you all, the Luo residents is not fleeing. They are moving to settle on a mountain peak with extremely rich spiritual energy. Duan Hongming snorted. What? How did they find such a blessed place? That's right, if there really was a mountain range with rich spiritual energy, wouldn't it have been divided up by the major powers long ago? How could it be left for them? Lord Prefecture, that's impossible. Everyone said in disbelief. Duan Hongming snorted. What do you know? This was personally chosen by the current emperor and given to Senior Luo. That's why I say you are foolish. They are simply moving to another blessed place to cultivate, yet you actually thought they were fleeing. Upon hearing this, the martial artists of the martial arts families were instantly astonished. The emperor personally chose it and gave it to the Luo residents. What an honor. A martial artist from a martial arts family sighed and said, doesn't that mean that even if the Luo residents' people are gone, it's still not our world? We still have to act according to the whims of some of the Luo residents' servants. How suffocating. These martial artists of martial arts families felt extremely stifled. Before they had to act according to the Luo residents' martial artists' moods, and now that the Luo residents' martial artists had left, leaving behind only some low cultivation servants. They still had to act according to these servants' moods. You'd better be careful. I'm telling you, Luo Changsheng has even killed Golden Core experts. You'd better not provoke the Luo residents, or don't blame me for not warning you. After saying this, Duan Hongming left directly. He had also heard that the Luo residents was moving today, so he came to take a look. If he happened to meet someone from the Luo residents, he could greet them and get acquainted. The martial artists of the martial arts families, upon hearing Duan Hongming's words, were completely dumbfounded. Was Luo Changsheng so strong? He had even killed a Golden Core realm martial artist. Damn. Luo Changxing had already become so terrifying that he could even influence the fate of a generation. From now on, we must never provoke the Luo residents. Inside the Luo estate, Instructor Song had brought a group of excited students to the front courtyard. Fang Yun and the other students were filled with inner excitement. They had been fortunate enough to follow Instructor Song to Tongzhou Prefecture City. Now they could even train at a blessed cave heaven with abundant spiritual energy. Fate was unpredictable. Not long ago, they had been merely Qi Blood Realm martial artists. Yet now most of them had reached the Gathering Qi Realm, even the True Qi Realm. They gazed at the azure figure in the center, grateful in their hearts. They clearly understood that all of this fortune had been gifted by Luo Changxing. Once their strength grew powerful, they would repay Luo Changxing's kindness. Lu Huanlongzing, Fei Xue, and the others had already packed their belongings, their hearts filled with excitement. From now on, they could train at a blessed cave heaven with abundant spiritual energy. How many people in the entire Xiang Kingdom could enjoy such treatment? Even sect forces or martial aristocratic families of Xiang Kingdom didn't have such treatment. Martial artists from Shanha City could actually enjoy such treatment. Amazing. Amazing. How amazing. Their faces were almost beaming with joy. Chunmu Luhan, Elder Yuqin Feiliang, and the others remained much calmer. After all their cultivation had been destroyed, so to cultivate again, they would need to reconstitute their dantian. But they were deeply grateful that Luo Changxing had never abandoned them. Luo Changxing naturally noticed the expressions on Chun Mu and the others' faces. He sighed inwardly. Chun Mu and the others had their dantian shattered because of him. He absolutely had to find a way to repair their dantian and let them walk the path of cultivation once more. In the martial world, only cultivation strength could give a person confidence. Seeing that everyone had arrived, nearly 1,000 people, Luo Changxing looked at a true Qi 6th layer martial artist and said, Jiang Hui, from now on the affairs of Tongzhou Prefecture City will be managed by you. Rest assured, after a full year you may come to Changxing Peak to cultivate. The affairs of Tongzhou Prefecture City can be handed to someone else. Rest assured, Lord Luo, I will manage the city's industries well. Jiang Hui said. Although most of the powerful martial artists from the Luo estate had left Tongzhou Prefecture City, the strongest was only him at true Qi 6th layer. But he understood that with true Qi 6th layer cultivation, others wouldn't dare provoke the Luo estate in the slightest. Lord Luo's reputation was known far and wide. If these people didn't want to die, they could try provoking him. Right now he just wanted to manage things well for a year. Then he too could go to the blessed cave heaven to cultivate. Changxing Peak was where his true aspirations lay. Good. If anything happens, you can directly contact Lu Huanlong or my master, Luo Changxing said. Understood, Lord Luo. Jiang Hui nodded in agreement. Luo Changxing said nothing more. The terrifying elemental force carried over 1,000 people, swooshed directly soaring into the air. Hiss. This scene made the people of the Luo estate and the martial artists of Tongzhou Prefecture City gasp in amazement. Luo Changxing alone could use elemental force to levitate over 1,000 people. How immensely profound must that elemental force be? It seemed Prefecture Lord Duan was right. Luo Changxing's strength truly had reached the Golden Core realm. Only a Golden Core realm expert could possess such profound elemental force. Paying no attention to the discussions below, Luo Changxing flew directly toward Changxing Peak with everyone. Whoosh! His cultivation at Golden Core 8th layer, almost Golden Core 9th layer with immensely profound elemental force. Even carrying over 1,000 people, his speed was extremely fast. Before long they arrived at Changxing Peak. The spiritual energy practically rushed to greet them. Luo Changxing even suspected whether there was a spirit vein beneath the mountain's foundation. Otherwise, how could there be such abundant spiritual energy? Boom! Luo Changxing descended slowly with everyone landing in Changxing Peak. Everyone was stunned by the palaces and pavilions before their eyes. What magnificent palaces! Look, these pavilions standing among the mountain peaks, as if they were immortal realms. So beautiful. Haha, this spiritual energy is truly abundant, at least 7 or 8 times richer than the outside world. Tisk training, here our cultivation speed will soar dramatically. Wow, I've fallen in love with this place. Since coming here, I might not want to leave. Haha. Everyone who saw Changxing Peak resembling an immortal realm was instantly thrilled. They felt this was truly a cultivation sanctuary. Luo Changxing waved his hand, interrupting the excited crowd. He pointed to an area and said, "Master, this area is for you Steward Lu and Fong Yun students to reside." "All right, disciple," Instructor Song said with a light smile. The spiritual energy on Changxing Peak was extremely abundant, so it was the same no matter which area. "Thank you, young Master Luo." Steward Lu and Fong Yun's group expressed their gratitude. Then Luo Changxing designated another area for Chunmu Lu Han Lu Huanlong and the others to reside. "As for me, I'll reside in the palace," Luo Changxing said with a smile. Everyone smiled, naturally having no objections. Luo Changxing continued, "There are several pavilions on Changxing Peak. In the future, I will use them as a martial technique library. Those who render meritorious service may then go to the pavilion to study martial techniques. As for other rules, we shall set them later." "Understood." Everyone responded respectfully. "All right, disperse now." Lord Luo waved his hand. Everyone immediately took their belongings and headed to their living quarters. Luo Changxing also stepped into the main hall, preparing to appreciate this grand hall thoroughly. The first year of Changxing's calendar. Moving to Changxing Peak. This was Luo Changxing's first time residing in a grand hall. Tianlong Sacred Sect. At this time, Zhou Feng and Fu Ziyang had returned to the Tianlong Sacred Sect. Zhou Feng clasped his hands and said, "Fu Ziyang, I'm truly sorry this time. I never expected his cultivation to be so terrifying. All right, considering the 6,000 spirit stones, this matter is over." Fu Ziyang waved his hand, looking at Zhou Feng and saying, "In the future, you should be more cautious in your actions. First, investigate the opponent's cultivation before making a move. Otherwise, with your careless disposition, you won't know when you'll be killed." "Thank you, Senior Brother Fu, for your admonition. I will remember next time." Zhou Feng nodded and said, "All right, let's part ways here. You still need to report this mission at the mission hall. Remember, don't mention me. I don't want the elders to know." Fu Ziyang reminded. "Senior Brother Fu, how would I dare mention you? If the elders knew I hired someone to help with a mission, they'd likely punish me." Zhou Feng said with a bitter smile. He certainly wouldn't dare mention Senior Brother Fu. Once the elders found out he had hired help for a mission, scolding would be the least of it. Enrage an elder, and they might make you seclude for meditation for 10 years. That would be truly awful. Fu Ziyang nodded. He also understood that unless Zhou Feng was an idiot, he certainly wouldn't mention him. After the two parted ways, Zhou Feng walked toward the mission hall. Inside the mission hall, Zhou Feng found Elder Lu, the person in charge of the mission hall. "What happened? You returned empty-handed. You couldn't even handle a single Golden Core first layer ant?" Elder Lu asked with a dark face. Zhou Feng smiled bitterly. Elder Lu, the person who destroyed the Tianlong Pavilion. Was their cultivation not just Golden Core first layer? Not Golden Core first layer. Elder Lu's expression immediately turned grim. He stared at Zhou Feng and asked, "When I used the communication talisman to ask you, didn't you say it was true? What a useless fool. You can't even handle a small matter properly." Zhou Feng didn't dare utter a word under Elder Lu's furious scolding. He had wanted so badly to complete the mission that he hadn't dared to report truthfully, even though he clearly couldn't kill Luo Changxing. "Tell me, if he's not Golden Core first layer, then what cultivation is he? So I can arrange someone to execute this mission." Elder Lu asked coldly. Zhou Feng pondered. Yang Tao's Golden Core 5th layer strike, so terrifying, yet Luo Changxing caught it barehanded. This proved Luo Changxing was at least Golden Core 6th layer cultivation. Should he directly tell Elder Lu the opponent was Golden Core 6th layer? Or perhaps he should report even higher to avoid Elder Lu blaming him again for providing false information if he couldn't kill the opponent. Zhou Feng then said, "The opponent has Golden Core 7th layer cultivation." "What? Golden Core 7th layer cultivation?" Elder Lu's eyes widened, looking at Zhou Feng with some doubt. "Are you certain you're not mistaken? A small Xiang kingdom actually has a Golden Core 7th layer martial artist." Zhou Feng nodded. "Elder Lu, I can confirm that this person is a martial artist at the 7th layer of the Golden Core." He was truly afraid. If Luo Changsheng was not merely at the 6th layer of the Golden Core, and Elder Lu sent a 6th layer Golden Core martial artist to kill him, but failed, the blame would fall on him again. Thus he deliberately reported the cultivation level as higher. In this way Elder Lu would at least dispatch a martial artist at the 8th layer of the Golden Core. By then, even if Luo Changsheng was only at the 6th layer, Elder Lu would at most scold him a few times and not punish him. But if his lie caused the sect to lose a member, the punishment would be severe. Fine, I trust you this time. I will assign an 8th layer Golden Core martial artist for the mission, and you accompany him to complete the task, Elder Lu said. Then he took out a transmission talisman and sent a message to a martial artist of the Heavenly Dragon Sacred Sect. Zhou Feng's eyes widened. Elder, I still have to go. He truly did not want to go. He felt Luo Changsheng was too cunning. Despite having such formidable cultivation, he had pretended to be only at the 1st layer of the Golden Core in front of him. This had led Zhou Feng to chase him for days. Had he known earlier that Luo Changsheng was at the 6th layer of the Golden Core, he would never have dared to pursue him and would have fled instead. Your negligence caused the mission to fail, and now you dare to complain when asked to assist others. Elder Lu snorted coldly. Zhou Feng's face paled, and he quickly said, No, Elder Lu, I wouldn't dare complain. I just feel I won't be of much use there. Since you have no objections, shut up. Elder Lu glared at him. Zhou Feng dared not speak further. Before long, a blue-clad youth entered the hall. Zhou Feng recognized the youth. It was the core disciple Su Yuanqing. It was said that Su Yuanqing had broken through to the 8th layer of the Golden Core decades ago. Zhou Feng gained some confidence. The blue-clad youth respectfully asked Elder Lu, you summoned me. Su Yuanqing, I called you here to assign a mission. Go to the Xiang Kingdom and kill a martial artist at the 7th layer of the Golden Core. Elder Lu said. Who is it? Please provide me with the target's information. Su Yuanqing said. Zhou Feng knows the details, he will accompany you. Elder Lu said. All right. Su Yuanqing nodded, then looked at Zhou Feng. Junior brother Zhou, shall we depart now? I will follow senior brother Su's arrangements. Zhou Feng bowed. Good, let's go, Su Yuanqing said. Immediately the two soared on their swords toward the Xiang Kingdom. On the way, Zhou Feng informed Su Yuanqing about Luo Changsheng. After listening, Su Yuanqing sneered. From what you say, this Luo Changsheng does have some skill, but at most he is at the 6th layer of the Golden Core, not even the 7th. The 6th layer? Zhou Feng could not believe that such power came from only the 6th layer. Correct, the 6th layer is sufficient. Don't worry, I won't tell Elder Lu. Just kill him, complete the mission, and I'll claim my reward, Su Yuanqing said. Hearing this, Zhou Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid Su Yuanqing would report to Elder Lu that he had lied, which would be disastrous. Changsheng Peak. A few days passed, and Luo Changsheng's cultivation had reached the 9th layer of the Golden Core. During this time, he established some rules. Changsheng Peak began to operate in an orderly manner like a grand sect. Luo Changsheng even considered founding a sect directly here. He decided to name it the Changsheng Sect. With this idea, he summoned the senior members of the Luo residence. Hall Master Song Chunmu, Lu Han, Lu Huanlong, and others gathered in the main hall. Lord Luo, why have you summoned us so urgently? Yes, disciple, what happened? Everyone asked curiously. Luo Changsheng looked at them. I have an idea to establish a sect on Changsheng Peak. The moment he spoke, everyone was overjoyed. That's a great idea. Establishing a sect will give us all more cohesion. I wholeheartedly approve. Everyone expressed their approval. Previously in Tongzhou City, they were known as people of the Luo residence. But now calling themselves that was no longer appropriate. Instead, if Luo Changsheng founded a sect, they would all be members of the sect, fostering a stronger sense of belonging. Disciple, have you thought of a name for the sect? Hall Master Song asked. He felt proud of Luo Changsheng. Luo Changsheng smiled. Let it be the Changsheng Sect, and I will be the first Grand Master. At this, everyone grew excited. Excellent. The Changsheng Sect, a wonderful name. From now on, we are all members of the Changsheng Sect, ha. Everyone laughed. The Changsheng Sect. The name was fitting as it was derived from Luo Changsheng's own name. Luo Changsheng looked at them. You will be the first generation elders of the Changsheng Sect. Chunmu and Lu Han smiled wryly. Grandmaster Luo, we no longer have cultivation. It would be inappropriate to serve as elders. You are all founding members fully qualified to be elders. As for your Dantian, rest assured, I am already seeking a solution. Luo Changsheng said. Chunmu felt deeply moved and said no more. Just then a guard from the mountain gate rushed into the hall. Lord Luo, a martial artist claiming to be from the Luotian sect in the Yunzhou region, wishes to see you. The Luotian sect of Yunzhou. Everyone's expressions shifted. Mentioning the Yunzhou region immediately indicated that this was no ordinary sect like those in the Xiang Kingdom. No need to worry. If he had intended harm, he would have forced his way in, Luo Changsheng said. Then he told the guard, bring him in. Yes. The guard returned to the mountain gate. Follow me. Our Lord Luo will see you. Thank you, young man. Lu Qianxian smiled. Though he was at the 9th layer of the Golden Core, he intended to recruit this Luo Changsheng, so he remained courteous. As he followed the guard up the mountain, Lu Qianxian was secretly astonished. He hadn't expected such a small place to possess a peak with such dense spiritual energy. Could there be a spiritual vein beneath the ground? He pondered. Before long he arrived at a grand hall. This is our Lord Luo, the guard introduced, pointing at Luo Changsheng. I am Lu Qinshan, an external affairs elder of the Luotian sect in the Yunzhou region. Lu Qinshan clasped his fists in greeting. Luo Changsheng saw at a glance that Lu Qinshan was at the 9th layer of the golden core. He was inwardly surprised. The Luotian sect was clearly no ordinary force. An external elder possessed such cultivation. It was also rare for a 9th layer golden core martial artist to come to the Xiang kingdom and be so polite. May I ask what business you have with me? Luo Changsheng inquired. I'll be straightforward. I'm here to invite you to join the Luotian sect. Lu Qinshan said. Luo Changsheng smiled. Inviting me to join is not so easy. It depends on whether your Luotian sect shows enough sincerity.